Chen Shi'an had resided on the mountain for 18 years, mastering the Tao Te Ching and honing his skills in conducting rituals. It was only on the day his master drew his last breath that he realized the harsh realities of the world. Conducting rituals required registration and inheriting the temple, mandated credentials. What about those who fell through the cracks of the 9-year compulsory education? What could he do but pack his belongings, descend the mountain, and perhaps even enroll in university along the way? Chapter 1. What 9-year compulsory education gaps? For the first time, the incense ashes of Jingqiang Guan had piled into a small mound. Chen Shi'an squatted before the morning table, deftly sifting through the ashes with his master's favorite copper bell, which had a missing corner, his movements as practiced as if he were stir-frying last night's meal. He had assisted his master in numerous funerary rites, yet he never anticipated that the first ritual of his 18th year would be for his own master. Among his many abilities, the one he had perfected was the conducting of rituals. It was no wonder that his master had often imparted lessons on this, and now it had been arranged for him. The 18-year-old, clad in a faded Taoist robe with sleeves still smeared with the soot from burnt paper offerings, gazed at the throng of mourners filling the morning hall, suddenly feeling that his master had departed in a most ungracious manner. In life, he had run the temple like a branch of a beggar's sect, with debts that could stretch from the mountaintop to the foot of the hill, and before passing, he had not forgotten to leave his disciple a grand gift. Indeed, his master had devoted years to cultivation, severing ties with worldly friends and relatives. The multitude gathered today for the morning were mostly creditors. The old man had anticipated the timing of his departure, and these individuals had been summoned with phone calls made the night before. Shi'an, the debts we owe must be repaid. A person without integrity cannot stand, and this is true in life as it is in cultivation. For all these years, I have not neglected repayment, merely delayed it, but ultimately, it must be settled. This matter is entrusted to you, for I'm master. Wait, what do you mean by the debts we owe? Did you eat the half portion of pork from Old Lou at the East Village? I did. Did you sleep on the bed exchanged for the winter months? I did. Then the debts incurred by your master are now your debts. With that, his master closed his eyes, and before Chen Shi'an could utter another word, he departed. He left behind a letter, an account book, and a dilapidated, obscure temple that had seen years of losses. Chen Shi'an had not yet had the chance to read the letter or the accounts, but merely gazing at the creditors filling the morning hall, he felt his face turn ashen, sorrow welling up within him. Master, you have truly burdened your disciple. So many people, how much debt is this? The once composed youth found himself weeping uncontrollably as the coffin was about to be closed, collapsing onto it in a fit of grief. Master, please do not leave me alone. Master, take me with you, please. Such a poignant display of master-disciple affection moved the guests who had come to pay their respects. This young Taoist is the disciple mentioned by Taoist Chen, isn't he? Indeed, Shi'an is a child of misfortune, having been found as an abandoned infant by Taoist Chen during his travels years ago. Though they share the bond of master and disciple, their feelings resemble that of a grandfather and grandson. He doesn't seem very old, does he? Just turned 18 this year. Well, he is at an age where he can stand on his own. So, after Taoist Chen's passing, this Jingqiang Guan, given that it is just the two of them, it will naturally be inherited by Shi'an, won't it? But he is still just a youth. Can he manage? The whispers among the crowd did not escape Chen Shi'an's notice. To be honest, he had not fully grasped the reality of his master's passing. As the coffin lid slowly descended, Chen Shi'an remained lost in thought. He fixed his gaze on the narrowing gap, seeing his master's sparse white hair resting on the pillow, resembling a layer of snow that had not been swept clean. There would be no more morning knocks on his door calling out, "Time to copy the scriptures." No one would hum a tune to guide him when he stumbled in his footwork, and no one would slide a warming stove into his bed on cold nights. Upon realizing this truth, Chen Shi'an suddenly felt as if he could not breathe, much like the time he had slipped into the water while fishing in the mountain stream as a child. The first sensation was not coldness, but suffocation. This moment, that feeling of suffocation gripped his lungs, his eyes stinging as if they had been scorched by the incense burner's heat. He recalled his master often saying, "Life and death are like the alternation of day and night," and remembered the line he had copied. "Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all things as mere straw dogs." Yet in the instant the coffin lid sealed shut, all those philosophical insights turned to bitter grains of sand in his mouth. He can neither spit them out nor swallow them down. It turned out that no matter how many truths one comprehended, they could not compare to the sudden void that had emerged. The boy who had just cried out so loudly now found himself unable to shed another tear. The crowd fell silent at that moment. As the rain ceased, droplets continued to fall from the eaves. Inside, the incense burner flickered with a crooked candle, the smoke curling upward, mingling with the damp, cool air and dispersing into a fine mist upon colliding with the dusty beams. The door hinges of the eastern hall creaked from rust, pushed by the wind. Chen Shi'an had regained his composure. He stood in the courtyard, adhering to the rules his master had taught him, guiding the departing guests down the mountain. Uncle Liu, who sold pork at the East Village, patted Chen Shi'an on the shoulder. "I'm fine, thank you, Uncle Liu. Your master often said you were the manifestation of the Wenchang star, though without the chance to indulge in scholarly pursuits. But what was that saying again? It's better to walk than to read. I think, Shi'an, you should take a stroll to clear your mind. After so many years on the mountain, it's time to explore. The times have changed so rapidly." Chen Shi'an nodded silently, thinking to himself, "You seem to have misunderstood. I am more steeped in the scent of incense than anything else, and at this moment, I must also bear the resentment of the creditors." With that thought, he finally had time to observe the creditors who had come to pay their respects today. This glance was rather surprising. Despite his youth and limited exposure to the world, Chen Shi'an possessed an innate ability to discern people's natures. One's aura is a reflection of their identity, character, and emotions. However, the creditors attending his master's mourning displayed little animosity. Instead, their faces were marked by genuine sorrow. Chen Shi'an felt perplexed. Could it be that the ones who least wished for his demise were the creditors? Moreover, observing their attire and demeanor, each seemed to hold a respectable position. The path up the mountain was arduous, and in the rain, it was even more treacherous, making it impossible for vehicles to ascend. They could only walk from the foot of the mountain. These individuals had come from afar, their shoes caked in mud, yet they still made the effort to come. Chen Shi'an, perceptive, sensed that the situation was more complicated than it appeared. As this matter drew to a close, a young man who had been waiting outside for some time stepped inside, his eyes behind glasses scanning the dilapidated temple as if appraising artifacts, ultimately locking onto Chen Shi'an. "Greetings, young Taoist Chen. I am Yang Yao, an officer from the Taoist Association of Yinchi City. According to regulations, inheriting a temple requires the provision of relevant documentation, and I have come to assist you with the procedures." So soon, Chen Shi'an had intended to handle this matter in a few days, not expecting them to come personally. Taoist Chen had informed us in advance. Well, even in his absence, he was still mindful of matters to be addressed at once, and he's supposed to be indifferent to life and death. Yet, one could not help but acknowledge, how had he not noticed before that his master had such influence? They were here to provide assistance, while he was merely receiving assistance. What level of temple was this that it warranted such treatment? "Young Taoist Chen, we also require proof of education." Chen Shi'an then pulled out the well-worn, crumpled Tao Te Ching from his pocket. The officer and Chen Shi'an locked eyes, and a silence enveloped the atmosphere. "Apologies, young Taoist Chen, but this does not qualify as proof of education and cannot be entered into the system. According to the compulsory education law, you need wait." Chen Shi'an interjected, "I have inherited my master's temple. Why would I still need a diploma? I have never attended school. So where would I obtain a certificate of education? Perhaps you might want to verify again." Indeed, not only was he an unlearned individual, but he also lacked any legal knowledge. "Young Taoist Chen, the situation is this. Due to the unique nature of temples, they are not considered private property. To inherit legally, you will indeed need to provide the appropriate documentation. What if I cannot produce it? According to regulations, it will be treated as unclaimed property and will be managed by the association." Chen Shi'an furrowed his brow. It was absurd to think that a Taoist who was well-versed in doctrines and scriptures, who had diligently cultivated his character and lineage, could be impeded in his progress by a mere piece of paper. What kind of educational qualification is required? A diploma from a nationally recognized key university. When the clerk uttered these words, even he found them hard to believe. After all, for a typical small temple, a high school diploma would suffice, let alone one located in a remote and neglected area. Chen Shi'an raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness, unsure whether it indicated his lack of documentation or his inability to comprehend the situation. Weren't you saying my master had contacted you in advance? Does he know about this? He is aware. Young Taoist, Chen need not worry. As the clerk spoke, he rummaged through his briefcase and produced an item. Old Taoist Chen instructed us to handle the paperwork while also bringing this for you. Did my master leave something for me? Chen Shi'an's eyes brightened as he observed the clerk retrieving a piece of red, hard paper. He blinked, contemplating whether his master had indeed shown concern for his disciple, perhaps even securing him a diploma. Finally, the piece of red hard paper was placed into his hands. Gazing at the golden embossed text, Chen Shi'an was momentarily stunned. Admission notice from Yonk City, First Middle School? What was promised as a diploma had transformed into an admission notice, leaving Chen Shi'an with a sense of surreal absurdity. He examined it repeatedly, questioning, "Are you certain this is what my master asked you to bring? Did you not make a mistake?" There was no mistake. Old Taoist Chen is a man of utmost propriety. He said that you, young Taoist Chen, are a reincarnation of the literary star, and gaining admission to a university should not be a challenge. We should proceed according to the regulations. Chen Shi'an stared at the words on the admission notice. Please report to class 25 of the second year on September 1st with this notice, and suddenly recalled the expression in his master's eyes before his passing a tea that time. He had thought his master was troubled by the debts of the temple. Now he realized that he had anticipated his disciple would soon be immersed in his studies. Where did this come from? Old Taoist Chen said it was a borrowed degree. Borrowed, that meant it needed to be returned. By the way, there's also this. As the clerk continued speaking, he produced a set of 5-year college entrance examination, 3-year simulation. This was borrowed by Old Taoist Chen for you, young Taoist Chen. You may use it without concern. I do not need it back. Well then, thank you very much. Chapter 2. Chen Shi'an. Night fell. The once bustling Jingqian temple returned to its familiar tranquility. After the absence of his master, the silence felt even more profound. The last wisp of incense smoke trembled and dissipated, while the ever-burning lamp on the offering table flickered, casting shadows over the yellowed ledger and the letter left to him by his master. The young man sat cross-legged on the mat, accompanied by the remaining sounds of insects and the mountain breeze as he turned the pages. East Village Lu Lin sent 10 gene of pork in the 12th month West Town Pharmacy. Poria, Codonopsis, Atractylodes, Astragalus, Licorice. Flipping a few more pages revealed even more trivial entries. Carpenter Wong repaired 3 window frames in the East Hall, Tyler Lee replaced 20 tiles in the West Wing. These were familiar creditors to Chen Shi'an, primarily villagers from the nearby mountains and small towns, with the ledger predominantly recording barter transactions. As he turned further, he encountered financial records. July 16, 2013, borrowed 6,000 yuan from Cohen. The purpose of the funds was not specified, but Chen Shi'an could easily deduce their destination. That July, heavy rains had caused the dilapidated western wall of the temple to collapse, and shortly after the skies cleared, a new wall was erected. March 6, 2018, borrowed 8,000 yuan from Lin Ming. This entry was more recent, and Chen Shi'an remembered that in March of that year, nearly all the dilapidated books and worn-out stationery in the temple were replaced with new ones. Each entry in the financial ledger was recorded meticulously, yet none indicated their specific purpose. Still, Chen Shi'an was well aware of where each sum had been allocated. The names listed were mostly unfamiliar, but fortunately, each had provided contact information and addresses, thus offering a means for repayment. After 18 years of close companionship with his master, he had never considered that his master had a social circle he did not know about. They must have been old acquaintances. All along, his master had been a peculiar and obstinate old man in Chen Shi'an's eyes. But now, upon reflection, it seemed that the old man's life experiences were far from simple. As he continued, the dates grew more recent. August 9th, 2023. This was a matter from last week. Borrowed a degree from Lin Ming, tuition and miscellaneous fees for 2 years, 8,000 yuan. Chen Shi'an had not known Lin Ming before, but upon seeing this entry, he could approximate the identity of this Lin Ming. He was momentarily taken aback, his heart filled with mixed emotions. The thick ledger recorded an array of transactions, nearly all dedicated to Chen Shi'an and the ramshackle temple. With such heavy burdens of concern, could the crane beneath him still bear the weight? Chen Shi'an lit another stick of incense and sat down to pick up the last letter left to him by his master. For a moment, he hesitated to open it, as if reading the letter would signify the true departure of the old man from his life. As he pondered uneasily, a soft meow echoed from outside the hall. It was the old black cat from the temple. Typically as lazy as his master, it was not unusual for the cat to disappear for days. Yet now, it climbed onto his Taoist robe and nestled in his embrace. His master was not a conventional teacher, and the cat was no ordinary feline, black and plump, resembling a lively piece of coal. Chen Shi'an had been picked up by his master, and so was the cat. Like Chen Shi'an, the cat also bore the character Shur in its name, called Shurimo. It was unclear whether his master had a particular fondness for the character Shur. Perhaps it was merely a reflection of his limited intellect, unable to think of a more splendid name. By years, the cat was even older than Chen Shi'an. The exact age was unclear, but Chen Shi'an knew they had been found by his master in the same year at that time. He was still a weaned child while the cat had already been a fully grown feline. Chen Shi'an scratched the cat's chin, and it purred contentedly, closing its eyes in bliss. Running his hand over the cat's back, he noticed it was covered in pine needles and grass seeds, undoubtedly having wandered in the wilds behind the mountain. "Did you sneak a bite of the offerings meant for my master?" "Meow." "Shurimo, now it's just the two of us left. In a few days, I must ascend the mountain to attend school. Will you come with me?" Chen Shi'an opened the envelope. The letter was penned with a brush, the ink slightly smudged at the edges, and its content was eloquent, clearly reflecting the effort the uneducated old man had put into writing. Shi'an, my disciple, I write to you as if in person. This morning, as I observe the clouds traveling west, I realize my time is drawing near. I shall soon embark on my journey to the west, but there are a few matters I must clarify with you. The letter was both lengthy and brief. Chen Shi'an read slowly, unconsciously going through it 3 times. Summarized, his master's final instructions consisted of a few key points. 1. Do not allow the incense offerings in the temple to cease, even if it is only you who prays too. If possible, the temple may be repaired, but must not be rebuilt. 3. Descending the mountain to wander and behold the vast world is a worthy endeavor. It is advisable to pursue knowledge as well. In this new era, a practitioner must possess both metaphysical wisdom and scientific understanding. For if there are no pressing matters, please do not disturb my serene meditation in the heavens. 5. Remember to repay the debts incurred by the temple over the years. Chen, my most trusted disciple, your well-being is both my greatest assurance and my deepest concern. As you venture into the mortal realm, do not lose sight of your true essence. Go forth, go forth. When he looked up again, he beheld a young man with tear-filled eyes, each drop cascading onto the letter he held. You old fool, lacking in culture, yet attempting to evoke sentiment. I, Chen, am your disciple who has inherited 99% of your skills. What is there to worry about? Consider it your victory, your victory. Chen carefully tucked the letter away, placing it beneath his pillow along with the ledger. With his master departed, the decisions of the future now rested solely upon him. For a moment, he felt a sense of confusion and discomfort. Yet soon, Chen's thoughts began to clarify. The first matter at hand was the inheritance of the temple. In the afternoon, a staff member from the association informed him that to legally inherit the temple, he lacked a particular credential. His master had nurtured him with the hope that one day he would carry on this legacy, no matter how dilapidated Jianji Gun might be. It was a place that should not be surrendered to others. Since he would be descending to explore the mortal realm, he might as well take the opportunity to apply for university. How difficult could studying be? It could be accomplished alongside his travels. Then there were those debts. From the categorization in his master's ledger, it was evident that his stubborn master had been meticulous in distinguishing these debts. Material debts were separate from financial debts, and, while there were indeed debts of goodwill, each was tied to personal relationships. SHN calculated that over the years, the accumulated debts amounted to approximately 180,000 yuan. While this may not seem excessive, to someone who had yet to grasp the concept of earning money, it was indeed a substantial sum. Although he had never witnessed his master repay anyone during those years, his master was correct. Repayment could be deferred, staggered, and planned, but it must not be neglected. This was a matter of principle. Thus, regarding the debts, it would be wise to pause for now. His master had left him with 24,000 yuan. Traveling down the mountain would require funds. He could not simply repay everything and then face a life of hardship. After all, he was still light years away from the so-called state of fasting. Today was already August 16th, leaving less than half a month until the school enrollment notification on September 1st. Tomorrow, he would venture to the back mountain to gather some pine needles and weave a new whisk. The temple required repairs, starting with securing the threshold of the west wing. After several days of rain, the wild grass in the courtyard needed to be cleared away. Half a month swiftly passed. As Chen engaged in these tasks, the annual autumn school opening day arrived unnoticed. On the morning of August 31st, dressed in a new Taoist robe, Chen prepared to embark on his journey down the mountain to seek knowledge. The young Taoist stood at the mountain's edge with his belongings, the lingering morning mist cascading down the stone steps. The oil lamp before the newly erected tablet flickered, and the ash from the incense drifted down, as if someone were silently bidding farewell. "Master, I am departing. Please contact me in dreams if there is something to discuss." Truly leaving now. The mountain wind rustled through the old locust tree, the leaves whispering softly. Dew-kissed weeds occasionally dampened his garments. The canvas bag on his shoulders swayed gently, the sound of a cat's purr emanating from within. The young Taoist stepped down the stairs, guided by the morning light. The mountain mist gradually dissipated, revealing a brand new world ahead. Chapter 3. The Taoist descends the mountain. Along the way down the mountain, Chen Shi'an occasionally paused to linger. His master was a lazy Taoist who preferred the solitude of the mountains, and Chen Shi'an was no different. Throughout his life, he had ventured no farther than the outskirts of the small town at the foot of the mountain. The two of them relied solely on their legs for transportation, using Jingshanguan as their center, with a radius of 4 hours' walk defining the extent of his activities over the years. Unlike many of his peers, who were immersed in smartphones, computers, and online socializing and gaming from a young age, Chen Shi'an had been studying Taoist teachings, reading classics, and cultivating his character under his master's guidance since he could remember. These experiences significantly shaped who he was today. While it would be disingenuous to say he was not curious about the outside world, he was not particularly eager to explore it either. Chen Shi'an took out his phone to check the time. This device was perhaps the only incongruous item he carried. While he could go a year and a half without touching his phone while on the mountain, in modern society, it was indispensable when venturing out. He was not inept with it, having used it minimally, unlike his master, who struggled to comprehend such gadgets. The phone was an outdated smartphone with merely 32 gigabytes of memory. To heavy users, this was hardly sufficient for 2 games, but for Chen Shi'an, it sufficed for checking the time, making calls, taking photos, using maps, and making payments. He did not have popular apps like WeChat or Douyin, as he had few contacts and lacked data. The fact that the mountain peak had electricity was a blessing. Who would go to the trouble of installing internet cables? Nevertheless, he did have Alipay, which he used occasionally to purchase peculiar items online for his master that could not be found nearby. As for delivery services, that was out of the question. Packages were delivered only to the small shops at the mountain's foot, requiring him to find time to retrieve them. Ordering takeout was even more futile, as the remote location meant that not even the village at the foot of the mountain had delivery options. In fact, Chen Shi'an had attended elementary school at the small school at the mountain's base, which had only about 10 students. However, he stopped attending after just a week. The long trek from the mountain to the village school took 1 to 2 hours, and perhaps due to his early intellectual development, he viewed his peers as akin to some primitive creatures, their innocent eyes filled with foolishness, unable to comprehend conversations or questions, and prone to engaging in trivial mischief to attract adult attention. Even the teachers seemed no more than advanced recording devices. Perhaps learning came too easily to him, rendering it dull, leading him to drop out, and he had not set foot in a classroom since. His master did not insist on his attendance, allowing him to pursue his own path. In hindsight, his master may have been a competent teacher, but was utterly inept at raising a child. Had he adhered to modern parental standards, Chen Shi'an would likely have faced severe reprimands for skipping school so early. Having never undergone 9 years of compulsory education, lacking a dependency on smartphones, and having lived a secluded life on the mountain, the life that seemed unimaginable to his peers was merely his ordinary routine. As he prepared to descend the mountain to experience the grandeur of the city, Chen Shi'an felt no sense of inferiority or anxiety akin to other children from the mountains. The state of one's mind dictates the beauty of the scenery before them. Chen Shi'an even felt somewhat audacious, considering his descent not as a mere journey down the mountain, but as a transcendence into the world. At the mountain's peak, there was sporadic signal, but as he descended, the signal vanished entirely. It was not uncommon for visitors to get lost in such a vast mountain. Chen Shi'an, however, needed no navigation. It was now 7 in the morning, and he had unwittingly walked for nearly an hour. After another half hour, he would reach the village at the foot of the mountain. The Xianyu mountain range sprawled widely, and the unassuming Jingqiangguan nestled within a fold on the northern ridge. To reach the city, one first had to descend to the village, then travel by car or foot to the town, followed by a 40-minute ride to the county, and finally another 40 minutes to the city, a journey that would take no less than 4 to 5 hours. Initially, walking such a long distance alone was manageable, but over time, a sense of solitude inevitably crept in. Fortunately, his backpack contained a hefty black cat, prompting Chen Shi'an to chatter to the feline. Faith mo, sure mo, meow. Could you please eat fewer mice to shed some weight? I'm struggling to carry you. The black cat remained silent, merely leaping from his backpack to trot alongside him. Despite the cat's departure from the bag, the load did not lighten. Chen Shi'an soon realized the cat was not the source of the weight, but rather the set of 5 years of college entrance examination, 3 years of simulation contained within. Don't wander off. Once we leave this mountain, you'll be a city cat. Behave, or people will think I'm raising a black monkey. Meow. I heard city cats eat cat food. Would you like to try some? The black cat, evidently annoyed, chose to ignore him. As Chen Shi'an continued his solo musings, the path down the mountain began to come alive. Occasionally, he spotted a few farmhouses with distant barks echoing through the air. As he approached, the large yellow dogs squinted and wagged their tails, clearly familiar with Chen Shi'an. However, upon noticing the black cat, the dogs immediately growled and bared their teeth. The black cat remained unfazed, even provocatively stepping in front of the large dogs, allowing the tension in the leashes to tighten, while their barking filled the air. Yet their teeth could not touch it. Don't be foolish. Let's move on. As he passed by the village entrance, he encountered Aunt Lee from the west side of the village, riding an electric tricycle laden with winter melons to sell at the market. Aunt Lee, where are you headed? To the city to study. Oh, the farmer did not quite comprehend, but her cheerful enthusiasm did not wane. Would you like a ride? I can take you to the town. No, Aunt, I'm afraid your winter melons will arrive before me. Chen Shi'an chuckled and waved his hand in refusal. The tricycle rattled and shook, with a load of winter melons bouncing precariously. There was hardly any room for a passenger. Ultimately, it was Uncle Wong from the town's health clinic who offered him a lift. The white van snaked along the mountain road, and Chen Shi'an, alongside the cat, gazed at the trees flying by outside the window. How are you holding up? Not feeling car sick, I hope? I'm fine. Thank you, Uncle Wong. Who knows? Maybe I'll pass the entrance exam and figure out the rest later. By the way, Uncle Wong, my master owes you for quite a few medicinal herbs. Rest assured, I will repay him. No need. Your master helped my son with blessings and took care of my mother at funeral. He refused to accept any payment, only asking for a bottle of glucose. I would dare charge you for those herbs. One thing doesn't negate the other, Uncle Wong. You are just like your master. Having caught a ride, Chen Shi'an saved himself considerable effort. Uncle Wong dropped him off at the town, directly at the bus station. Shi'an, this is where I leave you. First, head to the county, then transfer to the main bus station. How you get to school is beyond my knowledge, but it shouldn't be a challenge for someone your age. Don't worry, Uncle Wong, I know the way. And take this bottle of glucose with you. No need. Uncle, I have water. Take it. A Taoist drinking glucose will have even greater vitality. Chapter 4, The Chatterbox Girl. This was Chen Shi'an's first experience with glucose water. The initial taste was notably sweet, yet this sweetness was pure, lacking the complex layers of sucrose, devoid of the floral or fruity notes found in honey, and instead closer to a direct and refreshing sweetness. The arcane energy may not have visibly increased, yet after imbibing the potion, Chen Shi'an indeed felt an invigorating surge throughout his being. Sensing the positive effects, he poured a small amount into his palm, offering his black cat a taste as well. While waiting for the bus, Chen Shi'an took out his mobile phone and, somewhat awkwardly, utilized the map application to ascertain the time and route to Yinchizhong. As a contemporary Taoist, Chen Shi'an often relied on maps to navigate unfamiliar territories, in stark contrast to his master's more traditional methods, which merely required knowing the general direction of a destination and using a compass as a guide, proceeding directly on foot. It is often said that time stands still in the mountains, where the passage of years is unnoticed, compared to the unchanging scenery of the mountains. The world below is in a constant state of renewal. Chen Shi'an recalled a time in his youth when a small passenger station in the town was bustling with buses. Now, those buses have vanished, and the station is closed, replaced by long-distance public transport. For journeys from the town to the county or the city, most people opt to drive themselves or carpool, as few young individuals are inclined to take long-distance buses, which stop at over 20 stations, making the trip quite tedious. However, for Chen Shi'an, it was far more convenient than relying solely on his own two legs for travel. Had he not been preoccupied with matters in the mountains over the past few days, he would have considered departing 2 days earlier, walking directly from the mountains to the city. The long-distance bus 301 arrived. Chen Shi'an purchased a ticket and boarded. The fare to the county's terminus was 10 yuan. At 8 in the morning, the bus was crowded, and upon noticing the lack of available seats, he chose to stand. To avoid inconveniencing those behind him and to protect the cat nestled in his bag, he shifted his backpack to the front, cradling it close. The black cat poked its head out from the zipper, curiously observing its surroundings. As Chen Shi'an and the cat watched others, they too were the subject of scrutiny. Dressed in his Taoist robes, Chen Shi'an stood out amidst a sea of modern attire. Yet for him, donning the Taoist garb was entirely natural, and he had long since grown accustomed to the curious gazes of bystanders. Occasionally, kind-hearted individuals would approach him for conversation or to offer a greeting. Most would employ the gesture of pressing their palms together in a respectful salutation, though the more appropriate greeting for a Taoist would be a fist salute. Nevertheless, Chen Shi'an bore no ill will. He believed that the intention behind the gesture was what truly mattered, given that the individuals he encountered were merely ordinary people. He was open to modern forms of greetings, such as waves or handshakes. The bus leisurely traversed its route, stopping at station after station, while the scenery outside transformed with each passing moment. After 50 minutes, the bus reached the county's final stop, which also served as the starting point for the next bus to the city. Chen Shi'an disembarked with his backpack and transferred to bus 716. After standing for the entirety of the previous journey, he was relieved to find an empty seat in the middle section of the bus. He settled by the window, patiently awaiting the bus's departure. Passengers continued to board at the starting station, and it was rare for strangers to sit beside one another unless they were traveling together. Observing the abundance of unoccupied seats, solo travelers tended to occupy their own space. After one stop, the available seating dwindled, and after 2 stops, securing a seat would require quick reflexes. As Chen Shi'an gazed out the window, waiting for the bus to resume its journey, he was suddenly aware of a gust of wind and the sweet fragrance of youthful femininity wafting through the air. The girl beside him moved swiftly, her petite figure claiming half of the seat before her tinkling voice chimed in. "Hello, is this seat taken?" She leaned slightly towards him, her shoulder-length black hair swaying gently, the tips resembling the delicate willow shoots of early spring, framing her face with a charming arc. Beneath her short-sleeved school uniform, her slender, pale arm clutched the strap of her backpack, exuding an air of innocence, as if she would apologize and vacate the seat should he indicate otherwise. "It's unoccupied, please. Go ahead." "Oh, thank you." Perhaps feeling a bit self-conscious about not appearing ladylike, she offered Chen Shi'an a shy smile. Sunlight filtered through the bus window, casting a warm glow on her youthful visage, her left canine tooth playfully pressing against her lip as a subtle flush adorned her cheeks, reminiscent of the rosy glow after exercise. The vibrancy of the scene was so invigorating that even Chen Shi'an felt a hint of his own weariness dissipate. The bus resumed its journey. The scenery outside began to shift once more, and Chen Shi'an continued to gaze out the window. The glass faintly reflected the girl beside him, who was rummaging through her backpack while taking out her phone. After a while, her expression turned to one of mild distress as she muttered to herself, "Oh no, I forgot my headphones." Moments later, she seemed to abandon her desire to listen to music. Unlike Chen Shi'an, who could find tranquility in the journey, she succumbed to her curiosity and initiated a conversation. Are you really a Taoist?" "Indeed." "Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were just in costume." But you are a genuine Taoist. The girl's surprise was evident as she studied him, though she hesitated to stare directly, fearing it might be intrusive. Chen Shi'an was uncertain about the term Kwai Sipu, but inferred from the context that it likely referred to role-playing. Since the girl was so forward, he found himself intrigued and replied, "Are you a student? I'm in high school, clearly, and I'm wearing Taoist robes. It's just so rare to see. Are you really a Taoist?" "Yes." "That's impressive," the girl exclaimed. "We seem to be around the same age, but I thought Taoists were usually older, right? No one would believe a young person could be a Taoist." She struggled to articulate her preconceived notions of what a Taoist should embody, having had little exposure to such roles in real life. Her only knowledge stemmed from films and novels, where Taoists were typically portrayed as ethereal beings with boundless powers, capable of exorcising spirits and upholding righteousness. Yet, in modern society, she was not naive enough to view Chen Shi'an in such a fantastical light. "Can you tell fortunes?" "Yes." "What about blessings?" "Yes." "And exorcisms?" "Yes." The girl's eyes widened, disbelief written all over her face. How could he claim to possess such mystical abilities at such a young age? Finally, she asked the question that had been on her mind. "Are these things real?" "I know this much. Sincerity brings results." The girl nodded, a look of understanding washing over her face as she moved on from her earlier curiosity to inquire about more mundane matters. "So, do Taoists go to school? What about you? Have you attended school?" "No." "What? You say Taoists need to go to school, but you've never even endured the trials of learning." The girl's face lit up with envy. Indeed, being a Taoist seemed appealing. No school, no exams, just peaceful living on the mountain, a life of tranquility. "You don't like school?" "Not at all, it's exhausting." Perhaps Chen Shi'an's dignified Taoist attire eased the girl's reservations as she began to chat animatedly, sharing her grievances. "So what grade are you in?" "I'm in the second year of high school." "What time do you wake up?" 5 o'clock. "And where did you come from?" "I walked 2 hours through the mountains and then took an hour-long bus ride." "You're not a Taoist. You're a superhero." The girl turned to scrutinize him, astonished. He appeared so energetic that it was hard to reconcile his vitality with the arduous journey he had just described. If it were her, she would surely have collapsed midway. Could it be that this young Taoist truly possessed supernatural abilities? "How do you manage? Aren't you tired?" "A sip of this does the trick." Chen Shi'an smiled as he picked up the bottle of glucose water. The young girl also smiled, finding the sight of a Taoist drinking glucose rather peculiar. In Chapter 5, when Xixia, much like those in their teens or early 20s who cannot fathom their own aging and believe their youth will last forever, once thought she could endure solitude while her master was alive. It was only after her master departed that Chen Shi'an realized deep down. He longed for someone to converse with along the journey. Out of curiosity regarding the Taoist identity, the loquacious girl's questions were as varied as they were whimsical. Despite the lack of professionalism, Chen Shi'an did not mind indulging her chatter. At some point, the black cat in his backpack awoke, its large head poking through the zipper, quietly listening to the banter of the two companions. The cat, entirely black as ink, blended almost seamlessly with the dark backpack, and the girl, despite being nearby, failed to notice its presence. It was only when her gaze inadvertently swept over the backpack that she spotted the fuzzy black ball peeking out from the zipper. "What is this?" she inquired, leaning closer and squinting to see clearly. The cat, with its amber eyes, met her gaze directly. "Ah!" the girl exclaimed in surprise. Once she realized the moving black fur ball was a cat, her initial shock transformed into delight. "You brought a cat? It's so black. If it weren't for its moving eyes, I wouldn't have seen it all. It's so chubby." Chen Shi'an replied, "It's apparent that you adore cats." After the discovery, her attention was wholly captivated by the feline. Although this black cat was not as striking as a ragdoll, its inky fur exuded a unique depth, and its amber eyes displayed an air of disdain and aloofness, yet sparkled with an intelligence as though it understood human speech. When Xixia's curiosity grew, yet she remained polite and refrained from reaching out. "May I pet it? I really like cats." "It's not advisable. It doesn't tea like strangers and might scratch you." "All right then," when Xixia replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Meanwhile, the cat, sensing the girl's desire to touch it, began to flaunt itself, enticing Wen Xixia, who found herself unable to resist the urge to reach out. "Huh, serve you right for calling me fat." As the journey continued, the temperature rose steadily. Inside the slow-moving bus, complaints began to echo. "Driver, is the air conditioning on? Why is it so hot back here? I was sleeping and woke up from the heat." "Indeed, there's not a breeze from the air conditioning vents," another passenger added. "In this heat, we can't only have the front air conditioning running." Listening to the discontent from the middle and rear of the bus, the driver sighed. "The air conditioning at the back is broken. Just bear with it. I can't do anything about it. In this scorching summer, it's unbearable without air conditioning." Hearing this, Wen Zhixia became aware of the lack of air conditioning in the middle and back rows. She turned to observe the passengers around her, noticing they appeared somewhat uncomfortable, while she herself felt no such discomfort. "Is the air conditioning on our side not working either?" she curiously asked the Taoist seated by the window. It's likely broken as well," Chen Shi'an nodded. "Are you hot? Your Taoist robe, doesn't he look very cool, and you're sitting in the corner?" "I am not hot. A tranquil heart naturally feels cool." "Are you feeling hot?" "Not at all. I usually dread the heat, but I don't feel hot right now." Though her name was Zhixia, which connotes summer, she typically abhorred heat. Yet at that moment, surrounded by others who were sweltering, she felt strangely unaffected, which intrigued her. Could the notion of a tranquil heart truly be effective? When Zhixia recognized her own inability to remain still, perhaps the warm, relaxed atmosphere fostered by her conversation with the Taoist made her feel at ease. As the discomfort grew unbearable, several passengers from the back of the bus could no longer sit still and chose to stand near the front where it was more comfortable. An elderly lady fanned herself with her palm, standing beside Chen Shi'an and engaging him in conversation. "Little master, are you a Taoist?" "Yes, I am. I have a few questions. May I ask you?" "Please go ahead. My husband has been feeling tightness in his throat at night, waking up with bad breath. A few days ago, he went up the mountain with some fellow villagers. Do you think it could be seeing the seriousness on the lady's face?" When Zhixia's ears perked up, and her mind conjured images of spirits strangling someone. Yet Chen Shi'an merely nodded. "It's likely due to excessive liver fire. He should drink more water, and if possible, brew some cooling tea." "Could it be something sinister?" "Nothing of the sort. Also, my son went with him, and lately he has been listless and lethargic, feeling weak in his legs. He even mentioned something about succubi while playing games. He doesn't he even have a girlfriend?" The elderly lady seemed taken aback, but when Zhixia, embodying the spirit of a modern girl, quickly realized the implication and blushed, covering her mouth with a giggle. Despite his youth, Chen Shi'an spoke on such topics without a hint of embarrassment. He was accustomed to such inquiries, knowing that many misunderstand the Taoist role. Their questions often strayed from true Taoism, seeking answers for ailments science could not resolve. It was akin to being a programmer, yet being constantly asked to fix computers. As a Taoist, Chen Shi'an felt he might as well qualify as a half-doctor. Thank you, little master." Whether the elderly lady believed in Chen Shi'an or continued to think her son was afflicted by something unclean mattered little. When Zhixia listened in awe, completely impressed. "You know so much. Do Taoists study this as well?" "It's merely by exposure." When Zhixia became intrigued and turned to him, "Then, can you help me too?" Chen Shi'an regarded the youthful girl before him. He could not deny that she was quite beautiful, her blue and white school uniform lending her an air of invincible youth. Her forehead was full and rounded like a flower bud blooming in spring, indicative of abundant blessings. Her brows were soft and gracefully arched, with bright, expressive eyes that radiated intelligence and a cheerful disposition. As Chen Shi'an examined her features, she too studied him. When Zhixia had previously spent 20 yuan on fortune-telling on the streets, where the seers were either elderly men or women, in terms of appearance, they could not compare to Chen Shi'an, perhaps due to their similar ages and Chen Shi'an's good looks, as he gazed at her. When Zhixia began to feel shy and hastily interrupted the strange atmosphere. "So what did you see? What do you think? Just a warning. I don't have a partner yet, so don't say anything inappropriate." She quickly added, recalling Chen Shi'an's earlier comments to the elderly lady. "Your features are excellent. You are well-favored and will find success in your endeavors. However, you seem a bit overheated lately. Try to avoid staying up late, rest more, and drink plenty of water." Though she did not take the Taoist's words too seriously, everyone loves to hear compliments, and her expression visibly brightened. "Really? I merely speak the truth. Thank you." What began as a dull journey transformed into a delightful experience with a conversational partner. Before they knew it, the bus arrived at its final stop. Passengers began to disembark, and both Chen Shi'an and Wen Zhixia stood up, shouldering their packs. Having chatted throughout the ride, They had not exchanged names or contact information and remained unaware of each other's next destination. A young girl felt that her identity as a student was worlds apart from that of a Taoist. I'm off now. Hope to see you again, little kitty, goodbye. The girl, praised by Chen Shi'an for her abundant blessings, waved her hand to him and the cat in his backpack as she gracefully boarded the bus that had just arrived. Watching his travel companion depart, Chen Shi'an took a sip of glucose water, then opened his phone to check the route to Yunqijiang. It was not far, merely a 50-minute walk. Let's walk there. Chapter 6. The Taoist invited by the school. Chen Shi'an grew up in the mountains, accustomed to a lifestyle that was natural, tranquil, and simple. At this moment, the hem of his azure Taoist robe brushed against the scorching pavement warmed by the sun. He paused, looking up at the towering buildings before him, which evoked a sensation of being in a world apart. The streams of the mountains had transformed into a cacophony of vehicles. The chirping of insects and birds had given way to the clamor of human voices. The fresh scents of flora were replaced by a more complex and harder-to-identify atmosphere. Fayamo, look over there. Do you see that building? It's nearly as tall as my cultivation. Meow. The black cat rolled its eyes, indicating it only partially agreed with him. Although he was a country bumpkin entering the city, Chen Shi'an was different from other rural children. He possessed his own set of beliefs and a level of cultivation that kept external distractions at bay, allowing him to remain composed and unperturbed. Faced with the stark contrast between the bustling city and the serene mountain environment, he experienced a sense of curious observation, calmness, and wonder. The glass walls of the shopping mall reflected the shadow of his azure robe, standing side by side with the models and suits displayed in the windows. Passers-by hurried past him, and as he looked up at the sky, fragmented by the buildings, he wondered what these people were pursuing. It was like dandelions scattered by the wind, seemingly lively, yet lacking the tranquility rooted in the soil. Hello, we are opening a new store today, with a discount of 20 for everyone. A girl pulled a flyer from her pocket and presented it to the young Taoist. Chen Shi'an accepted the flyer and paused with interest, examining the content closely. The vibrant pages were filled with enticing phrases and bold exclamation marks, as if missing out would lead to a lifetime of regret. The young Taoist's attire clashed with the urban landscape, and his serene demeanor set him apart from others. Though he was in a hurry, he chose to stop and scrutinize the flyer. The girl distributing the flyers, however, could not contain her impatience. Her task was demanding, and it was impossible for her to wait indefinitely. Seeing him engrossed in the flyer without uttering a word, she turned to other passers-by to distribute the remaining flyers. But with little success, as most rushed past with barely a moment to spare. Thank you, but I do not need it at the moment. His politeness and warmth caught the flyer girl off guard, as if a refreshing mountain breeze had swept into the city, which was shrouded in a heat island effect. At that moment, she felt a cool calmness wash over her, soothing her restless heart. No, it's quite all right. Throughout his journey, Chen Shi'an had developed a rudimentary understanding of the metropolis. He did not pass judgment on the city's merits. He was merely here to experience, observe, and feel. Suddenly, he comprehended the meaning of the worldly trials his master spoke of. Indeed, the knowledge acquired from books and the internet was entirely different from the first-hand experiences he was now undergoing. Chen Shi'an looked forward to the life that awaited him at school. What differences would there be between school and the outside world? Just as he pondered this, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Perhaps due to the rarity of receiving calls, it took him a moment to realize it was his phone ringing. He illuminated the screen to find an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a jovial voice greeted him. Hello? Is this Chen Shi'an, little master? Hello, this is... May I ask who you are? The voice on the other end, accompanied by a friendly laugh, continued. I am Lin Ming, the principal of Yunqijiang. A few days ago, at the behest of Elder Taoist Chen, I sent the admission notice to your association. I was wondering if you, young Chen, received it. It is the enrollment reporting period, and I asked Teacher Liang, who mentioned you have not yet reported. Therefore, I requested your number to inquire. Upon hearing the purpose of the call, Chen Shi'an quickly grasped the situation. I apologize for causing Principal Lin concern. I'm currently en route to the school and should arrive in about 20 minutes. Very well, Principal Lin's voice conveyed genuine care. Your master mentioned that you have never descended the mountain. I will look after you. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. Would you like me to arrange for someone to pick you up? Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Principal Lin. I shall arrive shortly. Well then, we can discuss further upon your arrival. I have already informed the gatekeeper. Just let him know when you arrive and come to my office. Understood. Thank you, Principal Lin. Chen Shi'an did not anticipate such a call from Principal Lin. He was surprised by the extent of his master's influence. Not only had he secured a significant sum of money, but he had also procured a place for him in school. Even in his absence, the principal remained devoted to his master's wishes. Chen Shi'an was clear that this goodwill belonged to his master, not him. After ending the call, Chen Shi'an continued on his way. Before long, a sprawling campus appeared before him. As the finest high school in Yunxi City, Yunxi Yizhong boasted an impeccable educational environment. Its annual admission rates for undergraduate studies, particularly for prestigious universities, were unparalleled in the city. The quality of faculty and student body was also top-notch, making admission a highly coveted opportunity, with countless students falling short of the rigorous entrance exam scores. Having never attended school, Chen Shi'an had little concept of these statistics, only marveling at the sheer size of the institution, which could easily house dozens of Jingchongguans. Unbeknownst to him, students like himself who transferred midterm into Yunxi Yizhong were either academically outstanding, from affluent families, or well-connected. As he gazed at the familiar blue and white school uniform, he paused, wondering if the chatty girl from the bus was also a student at Yunxi Yizhong. What a coincidence it would be. Had he known, he would have invited her to walk with him, rather than endure a solitary 50-minute stroll. He glanced around, but did not see the talkative girl. He did not make a special effort to search for her, believing that if they were meant to cross paths at the same school, fate would eventually bring them together. The school entrance was bustling with parents and stylishly dressed newcomers, and Chen Shi'an's azure Taoist robe made him stand out distinctly. As he approached, curious glances were cast his way by both parents and students. Hey, is there a Taoist here? Is he here to beg for alms? Monks beg, but I've never seen a Taoist do so. Perhaps he was invited by the school? It's possible. They might have arranged for a Taoist to bless the students. I've heard that Yunxi Yizhong has made quite a bit of money in recent years. Perhaps they want to consult a Taoist about feng shui for a new building. Do the school leaders really believe in such things? But this Taoist looks awfully young. Is he even 20? Hey, Dad, you clearly don't understand at all. He must be. Just as the crowd speculated about Chen Shi'an's identity and purpose, he approached the gatekeeper, exchanged a few words, and was respectfully led into the school, heading straight for the principal's office. It turned out he was indeed invited by the school. Chapter 7. The Star of Literature Descends. You have found a treasure. This was Chen Shi'an's first time stepping into a high school campus, and he did so as a Taoist. Compared to the village primary school he attended for a few days in his childhood, Yunxi Yizhong was immensely larger, and the educational environment was worlds apart. From the moment he entered the school gate, the cacophony of the bustling city outside began to fade, and the auditory shift was palpable. As I gaze around, the campus is predominantly filled with students of similar age to him. The expressions on their faces are markedly different from the hurried passersby in the city. It feels like a unique sanctuary, nestled within the bustling metropolis, momentarily shielded from the chaos of the outside world. Chen Shi'an observes these students, and they, in turn, regard him with curiosity. The sight of him clad in a green Taoist robe piques their interest, as anything beyond the monotonous routine of their studies can ignite their enthusiasm. Hey, look, is that a Taoist? What brings a Taoist to our school? Surely, he isn't a student, right? No way. He's heading to the administration building. It seems he's going to the principal's office on the 3rd floor. Whispers and furtive glances ensue, and before the bored students can delve deeper into their speculations, the security guard has already escorted the young Taoist into the administration building, leading him toward the principal's office. A few inquisitive students follow, lingering at the staircase until the director passes by and reprimands them, causing them to scatter. Shinzai, we have arrived. This is Principal Lin's office. Thank you for your trouble. It's no trouble at all. The door to the principal's office is slightly ajar, and the cool air from the air conditioning flows like a gentle stream through the crack. The guard knocks lightly. Principal Lin, Chen Shi'an has arrived. Come in. The guard pushes open the door, and Chen Shi'an steps inside. At the same moment, a middle-aged man seated behind the desk rises to greet him. He has an unremarkable appearance, looking younger than his position suggests, around his 40s, slender, wearing glasses, with a hint of gray at his temples. Although not physically imposing, his voice carries a resonant strength. Welcome, Xiao Chun. Please step inside and speak. The journey was somewhat lengthy, causing a delay for Principal Lin. Chen Shi'an politely bows. Despite soon becoming a student at Yunxi No. 1 Middle School, Principal Lin does not regard him merely as a student. Once Chen Shi'an is seated, he kindly offers a cup of tea. I have known your master for over 20 years. Back then, I was about your age, and how swiftly time has passed. Principal Lin speaks with genuine warmth. Chen Shi'an accepts the tea, recalling his master's words about life and death being akin to the cycle of day and night. His master has always viewed life and death with indifference, so there is no need for Principal Lin to feel excessive guilt. Chen Lao Daoshi is indeed remarkable. Few can match such a mindset. Only Chen Shi'an knows whether his master truly regards life and death so lightly, but in the presence of others, he would not dare to undermine his master's dignity. Chen Shi'an has already perused the ledger left by his master, noting that Lin Ming is an old creditor, to whom his master borrowed 38,000, plus a degree and 2 years of tuition fees. Perhaps this debt has long been repaid by his master using his unorthodox skills. Yet since his master referred to it as a loan, Chen Shi'an feels compelled to express his intentions. Principal Lin, regarding the debts owed to the Taoist temple over the years, my master has kept records. Although he is no longer with us, rest assured, I will repay you in full. Upon hearing Chen Shi'an's words, Principal Lin is momentarily perplexed. Once he regains his composure, he waves his hand and chuckles. Compared to the assistance your master has provided me, this amount is truly insignificant. Your master is quite stubborn and refuses to accept anything. Xiao Chun, you need not take it to heart. There is no need to repay. That is unacceptable. While favors are one matter, if my master stated it was a loan, then it is indeed a loan, especially considering how much it benefited me. As a disciple, I must repay it. Chen Shi'an's expression turns earnest, yet his tone remains resolute. However, I currently do not have sufficient funds, and it may take some time before I can settle Principal Lin's debt. I kindly ask for your understanding. Indeed, one can see the principles instilled by their master in their disciple. Principal Lin, who never anticipated repayment, smiles and reassures, no worries. No worries. Xiao Chun, do not feel pressured. Take it as it comes. Do you have enough funds for your expenses? If not, I can lend you some, as I am not in urgent need. You need not be polite with me. Principal Lin expresses concern. Although his master left him little, it is still sufficient for the time being. Very well, just let me know if you find yourself in need of anything. It is rare for a creditor to eagerly offer money to someone. Chen Shi'an is unaware of the past favors Principal Lin owed his master. After all, neither of them has broached the subject, and, as a junior, he feels it inappropriate to pry. However, it is likely that other creditors share similar sentiments. Here, Xiao Chun, enjoy some tea. Thank you, Principal Lin. This is excellent tea. It seems Xiao Chun is quite knowledgeable about tea. I only recognize good tea, but I do not possess your level of understanding. Chen Shi'an praises the tea, while Principal Lin reciprocates with compliments. Those who come seeking favors can be bothersome, yet those who come to repay debts leave a truly favorable impression. Many in this world are ungrateful, but there are also those who are loyal and principled. Like Principal Lin, even though Chen Lao Daoshi has passed, the unfulfilled debts from years past can be repaid through his disciple. It seems that most creditors would not mind returning the favors owed to Chen Lao Daoshi to his disciple, and these favors may well be the most clandestine legacy left by his master. In truth, Chen Shi'an does not concern himself with whether the creditors will repay his master's favors to him. He simply desires to accumulate enough funds to settle the debts, thus achieving a clearer and more open mindset. If the creditors truly feel indebted to his master, it would suffice for them to light a few incense sticks in his memory, for which Chen Shi'an would be eternally grateful. Once his schooling settles, he plans to visit each creditor using the contact information left in his master's ledger. Although he cannot settle the debts immediately, at least he can offer his respectful attitude first. As they reminisce, Principal Lin transitions the conversation to academic matters. I have heard about the association's requirements for inheriting the Taoist temple. I believe that a disciple taught by Chen Lao Daoshi, even without formal credentials, will undoubtedly excel. Principal Lin's praise is generous. I do not measure up to my master's standards. Xiao Chun, do not be modest. I know your master well. If he did not have confidence in you, he would not have entrusted the temple to you, even if you were his biological son. This is indeed true. His master was always a man of principles, which is why he insisted that Chen Shi'an pursue a degree. Indeed, Principal Lin chuckles. When your master contacted me, he remarked that you were the reincarnation of the Wenchang star, saying that I had stumbled upon a treasure. Chen Shi'an replies, Master, you speak so freely. How many people have you told that I am the reincarnation of the Wenchang star? Do you not have any sense of who I am? Whether I embody the Wenchang star or am merely a fish out of water? Seeing Principal Lin's unwavering belief, the young Taoist cannot help but feel a twinge of bashfulness. Chapter 8. Major News. Major News. Shout Chun, in 2 years, during the college entrance examination, it will be up to you to uphold the reputation of Yunchi No. 1 Middle School. There's no need to place such high expectations upon me, truly. When it comes to Taoist arts, teachings, and cultivation, I can boldly declare that none in the vicinity can surpass me. However, regarding academic studies, I have never considered myself lacking. It is merely that I have spent nearly all these years outside the classroom, unfamiliar with the structure of lessons the subjects taught, and now I find myself directly entering a high school environment. One must retain a certain reverence for the unknown, and I am no exception. Even though my master has extolled me to the heavens as the reincarnation of the Wenchang star, I remain quite humble, ever believing in the virtue of humility. Have you reviewed the enrollment notification? Having observed, it was written above, reporting to Class 5 of the second year of high school. Indeed, Principal Lin poured another cup of tea for Chen Shi'an and remarked, "Our school has managed its operations in educational management quite well over the years, successfully supplying numerous prestigious universities with excellent students. Among them, Class 5 of the second year is our elite science class, and the homeroom teacher, Teacher Liang, is a provincial-level distinguished educator who has nurtured several city champions over the years." Although Chen Shi'an had spent most of his time in the mountains, he had a certain understanding of universal terms such as science, liberal arts, elite classes, and champions, thanks to the internet on his phone. In short, the class was impressive. The students were exceptional, and the teaching staff was remarkable. However, Chen Shi'an was somewhat taken aback. Is Class 5 science class? Yes, indeed, Principal Lin nodded. As the saying goes, mastering mathematics and science allows one to traverse the world without fear. Your master believes that you have a profound understanding of the Tao, and are well-versed in the 4 books and 5 classics, yet you are lacking in mathematics and science. So he instructed me to arrange for you to be placed in the science class. Why not the first year? Your master believes that the first year is too late, and the third year is too pressing. The second year is just right, and he has confidence in you. I must say, master, you truly know how to challenge your disciple, don't you? I can only imagine you are up there laughing joyfully at my predicament. With the persona of the Winchuxing hanging above him, Chen Shi'an felt it inappropriate to suggest switching to the liberal arts. In truth, he was not overly concerned about the switch. Ultimately, it stemmed from a deeply ingrained confidence. After all, he had never encountered something he, Chen Shi'an, could not learn or comprehend. Otherwise, he would not have dropped out of elementary school after just a few days, finding his classmates dull and his teachers repetitive, while the material was far too simplistic and tedious. Of course, this pride was well concealed, often unnoticed even by Chen Shi'an himself, as he typically presented a humble facade. However, it did not escape his master's notice. You know everything, except that there are people beyond you, and worlds beyond this one. It seemed that being placed in the second year to start learning science from scratch was an intentional trial set by his master. Upon grasping the underlying reasoning, Chen Shi'an's spirit of challenge was ignited. If others can learn science, why can't I? Let us give it a try. In this regard, the dynamic between master and disciple was reversed. Chen Shi'an outwardly displayed modesty while harboring a hint of arrogance within, whereas his master privately instructed him to be restrained while publicly seizing opportunities to praise him. After a prolonged silence, Principal Lin inquired again, "Does young Master Chen have any other thoughts? Please feel free to share." "None at all. Let us proceed as my master has arranged." "Thank you, Principal Lin. It's no trouble at all, just adding a desk, really." Principal Lin smiled. "Then we shall proceed accordingly. Young Master Chen, please wait a moment while I make a phone call to Teacher Liang and ask him to come over. He will be your homeroom teacher, and you can discuss any matters with him." "Thank you, Principal Lin. Now that I am also your student, you may call me by my name." "Very well. If you don't mind, you may also call me Uncle." "Uncle Lin." As Chen Shi'an spoke, he retrieved a wooden tea canister from his bag. This canister, along with its contents, was crafted by him, with a level of refinement rivaling that of high-end gifts. "I apologize for the trouble I've caused in coming here to study. I didn't bring many gifts due to the hurried departure, but this Xian Yu Shuiya, grown and harvested by us at the Guangzhou, is something my master enjoys. I brought it to let you taste. Shuiya, a type of green tea, is harvested after the last snow of early spring, which is how it got its name. Xianyu Shuiya is particularly unique to the Xianyu area, featuring one bud and one leaf, with its scarce yield, fragrant aroma, and smooth taste, making it a fine tea, especially as it is grown and harvested by the Jingxingguan. Principal Lin, a tea enthusiast, could be seen through the various tea canisters, cakes, utensils, and the residue in his cup. Upon receiving the canister of Shuiya from Chen Shi'an, Principal Lin's eyes sparkled. He intended to be polite, but ultimately accepted it with a smile. Although he had tasted Xianyu Shuiya before, he would not have reacted so warmly if it were purchased from the market. What made it special was the phrase self-grown and self-harvested. While others may not be aware of the abilities of Chen Shi'an and his master, Lin Ming certainly understood that the tea from Jingchangguan should be regarded as a treasure. You are quite considerate. Then I shall not be polite. Ah, such wonderful tea. It is truly my pleasure. My master taught me to be grateful, and I cannot simply come here and add to your burdens. Family does not need to speak so formally. If Principal Lin's initial attention towards Chen Shi'an was merely fulfilling a promise to an old friend, at this moment, he genuinely took a liking to this young Taoist. While enjoying the tea, Principal Lin made a phone call to the homeroom teacher of Class 5 of the second year. Hello, Teacher Liang, do you have a moment? What can I do for you, Principal? As I mentioned before, the Winchuxing who will be joining your class has arrived. If you have time, please come to my office. I have some matters to discuss. Sure, I'll be right there. Upon hearing the term Winchuxing, Teacher Liang instantly perked up, fearing that another homeroom teacher might snatch him away, and hurried to Principal Lin's office. It seems Principal Lin is still looking out for me. With summer vacation gone, classes resumed last week after a short break following the monthly exam. Since the class reshuffling in the second semester of the first year, the students had grown familiar with each other. Inside the classroom, students were engaged in self-study, while outside, others were playfully teasing and crowding around the balcony to glimpse the new faces of the first-year students passing by. Hey, look at that junior. Her legs are longer than my life. Man, that guy is so pretentious, wearing single-lens glasses as if he is some kind of phantom thief. This year's freshmen aren't impressive. Not one can rival the class leader. You're setting your standards too high. But our class leader is indeed bold. Are you thinking of dropping out? Is the class leader someone you can critique? Amidst the playful banter on the balcony, a boy hurriedly ran over, exclaiming, News! News! Latest news! There's big news! What is it, Xiao Kunkin? Aren't you old enough to be more composed like your father? Do not bark like a dog. If you can, don't listen. This time there's really big news. The group was skeptical, but chuckled. Well, has your news ever been accurate? It's either a rotten melon or a fake one. Last time you said the cafeteria was changing contractors, and they didn't even alter the menu. Where did you get this fake news to fool us this time? That was a misunderstanding. How could it be fake news? In any case, we don't believe you. You all don't understand. Zhao Xiaoquan's face flushed, his glasses slipping down his nose, too preoccupied to adjust them. This news is of high quality. I saw it with my own eyes. It's first rate. Is that so? You didn't misinterpret it, did you? I can see the hairs in your nostrils. Let us hear it. Seeing that the crowd finally showed interest, Zhao Xiaoquan spoke mysteriously. The school has invited a Taoist. Really? That sounds more unbelievable than the cafeteria changing contractors. Why would the school invite a Taoist? I swear, I saw the gatekeeper escorting that Taoist to the principal's office. And guess what? Teacher Liang was called over too. Seeing Zhao Xiaoquan's earnest demeanor, the group started to feel a buzz of excitement about the matter. No way. The school invited a Taoist? What does a Taoist do? Feng Shui. Exorcism? I hope there are no sinister things involved. Be cautious with your words. It's better to believe in them than to disbelieve. Damn, you've made me feel a chill. What was Teacher Liang's past? And does it have any relevance to our class? The crowd's reaction filled Zhou Xiaoquan with great satisfaction. As the keeper of juicy gossip, he found himself surrounded by eager inquiries, an exhilarating experience he found hard to resist. Could it be that something sinister lurks within our class? Is it not only filled with unruly elements? Enough with the distractions. It is quite possible. Ever since we switched classrooms for summer remedial classes, I have felt perpetually dizzy, forgetful, fatigued, and lethargic. Is my poor performance in the exam perhaps linked to this? Enough. One is too reckless, while another is too negligent. You truly have found excuses for yourselves. But tell me, why is the school summoning a Taoist and calling Teacher Liang? As the discussion continued, Zhou Xiaoquan cleared his throat and added, I have another piece of intel. Would you care to hear it? Speak quickly. There was a senior from the previous year, from class 5 of the second year, who apparently could not bear the pressure and suffered from a condition known as UU, and then she jumped? Not quite. She just took a leave of absence, then traveled around the world, documenting her journey through videos. Now, not only has she recovered from UU, but she has also become a viral sensation with hundreds of thousands of followers. Get lost. You won't disrupt my resolve. I love studying. Chapter 9, can you read? At Yunxi No. 1 High School, the competition in academic performance among students is fierce, and the rivalry among teachers regarding their teaching achievements is equally intense. Upon hearing that the principal intended to assign a Wenkuxing to his class, Teacher Liang could hardly contain his excitement at the prospect of enhancing his teaching accolades. It was but a moment after Principal Lin hung up the phone that Teacher Liang appeared at the office door. His speed, leaving Chen Shi'an momentarily bewildered. Was there someone extraordinary at the school? Ah, old Liang has arrived. Come in and have a seat, Principal Lin greeted. Seeing the future class teacher arrive, Chen Shi'an also stood up politely, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Greetings, Teacher Liang. Having dedicated many years to education, Liang Huiyang was no longer young. In his 40s, with thinning hair retreating to the crown of his head, resembling a polished inkstone worn smooth by time, while the remaining strands hung limply around it. His attire, though clean, bore an unmistakable scent of chalk dust. Hello, young master. He greeted the little Taoist who appeared in the principal's office and returned the salute. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the Wenkuxing, and he scanned the room. Aside from the beaming Principal Lin and the little Taoist, there was no other soul in sight. Could it be that this little Taoist is the Wenkuxing joining our class? Principal Lin, you did not mention that he was a Taoist. Teacher Liang looked at Principal Lin, who seemed to confirm his suspicions through his gaze. Indeed, after years of teaching, Liang Huiyang had seen all sorts of students, those who became online celebrities, budding actors, impoverished rural children, and wealthy science. Yet this particular transfer student was refreshingly unique, a little Taoist clad in a green robe. Is he a genuine Taoist or merely an imitation? A product of the current trends among the youth? Regardless of his identity, as long as he excels academically, that is what matters. Allow me to make a brief introduction. Principal Lin said, while preparing tea. Xian, this is your class teacher, Teacher Liang, whom I just mentioned. He is an exceptionally talented educator specializing in Chinese literature. Our school's faculty operates on a class-based system, and Teacher Liang will guide you until you graduate from the college entrance examination. Old Liang, this is the student I told you about, Chen Shi'an. He is a bona fide Taoist, yet we welcome all into our school as students. Master Shi'an has received high praise from his teacher for his skills in Taoism, doctrine, and character. I have great confidence in him and have arranged for him to be in your class, hoping he will achieve excellent results in the upcoming college entrance examination. As he listened to Principal Lin's introduction, Teacher Liang appeared to hesitate. I must say, Principal, what relevance do doctrines and teachings hold in an academic environment? Education here is about talent, performance, and background. Teacher Liang was uncertain of the young Taoist's abilities, but it was the first time Principal Lin had personally introduced a student to him, suggesting that the background must be substantial. Taking advantage of the tea time, Teacher Liang and Chen Shi'an began to learn about each other. So you practice Taoism? Yes. How long have you been practicing? It's rare for young people to have such interests. I have been following my master in secluded cultivation since I was young. Teacher Liang felt a jolt of curiosity and could not help but inquire, where did you attend school before this? I have never been to school. These 5 words, astonishingly inconceivable to the contemporary youth, fell lightly from Chen Shi'an's lips, leaving Teacher Liang momentarily incredulous. The gentle, courteous young Taoist before him had never attended school? Had we not initially spoken of a Wenkuxing? How had it transformed into a blank slate? Teacher Liang looked up at Principal Lin, who feigned ignorance, engrossed in his tea-making. Oh, Principal Lin, you have truly put me in a difficult position. Have you truly never attended a single day of school? Well, I did attend a few days of elementary school. Chen Shi'an's remark did little to comfort Teacher Liang, leading him to feel utterly despondent. After a long pause, Teacher Liang furrowed his brows and sighed. Even if one practices Taoism, the 9 years of compulsory education should still be completed. Did your master not encourage you? At such a young age, engaging in secluded cultivation, did your parents have no objections? Teacher Liang, I have no parents. I have been an orphan since childhood. my master found and raised me during his travels. Our temple is located in a remote mountain area, making education inconvenient. Though I have not entered a classroom in recent years, I have been studying under my master. Upon hearing this, Teacher Liang began to grasp the deeper meaning behind Chen Shi'an's name. Observing the mature and resilient youth before him, an overwhelming sense of guilt washed over Teacher Liang. I apologize, Shi'an. I was unaware of your circumstances. There is no need for you to feel guilty. Teacher, I do not feel that I have missed out on anything. I had not yet offered you comfort, yet you are already comforting me. Faced with the calm and composed smile of the young Taoist, Teacher Liang felt even more regretful. Ahem. Master Shi'an's intelligence and quick wit have been praised multiple times by Elder Chen. As you can see, despite his young age, his demeanor, speech, and character far exceed those of his peers. Although he has not attended school, he is not beyond teaching. With effort, there is no reason he cannot achieve excellent results in the college entrance examination in 2 years. Teacher Liang inwardly mused. There are so many students with poor grades outside, yet none have been admitted here. It remains unclear why Principal Lin has such unwavering confidence in Chen Shi'an. Every word revolves around his master, as if an endorsement from his master guarantees his excellence. Teacher Liang had long lost hope for the so-called Wenkuxing. Now, his greatest concern was how to guide a complete novice from zero to success in entering university. No one understands better than he, a dedicated educator, how crucial a solid foundation is for students. The college entrance examination results at Yunxi No. 1 High School are unparalleled in the city. Aside from effective management and strong faculty, they owe their success to a pool of high-quality students, capturing the top performers from a middle school entrance examinations to ensure outstanding results 3 years later. Setting aside grades for the moment, Teacher Liang held a very favorable impression of Chen Shi'an, given that his presence in Class 5 was an irreversible fact. The foremost task was to elevate his academic performance as swiftly as possible. 6 years of elementary school, 3 years of middle school, and 1 year of high school. 10 years of educational progress had been entirely missed. Can old Liang manage to reach the other shore with such a student? The fate of his esteemed identity as an exceptional teacher hangs in the balance, reliant on the outcome of the forthcoming college entrance examination in 2 years. Contemplating this, Teacher Liang swiftly devised a teaching plan in his mind. Just as one must prescribe the right remedy for an ailment, so too must teaching be approached. The foremost task is to assess the foundation, to ascertain the academic level of Chen Shi'an. Shi'an, I have a copy of last week's monthly exam paper. Shall I give it to you for practice to gauge your baseline? Sure, Chen Shi'an nodded. You can read, right? Yes. Wonderful. If you can read, there is still hope. Teacher Liang never imagined that one day he would lower his expectations for a student to such an extent, and he felt a flicker of solace in this realization. Chapter 10. Assessing the baseline as noon approached, the lively bustle of new students registering for their first year gradually subsided, and the returning students from the second and third years set down their pens, flocking towards the cafeteria. Only Chen Shi'an's transfer registration process continued. At this moment, the young scholar sat alone in a spacious conference room within the administrative building, with 6 exam papers before him, covering Chinese, mathematics, English, physics, chemistry, and biology. Besides the exam papers, there was a bottle of mineral water and a lavish lunchbox, specially prepared by Principal Lin from the teacher's cafeteria. How is it, Fei Mo? Is the food acceptable? Meow. Normally, when called Fei Mo, the cat would ignore him, but now it responded at the sight of food. Chen Shi'an lifted the lunchbox lid and shared a portion with the black cat. Neither he nor the cat were picky eaters, compared to the meals on the mountain. The cafeteria's offerings were evidently much more varied. The two of them enjoyed their lunch in the comfort of air conditioning. Chen Shi'an was particular. He did not rush to begin the exam for fear of dirtying the papers while eating. After finishing his meal and cleaning the table with a napkin, he began to ponder the exam papers before him. The black cat glanced at the papers a couple of times, feeling dizzy. After all, it was not going to school, so it simply lay down on the conference table and fell asleep. Facing the 6 papers, Chen Shi'an's demeanor shifted from relaxed to serious. This was his first encounter with exam papers. The setting was somewhat peculiar. The examination room was a conference room, and he was the sole candidate, with no invigilator or surveillance, and his phone was not confiscated. In Teacher Liang's words, if he could find answers using his phone or by consulting books, it would indicate a reasonable foundation. The purpose of this baseline test was indeed to assess the baseline. Not only did teacher Liang wish to discern where his foundation lay, but Chen Shi'an himself was eager to discover his potential score on these papers. He first opened the Chinese exam paper. It contained 2 modern text readings, 1 classical text reading, ancient poetry readings, memorization of famous passages, language usage, and finally, an essay. He had initially expected Chinese to be his strongest subject, but to his surprise, he encountered a blockage right at the beginning. He found himself pondering whether machines could possess consciousness, and after some time, he wrote in the blank space, "Form is the dwelling of life. Qi is the essence of life. Shun is the regulation of life. Without Qi and Shun, how can there be consciousness?" Fortunately, after the modern text reading, the classical text and ancient poetry readings, along with the memorization of famous passages, were areas in which he excelled. The classical reading was based on records of the grand historian, and he read it with greater ease than he did the classics. For the explanation question regarding naturalness, he not only provided a commentary, but also added the phrase, "Heaven and earth possess great beauty, yet remain unspoken," feeling that the question posed was rather simplistic. As for the memorization of famous passages, he had no difficulty recalling them, despite some questions being presented in situational applications, given his childhood familiarity with the 4 books and 5 classics. Upon reaching the essay section, the topic revolved around innovation and tradition. Admittedly, while he found the Chinese exam somewhat unconventional, overall, it was manageable, instilling in him a considerable amount of confidence, albeit with a nascent sense of complacency beginning to surface. However, such self-satisfaction did not endure for long. Upon flipping to the mathematics paper, Chen Shi'an's brows knitted tightly. The page was awash with numerous unfamiliar terms and bizarre symbols, and the equations emblazoned with strange markings resembled unrecognizable incantations. While he could identify a cube among the geometric figures, what on earth was an angle formed by skew lines? For a fleeting moment, he doubted whether he was working on a mathematics paper or some foreign language exam. Would such knowledge be applicable to the common person when shopping or conducting business? Perhaps one could cast a coin to select the most plausible answer among the options. But ultimately, this was merely a baseline assessment, and if he did not understand, he did not understand. Moreover, since the multiple choice questions carried limited points, even guessing correctly on a few would be negligible. It can be said that this paper exceeded Chen Shi'an's comprehension of mathematics. Despite racking his brain, he could only recall what his master had taught him, to seek the circle within the square and the square within the circle. In frustration, he simply circled all the questions at the end, varying in size, resembling the lines of a divination hexagram. The mathematics section was completed swiftly. Chen Shi'an then opened the English paper. However, before long, he quietly set it aside. Finally, he faced the comprehensive science paper. The physics paper was filled with terms like acceleration, kinetic energy, and electromagnetism, and despite scouring his mind for relevant explanations, he found none. The chemistry paper's array of elemental symbols and reaction formulas resembled a mineral chart for alchemy. While he understood the art of alchemy, he was baffled by what chemistry experiments entailed. The biology paper's cellular structure diagrams were even more absurd. Chen Shi'an looked at them, bewildered, questioning whether these cells truly composed his own body. And how did consciousness arise from this conglomeration of entities? Lost in thought, he suddenly realized his train of thought was becoming chaotic. He quickly collected himself and wrote down, "All things possess essence. Where essence exists, life thrives." Gazing at the haphazard answers on his mathematics, English, and science papers, Chen Shi'an felt a wave of confusion. "Master, is your teaching of the way is natural merely to ensure I fail this exam? Did you send me down the mountain to experience the world just for me to encounter this conic section?" Having been away from the classroom for many years and lacking knowledge of the respective subjects, Chen Shi'an had anticipated that he would not perform exceptionally well. Yet he never imagined it would be this dismal. Since childhood, he had always been quick to learn and excelled in whatever he pursued, with his numerous successes fostering an almost arrogant sense of confidence deep within him, believing that others were merely dull fish. Yet, this baseline test shattered his self-trust and indirectly altered his perception of his peers. From teacher Liang, he learned that the class monitor in class 5 managed to score full marks on the mathematics exam, a paper that left him utterly perplexed. Learning should have been his forte, yet he produced such a dismal response. For the first time, Chen Shi'an profoundly recognized his arrogance. No wonder his master insisted he descend the mountain and return to school. People exist within a series of references. If one remains solely on the mountain, their only reference is themselves, leading to inevitable self-loss over time. Knowing the height of the heavens and the depth of the earth allows the heart to be like a clear mirror, understanding one's place and comprehending the multitude of beings. This is the true realm of greatness. Master, at what level am I? You remain unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth, and you dare to speak of a heart like a clear mirror understanding its place. We are well aware. He chuckled. Arrogance. Are you truly not going to school tomorrow? I won't. It's too easy to learn, and it's uninteresting. The promised worldly experience only took shape for Chen Shi'an at this moment. Previously, he had interpreted the phrase a heart like a clear mirror understanding its place as merely a fixed position. Now he realized that what is referred to as one's position is, in fact, ever-changing. Just as the refined Taoist teachings could not be grasped by one who was merely thrown into the classroom, it is likely that even the top student from a school, if sent to the mountains to learn the Tao, would struggle for years to find their footing. The difference in reference points leads to varying positions within one's own context, creating a dynamic and intricate realm. To unilaterally define one's position based solely on personal strengths may appear lofty, yet it is fundamentally unanchored and precarious. Those who rely solely on their confidence will inevitably face a collapse when that confidence crumbles. Upon comprehending this principle, Chen Shi'an's turbulent heart found a renewed tranquility, even more profound than ever before. The sensation in that moment was remarkable, akin to rising above the fray to gain a broader perspective, allowing him to scrutinize his own situation from a different angle. Master, I am indeed a genius in the cultivation of the Tao, but I must remain humble. The great Tao is still beyond my grasp. Despite performing poorly on the exam, the youth's resolve in his Taoist heart grew ever steadier. Arrogance is indeed the original sin. Chapter 11. Fortunately, I teach literature in the principal's office. Lin Ming and Liang Huiyang were seated, sipping tea. Teacher Liang remained silent, occasionally sighing. His gaze towards the principal tinged with a hint of resentment. Principal Lin understood his thoughts and recognized the predicament. Thus he prepared a pot of fine tea. Cool me. Old Liang, try this. If it were anyone else but you today, I wouldn't have bothered brewing such tea. What kind of tea could warrant such praise from Principal Lin? Curiosity peaked within Teacher Liang amidst his gloom. This is Xian Shuya, specially brought by Shi'an from the temple. Brought by student Shi'an? Let's have a taste. With that, Principal Lin poured him a cup of tea. Although Teacher Liang did not possess the same knowledge of tea as Principal Lin, he could discern the quality of the brew. The verdant color, the upright buds, and the refreshing aroma were invigorating, while the tea was neither too strong nor too weak. Simply inhaling its fragrance revitalized the spirit. He took a gentle sip, and the tightness in his brow gradually relaxed, as if the weight on his heart had lifted somewhat. Observing the change in his demeanor, Principal Lin smiled and asked, "How is it?" "This tea is delightful. I assent it?" "Indeed it is." Teacher Liang nodded, unable to resist admiring the cup. This tea is cultivated by Chun Lao Dao and Shi'an themselves. You cannot find it outside. Is it due to the different cultivation methods? It's due to the different individuals involved. Teacher Liang, evidently less acquainted with the relationship between Chen Shi'an and his master than Principal Lin, understood that there was a connection between them, but refrained from inquiring further. Principal Lin, it's not that I am unwilling to take on this task, but Shi'an's abrupt transition into Class 5 is likely to leave him struggling to keep up. Perhaps it would be better to let him start from the first year to build a foundation. I am aware, Old Liang. It is precisely because I know the extent of Shi'an's gaps in knowledge that I entrusted this task to you. I wouldn't feel at ease letting anyone else handle it. After enjoying tea and pastries, Teacher Liang realized that the matter was settled, and with a sense of resignation, he replied, "Principal Lin, I can only promise to do my utmost to assist student Shi'an with additional lessons. Whether he can catch up, I cannot guarantee. Rest assured, Old Liang, just do your best. I have faith in Shi'an." Principal Lin refilled Teacher Liang's cup and continued, "Is Meng Qiu still sitting alone?" "Yes. She dislikes sharing a table with others. Since there's an empty seat in the class, she has chosen to sit alone. Will she agree to that? You know her temperament. You will have to speak to her. I cannot decide on that." While they were enjoying tea and engaging in conversation, there was a gentle knock at the office door. The visitor was Chen Shi'an, holding his exam papers. "Shi'an, have you completed the mock exam?" Principal Lin inquired. "Yes, I have finished. My performance was lacking. There were some questions I could not solve, so I didn't waste time." Chen Shi'an candidly admitted to his difficulties without concealing his inability to comprehend many of the questions. His expression, however, betrayed no signs of frustration. He maintained a calm and composed demeanor. Having recently gained a new understanding of his situation, he began to replace the ephemeral nature of confidence with an absolute and formidable willpower, approaching tasks with a mindset that success was not merely a possibility, but a necessity. Many people may spend a lifetime grappling with obscure principles, yet he grasped them with a bit of guidance and experience. It must be said that Chen Shi'an is indeed a prodigy in the cultivation of the Tao. Of course, mere understanding is insufficient. One must ultimately be able to execute what is known. This process of comprehending principles and subsequently validating them through action is what is referred to as cultivation. I managed to complete most of the Chinese paper, but I found the mathematics, English, physics, chemistry, and biology sections quite challenging. I would appreciate it if Teacher Liang could review them for me. All right, let me have a look. Teacher Liang retrieved his glasses from his shirt pocket and took the papers. Setting aside the scores, he genuinely admired this young man who, despite performing poorly, was visibly earnest in his efforts. As a literature teacher, Teacher Liang first examined Chen Shi'an's Chinese paper. The neatness of the paper was pleasing to the eye, and the youth's handwriting was particularly impressive. His characters were well-structured, reminiscent of a master-esque style, with steady and powerful strokes, showing no signs of corrections, evidence of years of practice. Calligraphy is the second face of a scholar. It is often said that one's handwriting reflects one's character. A well-written script naturally garners favorable impressions. Student Shi'an, your handwriting is quite commendable. Teacher Liang generously praised, then furrowed his brow. But why did you write in traditional characters? I have grown accustomed to writing in traditional characters, and having frequently read classical texts, it has become second nature. Do you know how to write in simplified characters? Yes. Then please use simplified characters for your exam responses moving forward. It is the standardized format. Understood. Chen Shi'an nodded in acknowledgement. After briefly scanning the paper, Teacher Liang began to review the specific answers. This was the monthly exam paper recently used, and he was thoroughly familiar with it. However, upon seeing Chen Shi'an's responses, his brow furrowed once again. You got all the dictation questions correct, but for the modern text comprehension, I cannot say you are wrong. But your answers do not align with the scoring criteria. And why did you respond using classical Chinese? Teacher Liang paused, then added, the same goes for the essay. It is indeed well written, but writing in classical Chinese carries significant risk, and we generally do not encourage it. Shi'an, you may feel that my words are unfair since you have not undergone standardized education. Yet school exams operate this way. You can express your individuality and understanding, but ultimately, it must fit within the confines we have established. This standardization may overlook hidden gems, yet it serves as the fairest and most universal method of selection for the vast majority. Teacher Liang provided detailed feedback, extending the conversation beyond the answers on the paper. After all, Chen Shi'an was unlike other students. Having never attended school, he had no concept of the rules that were ingrained in many students, and it was imperative to instill this awareness in him. Chen Shi'an comprehended swiftly. Without rules, there can be no order. The mountains have their own rules, and schools, too, have theirs, a principle he understood well. Teacher Liang is correct. I will take note of that. Yes, it is evident that your foundation in Chinese is quite solid, and your insights on many issues are profound and unique. With more practice, you will soon adapt. After reviewing the Chinese paper, Teacher Liang let out a slight sigh of relief. It was indeed rare for a youth who had never attended school to possess such literary cultivation. The premise for a gem to be polished is that it must first be a gem. He did not assign a score to this paper, as it would be inappropriate. Yet he was confident that with standardized training, Chen Shi'an's Chinese score could quickly rise above 120 points. Next, Teacher Liang picked up the papers from other subjects. The atmosphere fell into a long silence. While he had numerous comments on the Chinese paper, he took a considerable amount of time to finally muster a single remark on the other subjects. Your foundation in the other subjects is nearly non-existent. Teacher Liang wished to offer him some encouragement, but seeing Chen Shi'an's calm demeanor, he appeared to require no such reassurance. Nonetheless, he spoke earnestly, Student Shi'an. You must put in considerable effort moving forward. It is indeed time to strive harder. Chen Shi'an nodded earnestly. Upon encountering a humble and innocent youth, Teacher Liang silently rejoiced in her role as a language teacher, grateful for the stability it provided. Any other subject teachers, upon seeing this paper, might feel as if the sky were about to collapse. Chapter 12. Corenting. After assessing the situation, Teacher Liang gained a preliminary understanding of the new student, Chen Shi'an. Chen Shi'an also began to grasp the modern high school educational system. The next step was the standard enrollment procedures, which went smoothly under Principal Lin's leadership. The school implemented a semi-closed management system, allowing both boarding and day students. Students were required to request leave for outings during class hours. From the second year of high school onward, classes ran from Monday to Saturday, with Sunday off. While on campus, students were expected to wear uniforms, maintain a proper image, and avoid dyeing or perming their hair. As Teacher Liang spoke, Chen Shi'an listened attentively. While these rules might have been second nature to other students, everything was novel to him. Later, I will take you to collect your textbooks, uniforms, and class schedule. As for your hair and robe, well, if you are uncomfortable, keeping a bun and wearing your robe is also acceptable. After all, a Taoist should wear a bun and robe. Principal Lin waved his hand dismissively. Teacher Liang's eyes widened in disbelief as she thought about who usually insisted on maintaining student appearances in the hallways. Does Shi'an think he can get away with such leniency? However, Chen Shi'an interjected with a smile. What Teacher Liang says is true. As a Taoist and a student, I must adhere to school regulations and pay attention to my appearance. Classes officially begin tomorrow, so it's fine for Shi'an to be a little casual today. Do you plan to board or be a day student? Boarding means staying at the school? Yes, we generally encourage students to board. The dormitory conditions are quite good, 6-person rooms with air conditioning and private bathrooms. However, our class dormitory is full, so I will check with the dormitory management center for a bed. Can I be a day student? It may not be convenient for me to stay in the dormitory with this fellow. Chen Shi'an pointed to the chubby cat in his bag. Day students are also allowed. Principal Lin inquired. So, Shi'an, where do you plan to stay? You must not have found a place nearby yet. I want to find a house nearby. How about this? Principal Lin suggested. I have an empty apartment nearby that was previously rented out. It has 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. One of the previous tenants moved out recently. If you don't mind, you can co-rent it. I certainly don't mind, but I hope the young lady doesn't. She shouldn't. The girl was feeling a bit overwhelmed living alone and asked me to help her find a roommate a few days ago. It would be best to ask her first. Of course, Principal Lin replied, taking out his phone to call a number and briefly explaining the situation. A girl's voice came through the line. Is she a girl? It's a second-year male student from our school. Don't worry, Shaoli. He's of good character. He just has a cat. I don't know if you mind. Well, that's okay. The girl hesitated before cautiously asking, Uncle Lin, can I pay the rent a few days late? My salary hasn't come in yet, and I don't have enough money. That's fine. Starting next month, you can pay me half, and I'll collect the rest from the young man. Okay, thank you, Uncle Lin. The conversation occurred in the office. Chen Shi'an recognized the girl's voice as somewhat familiar, though he couldn't recall where he had heard it due to the electronic modulation. All right, Shi'an, for now, you can stay with me. Thank you, Principal Lin. What is the rent for the co-rented apartment? I'll transfer it to you. Oh, we are family, so no need to mention that. Just stay comfortably. I feel a bit embarrassed to stay in your place. It is only right. Chen Shi'an understood the nuances. While Principal Lin showed him great kindness, it was rooted in a teacher-student relationship. If he took it for granted, it would soon become irksome. Shi'an, you should first go with Teacher Liang to collect your textbooks and uniforms, then tidy up in the classroom. Later, I will take you to the apartment. The young lady should be off work by around 6. Okay. By the way, take this, he said, handing over his staff meal card. It has a fixed monthly meal allowance. I don't use it much, so you could take it. Chen Shi'an could not refuse this time, as Principal Lin insisted on putting it in his pocket. At school, a meal card was a valuable asset, especially one belonging to staff, allowing access to better quality meals in the faculty cafeteria, an enviable privilege for other students. Leaving the cat in the principal's office to enjoy the air conditioning, Chen Shi'an followed Teacher Liang to the academic office to collect his uniforms and textbooks. He received 4 sets of uniforms, 2 for summer and 2 for winter, for convenience in changing. If it weren't for the absence of middle school textbooks at the school, Teacher Liang would have eagerly brought in the materials from those 3 years as well. The initial assessment indicated that although Chen Shi'an had not attended school, He possessed a solid foundation in elementary mathematics and language, with the main gaps occurring at the middle school level. Once he reached middle school, mathematics became more complex, introducing subjects such as physics, chemistry, and biology, which were the areas where Chen Shi'an lacked foundational knowledge. As teacher Liang spoke, she noted, "Your main issue now is that your foundational courses are significantly lacking. The college entrance examination requires knowledge of 6 subjects. It won't suffice for you to excel only in language. You're already in the 2nd year of high school, and the examination will be upon us in the blink of an eye. The teaching pace in class will not slow down for just one student." As she spoke, teacher Liang herself began to feel somewhat uncertain. For any student, losing so many years of foundational knowledge would seem an insurmountable challenge. She did not expect Chen Shi'an to bear the mantle of the literary star. She merely hoped he could keep pace with the class. Even if it meant being at the back of the 5th class and securing admission to an ordinary university, such an achievement would be a blessing. "I will see what I can do to borrow some middle school textbooks for you, or you could borrow from your classmates. In any case, I will do my utmost to help you fill in the gaps, but ultimately, it depends on your effort. There are still opportunities. So let us do our part and leave the rest to fate." Teacher Liang said, showing her concern. Chen Shi'an smiled, "Although I am a Taoist, I do not believe in fate. Rest assured, I will work hard." As he spoke, a palpable sense of determination and pride radiated from his seemingly humble and composed demeanor. Teacher Liang was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, eventually nodding in agreement. "Class 5 is on the 2nd floor of the Jixing building. Let us go." "All right." As the young Taoist entered the teaching building, the atmosphere became lively. Chapter 13, Lin Mingxiu. Forgive the young Taoist for his lack of formal education and worldly experience. To him, this ordinary classroom in the school was truly exceptional. The windows were bright and clean, the space was spacious, and the desks and chairs were constructed from materials far superior to those of the rural elementary school he had attended for a brief time. In addition to the standard podium, blackboard, desks, and chairs, the room was equipped with modern projectors, sound systems, and multimedia setups. Wall-mounted fans adorned the walls, and both the front and back of the classroom featured upright air conditioners. Since it was not yet class time, the students in the classroom were scattered. Chen Shi'an glanced around and counted 59 desks. Almost every desk was piled high with various books and study materials, contributing to a somewhat cramped atmosphere despite the initially spacious setting. However, the ambience was not overly oppressive. On the windowsill, there were several pots of adorable succulents arranged by someone, and some empty chairs held plush toys and cushions. Next to the daily class schedule on the back wall's blackboard, a cartoon bear gnawing on a pencil had been drawn by someone, with the cheerful message, "Keep up the good work," inscribed on its round belly. In Class 5 of the 2nd year, a place interwoven with the pressures of academic advancement and the vibrancy of youth, a cacophony of astonished voices fills the air. "Dao Shi, Wang Xian Lei, hurry and kneel to call me father. My intel wasn't false this time, was it?" The fervent cries of news reporter Zhou Xiaoqun echoed, and upon the validation of his information, his triumphant demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Fan Jin's moment of success. Unfortunately, his exuberance went unnoticed, as all curiosity and attention shifted to the little Taoist who had just entered the classroom alongside teacher Liang. Is he a real Taoist? Has he come to exorcise evil spirits from our class? Umaba, you've misquoted your lines. Do not ascend. This is not the realm of immortals. Poor Taoist is not alone. Fellow Taoist, what brings you here? I have come for you. Wicked beasts. Fellow Taoist, please lend me a hand and capture this wicked beast. In this realm where youthful exuberance reigns, Chen Shi'an found himself amidst a spirited gathering of classmates, each exhibiting a curiosity akin to that of discovering a rare treasure. Having dropped out of rural elementary school for many years, this was Chen Shi'an's first experience in the company of so many peers. In his childhood, he regarded his contemporaries as mere monkeys, believing that maturity would alter this perception, only to find that they had transformed from foolish monkeys into abstract monkeys. What were these incessant exclamations? Was T Class 5 designated as a class for top science students? Besides the banner adorning the blackboard, where was the semblance of excellence? Transitioning from a serene environment to this chaotic classroom left Chen Shi'an momentarily bewildered. Was this chaotic interaction the contemporary youth's preferred method of socialization? The poor Taoist felt utterly out of place. Amidst the clamor, the quiet individual became particularly conspicuous. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Shi'an caught sight of a girl seated near the window. The classroom desks were arranged in pairs, yet the seat beside her remained unoccupied, leaving her alone. She was engrossed in her work, seemingly shielded by an invisible barrier from the surrounding noise, as though enveloped in a transparent glass dome. Her hair, a light shade of flaxen, cascaded smoothly down her back, accentuating her slender frame. Without any adornments, her simple, flowing hair sufficed to convey an air of elegance. Clad in an ordinary blue and white school uniform, she exuded a beauty that was both understated and captivating. Eventually disturbed, she lifted her gaze towards Chen Shi'an and for just a fleeting moment before returning to her work. The classroom's unruly atmosphere caused teacher Liang some concern. With rumors of malevolent spirits in the classroom and the school inviting a Taoist for an exorcism growing increasingly fantastical, he exasperatedly admonished, "What nonsense are you all spouting? Have you completed your assignments? You must submit them before evening self-study. I will see who hasn't done their work. As for exorcisms, perhaps college students might believe such things, but you? Get back to your tasks at once." As the homeroom teacher, Liang's authority commanded respect, prompting the students surrounding Chen Shi'an to disperse, though the fervent atmosphere of gossip remained undiminished. "Shi'an, come with me for a moment." As Chen Shi'an followed teacher Liang to the podium, all eyes turned to him. "Allow me to introduce our new classmate. This is Chen Shi'an, who will be joining us starting today. Regardless of your identities outside of school, within this classroom, we are all classmates, as you are all in your second year. With the college entrance examinations approaching, I urge you to be serious and not to react excessively to every situation. Shi'an, please briefly introduce yourself." The abrupt transition incited a wave of astonished murmurs among the students. Did I hear incorrectly? Did teacher Liang just say that the Taoist is going to be your classmate? Xiao Kuan, your intel was once again inaccurate. Cease your barking. When did I say the Taoist was here for exorcism? That was your own conjecture. Who guessed correctly? What were the odds on that? No one guessed correctly. Damn it. Missed a chance to strike it rich. It was no wonder the reaction was so intense. Who would have thought that the Taoist had come to school to attend classes? Surely, he must be a fake Taoist, right? Could those who guessed he was a fake claim victory? Doubts about Chen Shi'an's authenticity as a Taoist lingered briefly, only to be obliterated by his self-introduction. "Greetings, fellow classmates. I am Chen Shi'an, courtesy name Chenin, hailing from the Jingchen on the northern slopes of Xinyu Mountain. I have been studying Taoist practices with my master in the mountains since childhood, and now I join you to prepare for the college entrance examinations. I look forward to learning alongside all of you." While every student had introduced themselves upon enrollment, none could recall the specifics of others' introductions except for the distinctive flair of Chen Shi'an's. Not only did he provide his name and courtesy name, but how many modern individuals still possess a courtesy name? Although Xinyu Mountain was known, the Jingchen on its northern slopes was unfamiliar to many, and his claim of studying Taoist practices since childhood sounded genuinely like that of a true Taoist. Despite Chen Shi'an confirming his identity, skepticism remained among his classmates. The reason was simple. He appeared exceedingly youthful. Observing someone of their own age claiming to have studied Taoist practices since childhood seemed implausible. After his introduction, Chen Shi'an did not elaborate further, and his classmates refrained from probing, recognizing that there would be ample opportunities for interaction in the future. As applause erupted in the classroom, the next question pertained to where the Taoist student would sit. Teacher Liang instructed a classmate to retrieve a new desk from the administrative office and, in front of the quiet girl, placed it next to her desk. The girl, who had been quietly working, finally displayed an expression. She lifted her clear, bright eyes to look at teacher Liang, her brow seemingly adorned with a large question mark. Without uttering a word, her silence spoke volumes. "Meng Xiu, the school has arranged for Shi'an to sit here. Your grades are commendable. Please assist him with his studies moving forward." Next to teacher Liang stood the awaiting little Taoist. The girl shifted her gaze and caught a glimpse of him. Chen Shi'an, undeterred and unafraid, smiled naturally and nodded in acknowledgement. Once the desks were arranged, Chen Shi'an settled into his seat, adjusting his Taoist robe and beginning to organize his workspace. Perhaps having not shared a desk with anyone for a long time, the sudden presence of an unfamiliar aura beside her caused her some discomfort. Even though Chen Shi'an's movements were gentle, the sounds he made while tidying up caused her to furrow her brow slightly. This subtle discontent was deeply concealed, yet not imperceptible to Chen Shi'an's keen eye. Regardless of whether her dissatisfaction stemmed from the seating arrangement or the noise generated by his organizing, Chen Shi'an felt compelled to acknowledge her discomfort. For he was indeed the instigator of the earlier commotion, albeit unintentionally. "I apologize for disturbing your work." Chen Shi'an initiated the conversation with an apologetic smile. The girl remained silent, yet the hint of displeasure on her face visibly dissipated upon hearing his apology. It appeared that communication was indeed possible. Chen Shi'an blinked, recalling the loquacious girl he had encountered earlier. This new desk mate was the polar opposite of her. "My name is Chen Shi'an. May I ask how to address you?" He maintained his gaze, smiling at her, determined to break the silence. "Lin Mingxiu," she finally responded, her tone soft, yet each word enunciated clearly, the final syllable gently tapering off without unnecessary fluctuations. Her voice mirrored her essence, akin to chilled mineral water, flowing through the air with a refreshing coolness. Only then did Chen Shi'an notice that the previously lively atmosphere in the classroom had inexplicably quieted. "Did I see that correctly? The Taoist is sitting next to the class monitor. He's done for. Do not let yourself meet a fate of death and destruction. The opening has commenced. What shall we wager this time? We shall bet on how long Dao Ge can share table with Banzhong." Chen Shi'an possessed exceptional hearing. Even the faintest whispers were crystal clear to him. A bunch of abstract monkeys. Chapter 14. An examination of life and death with a desk mate upon arriving in Class 5. Chen Shi'an found himself unfamiliar with his classmates. He could not fathom why others were so astonished at his seating arrangement with Lin Mingxiu. Confident in himself, he reasoned that the issue lay not with him, but rather with Lin Mingxiu. Although the whispers he overheard were vague, Chen Shi'an's keen intellect allowed him to grasp some crucial information. For instance, she was the class leader, difficult to approach, possessed the authority to change her deskmate at will, and allegedly had a notebook specifically for deducting points. Furthermore, she was regarded as the most beautiful girl in class. This elicited a sense of envy from several boys, which Chen Shi'an found amusing. They feared her, yet envied those who sat beside her. Was this not a reflection of human duality? A striking and aloof girl often rendered her male peers awkward in interaction, leading them to either feign confidence to gain attention or become timid and inarticulate. However, Chen Shi'an was unfazed, not due to any inability to recognize beauty, but rather because his resolve was as steadfast as a rock. His desk was neatly arranged, and noticing Lin Mingxiu had also halted her writing, he casually initiated conversation. "You are the class leader?" "Yes." "Is Lin Xiaozhong your father?" There was no hint of ulterior motive on Chen Shi'an's face. It seemed to be the most natural of exchanges. "Did he inform you?" "Not at all, but it is evident from your resemblance to Lin Xiaozhong." "He assigned you to sit with me?" "That is a question for Lin Xiaozhong. I was unaware of his daughter being in Class 5, let alone being the class leader, much less being seated with her." Chen Shi'an spoke truthfully. He genuinely did not know that Lin Xiaozhong's daughter was in Class 5, nor did he anticipate being assigned as her deskmate. It was likely a considerate gesture, given Lin Mingxiu's academic prowess and his own shaky foundation. Lin Mingxiu was well aware of her father's intentions. Had he not intervened, Teacher Liang would not have dared to assign her a deskmate. She ranked first in the class and was the top student in the science stream across the entire grade. Unless it was to mentor someone, would they have paired her with someone of superior academic standing? To be frank, after their brief exchange, Lin Mingxiu harbored no ill feelings towards Chen Shi'an. She simply preferred to avoid distractions. She showed no interest in his identity as a Taoist, even deeming his attire as an attempt to draw attention. However, his handsome features and dignified demeanor complemented the Taoist robe, earning him her reluctant forgiveness. This perception was somewhat unjust towards Chen Shi'an. Having spent years in the mountains clad in Taoist robes, he was unaccustomed to casual attire and had not yet grasped the school's regulations. After all, as a Taoist, what else would he wear? "You are a Taoist?" Indeed. Lin Mingxiu was further puzzled, unsure of when her father had established a connection with a Taoist. Naturally, setting aside her father's influence as class leader, she was expected to extend some consideration to new students, even if her role was more about maintaining order than offering care, a task she was not particularly adept at. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me regarding the class or studies. Typically, when confronted with such a frigid demeanor, most would instinctively maintain their distance, especially at the age of 18, where pride is paramount. Yet, Chen Shi'an was neither embarrassed nor indignant. Instead, he seized the opportunity to pose a few questions. Is there food available in the cafeteria now? Yes. Can be packed? That would be an additional charge. Is it acceptable to leave books in the classroom? Yes, that is permissible. All right, thank you. It was evident that Chen Shi'an was not inquiring about trivial matters that would not concern other students. He genuinely sought answers. Having asked such seemingly foolish questions, Lin Mingxiu realized that this Taoist had no concept of school life. As he prepared to depart, she felt compelled to remind him. Evening study begins at 6:30. Is it not at 6:45? Our class policy dictates that we arrive by 6:30. All right, Teacher Liang has granted me permission to skip tonight, but I appreciate your reminder. Once the young Taoist exited, the space beside the girl felt empty again, save for the additional desk and chair. While the presence of the extra furniture was somewhat bothersome, she had yet to find a reason to request a change of deskmate. I hope you do not become a burden, she thought, as she unfurled her test paper and resumed her quiet work. The betting odds on whether Chen Shi'an could withstand the scrutiny of his new classmates that evening were likely to plummet. It seemed the rumors were indeed true. Unbeknownst to the young Taoist, he had already been included in the examination of life and death alongside his deskmate. After spending the better part of the day at school, he finally had the opportunity to explore the campus alone. The setting sun cast long shadows from the teaching building, bathing the red track of the playground in a warm orange glow. Classes officially commenced the following day, yet first-year students along with second- and third-year students had already gathered. Distinguishing between them was straightforward. Even Chen Shi'an, who had never attended school, could identify the freshman wandering aimlessly in non-uniform attire as being like himself. His Taoist robe was rather conspicuous, and he occasionally overheard whispers. Is there a Taoist in our school? He is quite handsome. Having spent his childhood in the mountains with limited social interactions, Chen Shi'an seldom considered his appearance. As his master would say, he was not unappealing, standing at 6 feet tall, with a slender build and perfectly symmetrical features. He possessed a rare composure for a youth. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what he would look like in school uniform instead of his Taoist robe. After a brief stroll, he arrived at the cafeteria. Though it was only a little past 5 o'clock, many students were already purchasing meals, so he was fortunate to avoid any queues. Observing how others placed their orders, he retrieved his meal card and approached the counter to order. The lady serving the meals paused momentarily upon seeing a Taoist before inquiring. What would the young master like to order? Could I trouble you for a portion of braised pork, a serving of shredded pork with dried tofu, a portion of shredded potatoes, and some greens? I would like them packaged to go. Packaging incurs an additional charge. As she spoke, the server swiftly prepared the requested dishes. Perhaps due to the protective aura of his robe, her hands, which had trembled throughout the afternoon, were remarkably steady. The meal was packed to the brim. After a moment's thought, he added, could you please pack another identical portion? The dishes consisted of home-style local cuisine, nothing he would find unpalatable. He decided to bring an extra meal to present to Lin Xiaozhong, as it would be inappropriate to arrive empty-handed, regardless of whether she would eat it or not. In no time, both meals were ready. Do you have a meal card, young master? If not, you can pay by scanning or using cash. I do. The server expertly operated the machine, adding the 2 yuan packaging fee for a total of 18 yuan, with 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. The cost was reasonable, 8 yuan per meal, not expensive at all. A standard fast food meal in town would cost 12 yuan. Of course, during his time in the mountains, both he and his master cooked their own meals, with Chen Shi'an often being the one to prepare the food. They only resorted to eating out when they were unable to reach a host's home in time for a meal during their occasional outings for rituals. Chen Shi'an accepted the meal boxes and tapped Lin Xiaozhong's meal card on the machine. Ding! Card successfully processed. Balance: 782 yuan. Lin Xiaozhong's teacher meal card received an 800 yuan monthly subsidy, which, given Chen Shi'an's eating habits, was more than sufficient. Today was the last day of August, yet this was the first time the card had been used. Typically, Lin Xiaozhong would not use the card in the cafeteria. She preferred to rely on her face recognition. The balance on this card will reset next month if not fully utilized, which has alleviated a significant psychological burden for Chen Shi'an. However, he is determined to remember Principal Lin's kindness. After all, he is now seated next to Lin Mingxiu. Isn't it prudent to look after the principal's daughter if the need arises? Yet, currently constrained by finances, he can only extend an invitation to Principal Lin for a meal using the principal's own card. planning to host a proper feast in the future once he is more financially stable. With Mao still waiting in the office, Chen Shi'an packed up the meal and headed over to collect Mao, as he would later accompany Principal Lin to the rental property to tidy things up. Chapter 15. The user manual for Meng Xiu. Upon stepping outside the school, Chen Shi'an naturally switched his address for Lin Ming to Lin Shu. He raised the takeout box in his hand and suggested, "You haven't had dinner yet, have you? I just packed 2 portions from the cafeteria. How about we share a meal at the rental property?" "Shi'an, that's considerate of you," Lin Ming replied, waving his hand. "But I have dinner plans with some leaders tonight. After we finish viewing the house, I must head over there. Next time you come to my home, I'll cook a nice meal for you." Surprised to learn that Lin Shu could cook, Chen Shi'an looked forward to tasting his culinary skills. Lin Ming chuckled. "I grew up in the countryside. In my day, every rural child had to know how to cook, regardless of whether the food was palatable." The rental house was not far from the school, so Lin Ming opted to walk, allowing Chen Shi'an to familiarize himself with the surroundings. As they strolled and chatted, they reached the school gate. "Since you've rented out the old house, where do you live now?" Chen Shi'an inquired. "Not far from the school." Lin Ming gestured to the left. "I live in that neighborhood over there," then pointed to the right, "and the rented unit is in that old complex." Both locations were merely a 10-minute walk from the school. "Does Meng Xiu also commute from home?" Chen Shi'an asked. Lin Ming paused momentarily before responding with a smile. "She resides on campus. My work keeps me busy, and I lack the time to cook for her. Fortunately, I have a teacher's dormitory room, so she stays there by herself. If she needs anything, I bring it to her." After a brief pause, he curiously asked, "Did Meng Xiu tell you I'm her father?" "She didn't mention it, but I could infer some resemblance from your appearances." "Huh, Shi'an, you have quite the discerning eye." Their conversation naturally shifted to Lin Ming Xiu, and they continued their discussion as they walked. "Shi'an, are you settling in well in class? Meng Xiu hasn't caused you any trouble, has she?" Principal Lin inquired. "Everything is going quite well." Lin Ming was well aware of his daughter's temperament. Assigning her a classmate to look after her was a calculated move, and it was commendable that she hadn't given Chen Shi'an a hard time. "My wife passed away early, and I often find myself busy with work. Meng Xiu has been independent since she was young. She doesn't engage much with others, spending her days either studying or solving problems, with few hobbies or friends." His tone carried a hint of concern. "While I'm not worried about her academic performance, I often ponder whether her current state is beneficial." Chen Shi'an listened quietly. Unfamiliar with Meng Xiu, he felt ill-equipped to comment. After all, everyone's perspective varies based on their own experiences. "What is your take, Shi'an? I am hardly qualified to offer advice, given my own limited understanding. You're being too modest. If your master trusts you with the temple, he must have faith in your abilities. I would like to hear the perspectives of you young people." What Lin Ming previously expressed was merely a series of comparative observations. Perhaps it did not reflect Meng Xiu's true self. "I believe what matters most is what Meng Xiu aspires to become and the life she wishes to lead. As long as she feels comfortable and has no regrets, that is sufficient." After a brief pause, Chen Shi'an continued, "Not every choice must be the right one. She should have the freedom to choose what she loves. Moreover, life is long, and she is still young. What may seem like the right choice now may not necessarily be so." Upon hearing Chen Shi'an's words, Lin Ming fell into contemplation. Throughout the years, he had heard numerous evaluations of his daughter, some praising her academic excellence, others commending her independence, while some criticized her cold demeanor and lack of social skills. Yet, no one had ever suggested that as long as she enjoys what she does, it suffices, as Chen Shi'an did. The understanding and acceptance inherent in his words momentarily rendered Lin Ming, as a father, somewhat self-conscious. He could not help but regard Chen Shi'an with newfound respect. If such sentiments had been expressed by Chen Laodao, it would have been expected. Yet, to hear such insights from a youth of similar age to his daughter was unexpected. "Your reasoning is sound." Lin Ming nodded with a smile. "If I didn't know you just met today, I would have thought you were old friends. It seems that peers can indeed understand one another more deeply." "You flatter me, Lin Shu," Chen Shi'an replied courteously. "These are merely universal observations. My understanding of Meng Xiu surely pales in comparison to yours." Lin Ming found himself increasingly fond of this young man, who was upright, composed, and articulate. Indeed, as her father, I know my daughter well. She may appear aloof, but she has a tender heart beneath her sharp tongue. Shi'an, do not be intimidated by her. If you have any questions about your studies, feel free to ask her, and she will certainly help you. I'm just afraid of upsetting Meng Xiu. She might want to swap seats with me," Chen Shi'an joked. She wouldn't dare. I would advocate for you. While Lin Mingxiu was assessing Chen Shi'an's compatibility as a deskmate, little did she know that Chen Shi'an had already received the user manual for Mengxiu from her father. Of course, if the arrangement were to dissolve, it would merely indicate a lack of compatibility, and their fates as desk mates were not meant to be. Ultimately, it would not affect him. In Chen Shi'an's eyes, internal conflict was an inconceivable notion. As they chatted, the two arrived at the neighborhood where the rental property was located. This neighborhood has been around for quite some time. I bought it when I first started working. Back then, the school had a policy for subsidies, so I acquired it at a low price. Over the past 20 years, these buildings have aged significantly. Chen Shi'an and Mauer surveyed the environment, while Principal Lin provided a brief introduction. Although the buildings appeared worn, the overall condition of the complex was decent. There were various convenience stores and shops nearby, and a farmer's market just a few hundred meters to the west, with the added benefit of proximity to the school. Since you have decided to commute, why not consider residing here? It would be convenient for your studies, though there is no elevator. We are on the 9th floor, so you will need to climb quite a bit. Lin Shu, I find it quite satisfactory. Climbing stairs is no issue. When I hike, I spend over an hour ascending and descending. Chen Shi'an replied sincerely, believing that the living conditions here were quite good. Though the neighborhood was old, it was clean and well-maintained, with convenient amenities. Climbing stairs was hardly a concern for him. Did you live here before? I resided here for a few years, but after marrying, I moved to another place, and this one has been rented out ever since. As they climbed the stairs, the physical disparity between the two became apparent. Chen Shi'an, carrying the plump Mauer and his belongings, moved effortlessly, while Lin Ming struggled to keep pace, soon breathing heavily. Huh, it seems one must soak goji berries in their thermos when reaching middle age. Lin Shu, you ought to take care of yourself, Chen Shi'an advised. Indeed, my apartment is on the top floor, and I rent it out cheaply, 3 bedrooms and a living room for $1,200. What do the surrounding units rent for? Chen Shi'an inquired with curiosity. About $2,000, give or take. Even though the place is old and shabby, it is still within a school district, making it convenient for transport and daily life. Then your top floor unit at $1,200 is quite reasonable. Yes, now that I have no financial worries. I have no plans to sell. I'll just keep renting it. Most of my tenants are fresh graduates with limited funds. I prefer to rent to those with good character as a way to alleviate some societal burdens, Lin Ming said with a chuckle. Lin Shu, you are quite noble. Chen Shi'an expressed his admiration with a slight bow. It's just within my means, a small effort. Lin Ming waved his hand, his expression one of satisfaction. In those days, we enjoyed dividends. As long as we were free from illness and possessed a modicum of education and intellect, coupled with diligence, it was always possible to earn a living. However, times have changed, and it is not easy for the youth today. Any assistance is appreciated. Lin Ming's words were largely lost on Chen Shi'an, who had been living in isolation for so long that he was unacquainted with the world. This descent from the mountains had indeed broadened his horizons significantly. After a strenuous climb to the 9th floor, the two paused before a door marked 901. We've arrived, Lin Ming said, wiping the sweat from his brow. I didn't bring a spare key, but the young lady renting here should be at home. She called me when she finished work. As he spoke, he rapped his knuckles against the door. Shally, are you at home? It's your landlord, Uncle Lin. Coming. The voice that responded was unmistakably hers. Chapter 16. Liwaning, the community was old, the corridors were aged, and even the front door exuded a sense of antiquity. Much of the exterior plaster had chipped away, and remnants of the previous tenants' unremoved spring festival couplets lingered beside the door. The entrance was a style popular 2 decades ago, featuring a double-opening barred security door, complemented by a dark brown interior door. In contrast, those who had recently renovated had opted for a solid, heavy main entrance that balanced security, privacy, and aesthetics. As Chen Shi'an surveyed his surroundings, the sound of a doorknob turning echoed from within. Shortly, the inner door swung open, revealing a young woman through the slats of the security door. The motion-activated light flickered on as the door opened, casting a warm glow on her home slippers. In her other hand, she clutched a cleaning cloth, a light sheen of perspiration gracing her delicate features, with strands of hair dampened by sweat sticking to her smooth forehead. Her face, devoid of makeup, showcased a gentle jawline, and her almond-shaped eyes reflected a hint of urgency. She barely noticed the small Taoist priest standing behind Principal Lin as she hurried to unlock the security door. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here again. Chen Shi'an greeted her with a smile once he recognized her. No wonder her voice had sounded so familiar. This young lady, in her early 20s, was the same one he had encountered distributing flyers near the mall earlier that day. Chen Shi'an had an excellent memory, capable of recalling the voices and appearances of those he had met, especially someone he had seen just that morning. Huh? The girl's gaze shifted from Principal Lin to him. You're the little Taoist from this morning? Indeed, it's me. I didn't expect you to remember. It truly is you. Her surprise was unmasked. I've been handing out flyers all day, and I only encountered one Taoist, yet I didn't think I would run into you here. What a twist of fate. After her astonishment faded, she continued, so what brings you here? Uncle Lin arranged for me to stay here temporarily. I hope to impose on you. Ah, you're that sophomore. But, are you really a Taoist? Yes, I'm indeed a Taoist. I just enrolled today. Listening to their conversation, Principal Lin appeared somewhat bewildered. Xian, do you know Xiao Li? Not really. I just met her this morning when I was registering, and we had a brief encounter. Oh, what a coincidence. A popular saying goes that fate will bring people together when the time is right. Though Chen Shi'an was not particularly superstitious, he did believe in the concept of destiny. The relationships between people are merely a process of meeting, knowing, and understanding one another, and it is this initial encounter that is beyond human control. Even with his Taoist abilities, he could not predict who he would meet or become in the future. While it seemed like fate, it was in reality a chain of events that could be traced. Reflecting on this, he recalled the loquacious girl he had met on the way, whose school uniform confirmed she was a student at Yunqi No. 1 High School. He wondered when and where he would encounter her again. Chen Shi'an did not feel the need to force connections or seek out encounters. He relished the delightful unpredictability of life. Since you are not yet well acquainted, allow me to introduce you, Principal Lin said with a hearty laugh. This is Xiao Li Wanin, a recent graduate who has just started working. Xiao Li, I believe you are 22 this year? Xian, you may call her sister. This is Chen Shi'an, a sophomore at our school and a bona fide Taoist. He possesses excellent character and temperament. Although cohabitation between genders can be inconvenient, Xiao Li, you need not worry. Xian understands boundaries and will not cause you any trouble. It's all right. Thank you, Uncle Lin, for helping me find a roommate. Otherwise, the pressure of renting alone would be too great. Such is the case for many recent graduates. With diligence, you will surely save up in due time. Indeed. Uncle Lin, Xian, please come inside. I'll get you some water. At Li Wanin's invitation, Chen Shi'an and Principal Lin entered the room. Did you finish work early today, Xiao Li? Principal Lin inquired. Still searching for a job? Ah, there's no rush. I'll take my time. As Lin Ming conversed with Li Wanin, Chen Shi'an quietly listened. The girl brought over 2 cups and poured them with cool boiled water. The weather was stifling, and it was only upon the arrival of guests that she turned on the air conditioning. Earlier, while cleaning alone, she had been too hot and sweaty to indulge in its comfort. On the coffee table lay a stack of unfished flyers, which she had been diligently distributing to passers-by, without considering discarding the unsold ones in the trash when her employer was not looking. Chen Shi'an picked up a flyer and examined it. It was identical to the one he had seen that morning, advertising a newly opened restaurant in the mall. Are you continuing to distribute these flyers tomorrow, Sister Wanin? Chen Shi'an asked. The address of Sister Wanin caught her off guard for a moment, but she quickly nodded. Yes. I need to work part-time for a week for the restaurant's grand opening. The pay is decent, 100 yuan a day, and meals are provided. I still have 5 more days to go. I noticed that the restaurant is in the mall. Why not have you distribute them inside? Chen Shi'an queried, recalling their earlier encounter by the street adjacent to the mall. Others are passing them out inside the mall, but they only receive 80 yuan a day there. Chen Shi'an nodded in understanding. It was evident that a mere 20 yuan difference could compel a recent graduate, financially constrained, to forego the comfort of air conditioning indoors to work outside under the blazing sun. As they chatted, a black cat emerged from Chen Shi'an's bag, curiously surveying its future abode. Sister Wanin, I brought my cat with me. I hope you don't mind? Not at all. I adore cats. I used to have one at home that was excellent at catching mice. Upon seeing the small black feline, Li Wanin's eyes lit up as she reached out to pet it. Chen Shi'an and Principal Lin stood up from the coffee table to take a brief look around the apartment. Like the environment outside, the interior decor and furnishings were quite dated, yet Li Wanin's diligence had kept the place impeccably clean. The room to the east is yours, right, Xiao Li? Principal Lin asked, pointing at the closed door. Yes, I reside in the eastern room. The one by the balcony was previously occupied by Xiao Rue. after she moved out. I cleaned it up. Shi'an, you can stay in that room. The Western room is also available, but it's cluttered and hasn't been organized yet. And it gets quite hot in the summer due to the afternoon sun. Thank you, Sister Wanyin, for tidying up. I'll take the room by the balcony. Chen Shi'an was indifferent about which room he stayed in, and, as Li Wanyin mentioned, the Western room was indeed warmer. The remaining 2 rooms were roughly the same size. Cohabitation operates on the principle that, aside from each individual's private quarters, the rest is shared space, and each person is responsible for their own room, with communal areas relying on mutual consideration. If one were to encounter a messy roommate, cohabitation could become quite troublesome. It was evident that Li Wanyin was not that type of person. Seeing a new roommate moving in, she even assisted in tidying up the room. Shi'an, if you notice anything missing or wish to make any changes, just let Uncle Lin know. We'll arrange it for you in the next few days. Principal Lin offered. No need, Uncle Lin. This place is already quite good, far surpassing the conditions at our Taoist temple. That's fine. If there's anything lacking, feel free to tell me without hesitation. However, Lin Ming is not concerned about the rent amount. He merely wishes to provide support to the youth within reasonable limits. A house that is too lavish might inadvertently attract those who do not require such assistance, akin to putting sand in porridge. I have a dinner engagement soon, so I won't linger. Shi'an, Shaoli, you may discuss the co-renting matter amongst yourselves. I'll take my leave now. Safe travels, Lin Shu. After Principal Lin departed, only Chen Shi'an and Li Wanyin remained in the room. There's no rush. I'll assist Sister Wanyin, Chen Shi'an said, picking up the cloth that Li Wanyin had draped over the bucket, and together they began tidying up. He was not truly a guest. Chapter 17. The first meal of co-renting Li Wanyin had already maintained the house in an exceptionally tidy manner, and with Chen Shi'an's help, they quickly completed the cleaning. His luggage was minimal. Apart from some common Taoist tools, he possessed merely 2 shirts and 2 Taoist robes. He took his books from the bag and placed them on the desk, while his school uniform needed washing for class the next day. Since tidying up the room pertained to personal space, Li Wanyin refrained from assisting. Noticing that Chen Shi'an had not closed the door, she curiously stood at the entrance. You brought so few belongings? Yes, I travel light. The journey is quite long, and carrying too much is inconvenient. I could buy what I need later. Chen Shi'an smiled, expressing gratitude towards Sister Wanyin. Is your name sure as in to pick up or sure as in time? She murmured. It's the former. Sure as in to pick up lost items. Oh, so you are indeed a Taoist? You look quite young, perhaps due to Chen Shi'an being significantly younger than her. Li Wanyin felt at ease, especially since he had left a very positive impression during their first meeting that morning. After sending out many orders, she had forgotten most of the passers-by, yet only remembered Chen Shi'an. Even without his robe, his politeness and composure had left a lasting impression. Naturally, her ideal co-renting partner would be a girl for convenience, but at present, there was little to be choosy about, especially since next month's rent was nearly unmanageable. How impressive! Admiration lit up Li Wanyin's charming face as she added, You are the first Taoist I've met. I used to think such practitioners were far removed from my life, as none of the people around me showed interest in that area. When did you begin your studies? I've been learning Taoist practices with my master since I was a child. So young. Did your parents agree? This question seemed to strike a chord with Li Wanyin, rendering her momentarily silent. After a while, she softly said, I apologize. I did not mean to touch upon your sorrow. It's nothing. Sister Wanyin need not feel guilty. I don't dwell on such matters. My master raised and taught me, and to me, that is no different from family. Li Wanyin then noticed that he often wore a smile, which not only made him appear approachable and warm, but also conveyed a remarkably optimistic attitude. Emotions can be contagious, and perhaps under his influence, Li Wanyin began to relax. How old are you this year? 18. And you, Sister Wanyin? Hee. I'm quite a bit older than you. I'm 22 this year. Sister Wanyin spoke as if she were a decade older, when in reality, it was merely 4 years. Chen Shi'an replied casually, then curiously asked, Sister Wanyin, do you have other siblings? How did you know? I do have a younger sister. She is 15. Li Wanyin was astonished that Chen Shi'an had guessed correctly. Generally, those who serve as older siblings possess a certain unique aura, and Sister Wanyin certainly exuded that vibe. I had noticed that about myself, but you are quite perceptive. Chen Shi'an remarked playfully. Is your sister named Wanla? Wow, how did you know? Is it really true? That was just a lucky guess. Chen Shi'an himself was slightly surprised. Actually, you must have guessed the wrong character. It's one as in beautiful, not lo as in music. I see. I truly thought it was the character from music. After some casual conversation, the rapport between them grew more comfortable. At that moment, Li Wannin's phone rang, and she answered it. Your takeout has arrived. I left it at the designated area near your community gate. Please come downstairs to collect it. Can't you bring it up? Li Wannin asked. The security won't allow me in. That's not possible. Just come down and get it. I'm not going up 9 floors for a few bucks of takeout. The tone on the other end was dismissive, reflecting an attitude of nonchalance toward negative reviews, and the call ended abruptly. Li Wannin, feeling helpless, had no choice but to go downstairs to retrieve her takeout. Shi'an, have you eaten yet? If not, I can order something for you. I still have a coupon. All right then, I'll go down to get the takeout. With that, Li Wannin changed her shoes and took out the trash as she hurried downstairs to collect the meal. Chen Shi'an had already finished arranging his belongings and emerged from the restroom after washing up. In the restroom, there was a washing machine. He recognized it as such, but had never used one and was unsure how to operate it. Curious, he examined it and found it wasn't too difficult. Even a 5-year-old could manage it. At most, it would only stump his master. Nonetheless, he decided against using the washing machine. His new school uniform was not dirty, so he could simply rinse it in a bucket of clean water. His face, however, fell when he realized, oh no, my takeout has been stolen. Seeing the older sister look utterly dejected as if the sky had fallen, Chen Shi'an was momentarily at a loss for words. Wasn't he left at the designated area? How could it have been stolen? I don't know. Maybe someone took it by mistake. Li Wannin sighed, feeling as though misfortune had compounded. With little money in her pocket and her salary not due for a few days, she had used a coupon to order a modest meal, only to have it stolen. With the situation as it was, she had to think of another way to satisfy her hunger. She was not the type to lament her fate. She knew complaining was futile and would rather quickly consider what to eat next. What do you plan to do for dinner, Sister Wannin? There are some instant noodles left in the fridge. I'm not very hungry, so I could just cook some noodles to fill my stomach. Not very hungry? I think I heard your stomach rumbling. Fortunately, just as Li Wannin was considering settling for instant noodles, Chen Shi'an produced a boxed meal and handed it to her. This is what I got from the school cafeteria. It includes braised pork, shredded meat with dried tofu, shredded potatoes, and vegetables. If Sister Wannin doesn't mind, please take it. Li Wannin would never turn her nose up at such generosity. Through the translucent container, she could see the ample meat and vegetables atop the rice. Her empty stomach was already grumbling, yet her hands hesitated to accept the meal. No. If I eat this, what will you have? Don't worry. I have another portion. I initially planned to order an extra one for Lin Shu, but since he has a dinner engagement, it became surplus. Noticing her still hesitating to accept, Chen Shi'an simply placed the boxed meal into her hands. Please, Sister Wannin, it's better than letting it go to waste. All right. Thank you, Shi'an. How much did you pay for it? I'll transfer you the money. It's nothing. If there's a chance, Sister Wannin can treat me to a meal next time. Chen Shi'an smiled and then asked, Sister Wannin, do you have any hangers? I washed my school uniform and haven't bought any hangers yet, so I'd like to borrow a few from you. Of course. On the balcony, clothes were hanging on the drying rack. Li Wannin finally accepted the sumptuous boxed meal with a sense of relief, yet she did not rush to eat, as Chen Shi'an was still hanging clothes, so she patiently waited for him. Is your school uniform hand-washed? It seems still quite damp. It might not dry by tomorrow. Li Wannin inquired, observing the uniform. No worries. The clothes aren't dirty. A simple rinse is sufficient. It will dry by tomorrow, Chen Shi'an replied confidently. Li Wannin felt a tinge of doubt. She was no novice when it came to life experiences and seeing the sun beginning to set. She wondered if the freshly washed clothes could truly dry overnight. The sun is about to set, she gently reminded him. Indeed, Chen Shi'an muttered, engrossed in the sunset. The old neighborhood had several low-rise buildings, with the 9th floor being the highest. As twilight enveloped the city, the western sky was adorned with evening clouds, casting a warm orange hue over the entire city. One by one, the lights of households flickered on, and through the glass, scenes of families cooking or dining were visible. After finishing the laundry, Chen Shi'an stood on the balcony, taking in the bustling twilight. Li Wannin retrieved 2 bottles of cola from the refrigerator. Small plastic bottles that had come with her previous takeout, just enough to share with Chen Shi'an. Here, since you treated me to a meal, I'll treat you to cola. Thank you. Wannin Jia, let us enjoy the meal together. Meow, the cat, drawn by the aroma, leapt onto the chair. Thus, the trio, 2 humans and a cat, shared their first meal in this co-rented space. Chapter 18. Is the water temperature acceptable? After dinner, darkness fully descended, enveloping the city like a piece of velvety fabric soaked in ink, silently covering everything. Yet, the city did not succumb to slumber. It began to illuminate in a different manner. The glow of street lights, the shimmering of vehicle headlights, the bright lights of commercial districts, the soft illumination from residences, and the flickering lights of street vendors. All these sources of light, though distinct, were interconnected, blending and colliding in the night, gradually redefining the city as contours. While this scene had long become commonplace for city dwellers, it still appeared fresh to Chen Shi'an and the Black Cat. Together, they ascended to the rooftop, gazing down at the city's nocturnal panorama. The rooftop floor, warmed by the sun throughout the day, still radiated heat, but fortunately, the night breeze soon dissipated the warmth. They faintly heard footsteps ascending the stairs, followed by the gentle opening of the iron door at the top. "That bedding is yours, Waninjia?" Chen Shi'an asked with a smile as he watched her collect the bedding from the rack. "Yes, this rooftop is a communal area, and there isn't enough space on the balcony to dry the bedding, so I brought it up here." Li Wanin inhaled the scent of the sun-dried bedding, a delightful mix of detergent and sunshine, which she cherished. She then glanced at Chen Shi'an, standing at the edge of the railing, and the Black Cat perched there, curious. She asked, "What are you two doing here?" "Oh, just enjoying the view. The scenery here must be quite different from what you see in the mountains, right?" "Indeed, it is very different. You should wash up first. I need to go down to buy some things and get a haircut later," Chen Shi'an replied. Li Wanin was astonished. This was her first encounter with such an astute cat. Not only was it unafraid of unfamiliar environments, but it also used the toilet independently and followed people like a dog. Its amber eyes seemed almost capable of understanding human speech. Unfortunately, the aloof cat was not as approachable as Chen Shi'an. Whenever she attempted to reach out to pet it, it would deftly evade her touch. As Li Wanin walked down the stairs, the Black Cat sprinted ahead, standing before the door of room 901, waiting for her to unlock it. "Meow. Okay. I'll open the door for you," she said, opening the door. The cat strutted in, leaping onto the sofa and comfortably settling into a corner. If one were to ask Chen Shi'an what he appreciated most about the city, it would likely be this sofa. It was simply incredibly soft and comfortable. The buildings in the neighborhood were not tall enough to fully overlook the city. After all, life was right before them. During his time in the mountains, Chen Shi'an seldom concerned himself with material matters. It was not due to a lack of resources, but rather a reflection of one's mindset shaped by their environment. Now, having descended from the mountains into the world, even he, a humble Taoist, had to contemplate the necessities of life. Chen Shi'an entered a nearby barber shop, intending to get a haircut. As he pushed open the glass door, a rush of cool air greeted him. It was the back-to-school season, and the barber shop was bustling with customers. As Chen Shi'an entered in his Taoist robe, both the waiting patrons and the barber turned to look at him. "Young master, are you here for a haircut?" "Yes, indeed." "Oh, with so many customers, you might have to wait a bit. Please come over here for a hair wash first." "That is fine." The prices for haircuts were posted on the glass door. A simple cut for 25 yuan, while a wash, cut, and blow-dry were 40 yuan. Initially, Chen Shi'an only intended to get a simple cut, but he reconsidered, thinking it would be a nice experience to have his hair washed as well. Unlike contemporary hairstyles, Chen Shi'an sported the classic top knot of a Taoist. As the wash lady untied his top knot, his long hair cascaded down to his shoulders. Chen Shi'an was particular about cleanliness and maintained his appearance well. His long hair was, of course, clean. Apart from sleeping, he usually kept it tied up in a top knot. "Your hair is in excellent condition." The wash lady could not help but compliment him. She brought over a dry towel, gently tucking it into his collar to prevent his clothes from getting wet, and directed him to sit in the reclining chair. "Please sit here. You might need to lean back a bit more since you're tall." Chen Shi'an had never had his hair washed or cut in a shop before, feeling somewhat unfamiliar with the process. Fortunately, the wash lady was experienced and patient, as it was also her first time washing a Taoist's hair. The reclining chair was plush and comfortable, perfectly positioned for the sink. Chen Shi'an exhaled deeply, closing his eyes to listen to the soothing sound of water flowing from the shower head. The water gently fell onto his scalp, accompanied by the wash lady's tender touch as she began to wash his hair. "How's the water temperature?" "It's just right." "Good." She proceeded to wash his hair. The first round utilized a cleansing shampoo for a quick clean, while the second round employed a gentle, moisturizing shampoo for a thorough wash, interspersed with a unique massage technique. The wash lady's nimble hands alternated between kneading, combing, scratching, and massaging, providing Chen Shi'an with an indulgent experience that was truly enlightening. Master, this is what washing hair is all about. Chen Shi'an mused, thinking that his master had likely never experienced such comfort, feeling a sense of pride in having surpassed him in this regard. Occasionally, the wash lady would engage him in conversation, asking, "Are you really a Taoist?" "Yes. I couldn't tell. You seem about my age, yet you're already a Taoist. And how old are you?" 19. "Aren't you studying?" "I couldn't continue my studies. I graduated from vocational school and started working." "Where are you from?" "Hee. Are you Taoist curious about that?" "I'm from Xiangnan. Have you ever been there?" "I plan to go there if I have the chance." As they chatted, time flew by. "Is your scalp itchy anywhere?" "No, thank you. Shall I rinse it off now?" "Yes, please." After rinsing away the foam, the wash lady dried his hair with a towel until it was half dry, then fetched a hair clip to gather his long hair. "Do you have a specific barber in mind?" "The director's cut requires an additional 20 yuan. Perhaps impressed by Chen Shi'an, she lowered her voice and added, "Actually, they are all quite similar." Chen Shi'an smiled. "Then just a regular cut, please." "All right. Please wait a moment. It shouldn't take long." "Thank you." "You're welcome." Chen Shi'an found a spot to sit as the hairdresser poured him a cup of water before busily attending to another customer. After approximately 20 minutes, it was finally his turn. Under the guidance of Master Tony, he settled into the chair, while Tony retrieved a cape, giving a shake before draping it over him. Both he and Chen Shi'an gazed at their reflections in the mirror. How would the young master prefer his hair to be cut? Just a trim would suffice. Chen Shi'an struggled to articulate his desires precisely, recalling the requirements from the student handbook, and stated, "No bangs in front, no hair covering the ears, and not exceeding the nape in the back." Tony paused for a moment, holding his long hair, and inquired, "Shall it all be cut off?" "Yes. It should be styled to meet the student standard." "Understood." Subsequently, the sound of scissors echoed as strands of long hair fell away. Chen Shi'an observed his gradually transforming image in the mirror, momentarily lost in thought. This time, he had truly entered the world. Chapter 19. Almost unrecognizable upon exiting the barbershop, Chen Shi'an had undergone a remarkable transformation. It is often said that a man's hairstyle is his second face, and this sentiment held true. With his already well-defined features and striking appearance, the adoption of a fresh, youthful short style rendered him even more spirited. However, the young Taoist felt somewhat unaccustomed to his new look. The most immediate sensation after the haircut was the coolness of his scalp. He touched the stubble at the nape of his neck, finding the short hairs prickly against his fingers, which he found quite amusing. Taking out his phone, he noted the time, 8:30 p.m. In the mountains, the night sky would have been adorned with stars, and an enveloping silence would prevail, but in the city, nightlife seemed to be just beginning, with the bustling streets reaching their peak. It was time to procure daily necessities. Chen Shi'an had no particular demands for material comforts. His shopping philosophy centered around durability and practicality. Arriving at a nearby department store, he purchased a bamboo mat, a pillow, a set of dark blue bedding, a pair of slippers, a red plastic bucket, a wash basin, a drinking cup, a mouthwash cup, a toothbrush, a towel, a packet of laundry detergent, and a set of 20 clothing hangers. This department store was quite spacious, accommodating nearly all essential household items. Thus, he opted not to wander elsewhere. As a man and a Taoist, he valued efficiency in shopping. He did not purchase shampoo or body wash, but he did buy 2 bars of soap. He had always favored soap for bathing. Economical and effective, it prevented back acne and lacked the slippery residue often left by body washes, which seemed to require an eternity to rinse off. Perhaps manufacturers intentionally designed such slippery products for that very effect. But for men, slickness equated to uncleanliness. One could only feel satisfied after rinsing until the surface was no longer slick. He did not buy facial cleanser, only realizing from the shelves that there were dedicated products for washing the face, with various classifications such as oil control, moisturizing, and skin softening. Chen Shi'an typically washed his face with plain water or soap, and he had never experienced acne. Even for washing his hair, he used soap. Whether due to changes in contemporary living conditions and dietary habits, or the shampoo itself, modern individuals seem to possess less hair compared to those in the 1980s and 1990s. Old photographs of his parents' generation revealed that, regardless of whether they were ordinary people or celebrities, their thick, dark hair resembled nests. Despite technological advancements and an abundance of specialized shampoos, the issue of diminishing hair quantity remained unchanged. However, Chen Shi'an had no concern for this. During his haircut, he received compliments on his abundant hair and quality. Of course, he was still young, which could not be overlooked. Nevertheless, even his elderly master retained a full head of hair until his passing, albeit all white. After completing his shopping for living essentials, Chen Shi'an proceeded to procure kitchen supplies, such as pots, bowls, and staple condiments like oil, rice, and vinegar. He had previously inspected the kitchen at home, which Li Wanyin had kept immaculate, equipped with a gas stove and frying pan, as well as the necessary seasonings. It sufficed for her alone, but with 2 people. The quantity of utensils and tableware would be inadequate. Despite Sister Wanyin generously offering him a share, Chen Shi'an was reluctant to impose. He could sense that she was not financially well off, and even if they had the chance to cook together in the future, he preferred to contribute his share to ensure peace of mind during meals. This was Chen Shi'an's first experience with cohabitation. Yet the principle remained consistent across all interpersonal interactions. One should not always take others' kindness for granted. One must also demonstrate understanding. "Young master, is there anything else you need?" The shopkeeper smiled warmly as she helped move the items to the counter. That should be all for now. Could you please tally the cost? I am a Taoist. May I receive a discount? A Taoist is fine, but students are not eligible. My little business relies on selling items to students. Let me calculate. The total is 475 yuan. How about 460 for you? I'll consider the slippers as a gift. That works, thank you. All right, I will help you pack everything. Do you have a car, young master? Can you carry all this? No worries, I should manage. All the small items were packed into the bucket, while the bedding was already in packaging with handles, making it easy to carry. With the shopkeeper's assistance, the purchases were quickly organized. By the way, do you have any fabric? I would like to buy a piece. Yes, how long do you need? Before leaving, Chen Shi'an also bought a roll of fabric and some needles and threads. For many young people, such items may seem unnecessary, but he found them quite useful. For instance, if the pillow proved uncomfortable, he planned to fill it with buckwheat to create his own buckwheat pillow. Passing by a pet supply store, he contemplated and decided to buy a bag of chicken-flavored cat food. He was unsure if Fei and Mo would enjoy it, but since he was in the city, he thought a good idea to bring some for it to try. At the entrance of the community, vendors were selling watermelons, available whole or sliced. Chen Shi'an noticed the watermelons appeared of good quality and selected 1/2 to be weighed. After a quick calculation, he noted that the 2 long-distance bus rides had cost 20 yuan, the haircut 40 yuan, and his shopping had totaled around 550 yuan. His master had left him with over 24,600 yuan, and today he had spent a portion of it, leaving him with 24,000 remaining. As he prepared to officially begin his studies, he pondered whether there would be many expenses ahead. Chen Shi'an considered that his primary expenditure would likely be monthly rent, which he estimated would be manageable at around 700 after sharing with Li Wanyin. 24,000 yuan was sufficient for him to live comfortably for a while. Provided there were no significant expenses, his extremely frugal lifestyle could sustain him until after the college entrance examination. However, that would be the limit. As for future tuition fees, living expenses, and debts owed to creditors, he would need to devise his own solutions. Lost in thought, Chen Shi'an's expression turned peculiar as he mused, "Master, could this have been your calculated plan?" It seemed that understanding how to earn money was also a lesson he must learn in this new chapter of life. Fortunately, he had a 2-year grace period to contemplate this, but for now, the most pressing matter was to catch up on the academic foundation and improve his grades. Ascending to the 9th floor with his arms laden with goods, Chen Shi'an appeared unfazed, not even breaking a sweat. He set the items down temporarily and retrieved the keys from his pocket to unlock the door. There were 2 keys, one for the security door and another for the apartment door, which had been left by the previous tenant and handed over to him by Li Wanyin. As for the key to the Taoist temple, it was an old-fashioned large keychain that he kept in his bag. Upon opening the door to the rental unit, he was greeted by the sight of Li Wanyin, dressed in casual shorts and a t-shirt, hanging laundry on the balcony. She had just finished her bath, her hair tips slightly damp, and the washing machine in the bathroom continued to hum as she hung her hand-washed undergarments to dry. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Li Wanyin, accustomed to living alone, immediately turned to look. Once she recognized the visitor's face, her initial caution dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of incredulity in her eyes. "Sure, Shi'an? Indeed, You just stepped out for a moment, and Sister Wani no longer recognizes me? It truly is you. You've changed so much. If it weren't for your Tao robe, I might not have recognized you at all. I merely got a haircut. Don't be so surprised as if I underwent plastic surgery. In Chapter 20, Testing the Taoist, Li Wanyin was astonished. It was her first time experiencing so vividly how a hairstyle could transform a young man's image so dramatically. Of course, the uncut Shi'an was also quite handsome, yet his demeanor and aura were completely different. At that time, he had his hair styled in a bun, exuding an ancient charm, radiating a literary elegance and a composed tranquility. After the haircut, he embodied a youthful vitality, appearing refreshingly clean and bright. The contrast was indeed striking. Not only Li Wanyin, but even the black cat almost failed to recognize him. The feline stared wide-eyed at Shi'an for a while, circled around him, and sniffed before confirming that this half-Taoist fellow was indeed Shi'an. This left Shi'an feeling somewhat awkward as he touched his face, bemused. What is up? I just got a haircut. Why is it that no one recognizes me? Because the change is indeed too great. Li Wanyin replied with a smile. Meow. The black cat chimed in, as if in agreement. Was the cut unappealing? No. I think it looks particularly good. It's fine, Sister Wanyin. I can manage on my own. You bought so many things. Yes, just the essentials. Oh, you even bought oil, rice, soy sauce, and vinegar. I still have some in my kitchen. These are necessities. You can use mine when yours run out. Then next time, we can cook together. Li Wanyin shuklat. Noting that cooking alone was rather unfulfilling, and two could share a meal. I can cook. Next time, I'll let you taste my skills. Then I want to hold back. Haha. Actually, it's not that great. Just don't complain about it being insufficient. Li Wanyin found his words quite endearing and mused to herself whether this young Taoist had learned all these sweet-talking skills on the mountain. How could he speak so charmingly? Looking both handsome and youthful? If he were to set up a fortune-telling stall on the street, wouldn't the young girls be easily swayed? The washing machine signaled the end of its cycle, and Li Wanyin took the basket to retrieve the freshly washed clothes to hang out to dry. Now that they shared the same roof, the living room was warm and bright. The cat lounging lazily on the sofa, Shi'an tidying up his belongings, while Li Wanyin hung clothes on the balcony. Occasionally, Shi'an would glance up at her as she hung the clothes, evoking a serene feeling of tranquility. Despite residing in the same house, Shi'an often felt as if he had stumbled into someone else's life. The stark contrast with the mountain life was indeed substantial. He seemed to adapt, yet still required time to adjust. Not to mention, the grumpy old man he lived with on the mountain had been replaced by a gentle and beautiful young lady. And the Tao robes on the drying rack were now replaced by delicate, pastel garments unique to women. How could this possibly be the same as life in the mountains? Once Li Wanyin finished hanging her clothes, Shi'an completed tidying up as well. Like her, he had also changed into comfortable home slippers. Shi'an, I've already bathed. There is still hot water in the heater. You can wash up directly if you wish. All right, no rush. I usually bathe in cold water. Even in winter? Not quite. We have a large pot in the temple to boil enough hot water for both my master and me. Boiling water for bathing? I had that at home too. Does Sister Wanyin enjoy tending the fire? Oh, how do you know that? Because I've done it too. Their shared childhood memories fostered a sense of closeness between Li Wanyin and Shi'an. During high school and university, she had many classmates from the city whose families had hot water heaters. Sharing such childhood joys with others was often met with disbelief. They were usually surprised to learn that her home lacked even a hot water heater. I thought your childhood was different since you practiced Taoism. Aside from not having attended school, it's quite similar. Li Wanyin caught the critical information in his words and paused. Shi'an, you never went to school? Yes. I attended elementary school for a few days, so now I'm joining the second year to catch up on my studies. Shi'an spoke lightly, but Li Wanyin couldn't remain calm. Setting aside how he could join the second year without any schooling, how could he catch up after missing so many years? It was evident on her face, the unique concern of an older sister for her younger siblings. She didn't say much more, only earnestly encouraged, but Shi'an, your studies will be quite demanding. However, I believe in you. Keep it up. Shi'an blinked and nodded with a smile. Okay. Sister Wanyin, I bought a watermelon. Let us share it. No, you eat it. Li Wanyin instinctively waved her hand to decline. But Shi'an, seeming to have anticipated her craving, directly handed her the largest piece. Eat. Then, thank you, Shi'an. No need for formality, I can't finish it alone. So how is it? Sweet enough? So sweet. You have a knack for shopping. Li Wanyin ate gracefully, holding the watermelon in her right hand while cupping her palm to catch the seed she spat out, ensuring not a drop of juice fell to the ground. "This is actually the first watermelon I've eaten this year," she remarked, her large eyes sparkling with delight. "What a coincidence, it's mine as well." The two sat together on the sofa, enjoying the watermelon, and Shi'an asked, "Sister Wanyin, you must have done quite well in school, right?" "Uncle Lin said you just graduated this year?" Li Wanyi nodded. "Yes, I just graduated in June. But I wasn't that great in school. I only attended a vocational college." "A vocational college?" "Yes." Reflecting on those past experiences, her tone remained calm, yet sure and could imagine the darkness she had faced that year. "How is your mother's health now?" "She is recovering well, but can't do heavy work. She found a handcraft job at a small factory in our town. It's enough to get by." After finishing the watermelon, the despondency that had clouded Li Wanyin's face vanished, as if her earlier gloom was merely Shi'an's illusion. She became invigorated again, continuing, "My current goal is quite simple. To find a job quickly and, save up 200,000. 200,000? Why so much?" "Yes. Once I save it, what do you think I should do with the money?" I haven't thought that far ahead. Saving money definitely won't be a mistake. My mother doesn't earn much, and my sister needs money for her studies." When she mentioned her sister, a look of immense pride illuminated her face. "My sister is exceptionally sensible. She excels in her studies far more than I did, ranking among the best in her school. She'll be taking her entrance exams next year, and the teachers say she can get into the best high school in our province. So, as her older sister, I need to work even harder. My mother is unwell, and my sister is at a crucial stage for her exams. I don't want them to worry too much." Shi'an and the cat listened intently, observing the indomitable spirit radiating from this sister before them. Both were rendered speechless. "Why is everyone quiet? Don't you believe me?" "Li Baninin kita playfully. I envy you." "You envy me?" "Yes, living in seclusion on the mountain sounds quite appealing, without worries or stress. I previously could not comprehend why some individuals would choose to retreat to the mountains. Now, however, I have come to understand. Once I attain wealth, I too desire to find a mountain, build my own little courtyard, raise chickens, cultivate vegetables, and live leisurely." Chen Shi'an chuckled softly and remarked, "Sister Wanyin, you may be disappointed. Even as a Taoist, there are still troubles. After all, here I am, descending from mountains to pursue my studies." "Huh. I trust that studying will pose no challenge for you, Shi'an. You are as clever as my sister." Such praise is indeed significant. Li Wanyin, pondering for a moment, took out her mobile phone. "Shi'an, let us add each other on WeChat. It will be more convenient for communication." "WeChat? One moment, Sister Wanyin, I will download it." "You don't have WeChat?" "Well, I rarely need to contact anyone." "You haven't connected to the home network yet?" "Shi'an, connect to it. It will save data while you're at home." Chen Shi'an realized what she meant. Had Sister Wanyin activated the network? "When we split the rent later, we should include the internet fee." "No need, no need. Uncle Lin keeps it on all the time, and he has already factored it into the rent. You can search for it. The name is 901, and the password is 0709. Chen Shi'an was somewhat adept with his phone, but his operation was evidently not as proficient as Li Wanyin's. Seeing him fumble about like an elderly man, unable to locate the settings, the gentle sister leaned closer, guiding him by pointing at the screen. They were quite close. Although Li Wanyin was not much older than Chen Shi'an, she had blossomed into a graceful young woman. Fresh from her shower, she carried the fragrant scent of body wash and shampoo. Chen Shi'an's peripheral vision inadvertently fell upon her profile. As she spoke, her vocal cords vibrated, and that faint, delicate aroma wafted from her gently quivering neck, lingering at the tip of his nose. It was an indescribable fragrance, emanating from its owner, who was warm and gentle without the use of cosmetics. Yet it was so subtle, so soft, that it seemed to ensnare the heart of the young Taoist. For a fleeting moment, Chen Shi'an could not help but imagine deeply inhaling that scent nestled within her neck. Such frivolous and reckless thoughts momentarily destabilized his Taoist resolve. Steady, steady, focus. Fortunately, the arduous training of the past 18 years had not been in vain. In an instant, his eyes regained their clarity. That was close. No wonder my master advised me to be cautious in the mortal realm. To think this would be a test of my resolve. I almost faltered. All right, it's installed. You can log in and register now. Thank you, Sister Wanyin. Thankfully, Li Wanyin did not notice his momentary distraction, merely assuming he was still processing everything. Uncle Lin was correct. Shi'an is indeed a virtuous and reliable Taoist. Chapter 21. My fate has yet to arrive. It is no wonder that when I was a child watching Journey to the West, my master said that Tang Sing's greatest trial was the kingdom of women. At that time, Chen Shi'an did not understand, but now he has gained some insight. As for whether the challenge of the kingdom of women was genuinely difficult or merely a trial, only Tang Sing knows. Having finished downloading WeChat, Li Wanyin distanced herself again, allowing Chen Shi'an to finally regain his initial composure. In truth, even without assistance, Chen Shi'an could have figured out the connection and WeChat registration on his own, but with Li Wanyin's enthusiastic help, it certainly saved him a great deal of trouble. Soon, Chen Shi'an successfully registered his WeChat account, using his own name, Chen Shi'an, as his username. Aren't you going to change your avatar? Li Wanyin inquired. How do I change it? You can click here to change it. Chen Shi'an's phone contained few images, primarily pictures he had taken of the Taoist temple, flowers, and landscapes. After some thought, he selected a photograph of a sunrise as his avatar. To his surprise, upon seeing it, Li Wanyin could not help but chuckle. What are you laughing at, Sister Wanyin? Haha, it's nothing. I just think your lifestyle sometimes resembles that of an old man. Huh? Chen Shi'an did not understand. He thought the sunrise photo was quite beautiful. It made for a lovely avatar, embodying tranquility and serenity. Quickly add me. I want to be your first friend on WeChat. As for whether she had ever been anyone else's first WeChat friend, Li Wanyin believed she had not, but the opportunity was now before her. How do I add you? Click here. You can scan the code or input the phone number and WeChat ID. Oh, remember my phone number, 189-0812. Can you not shout out the nickname in front of others? It's quite embarrassing. Before Chen Shi'an could finish, Li Wanyin snatched the phone from him. When he looked at her again, her face was slightly flushed, filled with embarrassment. Don't read out the signature in front of others. It's something I haven't changed in many years. All right. Chen Shi'an, unfamiliar with the etiquette of social networking, found it amusing. Was this a glimpse into Sister Wan's inner self? Li Wanyin also took out her phone. Hers was somewhat better than Chen Shi'an's older model, though it was not in pristine condition. Even with a protective case, it bore evident signs of wear, and it had more applications than Chen Shi'an's phone, causing it to lag significantly. Currently, she had no plans to purchase a new phone due to financial constraints, but she had set a goal to buy a new one for around $1,500 once she received her first paycheck from her formal job. Sister Wanyin, please accept my request. Coming, don't rush, let my phone catch up. Chen Shi'an sent a smiley face emoji. The young Taoist found himself amused by the exaggerated panda head emoji in the chat box and curiously asked, "Where did you find this emoji, Sister Wanyin? You can save it." So it was. Chen Shi'an found it interesting and saved the emoji. The two exchanged emojis, completing their WeChat connection and greeting each other. Now, sitting face to face, they were not bored enough to resort to chatting on WeChat. How many friends do you have on WeChat? Let me see. Over 170. So many? Not too many. Mainly teachers, classmates, friends, and family. Do you have a partner in there? Chen Shi'an asked curiously. You Taoists are concerned about such matters? Even a Taoist can possess curiosity. Li Wanyin blushed slightly. However, since Chen Shi'an was significantly younger than her, she did not dwell on it and replied candidly no. During my studies, I was busy with academics, and now that I've graduated, I'm focused on job hunting. Who has time for romance? My mother keeps urging me. It seems she is not in a rush. I imagine many suitors must be pursuing Sister Wanyin. When someone reaches a certain age and remains single, inquiries about romantic topics often provoke a sense of urgency, and Li Wanyin was no exception. She feigned maturity and countered, "What about you? I've heard that Taoists can marry and have children, right?" Chen Shi'an chuckled softly. My fate has yet to arrive. They tacitly avoided discussing the emotional topics in which neither excelled, continuing instead to explore WeChat. What is this Moments feature for? It's where you can share your daily life and your friends can see it. However, many people no longer post on Moments. I see. What are you doing? Checking Sister Wanyin's Moments. Can you not always do things that make others feel embarrassed in front of them? Fortunately, it only displays the last 3 days of Moments. You can set the viewing range. I haven't posted on Moments in a long time. It's a pity. I wanted to see how Sister Wanyin posts on her Moments. Nope. After spending this little while together, Li Wanyin had come to understand Chen Shi'an somewhat. He indeed differed from most, rarely beating around the bush, speaking plainly, yet he knew how to maintain propriety. It was precisely this honesty and the perfect balance in his speech that made interactions with him particularly relaxing. Can WeChat transfer money to each other? Chen Shi'an inquired. Yes. You can link your bank card to it. Usually, you can pay using WeChat by scanning codes. Do you have Alipay? Somewhat. It is my first time using WeChat, and I'm still not quite accustomed to it. Chen Shi'an pondered for a moment and remarked, from now on, I shall transfer the monthly rent to your WeChat account. We can equally share the expenses for electricity, water, and gas that we utilize together. Oh, didn't Uncle Lin say he would collect that half from you? He refuses to accept mine. Sister Wan-Yin can pay him on my behalf. What is Uncle Lin to you that he treats you so well? Li Wan-Yin inquired with curiosity. Uncle Lin is an old acquaintance of my master. He indeed provides me with considerable support. However, for matters within my capability, I prefer to handle them myself. I see. That works. Well, as a girl, I may use more water and electricity. I will cover a bit more of those expenses. No need for that. Calculating it this way would only complicate matters. Let's split it evenly. Seeing Chen Shi'an's insistence, Li Wan-Yin refrained from being overly bashful and nodded, saying, if you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. After all, we are roommates. By the way, did you save my number? Sometimes my phone card gets spotty, and WeChat may drop. If there's an urgent matter, just call me. Didn't I just read it out loud? I remember it. Is that for real? You remembered it after just one reading? I have to look at my package pickup code several times. 1890812, right? Just for citing the number once, and then getting distracted by conversation. Li Wan-Yin was surprised that Chen Shi'an could still blurt it out, leaving her astonished for a moment before finally managing to utter, impressive. Perhaps this is the norm of cohabitation. Although living under the same roof, most of the time, everyone is engaged in their own affairs within their rooms. Li Wan-Yin possessed a laptop, which, like her phone, was rather sluggish at present. She was busy refreshing her resume and submitting applications or rummaging through her inbox for new interview invitations. Beside her desk lay several books, materials she intended to study after securing a stable job to prepare for a transfer to a university. In today's environment, where bachelor's degree holders are plentiful and those with associate degrees are undervalued, she faced a daunting challenge. Lacking work experience and connections, coupled with her choice of a less employable major, business administration, based on relatives' advice instead of opting for a more skill-focused program. The difficulty of finding a job was evident. Since she had not turned on the air conditioning, Li Wan-Yin left her door open. When Chen Shi'an emerged from a shower, he happened to see her seated at her computer, her silhouette framed by the fan, which gently tousled her hair. From the moment he had showered until now, she had not changed her position on the chair, though her posture seemed to carry a weightier air than at the outset. Chen Shi'an did not enter, but called out from the doorway. Sister Wan-Yin, are you looking for a job? I'm done showering. I'm going to hang my clothes. At this moment, Chen Shi'an was no longer in his robe, but instead wore a rather retro shirt. Loose-fitting and similar to a t-shirt, with a row of buttons down the front. This was his usual attire when not in his robe. You wash your clothes by hand? Yes. With just a robe, hand washing is quick. How is the job search going? Well, not great. Keep at it. I believe you'll find a good job. What time do you start school tomorrow? Around 6 o'clock. You still have your part-time job, right? Yes, but I have to wait for the mall to open. I need to be there by 10. It seems I will be the first to leave tomorrow. Chen Shi'an glanced at the clock hanging in the living room and realized it was already 10 o'clock at night. I'll head to bed now. Sister Wan-Yin, get some good rest. Good night. Li Wan-Yin did not question why he was going to bed so early for modern individuals. Stating I'm going to sleep often implies I'm going to bed to use my phone. Unfortunately, this time Li Wan-Yin guessed incorrectly. Chen Shi'an genuinely intended to sleep. Even though he had arrived in a city with excellent signal and had his phone, he scarcely took it out. The black cat followed him inside, leaping onto the bed and curling up beside his pillow. Every day, I reflect on myself. Fei-mo, have you reflected today? Meow. Turning off the lights, Chen Shi'an lay on the bed. Beneath him was a new bamboo mat. Over his stomach lay a new blanket, and his head rested on a new pillow. He had not turned on the air conditioning, nor had he closed the window. The breeze wafting in was entirely different from that of the mountains, and even the night sky outside was unlike any he had seen before. Reflecting on the day's experiences and thoughts, as well as contemplating tomorrow's events, Chen Shi'an's eyelids gradually grew heavy. His first journey away from home had thus far gone smoothly. It was time to send a dream to his master to report his safety. Chapter 22. An ordinary Taoist, Chen Shi'an rose early, awakening at the first light of dawn. He had no habit of lingering in bed, and, after waking, He pulled aside the light quilt covering him and sat up. However, today was slightly different. After sitting up, he found himself momentarily lost in thought, gazing at the rental environment starkly different from the room he inhabited at the temple, and in his drowsy state, he struggled to discern where he was. The sun had yet to rise, and the vast city hung in a twilight state, resembling dawn, yet also dusk. A faint light streamed through the window, casting a narrow strip of brightness upon the floor. Chen Shi'an stared at the ceiling. The plaster ceiling was as smooth as freshly applied putty, the corners of the lines sharply cutting through his field of vision, unlike the beams of the temple that naturally curved with the trees, revealing the rings of the wood and shadows. The room was eerily quiet yet filled with an unsettling noise. The silence stemmed from the absence of insects and birdsong. Mornings in the mountains were never silent. At the break of day, a thrush would tentatively call out a few notes, followed by the cooing of a dove drifting from deep within the bamboo grove, ultimately awakening the entire flock of birds on the back mountain, chattering away in a lively commotion, even causing the copper bells at the temple eaves to jingle, the sound mixing with the rustling wind like sugar dissolving in water. I didn't sleep well. Chen Shi'an rubbed his temples vigorously, finally awakening from the haze of this chaotic morning. 18 years of ingrained living conditions and habits had abruptly changed, and it was far from easy to adapt in a short span of time. This discomfort had nothing to do with his cultivation. It was merely a natural physiological response of a living person, akin to hunger. Fortunately, the sound of a lazy cat's meow brought Chen Shi'an a sense of familiarity from the mountains. Fayamo, are you awake? How did you sleep last night? Meow. Compared to Chen Shi'an, the black cat appeared much more accustomed to the surroundings. The mattress beneath him, too soft for Chen Shi'an's liking, was less reassuring than the hard wooden bed at the temple. Yet, Fayamo reveled in the plushness, rolling over to expose its belly, basking in sheer contentment. If you're awake, then don't just lie there, lazy cat. Chen Shi'an rolled out of bed, tossing the blanket onto the cat. And by the time the black cat wriggled out from under the blanket like a worm, he had already opened the door and stepped outside. The clock in the living room ticked steadily. Chen Shi'an glanced at it and noted that it was only 5 o'clock in the morning. The house was tranquil. The clothes he washed last night hung on the balcony, gently swaying in the mild breeze, while Li Wan Yin's door remained closed, indicating she was likely still asleep. Having never lived in the city, Chen Shi'an understood that most people would not rise as early as he did. Thus, he treaded lightly around the house. He first brushed his teeth and washed his face, then went to the kitchen to prepare a simple breakfast. Having purchased noodles and eggs the previous day, he decided to have noodles for breakfast. The gas stove was new to him. He twisted the knob for a while, but saw no flame. After reflecting for a moment, he realized he needed to press down while turning it. With a click, he intentionally lifted the pot to observe how the fire ignited. A spark leapt from the igniter, followed by a soft pop, and blue flames danced to life. So, this is an electric fire, Chen Shi'an mused, finding it amusing and eager to try again. This time, he deliberately ignited the gas without producing an electric arc. With a pointed finger, a loud bang echoed as the stove surged with blue flames once more. It appeared that the fire of the spell could indeed ignite flames. The young Taoist maintained a calm demeanor, yet had onlookers witnessed this spectacle, they would surely be left astounded. After all, where did this fire originate from without a visible source? Is this scientific? What sort of bizarre experiment are you conducting? Such exaggerated reactions, merely a trivial trick. Chen Shi'an refrained from further playing with fire, having noticed the conspicuous warning sticker on the gas meter indicating danger. He obediently reignited the flame and began to fry eggs and cook noodles. His senses were far more acute than those of ordinary people, allowing him to discern that the gas he was using differed from the canister gas commonly employed by the villagers below the mountain, though he could not specify its exact composition. As the flames danced, he observed the gas meter, noting that every so often, the last digit would increment. Much like the water meter for urban residents, gas was similarly transported through pipes to households, with the meter calculating the cost. This was certainly more convenient than using gas canisters. Once the pan was sufficiently heated, he poured in some oil and deftly cracked 2 eggs into the pan. After one side had set, he skillfully flipped them over with a spatula, cooking until both sides were golden, yet not burnt or overcooked, adding an appropriate amount of water. He placed the noodle cakes in once the water boiled, casually adding some seasonings for flavor. It was only when the noodles were fully cooked that he realized he had forgotten to turn on the exhaust fan hanging above the stove. No wonder the smoke was so dense. Life in the city was truly cumbersome. Chen Shi'an possessed considerable culinary skills. During his time on the mountain, his master had first taught him the art of cooking, and once he grew tall enough to reach the stove, his lazy master never cooked again. Yet, despite his culinary prowess, a simple bowl of egg noodles could hardly compare to the delicacies of the mountains, serving merely to satisfy hunger. He had intended to prepare a serving for Li Wanyin as well, a mere triviality, but she remained asleep, and leaving the noodles too long would result in them becoming mushy. So he decided to postpone that thought. Carrying his noodles to the dining table, he sat down as the cat on the sofa approached, drawn by the aroma. "All right, Fayamo, would you like some cat food? I bought some for you. Let me get you a taste." Meow. Chen Shi'an fetched a bowl and opened the chicken-flavored cat food he had purchased the night before, pouring some into the bowl. The black cat approached, appearing quite finicky, sniffing and examining the morsels that resembled small beans, lacking any appeal. "Don't just look, try it." Meow. The black cat refused to eat. "I paid for this." Eventually, the black cat reluctantly consumed one piece. One was insufficient for a taste. Another was merely mediocre, far inferior to a mouse. "What flavor is this?" Observing Shimo's uncertain expression, Chen Shi'an decided to sample a piece of cat food himself. It was both fishy and hard, akin to chewing on wood shavings. Chen Shi'an's expression changed slightly, wishing to spit it out, but upon noticing the black cat's unwavering gaze, he steeled himself and swallowed it whole. If he were to vomit in front of Shimo, she would undoubtedly refuse to eat again, being quite proud. "I suppose it's tolerable, albeit a bit dry." Meow. "You scoundrel. Are you deceiving a cat?" The black cat shot him a disdainful look, yet to it. The food was neither particularly delectable nor entirely repulsive. After nibbling on a few pieces of cat food, it returned to join Chen Shi'an in eating the noodles. As for the remaining cat food in the bowl, it could wait until hunger struck again. The mice here were not as plentiful as those in the mountains. Even Shimo found the sewer rats unappetizing, akin to how many people enjoy fish but shun the Egyptian catfish. For Shimo, the rats rummaging through garbage in the sewers could not compare to the fruit-eating mice of the mountains. After breakfast, Chen Shi'an tidied up the bowls and kitchen. The school mandated that students arrive for morning reading by 6:30, and it was only 5:30 at that moment. He had no habit of arriving early, much like when he went to perform rituals. Reading presented no difficulty. He flipped through the pages at a rapid pace, nearly devouring each one, though not skimming. He retained the information in his mind, only slowing down to scrutinize challenging sections. During the assessment, it was evident that Chen Shi'an possessed a solid foundation in language arts, lacking only some standardized testing techniques. Unfortunately, there were no language arts worksheets available for practice at that moment, but after perusing the language textbook, he had a general understanding of the curriculum. As for mathematics, English, physics, chemistry, and biology, he found them quite challenging. The absence of 3 years of middle school foundation left significant gaps in knowledge, even with the high school textbooks. He could not comprehend them, yet he did not give up. If he could not understand, he would memorize, just like in his childhood, studying the classics and exploring moral principles. If he did not understand, he would memorize. One must first have a conceptual impression. In his youth, if he could not memorize his lessons, his master would strike his palm with a ruler. Now, no one was there to punish him. Despite Chen Shi'an's exceptional memory, attempting to memorize entirely unfamiliar material was no easy feat nevertheless. Even without supervision, he remained focused on reading and memorizing. There was no other reason. This arduous learning was a form of penance for his past arrogance in dropping out of school. It seemed that simply memorizing high school mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology was not sufficient. Meow. The black cat did not understand. After all, it was not the one preparing for college. It relished the sight of Chen Shi'an laboring over his studies while it comfortably napped atop the books, sleeping far more soundly than on the sofa. Taking his time, Chen Shi'an closed the book and glanced at the clock. It was already 6:08. Time to prepare for school. He went to the balcony and reached out to touch the school uniform he had washed the previous evening. It was still damp. The fabric retained moisture. Yet Chen Shi'an proceeded to take it down as usual, shaking it gently as one might to dry clothes. The damp uniform emitted a cloud of steam, and upon touching it again, it felt pleasantly dry. Of course, to speak of moving mountains or filling seas, of soaring through the skies, was too fantastical. Such mythical imagery belonged to tales and films, far removed from reality. In his childhood, Chen Shi'an believed his master could perform such feats, only to later discover that his master was merely an ordinary Taoist like himself. He too experienced fatigue, drowsiness, thirst, hunger, worries, illness, aging, and one day would succumb to the passage of time. If one were to ask what was particularly special, Chen Shi'an felt it might be the understanding of certain truths that ordinary people did not grasp. With a heightened perspective, many matters appeared clearer. Thinking too much leads to forgetfulness, while clarity of thought results in missing the present. The essence of existence lies in harmony. Leaning too far in one direction leads to loss of self. Master, I understand the unity of knowledge and action. You know everything yet do not act. I am acting, I am acting. Famo, I'm leaving. Guard the house well and don't run around. The cat glanced at him, then turned its gaze toward the balcony, where the sun had already risen. Chapter 23. From now on, we are partners. With the sun rising, the discomfort Chen Shi'an felt upon waking in the bustling metropolis had greatly diminished. Regardless of how the environment changed, the cycle of day and night remained constant. The sunlight in the city was no different in essence from that in the mountains, both illuminating the world with equal brilliance. Descending the stairs, he exited the community and stepped onto the street. At this hour, besides the elderly heading out to buy groceries or exercise, more students clad in school uniforms were emerging, as well as parents escorting their children to school. Most office workers were not awake at such an early hour. Wearing a school uniform for the first time felt quite peculiar to Chen Shi'an. The most apparent difference was the newfound lightness. The elastic school trousers paired with a short-sleeved shirt allowed his skin to easily feel the breeze while moving. The uniform was indeed comfortable, neither too tight to hinder movement nor as loose and cumbersome as a Taoist robe, fitting just right. The contrast in feelings was striking compared to the Taoist robe. When he donned his school uniform and stepped outside, the gazes of passers-by diminished by a staggering 90%. This shift rendered Chen Shi'an somewhat unaccustomed, leading him to briefly question whether he had mastered the art of invisibility. However, this sensation was rather pleasant, allowing him to observe others from an unnoticed vantage point, witnessing their most genuine reactions rather than the standard curiosity. Naturally, a number of young women still took notice of him, but this attention diverged from the previous day's inquisitiveness to a more flirtatious admiration. After all, what was wrong with a young and handsome male student drawing a few extra glances? Chen Shi'an found it amusing. Those he encountered at that moment surely could not fathom that he was, in fact, a Taoist. It was not until they reached the traffic light that someone finally unveiled the seemingly flawless disguise that Chen Shi'an had constructed for himself. Taoist? The voice emerged from behind him, a bright female tone imbued with uncertainty, curiosity, and a hint of familiarity. Little chatterbox, is that you? The girl standing before him, clad in the same blue and white uniform, was none other than the one who had conversed with him on a long bus ride yesterday. He had already learned that they attended the same school and were in the same grade, but after disembarking, he had lost sight of her and did not know her class or name. I am not a little chatterbox, she retorted, and, after taking a closer look at him, she exclaimed in a tone of surprise and confirmation, "It really is you." "Indeed, is I. We chatted all the way yesterday, did we not? But you're not in your Taoist robe, and you've cut your hair. I didn't recognize you at all. I saw you earlier, but wasn't sure it was you. Why aren't you wearing your robe? When did you cut your hair? Are you really the Taoist from class 5 of the second year?" Initially, as she walked to school, Wen Jixia had been struggling to keep her eyes open, but upon seeing Chen Shi'an, her drowsiness dissipated instantly, and a flurry of questions spilled forth. Her shoulder-length hair, slightly tousled, caught the morning light, reflecting a soft brown hue. As she spoke, her strands danced against her shoulders, with a few rebellious locks falling across her forehead, which she casually brushed aside, revealing a smooth brow and sparkling eyes. The light within her gaze sparkled even more brightly than the sunshine that illuminated them. "I have class, so I naturally have to wear my uniform and cut my hair. But you're a Taoist. How could you come to our school?" "To prepare for university and obtain a diploma." "So you really are in class 5 of the second year now? How did you know?" It spread like wildfire throughout the grade last night. Everyone was saying a Taoist had joined class 5. Wen Jixia regarded him with an expression that suggested he was rather out of the loop. "And I went to check your class last night to see if it was truly you. No wonder I didn't recognize you last night with your uniform and haircut." Is it possible I didn't attend evening study? The girl paused, but quickly found a more satisfying answer. No wonder. I thought if you were there, I would certainly recognize you. As the green light illuminated, the two continued their conversation while walking. Wen Zhixiao wasn't particularly tall, standing beside Chen Shi'an. She only exceeded his shoulder by a small margin, likely around 1.60 meters. Her petite stature complemented her cute and sweet appearance, with a youthful face that could easily be mistaken for that of a middle school student, were it not for her well-endowed figure. However, as they walked side by side, her shorter legs were quickly revealed as a disadvantage, while Chen Shi'an walked at a normal pace. She had to take 2 steps for every one of his to keep up. But you were lying to me yesterday? You were actually a student? I'm not lying. I'm a Taoist, but I'm also a student now. But you said you've never been to school. Does attending a few days of elementary school count? Not at all. Then I really have never been to school. Seeing that Chen Shi'an appeared genuine, Wen Zhixiao was momentarily taken aback. How did you transfer to class 5? That's the strongest science class in our school. Principal Lin arranged it. Ah, I see. So you have connections. Wen Zhixiao understood, and she held no prejudice. After all, what mattered most as a student was one's academic performance, as connections could not boost grades. So, according to you, you attended elementary school for a few days. Then didn't T go to middle school? Didn't T attend the first year of high school? And now you've parachuted into the second year? Yes. And now you're going to study with us and take the college entrance examination? Yes. Are you joking? Wen Zhixiao's eyes widened in disbelief. You don't have any foundational knowledge. How will you keep up? Just work hard. That is the most arrogant thing I've ever heard. Is working hard considered arrogance? Chen Shi'an was puzzled. Of course it is. To think that you can achieve anything simply by working hard is the greatest arrogance of all. Wen Zhixiao's words struck Chen Shi'an like a bolt of lightning, and he had not expected that this little chatterbox would impart such wisdom. Indeed, she was right. He had always believed there was nothing he could not accomplish, and if there was, hard work would surely get him there. Upon reflection, he realized how arrogant such a belief truly was. Enlightened, Chen Shi'an bowed in gratitude. You are absolutely right. I must reflect on myself. Wen Zhixiao chuckled, and, imitating him, said this child can be taught. May I ask you to teach me? Huh? Wen Zhixiao was momentarily stunned. If there is something I don't understand, can I ask you? Like mathematics, English, physics, biology, and chemistry. I'm completely clueless. You're looking for a study partner? Wen Zhixiao's eyes lit up with understanding. Now, it was Chen Shi'an's turn to be perplexed. Study partner? Yes. We learn together and help each other with what we don't understand. Oh, I think that's what I meant. Chen Shi'an nodded in agreement, and Wen Zhixiao readily accepted, partly due to her warm-hearted nature and also because she held a favorable impression of him. Sure, let us be study partners from now on, but I study humanities, while you study sciences. I don't understand physics, chemistry, or biology either. As for math, I can only say I'm okay at it. But I should be able to teach you English. You're a humanities student? Yes, I'm in class 11. After sharing this, Wen Zhixiao became curious. Why didn't you choose humanities before? If you have no foundation, wouldn't it be easier to grasp than sciences? Chen Shi'an did not elaborate, merely smiled and said, My master helped me choose. Oh, I see. My dad wanted me to choose sciences too, saying it would be easier to select a major and find employment later. Wen Zhixiao's expression revealed her empathy. Chen Shi'an thought to himself, this is hardly the same. My master deliberately chose sciences knowing how difficult they are. Chen Shi'an was unaware of the academic level of class 11, nor did he know about the girl's grades. But he was certain they could not be inferior to his. Thus, they had agreed to become study partners. From their first encounter yesterday until now, they finally introduced themselves. I am Chen Shi'an. What about you? Ah, they said your name is Chunin. That is my courtesy name. I am Wen Zhixiao. As for my courtesy name. Chatterbox? Ha, stop it. I'm not that fond of talking. With their ages being similar and Wen Zhixiao's bright and enthusiastic personality, the atmosphere of their conversation was always delightful. Zhixiao, is it the Xi from and the Xia from 11 Ti in? Yes, yes. What a lovely name. It suits you perfectly. Hee hee. But I dislike the heat the most. As she spoke, WNH11 noticed something extraordinary, despite feeling quite warm during their walk. Standing next to CHNS Chen imbued her with an inexplicable sense of refreshment, reminiscent of the previous day's experience in the car. Why don't you stay in the dorms at school? Ven ZH inquired curiously. I brought my cat. It's inconvenient in the dormitory, he replied. Oh right. Where's your cat? Lying at home. I envy your cat. It doesn't have to attend classes or take exams. Yesterday, you said you envied the Taoist, he reminded her. Not anymore. It turns out Taoists also have classes and exams. Observing the girl's innocent and naive demeanor, Chen Shi'an couldn't help but chuckle. He then posed the same question to her. And you? Why aren't you staying in the dorms? Your home should be in the county, right? Yes. I'm staying at my aunt's house. It's better than the school dormitory. Is it convenient? Yes, it takes about 10 minutes on foot. My aunt has a great relationship with my mom, and I often stayed at her place when I was younger. I help my cousin with her homework when I have time. So it seems you have good grades? Just average, she said, but her lips curled into a proud smile. And her already pronounced curves became even more evident, leaving Chen Shi'an astonished. Indeed, some people have their reasons for disliking the heat. That's impressive, he remarked. Chen Shi'an was not fond of crowds, yet he did not relish solitude either. Although the path was short, having someone to converse with was quite pleasant. Since we are companions now, allow me to treat you to a little something, WNH11 said, retrieving a cup of soy milk from the bundle of breakfast items she was carrying and presenting it to Chen Shi'an. What is this? I certainly didn't eat all of this. WNH11 blushed and quickly explained, I eat very little. I've been dieting and eating even less lately. I brought breakfast for my classmates. You are quite generous, he noted. Well, my aunt runs a breakfast shop, so I thought I might as well help her attract customers. Here, that's your companion fee. Seeing her insist, Chen Shi'an accepted the warm cup of soy milk without hesitation. What is a companion fee? You wouldn't understand. It's akin to paying for emotional value, similar to hiring someone to play games with you, she explained. Do you have to pay to play games? Indeed. It was likely that WNH's mention of a companion fee was largely in jest, aimed at persuading him to accept the soy milk. Yet her words left Chen Shi'an pondering. As they walked and talked, they soon arrived at the school entrance. The sensation of blending and struck Chen Shi'an as he noted the shift in attention. Having changed into his school uniform and styled his hair, he attracted far less notice than the day before. Passing the gatekeeper, Chen Shi'an smiled and nodded, recalling their brief interaction when the gatekeeper escorted him to meet Principal LN. However, the gatekeeper now appeared perplexed, struggling to place the somewhat familiar face before him. Following his farewell to WNH11, as Chen Shi'an walked along the corridor leading to Class 5, the students were taken aback. Who are you, buddy? Just because you're handsome, you think you can barge into someone else's class? Chapter 24. What do people say? As the most elite science class, Class 5 had its own educational management standards, including an early morning reading session that commenced a full 15 minutes before the school's official schedule. Chen Shi'an left home at 6:10, arriving at the classroom precisely at 6:27, 3 minutes ahead of schedule. Most of his classmates were already present. However, as it was not yet time for formal reading, the classroom buzzed with chatter, some students conversing, others eating breakfast, some fetching water, and a few rushing to complete assignments. Yet, this chaos abruptly ceased when Chen Shi'an entered the classroom. The first student to notice him wore a look of confusion, and soon this expression rippled through the class, swiftly engulfing everyone. Who are you, buddy? Are you from our class? What are you doing here? Old Liang. Where is he? Come out and explain. Wait, that face looks so familiar. Have we met in a past life? What is your name? Taoist Master. No way. It's the Taoist Master. As the unfamiliar yet recognizable figure walked past the podium and headed straight for the empty seat beside LNM Enki, the class finally realized he was none other than Chen Shi'an, who had just transferred in from JNGCH Nguyen and had been practicing Taoist art since childhood. My apologies. The Taoist Master looks different in a uniform. I almost didn't recognize him. Who would have thought that after changing into a school uniform and cutting his hair, Chen Shi'an's appearance had transformed so dramatically? It was no wonder everyone was taken aback. Is this Taoist practicing some form of disguise technique? Oh no, my position as the most handsome in class is in jeopardy. I suddenly understand why there are no unattractive characters in cultivation novels. You all don't understand. I actually think the Taoist as previous outfit had more charm. All right. We know you have a thing for Taoist robes. Aesthetic appreciation is subjective. Isn't it? If there's no consensus, why do we all find the class president attractive while Ziyu Shioke in looks as sleazy as a paparazzo? You're the paparazzo. I'm a serious journalist. After a brief silence, The revelation of Chen's identity reignited whispers among the students. However, no one approached him for conversation. It was not fear of incurring the Taoist's wrath, but rather concern about displeasing L and M. Enki, his desk mate. As soon as she took her seat, the area surrounding her fell silent without her uttering a word. Beautiful yet aloof, she was not only the class president, but also the daughter of the principal. Rumored to have a notebook for deducting points. Who would dare provoke her? Her presence acted like a signal jammer, ensuring that, despite the class's commotion, her vicinity remained tranquil. Chen Shi'an noted this passive aura of his seatmate and found it rather pleasing. Unlike him, who had arrived just in time, Enki had been seated for a while. He was unsure when she had arrived, but she was quietly working on problems. Clad in the blue and white school uniform, her long, sleek black hair cascaded down her back, her expression unchanged from their first meeting. Even her posture and grip on the pen mirrored how she had appeared just before he left the previous day. If it weren't for Chen catching a glimpse of her delicate ankles peeking from her socks, which were a different color from the day before, he might have suspected she had been seated there all night. Quite remarkable. She could sit still and maintain her composure. Chen did, contemplating that if she were inclined towards cultivation, he would not mind taking her as a disciple. As he heard the chair beside him being gently pulled back, Enki, without raising her head, couldn't help but cast a brief glance downwards with her peripheral vision. What she saw were new school uniform trousers. No longer the Taoist robe. His shoes had also changed to ordinary black canvas sneakers. Yesterday, she had thought Chen's Taoist robe was somewhat attention-seeking. Yet today, he had transformed his appearance entirely. After observing his lower attire, Enki's gaze finally ascended to his newly donned short-sleeve uniform, ultimately resting on his face. Her expression remained unchanged, yet her eyes seemed to glimmer slightly. Just then, Chen happened to look over, offering a natural smile. "Good morning. Good morning." Unlike others who expressed astonishment at his transformation, and devoid of any gossip or curiosity, her icy demeanor seemed eternally fixed upon her delicate visage, rendering her thoughts inscrutable, as if she were wearing a sign that read, "Do not disturb. Learning in progress." Chen Shi'an would not stoop to the level of seeking conversation simply out of boredom. Observing her tranquility, he chose not to intrude. He retrieved the class schedule that Teacher Liang had provided him the previous day and examined it, his brow furrowing slightly. It was no wonder that one often encountered online lamentations about the hardships of high school life. Discounting the scattered breaks, the time spent in the classroom amounted to at least 10 hours. It was more arduous than his days spent in meditation upon the mountain. During his time there, he was merely busy in the mornings, enjoying lunch and a nap, only awakening around 3 or 4 in the afternoon to fish in the stream, forage for mushrooms, and tend to the vegetables, pondering the evening's meal. Was it truly necessary to consume so much time merely for the sake of education? Enough of that, he thought. Humility is key. Regardless, he was now a student and must abide by the school's regulations. As the morning reading period commenced, the chaotic chatter in the classroom gradually faded, replaced by the sound of reading aloud. Unlike in elementary school, where everyone recited in unison, here the reading was more flexible, with students reading individually. Today's subject was Chinese literature. Chen Shi'an pulled out his first-year Chinese textbook from his desk, which caught Lin Mengqiu's attention momentarily, though she said nothing. Her father had already called her the night before, briefly explaining Chen Shi'an's situation. When she learned that he had never attended school, she had been rendered speechless for quite some time. As for her father's request for her to assist Chen Shi'an, she felt ill-equipped to teach someone who had never been to school. However, it appeared he could recognize characters. But here in high school, was mere recognition truly sufficient? She could not fathom the source of her father's unwavering confidence in him. Even she found the situation absurd. Perhaps he had merely descended from the mountain to experience life? As long as he and her father were content, that was sufficient for her. Unbeknownst to Chen Shi'an, Lin Mengqiu's thoughts were far removed from his own, as he had already opened the 6th lesson and began reading. He had perused the first 6 lessons at home earlier, and, while he could not claim to have an eidetic memory, he remembered enough to only require another reading to commit it to memory. Most students were reading aloud, but Chen Shi'an remained silent, merely observing. To be precise, he was memorizing. Vocalizing would only slow his reading speed. He found that direct memorization while reading was the most efficient method for him. Lin Mingqiu, sitting nearby, similarly refrained from reading aloud. But in her hands was not a textbook, but rather a stack of printed and bound materials filled with essential content for high school Chinese. Chen Shi'an noticed that it seemed nearly all of his classmates possessed such resources. Few, like him, were directly memorizing the texts. Which passages were crucial and which were not? Efficiency-driven, Lin Mingqiu inquired, "Did Teacher Liang not provide you with the memorization materials for Chinese? Is that the one in your hand?" No. I'll help you make a copy later. For now, you can start with this one." Without waiting for Chen Shi'an's consent, she placed her stack of materials on his desk. Chen Shi'an blinked in surprise. Indeed, Lin Shu had not been mistaken, for Mingqiu appeared cold on the outside, yet warm within. Though her words were frosty, her actions were undeniably kind. He picked up the materials she provided, noting that she had highlighted key phrases in red and included detailed explanations in small print for points of emphasis. Her handwriting neat and elegant, reflecting her character, delicate yet sharp. "Did you extract these memorization materials from the textbook?" "Yes," Lin Mingqiu responded as she retrieved her English memorization materials. Whether or not they were to read English during the morning session was inconsequential to a student of her caliber. She could just as easily continue pondering her math problems without the teacher's concern. "I thought some might be supplementary to the textbook." Chen Shi'an smiled, returning the materials to her as he noticed her puzzled expression. "Thank you, but since the textbook contains the information, I can just memorize the text directly. I wouldn't want to deprive you of the resources." Was it perhaps youthful pride causing him to act aloof? Not at all. His approach to learning fundamentally differed from that of most students. He pursued knowledge not solely for the sake of exams. Even amidst the pervasive atmosphere of test-oriented education in Class 5, he remained steadfast, believing that if one is to learn, it must be understood and internalized, genuinely yielding meaningful results. Memorizing a few more times was no arduous task. As the morning reading session neared its conclusion, Teacher Liang finally arrived, having come to deliver the Chinese memorization materials to Chen Shi'an. Much like his classmates, upon seeing Chen Shi'an, who had cut his hair and donned the school uniform, Teacher Liang was genuinely taken aback. "Shi'an, I almost didn't recognize you." "Teacher Liang, I hope this meets the regulations?" "Absolutely, the uniform fits well." As he spoke, Liang handed over the materials. "This is the essential memorization content for our 3 years of high school Chinese. I was busy yesterday and forgot to print a copy for you. Keep this safe. Primarily, you should memorize according to this." Though they had only just entered the second year of high school, the pace of their studies had already exceeded typical expectations. By the third year, no new material would be covered, only review. "Thank you, Teacher Liang." Chen Shi'an accepted the materials without hesitation this time, for the previous stack had belonged to Lin Mingqiu, while this one was rightfully his. In his view, whether one sought knowledge from nearby or far away, or whether one pursued easy tasks in difficult ways, the results would ultimately be illusory endeavors unless rooted in genuine understanding and practice. As a Chinese language teacher, Liang Huiyang was not merely delivering memorization materials to Chen Shi'an. He also produced a heavy, environmentally friendly bag he had borrowed from several other teachers. "I brought you some middle school textbooks. Time is tight, and I couldn't procure them all at once, so for now, I've only brought the first-year books. They cover all subjects. I've also included elementary English textbooks. You can start with those for now, as they contain foundational knowledge. If you encounter anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me or your classmates." "Thank you so much, Teacher Liang. I will take good care of them. Whether you keep them in good condition is of little consequence. What matters is that you learn well." Of course, having conducted a preliminary assessment of Chen Shi'an the previous day, no one understood his foundational knowledge better than Teacher Liang. Yet, despite being a teacher, he felt quite helpless about the situation. He had his own responsibilities, as did the other teachers, and his classmates were similarly occupied. All he could do was lend him some books. The rest relied on his self-study. "I've informed the other subject teachers that if you find it difficult to follow along in class, it's all right to focus on your own studies, as long as you are engaged in learning." "Understood, Teacher Liang." It was hard to feel reassured. Could old Liang really guide him to the other shore? Teacher Liang sighed. After years of teaching advanced classes, he had never encountered a student with such a lamentable foundation, which left him feeling quite troubled. After concluding his instructions to Chen Shi'an, Teacher Liang finally noticed that the reading voices surrounding them had diminished. The students, hiding behind their textbooks, stared wide-eyed and perked up their ears. eavesdropping on their conversation with a mix of curiosity and intrigue. "What are you doing? Where's the reading voice?" With a stern reprimand. The room promptly erupted into chaotic chatter once more. During a conversation between teacher Liang and Chen Shi'an, Lin Mingqiu remained silent. Yet her curiosity compelled her to sneak a glance at Chen Shi'an's desk. The covers of familiar yet long-forgotten textbooks from 7th grade Chinese, 7th grade mathematics, and 3rd grade English caught her eye, starkly contrasting with the current environment of their sophomore classroom. The sight caused Lin Mingqiu to involuntarily twitch her eyelids, eliciting an expression on her otherwise stoic face that was difficult to describe. 2 parts pity, 3 parts amusement, and 5 parts exasperation. "Dad, what kind of desk mate have you arranged for me? Were you just laughing at me?" "Not at all," Lin Mingqiu thought to herself, somewhat startled. She hadn't expected him to be so perceptive, capable of discerning the 3 parts of amusement she had concealed. Chen Shi'an did not deny her statement, yet his deliberately drawn-out tone made the girl feel uncomfortable. "Let us deduct a point from him for that. You are the top student in the science stream?" Chen Shi'an shifted the topic to her. "Yes. What score does one need to achieve first place?" Lin Mingqiu glanced at him, and from his gaze, she could tell he was not merely asking out of idle curiosity. It was as if he was measuring the width of stream, contemplating whether he could leap across it, exuding an eagerness to try. What does that mean? Is someone who is still catching up on middle school fundamentals seriously aiming for the top spot in the science stream of a prestigious high school? How presumptuous. Deduct another point. Above 700 points. The most recent exam, a monthly test following her summer classes, was the very set of papers Chen Shi'an had attempted yesterday to assess himself. While Chen Shi'an struggled with mathematics, Lin Mingqiu achieved a perfect score, the only one in her grade. Altogether, she scored 706 points, 15 points ahead of the second place. When Lin Mingqiu stated that one needed over 700 points to secure first place, she was being rather conservative. Achieving 700 points might not guarantee she would surpass her, but securing second place was typically within reach. 700 points. Who would be daunted by that? Surprisingly, Chen Shi'an displayed no reaction to the figure of 700 points. It seemed he simply lacked a frame of reference. However, his nonchalant expression felt like a challenge to Lin Mingqiu. "Look at that," he asked, making cryptic remarks again. "No self-awareness. Deduct a point. Aspirational to a fault. Deduct a point. Sarcastic. Deduct a point." While Chen Shi'an pondered the difficulty of scoring 700 points, he was unaware that his quiet desk mate was mentally deducting points from him. The bell rang, signaling the end of the morning reading session, followed by the uplifting strains of the athlete's march, indicating it was time for morning exercises. "What does our class gather?" Chen Shi'an inquired of Lin Mingqiu, who remained seated in the middle of the playground. "Just follow everyone," she replied without raising her head. She disliked participating in morning exercises, even though she was usually decisive in her actions. When faced with something she did not enjoy, she tended to procrastinate. Unlike her classmates, who would waste time playing around, she chose to occupy herself with reading and solving problems, which serve as a form of psychological consolation for her own procrastination. He left his seat and stepped into the corridor outside the classroom. Most of the boys in the class had congregated there. While seated next to Lin Mingqiu, Chen Shi'an felt the weight of her presence, deterring anyone from approaching him. Now that he was outside, the boys flocked to him like monkeys drawn to a banana, filled with curiosity and gossip. "Dongye, did you really serve as a Taoist priest on the mountain?" "Indeed. Can you perform magic?" "Just a few tricks." "Can you show us some moves?" "Not quite appropriate." Being modern youths, they didn't take Chen Shi'an's words seriously. Most of the questions were in jest. Noticing his good-natured demeanor, they realized that this Taoist classmate was quite easy to get along with. Boys typically form friendships this way. They care less about status and more about compatibility. After all, why would they continue gaming with someone they knew to be a nuisance? Impressive. What is it like to be classmates with an internet celebrity? "I'm here with Dao Yi." "Hey, I saw Mr. Liang give you a lot of books earlier. What were they?" Chen Shi'an felt no shame in lacking a classroom foundation and replied honestly, "Just some middle school textbooks. I need to brush up on the basics." "What? Middle school textbooks? You didn't go to school before? Were you really on the mountain practicing Taoism?" "That is indeed the case," Chen Shi'an replied, and the group fell silent for a moment before erupting with excitement, the atmosphere even more fervent than before. "Impressive. How did you manage to avoid 9 years of compulsory education?" "That's incredible. How did you do it?" I once skipped a class in middle school and nearly got killed by my mom. Zihan, how can your mom still be scolding you in middle school? Last time, she said we were leading you astray. Turns out it was you leading us astray. What kind of talk is that? Kuin, your mom never scolded you? My mom only hit me once, and it didn't hurt. What? Are you some sort of anomaly? Dao Yi, are you taking disciples? I want to practice Taoism and not go to school. Listening to the abstract chatter of the crowd, Chen Shi'an found himself at a loss for words. Was the pressure of studying now so overwhelming? After all these years, he still felt out of place among the boys. Just then, Lin Mingqiu, who had been dragging her feet in the classroom, finally stepped outside. She stood taller than Chen Shi'an, probably around 1.67 meters. Though her figure was not as well endowed as Chen Shi'an's, and her school uniform did not accentuate her curves, what stood out most were her long legs, with a proportion so precise it bordered on perfection. As her pants fell, they gathered small folds at her ankles, revealing a delicate, fair ankle when she moved. Her steps were light, and as she turned, her waist formed a gentle curve, reminiscent of the brushstrokes of willows swaying in an ink-wash painting. Chen Shi'an was engrossed in banter with the boys and failed to notice her, but Lin Mingqiu distinctly spotted him among the group of boys. Mingling with those fools? Deduct another point. Chapter 26. The honor roll the students of Class 5, while abstract in their thoughts, were not foolish. Otherwise, they would not share the same classroom as Chen Shi'an. Wait, that is not quite right. Who arrived first? Initially, the classmates assumed Chen Shi'an transferred to Class 5 due to his impressive academic record. Now, it was clear that he was a novice, needing to start from the basics of middle school. Attending Yunqi No. 1 high school, everyone knew how challenging it was to gain admission, let alone someone transferring midway. Typically, one would either possess remarkable grades, outstanding talents, or substantial resources. Chen Shi'an had none of these. As for his talents, could practicing Taoism truly be considered a recognized skill by the school? Regarding his background, it remained unclear whether he was affluent or not. However, based on past experience, students who merely paid to secure a spot in school would not be able to transfer into the elite classes. After much deliberation, the only explanation left was that Chen Shi'an had some extraordinary connections. Where were these connections at Yunqi No. 1? Aside from the figure in the principal's office, who else could it be? Not to mention, he was the only classmate at Lin Mingqiu's desk. What status did she hold? Unless it was the principal's arrangement. Who could share a desk with her? No wonder Mr. Liang was so warm towards him. In a class of moderate size, having two such figures made it hard for everyone to breathe. Fortunately, Chen Shi'an was far easier to approach than the class monitor, so the students shifted their enthusiasm, which originally belonged to Lin Mingqiu, entirely onto Chen Shi'an. Ngu, we are gathered over here. Do we need a lineup? Indeed. The boys lined up on one side and the girls on the other, and Ngu simply found his own spot to stand. The class sports representative, Su Zihan, efficiently organized the formation before rushing to the front of the class to prepare for the exercises. Chen Shi'an, being among the taller boys in his class, positioned himself at the back of the boys' line. In the science class, the number of girls was slightly fewer than that of boys. To maintain an orderly formation, the surplus boys joined the girls' line at the back until both lines appeared neat and aligned. This was Chen Shi'an's first experience with morning exercises, and he found it quite novel. He glanced around, observing the throng of students, yet he could not spot Wen Jixia, likely because of her petite stature, which placed her at the front of Class 11. However, he easily spotted Lin Mingqiu, as they were classmates. She stood tall among the girls, just a few positions diagonally ahead of him in the line. Unlike her peers, who were engaged in chatter, Lin Mingqiu maintained a serious demeanor during the exercises. Standing like a graceful bamboo by the water's edge, her back straight yet exuding a subtle lightness. The outline of her shoulder blades was faintly visible beneath her plain school uniform, reminiscent of the delicate contours of folded butterfly wings. Though possessing a refined and demure elegance, she emanated an air of aloofness. Even the gentle breeze that tousled her hair seemed to carry a hint of languor. Chen Shi'an noticed that, apart from a few boys from his class, many from other classes cast admiring glances at Lin Mingqiu. However, the young lady remained lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to the attention she garnered. What does this mean? Are they checking to see if I am participating in the exercises? Chen Shi'an chuckled, realizing that despite his keen perception of others, he often found it challenging to decipher her thoughts. Indeed, as his master had said, A woman's heart is the hardest to fathom. It is best not to predict their fortunes. As the preparation for the exercises commenced, the various class lines began to space themselves out. From the vantage point of the teaching building, the scene was quite spectacular, with 3,000 to 4,000 students on the playground appearing as a formation manipulated by an unseen hand, radiating outward from the center. The once impenetrable wall of bodies gradually parted, allowing the morning sun to cascade down, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow among the shifting figures. In no time, the dispersed crowd had transformed into a well-organized grid. The air grew fresher, and visibility improved. Chen Shi'an glanced again toward Class 11 and finally caught sight of Wen Jixia through the gaps in the crowd. She was engaged in conversation with the girl behind her. As a liberal arts class, the gender ratio in Class 11 was the reverse of that in Class 5, while boys supplemented the girls' line in Class 5. Girls bolstered the boys' line in Class 11. Chen Shi'an pondered this and inquired of the boy in front of him, Zhou Xiaoquan. Xiaoquan, what kind of class is 11? It's an elite liberal arts class, just like ours, among the best. Chen Shi'an's inquiry pleased Zhou Xiaoquan, who grinned and said, "Nguh, there is nothing about our school that I don't know. If you have questions, feel free to ask me." So it was indeed an elite class. It seemed the chatty one performed quite well academically. How are the classes divided in our school? They are divided based on elective subjects and academic performance. In the second semester of the first year, we choose subjects and are grouped accordingly, resulting in elite classes, key classes, and ordinary classes. At the end of each semester, there are examinations and a system of promotion and elimination. Don't worry, and Nguh, even if Zihan is eliminated, you won't be. Can you do the exercises and Nguh? What exercises? The broadcast exercises, the ones we do at school. I haven't learned them. So how do you maintain your health at the temple? Do you run? As Chen Shi'an spoke, the expressions of the boys around him shifted to one of admiration. Breathing can be a form of exercise. Of course, regulating breath is a vital aspect of energy cultivation. Inhalation, exhalation, drawing in energy, swallowing energy, moving energy, gathering energy, upper breath, lower breath, full breath, rushing breath, holding breath, long breath, deep breath. When one maintains the wind aspect, the heart disperses. When one holds the breath aspect, the heart becomes knotted. When one guards the energy aspect, the heart becomes weary. Only by guarding the breath aspect does the heart find tranquility. Bro, accept me as a disciple. I really want to learn this. The surrounding boys did not perceive Chen Shi'an as pretentious. At his young age, he was already well-versed in Taoism and cultivation. It was not an act of arrogance, but rather his inherent nature. If he were to master even a fraction of the Taoist arts, he would undoubtedly stand out wherever he went. Chen Shi'an only accepted earnest disciples. The broadcast exercises began. Chen Shi'an, unfamiliar with the routine, stood aside to observe and learn. He discovered that it was not difficult, so he practiced at a slower pace, mimicking the movements. As for the efficacy, it could only be described as marginally beneficial. The sequence of movements was primarily intended to loosen the body, unlike the training Chen Shi'an typically engaged in, which focused not only on physical strength but also on mental fortitude. After the broadcast exercises concluded, the gathered students did not immediately disperse. Instead, they regrouped to await the speeches from the school leaders. As it was the first day of a new semester, the speaker on stage was Principal Lin. He rarely addressed the students, but was favored over other administrators for his empathy towards their discomfort from standing. He typically said a few brief words. Conversely, Vice Principal Zhou tended to drone on for nearly half an hour once he took the microphone. As Principal Lin's daughter, it was curious how Lin Mingxiu felt watching her father speak from the podium. Chen Shi'an observed her, noting that the usually stoic Lin Mingxiu displayed subtle expressions of eye-rolling, never once lifting her gaze toward the podium. Meanwhile, Principal Lin occasionally glanced in the direction of Class 5, perhaps seeking his little cotton-padded jacket. Fortunately, Vice Principal Zhou did not take the microphone today. Principal Lin welcomed the new first-year students and encouraged the second and third-year students to strive for excellence before allowing the physical education teacher to dismiss the assembly. The once quiet crowd began to buzz with energy once more. The stairwell was constrained, and some students at the back, closer to the teaching building, hurriedly dashed up the stairs, while those who moved more slowly found themselves caught in a bottleneck. Chen Shi'an was among the slower group, and with the stairwell congested, he did not push forward. Instead, he paused to examine the honor roll displayed on the bulletin board. In the science category, first place, Class 5, Lin Mingxiu, Chinese 136, Mathematics 150, English 140, Physics 95, Chemistry 93, Biology 92, total 706. While academic performance is not the sole measure of a person's worth, there is no more straightforward indicator of scholarly achievement than a student's ranking. Chen Shi'an was not particularly fixated on scores, but a quick comparison revealed that Lin Mingxiu's academic results were indeed impressive, surpassing the second-place student by a full 15 points. The top 10 students all scored above 670, with at least 600 required to be featured on the honor roll, representing the top 100 students. With his master now gone, only he and Fei Mo remained at the Jingxin Temple. Fei Mo spent his days eating and sleeping, so as long as he did not tarnish the temple's reputation. The responsibility of restoring its glory rested solely on Chen Shi'an. Naturally, he did not wish to embarrass the temple with poor grades, yet he recognized that academic performance could not be rushed at this early stage of his schooling. However, clarity of purpose is essential for achieving one's goals, and he knew he must set ambitious objectives. Chen Shi'an's aspirations extended far beyond merely placing within the top 100. He scrutinized Lin Mingxiu's ranking and subject scores for an extended period. His seemingly arrogant deskmate claimed that a score of 700 would secure first place, evidently forgetting to account for her own score. How conceited of her! Could she not display a modicum of humility like him? After reviewing the rankings in the science category, Chen Shi'an took a step forward to stand before the honor roll for the liberal arts category. The first name that catches the eye is so familiar. In the humanities category, the top student from class 21 of grade 2, WNZH 11, achieved scores of 141 in Chinese, 138 in mathematics, 146 in English, 89 in politics, 92 in history, and 88 in geography, totaling 689 points. WNZH, she's lively and chattering persona, starkly contrasts with the stoic demeanor of L and M Enki. Since their first encounter during yesterday's bus ride, she has frequently lamented the rigors of studying to Ch and Shin, alternating between envying Taoists and cats, exclaiming her reluctance to engage in academic pursuits. Ch and Chen initially presumed her grades would merely be mediocre. Yet, to his astonishment, he discovered that she had quietly ascended to become the top student in the humanities. Chatty as she has been quite discreet. Chapter 27. Class Monitor. May I request your assistance with mathematics? At this moment, she is not engrossed in her books or solving exercises. Perhaps it is due to having just finished morning exercises and basking in the sunlight. A light sheen of perspiration graces her brow as she takes small sips from her water bottle, with her head slightly tilted back. The gentle quiver of her lips, as the bottle touches them, is quite delicate. A few strands of hair, damp with sweat, cling to her forehead, and her finely sculpted brow appears less tense than usual, flushed with a faint rosy hue. If Ch and Chen were to describe her current appearance, he might liken her to a soft glutinous rice cake, exuding an unexpected charm. Regrettably, this softness does not endure. Upon noticing Ch and Chen approaching the empty seat beside her, the girl's demeanor turns once more to its customary coolness. L and M Enki refrains from engaging him in conversation, elegantly securing the lid on her water bottle before retrieving the mathematics exam paper she would need for class. She had seen Ch and Chen observing the honor roll at the stairway. Unless he were blind, he could not have missed her name, rank, and score. Now he must grasp how naive his previous ignorance was. Maintaining her expression, L and M Enki unfurls her paper across the desk. Yet her peripheral vision cannot help but dart towards him. She anticipates he might have something to say, so she momentarily sets aside her focus, waiting for him to speak. However, Ch and Chen appears entirely disinterested in initiating conversation. This vacated space in her mind leaves her feeling restless, as if a misjudgment has rendered her powerless. Never mind him. L and M Enki uncaps her pen, retrieves her draft paper, and begins tackling her mathematics problems. Yet, reality has a way of playing tricks. She did not wish to sit with a deskmate, yet her father had arranged one for her. She had waited for Ch and Chen to speak, but he chose silence. Now that she is genuinely focused on her work, she finds herself drawing his attention instead. Ch and Chen's gaze falls upon the tip of her pen, where the mathematical symbols, which he struggles to replicate, glide smoothly beneath L and M Enki's deft movements. Although he cannot comprehend her reasoning or calculations, he is nonetheless captivated by the elegant transformation of her expressions and the streamlined process of her work. At a certain moment, her pen pauses, pressing against the paper to leave an unmistakable ink blot. She does not utter a word, but her eyes clearly convey the question. What are you watching? Caught in the act, Chen Shi'an, unfazed, responds with curiosity. I was observing your problem solving. What are you working on? Mathematics problems. I'm aware of that. Proving the sequence inequality. I do not understand. Chen candidly admits, smiling. I just saw the honor roll and noted you scored 706 points, with full marks in mathematics. Indeed, Enki maintains a neutral expression, yet internally, she feels a wave of relief, akin to resolving a long-standing conundrum, invigorating her spirit. You excel in mathematics. I watch you work for a while. Although I cannot fully grasp it, your solutions appear fluid and aesthetically pleasing. Upon hearing this, the girl's previously indifferent expression begins to soften, surprised by Chen's compliment. How can you ascertain that I have not made mistakes if you do not comprehend it? It is not the correctness that intrigues me, but rather your state of mind while solving problems. So confident, so focused, so fluid. Chen speaks his mind without reservation. And while Enki's temperature remains unchanged, she inexplicably feels a warmth in her earlobes. It is not correctness that draws me in, but your demeanor in problem-solving, which may not align with the principles of mathematical inquiry. Perhaps it is not entirely accurate, yet it brings her joy. Out of the corner of her eye, she notices Chen once again observing her as she solves the problem, seemingly fixated solely on the tip of her pen. The sensation of being watched while engaged in her work is peculiar, especially considering his earlier praise. She finds herself instinctively tightening her grip on the pen, unconsciously straightening her posture, and her symbols and numbers become more meticulously crafted. It is not until she completes the problem that Chen's gaze shifts from her pen to her charming face. Have you succeeded? Yes. Was it a challenging problem? Not particularly. I do not comprehend it at all. You have a weak foundation. Your mathematics is truly impressive. Following this statement, the little Taoist reveals his true intentions. So, class monitor, may I request your assistance with mathematics? Enki turns her head, finding Chen gazing at her with a clean, pure, and sincere smile. He sits at the edge of the aisle, with the noisy classroom behind him. In that moment, as he smiles at her, it feels as if time has frozen, causing Enki to momentarily lose her train of thought. Instinctively, she nearly agrees, but her meticulous nature reminds her that he requested teaching, not merely asking if she could answer his questions. There is a fundamental distinction between the two, encapsulating the difference between proactive instruction and passive explanation. One must deduct points for lack of politeness. Enki concedes. She is not particularly fond of being scrutinized, yet she does not directly respond to his request, merely stating, I am not adept at teaching. Without a foundation, it is difficult for me to instruct you. What kind of foundation do you require? You have not attended school. I have simply not attended school. It does not equate to a lack of education. Can you perform addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division? Yes. What is 743,849 equal to? Enki poses the question casually. 1592. Chen responds without hesitation. This time, Enki is momentarily taken aback. She had pulled the question from thin air and only calculated the answer after he spoke, arriving at it without error. However, her speed is evidently not on par with his. What is 367,295 equal to? And an MNGQ again. This time, she finds herself momentarily stumped. As she poses the question, she is simultaneously calculating in her mind. Simple multiplication is not difficult, yet the higher digits necessitate increased computation. Testing one's memory and calculation abilities. Just as she begins verifying, Chen has already completed his calculation. The process of waiting for the answer to 367,295 feels interminably long, causing the girl to feel a twinge of embarrassment. Usually unhurried, she now finds herself somewhat flustered. The audacious Taoist even adds, Are you contemplating the next problem? Enki's face flushes, yet she refrains from admitting her inability to arrive at an answer. Appearing somewhat vexed as she responds, Allow me a moment to consider the question. Her thoughts in disarray. She cannot swiftly calculate the answer. What is 178945321 equal to? 557 with a remainder. No more questions about basic addition, subtraction, multiplication, or division. Either he is guessing, or he genuinely knows the answer. But could he be merely guessing? Although L.N.M. Enki has not arrived at an accurate answer, her numerical intuition suggests it indeed falls within that range. From Chen.S. relaxed demeanor, it is evident that these questions pose no challenge to him. While some individuals specialize in mental arithmetic and can arrive at answers in remarkably brief spans, L.N.M. Enki does not believe that Chen, who has never attended a formal school, has undergone any specific training in mental calculation techniques. The answer is singular. It is indeed a product of rigorous calculation. Perhaps he possesses a unique set of techniques, though his acuity with numbers remains indisputable, serving as a vivid manifestation of mathematical aptitude. However, excelling in mathematics is not merely a matter of speed. Lin Mingqiu, having regained her composure, realized that by this point, Chen Shi'an had already astonished her considerably, nearly overturning her understanding of Jiu Yu. Yet, she was not deterred. After a moment of contemplation, she posed him a common middle school equation. What is 1, 2, 231? Chen Shi'an paused, asking what does signify? It represents the unknown variable. Oh, I see. Deduct a point for you. Due to the complexity introduced by the equation, Chen Shi'an found himself unable to solve it as swiftly as before. Such problems involve equation simplification, a task Lin Mingqiu herself could not compute in her head. Wait a moment, I need to calculate using pen and paper. Observing him, she watched as he retrieved a notebook and a pen, using a circular symbol to inscribe the equation before commencing his calculations. Before long, Chen Shi'an had filled an entire page of scratch paper, yet he had arrived at the answer. 1/3? Yes. Unable to contain herself, Lin Mingqiu remarked. You could have simply multiplied both sides of the equation by the least common denominator, 23, to eliminate the denominator, then expanded and simplified the terms without all that complexity. Ah, indeed, Chen Shi'an exclaimed, realizing that this was his first encounter with such an equation. Although he had managed to derive an answer through sheer calculation, it was evident that Lin Mingqiu's method was far more elegant and efficient. She assessed Chen Shi'an's capabilities as strong in calculation but lacking in mathematical reasoning. However, this was not an irredeemable flaw, for the mathematics curriculum was designed to cultivate students' mathematical thinking, while natural aptitude solely dictated the upper limits of one's mathematical prowess. Noticing that Chen Shi'an had set down his pen and was awaiting her next question, Lin Mingqiu decided against posing another query. She acknowledged his mathematical talent, at least in terms of sensitivity to numerical operations. Yet she understood that mere proficiency in basic calculations held no significance for junior and senior high school mathematics. Nurturing that mathematical mindset was paramount. No more questions? Chen Shi'an inquired. I can teach you, Lin Mingqiu replied, speaking to herself. Chen Shi'an was taken aback, then smiled. Thank you, class monitor. The girl felt a mix of emotions. As those words left her lips, she began to regret her impulsive decision to invite trouble for herself. The very thing she detested. It was all because of her father's insistence. Were it not for that, she would never consider teaching. Feeling displeased, she resolved to deduct a point from him, thinking that once his score fell below 60, she could justifiably approach her father to request a change of desk partner. As class commenced, Chen Shi'an produced his 7th grade mathematics book. Glancing over, he noticed Lin Mingqiu scribbling calculations on a piece of scratch paper. His curiosity piqued. He took a glance, inadvertently provoking a fierce reaction from the girl. She swiftly covered the contents of the scratch paper with her small hand and glared at him. I sincerely apologize, Chen Shi'an said. I should not have looked. She was currently verifying the calculation of 367,295 in a moment of vulnerability. Chapter 28. Numbers and the Tao. The mathematics teacher, surnamed Zhang, was a middle-aged man in his 40s, his thinning hair comparable to that of teacher Liang. The high prescription of his glasses made his eyes appear particularly small. As one ages, it is natural to gain weight. His slight paunch strained against the hem of his white short-sleeved shirt tucked into his pants, while his exposed arms remained slender. A cursory glance informed Chen Shi'an that Mr. Zhang likely suffered from spleen deficiency and dampness, with phlegm accumulation, likely a consequence of a sedentary lifestyle and a fondness for rich, oily foods. At this moment, Mr. Zhang had ascended to the podium, organizing his teaching materials while proclaiming the commencement of class. It was then that a girl from the first group stood up and called out, "Attention!" This girl, Qiu Yufu, served as the vice class monitor of Class 5, often stepping in to fulfill the class monitor's duties, assisting Lin Mingxiu with all matters she preferred to avoid. Only when Qiu Yufu encountered a dilemma beyond her capacity would she seek Lin Mingxiu's intervention as a savior. Thus, Lin Mingxiu's presence as class monitor held significant sway, serving as the sole enforcer of authority in Class 5. For instance, when a directive was issued and Qiu Yufu's words fell on deaf ears, Lin Mingxiu's mere utterance would quell dissent, given her association with the principal's office. Occasionally, close friends would secretly voice their discontent on behalf of Qiu Yufu, lamenting how Lin Mingxiu seemed to overshadow her, despite doing all the work while relegating herself to the position of vice monitor. "Silly child," they would say, "do you not understand how high one must rise to be considered a true leader?" Nevertheless, Qiu Yufu felt content in her role as vice monitor, understanding that should she ascend to the position of class monitor, the management of routine matters would become burdensome. She was acutely aware that it was not her authority they feared, but rather Lin Mingxiu's looming presence behind her. In this dynamic, Qiu Yufu had learned to coordinate seamlessly with Lin Mingxiu, one playing the role of the stern authority while the other adopted a more lenient stance, effectively maintaining order in Class 5. Following Qiu Yufu's command, the students of Class 5 rose to their feet, though the execution was far from uniform, with some standing promptly while others took their time. Chen Shi'an was among those who rose slowly, still unaccustomed to the routine. Although he had experience standing to greet teachers during elementary school, many years had elapsed since then. "Good morning, teacher." "All right, please be seated." Since the second semester of the first year of high school, when the classes were divided into arts and sciences, his classmates and teachers remained constant, familiar faces all around, and Mr. Zhang treated these formalities with casual indifference. He leaned on the podium, slightly tilting his body, smiling as he surveyed the students below, ultimately fixing his gaze on Chen Shi'an. Chen Shi'an was easy to spot, particularly since Lin Mingxiu had previously occupied a single seat and now had a desk partner, making it difficult not to notice him. Teacher Liang had briefed the subject teachers the previous day, so Mr. Zhang was aware that Chen Shi'an was a new transfer student and that his foundational knowledge was quite lacking. Nonetheless, he found it intriguing to observe Chen Shi'an for a moment, as a student of the Tao was a rare sight indeed. "We have a new student in our class. It's Taoist." Without requiring Chen Shi'an to introduce himself, his classmates enthusiastically announced his arrival. "Welcome to our class." Mr. Zhang initiated a round of applause, which was warmly echoed by the students. Chen Shi'an politely stood from his seat, bowing slightly toward Mr. Zhang at the podium. Mr. Zhang's eyes sparkled with interest. "Ah, this new student possesses a certain charm, not shy or timid, but rather composed and serene. He appears remarkably refined, entirely contrary to what old Liang suggested about his poor academic performance. Old Liang is not being truthful. It was likely that he had been in charge of the elite class for too long, leading him to develop lofty expectations, even if a student performed poorly. A good attitude could suffice. After so many years in education, while reluctant to admit it, Mr. Zhang, like most teachers, held a stereotypical view of students with poor grades, often perceiving them as either lazy, disruptive, or relying on their wealth or influence to evade scrutiny. Chen Shi'an's demeanor and conduct left a favorable impression on Mr. Zhang, leading him to believe that perhaps his academic performance was not as dismal as rumored. "All right, new student, please take your seat." Only then did Chen Shi'an sit down. After this brief exchange, Mr. Zhang proceeded to review the mathematics exam from a few days prior. Chen Shi'an had a copy of this exam, having worked on it during the previous day's diagnostic test. You have all seen the grades and rankings. While the students in the regular class find the exam challenging, it is perplexing that some from your class managed to score only in the 90s on a paper worth 150 points. Aside from classmate Meng Xiu, the others should rewrite the questions they got wrong, showing a bit of initiative. The class representative will take note, and after the evening study session today, please submit the completed error correction books. When Teacher Zhang spoke, the classroom felt unusually quiet, but Chen Shi'an, with his keen hearing, caught some murmurs. This really was difficult. Why should Lao Zhang eat meat porridge? I doubt he scored higher than I did when he was in school. Who scored 91? Who else could it be? Zihan. Of course. Nonsense, I got 96. Who got 91? You must be mistaken. No one scored 91. 96 was the lowest. Chen Shi'an stared at the paper in front of him, which he feared would score 0, uncertain if it would be included in the class's overall statistics. He wondered if he was included in the rewrite the exam directive. His paper was astonishingly neat, with every question circled as if he were drawing divinations. He had not answered the multiple-choice questions, considering it a diagnostic test. Random guessing was futile, especially since he did not comprehend the questions, leading him to simply circle them all. Turning to glance at his deskmate Lin Mengqiu's paper, he noticed hers was also blank, although she had scribbled some scattered lines and formulas on it as rough work. Chen Shi'an paused, curious. Aren't you supposed to score full marks? Why didn't you attempt the paper? Lin Mengqiu remained silent. As she moved the exam paper aside, her answer sheet was revealed, adorned with neat black ink responses and a gratifying score in red ink. The 3 digits 150 at the top dazzled like the blazing sun of midsummer, making it difficult to look directly at. Lin Mengqiu instinctively puffed up her chest, noticing the astonishment on Chen Shi'an's face, pondering what he would say next. So there was an answer sheet. No wonder. Lin Mengqiu preferred not to speak, as she detested those who talked during class. However, your answers are quite remarkable, and the presentation is visually pleasing. May I take a look at your answer sheet? Lin Mengqiu remained silent as she slid her answer sheet across the gap between their desks. Chen Shi'an smiled, accepted her sheet, and gently held it while simultaneously reviewing the questions on the exam paper alongside her responses. Lin Mengqiu glanced at him from the corner of her eye, noticing his serious expression and the slight furrow of his brow, as if deep in thought. She found it hard to believe that someone who could not even comprehend middle school equations could understand these problems and her answers on the sheet, especially since she had seen Chen Shi'an's paper with its neatly drawn circles. Lin Mengqiu's suspicion was correct. Chen Shi'an indeed could not understand. After pondering for a while, he realized he could not comprehend the answers either. This posed a significant issue, indicating that he had not yet caught up with the abilities required for high school mathematics. At the front of the classroom, Teacher Zhang was discussing the exam paper. This question, he said, bending down to pick up a broken piece of chalk that had fallen to the floor, his voice imbued with a stern dissatisfaction and a raspy tone typical of middle-aged men, creating an intimidating atmosphere. How can so many students still be making mistakes on this problem? While speaking, he forcefully circled the vertex of the parabola, chalk dust falling like a shower, enveloping the classroom in a heavy silence. Chen Shi'an looked up at the blackboard, attempting to follow the teacher's explanation to see if he could grasp anything. But apart from a circle that Teacher Zhang had drawn in frustration, he understood nothing else. Noticing Chen Shi'an's solemn expression, Lin Mengqiu finally spoke up. Without lifting her head, as the teacher continued to discuss the exam, she was occupied with solving other problems and quietly remarked, "Don't bother trying to listen. Focus on your middle school fundamentals first." "Why aren't you listening either?" Chen Shi'an asked. Lin Mengqiu raised her head, looking at him with an expression that clearly conveyed, "Can we be compared?" Chen Shi'an replied, "Your expression is quite expressive. I knew what you were thinking even without you saying it." Upon hearing Lin Mengqiu's response, Chen Shi'an finally relinquished his effort to follow the class. Initially, a hint of pride had sustained him in disbelief, but now he had to admit that some math problems were beyond his grasp. There was no sense of despair, nor did he resign himself to defeat. Once he was convinced of his inability to keep up with high school classes, he promptly put away his exam paper, returned Lin Mengqiu's answer sheet, and extracted a copy of 7th grade mathematics volume 1, dedicating himself to studying the foundations of middle school mathematics. Elementary mathematics primarily revolves around natural numbers, fractions, and decimals, encompassing basic operations such as addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. In middle school mathematics, the scope of numbers expands to include rational numbers, irrational numbers, and introduces negative numbers and radical expressions, with operations becoming more complex and algebraic concepts emerging, such as solving linear equations in 1 and 2 variables. Besides numbers, topics also include geometric figures and statistical probability. These were concepts Chen Shi'an had never encountered before, leading him to a renewed understanding of the breadth of the subject. The textbooks used in schools undergo generations of optimization and arrangement before reaching the classroom. The content taught in textbooks does not aim for excessive depth, but rather seeks to ensure that the vast majority of students can comprehend and master the material. Hence, the difficulty is not high, especially given Chen Shi'an's intelligence. Even without a middle school teacher guiding him, he could understand and learn the content from middle school textbooks through self-study. With this newfound insight, Chen Shi'an did not find learning to be a burden. Rather, the continuous absorption of new knowledge and understanding of new concepts provided him with an inexplicable pleasure. Each time he grasped a new concept, another new knowledge point would emerge, reminding him that his understanding was still insufficient. Occasionally, he was enlightened by the methods presented in the textbook, realizing that problems could indeed be solved in various ways. An equation could simplify complexity or complicate simplicity, its transformations opening up new avenues of thought, whether large as a wheel or small as the tip of a finger. That ratio remained ever constant. The profound intricacies within this were akin to the Tao. The Tao states that from one comes two, two gives rise to three, and three begets all things, describing a fundamental principle and a pattern of evolution. Mathematics, too, speaks of origins and patterns, from the simplest numbers to intricate formulas, ultimately describing the workings of the universe. Chen Shi'an acknowledged that he had initially underestimated mathematics, but as he delved deeper, such underestimation dissipated. In his consciousness, the relationship between numbers and the Tao began to intertwine. Using numbers to analyze the fundamental laws of the world was a path he had never envisioned. The book in his hands was not merely a book. It was a magnificent entity, as vast as the cosmos. Yet he was not even at the point of glimpsing the tip of the iceberg. As he perused the textbook, pen in hand, practicing the exercises, he was completely engrossed, unaware of when the class would end. The ringing of the bell and the surrounding noise did not distract him in the slightest. He was wholly absorbed, simultaneously reading, learning, practicing, and calculating. Lin Mingxiu was taken aback. Often, she too would be quiet, but ultimately, she would be disturbed when the surrounding noise reached a certain threshold. She was not deaf to the sounds. She simply chose to ignore them. However, Chen Shi'an was different. Even after Teacher Zhang had called his name multiple times, he seemed oblivious, as though his ears were blocked. Was he pretending? No. She had watched him become increasingly engrossed. Lin Mingxiu found herself torn between admiration for his study speed and respect for his focused spirit. After all, he had just faced a setback. She thought to herself that if it were her, she might not have been able to bounce back so quickly. Chen Shi'an? Teacher Zhang called out again from the front of the class for the third time. Lin Mingxiu felt her deskmate should take action, so she took her pen and poked him gently. Having been a student for so long, it was her first time poking someone with a pen, and she felt somewhat unaccustomed. Through the connection of the pen in her hand, she touched his arm. The subtle elasticity transmitted from the pen's barrel, causing a tingling sensation in her heart. Poke, poke, no response. Another poke, poke. Chen Shi'an turned his head, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Lin Mingxiu said, "What is that expression? I kindly reminded you, and it seems you're blaming me? How ungrateful. I will deduct a point from you. What's wrong? Teacher Zhang is calling for you." Chen Shi'an turned around, and the teacher, who had been unresponsive when called, approached on his own. In the presence of the teacher, Chen Shi'an was not in the habit of sitting and chatting, so he immediately stood up, a look of apology on his face as he sincerely said, "I'm sorry, Teacher Zhang. I didn't hear you just now. It's all right. Please sit down." Regardless of the circumstances, polite individuals always leave a good impression. Teacher Zhang increasingly suspected that old Liang had deceived him. How bad could Chen Shi'an really be? It was 7th grade mathematics, which Teacher Liang had lent to me for foundational reinforcement. A jolt of disbelief struck Teacher Zhang as he picked up the mathematics textbook on his desk. Wasn't it indeed the 7th grade mathematics volume 1? No. I heard old Liang say you also took the monthly test, right? Do you have a paper? Let me see. At this, Teacher Zhang examined it. Looking at the paper that was either blank or filled with circles, he was taken aback, uncertainly asking, "Where's your answer sheet? Did you write on the test paper?" "I wrote on the test paper. But these questions, you don't know them at all." "Teacher Zhang, I have never attended school. Teacher Liang told me I could self-study in class, and he said he had informed you." Gazing at the sincere and honest youth, Teacher Zhang felt as though the sky had fallen. Old Liang was truly untrustworthy. He only mentioned that Chen Shi'an's foundation was poor, but said nothing about him never having attended school. No wonder he slipped away faster than a dog when he finished talking. Teacher Zhang, where are you going? I need to borrow my test paper. Chapter 29. Borrow what we can. Teacher Zhang took Chen Shi'an's test paper, and he was oblivious to where it had gone. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang's expression resembled that of a wilted eggplant as he looked at the gentle and refined youth before him, letting out a heavy sigh. He should be a promising student. How could he have never attended school? The whims of fate are truly baffling. The bell rang. Lin Mingqiu glanced at him. Once again, he was in that previous state. In the realm of psychology, there exists a specific term and explanation for such a state, known as flow. It refers to a condition where individuals demonstrate complete concentration and immersion in certain activities. In this state, one's thinking and reaction speeds are heightened to their utmost, to the point where the passage of time seems non-existent, and upon completing the task at hand, one experiences a profound sense of energy and satisfaction. Having focused on her studies for many years, Lin Mingqiu had naturally encountered such states herself. When entering this state, one typically feels no particular sensation, only an overwhelming sense of tranquility and an extraordinary ability to resist distractions, rendering reading, writing, and problem-solving exceptionally smooth and efficient. Only upon emerging from this state does one realize their previous remarkable prowess. Of course, everyone longs for the flow state. Yet even Lin Mingqiu herself finds it elusive, having only experienced such a mystical sensation on a few rare occasions. When others call her name and she does not respond, it is not because she is in a state of flow, but rather simply because she does not wish to engage. Little did she expect that for Chen Shi'an, this state could arrive so effortlessly. Reflecting on Chen Shi'an's identity as a Taoist, Lin Mingqiu understood. Perhaps only in a secluded place far removed from the clamor of the world could such individuals be cultivated. In contrast, those immersed in modern society, inundated with short videos and chaotic information, will be fortunate to maintain focus for even 20 minutes. Time ticked away. As he set down his pen, the class bell rang just in time. The classroom was bustling, and Chen Shi'an appeared slightly fatigued, stretching his fingers outward in a gentle release. Upon turning his head, he noticed Lin Mingqiu observing the still-open mathematics book on his desk. Sensing something, the girl's gaze shifted, coincidentally locking with his. What do you think? Remarkably, she initiated the conversation. However, her tone was not one of concern, but rather curiosity. Is there something you don't understand? She asked again, her voice still lacking in genuine concern, yet tinged with a subtle eagerness. Not yet. The girl lost interest in the conversation, picking up her water cup to drink. The exercises in the textbook seemed too simple. I feel I won't achieve much from them. Class monitor, could you give me a couple of problems to try? Lin Mingqiu said nothing but shifted the water cup in her right hand to her left, while her right hand picked up a pen from the desk, swiftly writing on a piece of scrap paper. Before Chen Shi'an could lean over to look, she placed the completed draft in the middle of their desks. Since the problems were casually devised by Lin Mingqiu, their difficulty was limited, akin to those in the textbook. Chen Shi'an took the questions, and, without needing scrap paper, he quickly finished them. This answer is correct, right? Lin Mingqiu nodded, adding, but you will lose points. Why? Points are awarded based on the steps taken to solve the problems. You skipped several steps. Even if your answer is correct, you won't receive full marks. I see. Chen Shi'an humbly accepted the feedback. Although he was not particularly concerned about the so-called skipped steps in the solution process, he understood that there were requirements for exams, and one must adhere to them. Thank you, class monitor. None of this is mentioned in the book, and if you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have known. You can look for related practice problems yourself. Where can I find them? You can buy practice books at the bookstore. All right. How much does one cost? A few dozen yuan, I suppose. After Lin Mingqiu spoke, she noticed Chen Shi'an's expression seemed to falter. A practice book costing several dozen yuan is uncertain in terms of its content coverage, given that he had missed so many years of schooling with numerous subjects. The total would be quite a hefty sum. Upholding the tradition of honesty, Chen Shi'an sincerely asked, class monitor, do you still have her junior high practice books? Could I borrow them? Why not buy new ones? I have no money. Throughout her experiences, the boys around her either flaunted their wealth, sought to appear cool, or showcased their extensive reading and impressive skills. Yet here was Chen Shi'an, candidly admitting that he had not attended school and did not have money to borrow. Lin Mingqiu was taken aback for a moment, before saying without anger, they're all at home. I'm not sure if I still have them. Moreover, They're all ones I have worked through, which may affect your practice. If you truly want them, I can bring them over another day. I'm immensely grateful. Believing that the Taoist before her did not seem like someone who would take advantage of her used practice books, Lin Mengxiu reluctantly agreed. She had never lent her belongings to others, nor had anyone who spoke to her so straightforwardly ever borrowed anything from her. To be honest, lending out her used items was quite embarrassing, especially something like a practice book, which recorded her learning journey, whether her handwriting was neat, whether she had made mistakes on seemingly simple problems, or whether she had scribbled strange thoughts in the margins. Of course, expressing these inner thoughts would only invite ridicule, and that was not her style. Yet she was a living, breathing person, not a mere piece of wood, and naturally, she had her own thoughts and feelings. It was just that these often remained unspoken. Regardless of the circumstances, it is undoubtedly easier for her to accept mathematics through a practice book than to grapple with it by bumping heads. Lin Mingxiu held her cup for quite some time before realizing it was empty. With the cup in hand, she extricated her long legs from beneath the table and turned to face Chen Shi'an. The presence of a desk mate has its inconveniences, particularly when it comes to moving about. Chen Shi'an, sensing the movement, glanced at her. Just as Lin Mingxiu was about to speak, Chen Shi'an stood up, sidestepping into the aisle and smoothly pushing his chair back onto the table. His considerate and swift reaction took Lin Mingxiu by surprise, noticing he had made space. She rose with her cup and walked straight out. It was then that Chen Shi'an noticed Lin Mingxiu stood at a height that brought her face close to his mouth. As the girl passed him, her hair tips brushed against his line of sight first, and a gentle breeze carrying her scent wafted by. Reminiscent of lily of the valley kissed by morning dew, fragile and elusive, yet blooming with each breath, lingering softly in his heart. In the fleeting moment of their brush, the delicate fragrance had yet to dissipate when a soft-spoken thank you floated over to him. With light and measured steps, she made her way to the front of the classroom, approached the podium, and bent down to fill her cup at the water dispenser. The blue water jug gurgled as bubbles rose. Chapter 30. Where there is a will, there is a way. With the mathematics teacher having paved the way, the teachers in the office were now aware that, aside from solid foundation in language arts, Chen Shi'an's performance in other subjects was utterly dismal. Mr. Zhang, you need not be too disheartened. Chen Shi'an's intelligence and quick would have been praised multiple times by Principal Lin. Despite his youth, his demeanor, speech, and character far exceed that of his peers. Though he has never attended school, he is not beyond teaching. After all, it is all about effort. And who has to say he cannot achieve commendable results in the college entrance examination 2 years hence? Mr. Liang echoed Principal Lin's words from yesterday. Old Liang, you truly speak without understanding the situation. The other teachers exclaimed in indignation. Clearing his throat, Principal Lin, who had appeared in the office unbeknownst to them, interjected. I believe Mr. Liang has a point. The English teacher, Yi Mingmei, 35 years of age, yet appearing in her early 20s, favored wearing a pair of white, backless leather shoes throughout the seasons. Her voice was sweet, and she possessed an infectious smile, complete with adorable dimples. Though she was a mother of 2, her students adored her, for she was not merely a mother to 2 children, but rather a nurturing figure to the entire class. Why hasn't Chen Shi'an completed the multiple choice questions? Yi Laoshi inquired. I can't understand them, he replied. You could at least guess an answer. What if you accidentally choose the right one and mislead both yourself and the teacher? The notion of fearing an accidental right answer was rather absurd, and yet, the candor and earnestness of the youth impressed her deeply. As it was class time, Yi Laoshi wished to engage Chen Shi'an in a meaningful conversation. It was inconvenient within the classroom, so she beckoned him to step outside into the corridor. Chen Shi'an, please come with me. All right, he answered, rising to follow Yi Laoshi, leaving the classroom amidst a flurry of whispers from his peers. Oh no, he must not have attended school. Surely. He is going to be reprimanded by Yi Laoshi for his poor performance. How infuriating. How fortunate he is. Many students had endured Yi Laoshi's reprimands. Yet such scoldings were scarcely unpleasant. Her words were gentle and were more akin to nurturing guidance than reproach, filled with sincere concern. After receiving her admonitions, one often felt a surge of emotion that made them want to leap into her arms, overwhelmed with regret. At this moment, Chen Shi'an followed Yi Laoshi into the corridor. As noon approached, sunlight streamed in from the balcony, illuminating the feet of the teacher and student standing face to face. With one arm crossed over the other, Yi Laoshi leaned slightly against the railing, her voice as gentle as the rumor suggested. She was not there to chastise Chen Shi'an. After all, he was her student, and she needed to understand his situation. I heard from Mr. Liang that you are a genuine Taoist, having spent time in seclusion on the mountain? Yes. I have been learning from my master since I was a child. Yi Laoshi inquired about his family background, current academic situation, and aspirations. Chen Shi'an answered all her questions, feeling quite favorably towards her. Unfortunately, Yi Laoshi taught English, a subject in which he possessed nearly no understanding, hindering his ability to gain much insight into her through the subject matter. If Chen Shi'an's mathematics skills were equivalent to that of a primary school graduate, then his knowledge of English could be likened to merely recognizing and reciting the 26 letters of the alphabet. Chen Shi'an hesitated to speak. Regardless of the past, the pressing matter was how to improve his grades, Yi Laoshi pondered. Unlike Mr. Zhang, who seemed utterly hopeless, she, as an English teacher, understood the subject all too well. Fundamentally, it was merely a foreign language. Starting from scratch in English was not fundamentally different from commencing with French, Russian, or Japanese. Unlike mathematics or science, which required a sequential foundation, even those who had never encountered English could achieve significant improvement within a year through diligent reading, listening, memorizing, speaking, and practicing. Chen Shi'an, please wait a moment. Okay, here, take this. Yi Laoshi, what is this? Chen Shi'an accepted the pen she handed him, scrutinizing it closely. The term pen seemed a misnomer. It was more of an electronic device, wider and thicker than a pen, with a sensor at the tip and a liquid crystal display along its body, complete with buttons. The young Taoist from the mountains was unaware of its purpose, but city students would immediately recognize it as a tool to assist with learning. This is a reading pen. Whenever you encounter unfamiliar words or sentences, you can scan them, and it will quickly help you look up definitions, translate, and read aloud. Yi Laoshi demonstrated with a sheet of paper, and suddenly the incomprehensible foreign text transformed into translated text on the screen, accompanied by clear, standard pronunciation to guide how the sentence should be read. Chen Shi'an was astonished. Although he was aware of rapid technological advancements through the internet, he realized that there were many tools he was unfamiliar with. Previously, he had thought that the most challenging aspect of learning English was not memorization, but rather his inability to grasp the meanings of words and sentences, making it cumbersome to seek answers or ask others. Now, however, with this tool, learning English seemed far more manageable. How about it? Can you use it? Yes, this reading pen is indeed remarkable. I feel it will be of great assistance. After a pause, she added, learning English is not difficult, but it does require effort. If you find it daunting at first, we can start with 10 words a day and gradually increase the workload. The vocabulary requirement for high school English is about 3,000 words. With nearly 2 years until the college entrance examination, if you learn 10 words daily, you will be well prepared by next year. Vocabulary is the foundation of everything. With a solid vocabulary, you won't fall too far behind. It's no trouble. It's not expensive. I feel quite ashamed that I cannot teach you personally. So consider this a small gesture of support for me. Thank you, Yi Laoshi. Keep it up. I have faith in you, and you must believe in yourself as well. All right. Chen Shi'an was brimming with confidence. With the magical point-reading pen in his possession, he estimated that it would not take long for him to sweep through all the vocabulary words. Chapter 31. Class Monitor. Why do you keep staring at me? In the English classroom of Class 5, Year 2, the English teacher was reviewing the monthly exam papers from the podium. Chen Shi'an held his point-reading pen and eagerly opened the 7th grade English textbook, tapping on the areas he found challenging and thoroughly enjoying the process. Lin Mingxiu, his desk mate, who had scored 140 points in English, observed him gliding the pen across the textbook and found herself momentarily disoriented. Why was her desk mate's approach so distinctly different from that of others? Now, as someone who had been through this before, looking at the seemingly rudimentary 7th grade English textbook, Lin Mingxiu was unsure whether to find it amusing or exasperating. Chen Shi'an appeared to be here solely to shatter her usually aloof persona. Suddenly, as Chen Shi'an was deeply engrossed in his studies, he turned his head and their eyes met, sending a wave of embarrassment through Lin Mingxiu, as if she had been caught spying. Class monitor, why are you looking at me? Be quieter. Oh, my apologies. Chen Shi'an paused for a moment, then lowered the volume on his point-reading pen. This device could connect to Bluetooth headphones, but since he had none, he opted for external playback, albeit at a very low volume. which should not disturb anyone. However, since Lin Mingxiu claimed it was bothering her, he decided to turn it down even further. With the volume reduced, Lin Mingxiu truly could not hear a thing. Even the faintest whisper was quieter than a mosquito. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Can you even hear it at this low volume?" "I can hear it clearly." Whether his hearing was remarkably acute or he was merely boasting, Lin Mingxiu resolved to stop glancing at him. Strangely enough, despite her indifference to others, she found herself irresistibly curious about what he was doing. Perhaps it was his intense gaze, filled with determination to surpass her and secure the top spot, that piqued her interest. How could he possibly possess such confidence? It was absurd to think that he, a self-proclaimed novice, could claim the first place. It would render the diligent students of Yunshi Yizhong a laughingstock. Ultimately, Lin Mingxiu could not resist stealing another glance at him. Chen Shi'an had entered a state of flow, meticulously tracing each word in the 7th grade English textbook with his nearly inaudible point-reading pen. In the brief moment, she was lost in thought. He had already completed half a page. Deep down, Lin Mingxiu doubted that he could absorb the material at such a rapid pace. Yet inexplicably, she felt a sense of pressure and urgency building within her. She finally turned her attention away from him and devoted herself to her studies. "All right, everyone, let's go to lunch. Remember to submit your essays to me tonight." "Thank you, teacher." "Thank you, Mom." A voice rang out, quickly drowned by the enthusiasm and clamor of students eager to eat. Never one to extend class time, this was among the many reasons the students adored their teacher. Aside from her gentle demeanor, as the homeroom teacher, she never discussed class management during her language lessons, reserving such topics for after class. An insidious tactic that was quite evident. Those who lacked enthusiasm for lunch were surely grappling with some underlying issues. The students were genuinely famished. At home, they might dawdle over their mother's cooking, but a mere small portion of crispy meat packed in a lunchbox was enough to make the entire dormitory call him dad. After a long day of intense mental exertion, anyone who claimed not to be hungry either had a physical ailment or was struggling psychologically. Look at Lin Mingxiu beside her. Aside from getting water or using the restroom, she remained immobile at her desk. Now, upon hearing the lunch bell, she sprang into action. Although her movements were not as frantic as those of her exuberant classmates, they were distinctly different from her usual demeanor. Chen Shi'an was also hungry and, like her, organized and swift in gathering his belongings. Despite his extraordinary abilities, he was still a normal person who required food and drink. His master had once said that some legends spoke of individuals who could attain the true state of fasting. "Master, if you achieve that state, will I need to prepare meals for one less person?" "Not at all. You will still need to cook for me. I thought I could escape from eating and drinking. Turns out, even fasting requires sustenance." "All right, enough of that. Let's go cook. What shall we have today?" The Chinese tune has grown quite well this year. Beside the temple wall stood a Chinese tune tree. The plump, dark ink that had hibernated all winter skillfully climbed the tree's branches, using its claws to pluck the tender green shoots. Chen Shi'an was responsible for collecting them in a bamboo basket below. Once he gathered enough for a meal, he would fetch a few eggs from the chickens raised in the mountains. His illiterate master sat cross-legged on a large stone, gazing at the verdant hills in the distance, reciting his self-composed spring poetry, appearing busy while merely waiting to eat. Thinking of this made Chen Shi'an crave Chinese tune scrambled eggs. "Did you get a meal card from the cafeteria?" Lin Mingxiu asked while packing her water bottle into her bag, not lifting her head. "Lin Shu gave me one. It's for faculty use," Chen Shi'an replied, then curiously inquired, "Do you have one?" Lin Mingxiu, feeling incredulous, pondered whose father this could be. She recalled that when she first entered high school, Lin Ming had warned her against using his meal card for fear of gossip, only to turn around and lend it to Chen Shi'an. Thankfully, she had already settled into the teacher's dormitory assigned to her father. If there had been an extra room, would Chen Shi'an have been invited to stay with her? If this were ancient times, she would likely be considering arranging a marriage for this little Taoist. Lin Mingxiu's expression turned peculiar as she increasingly sensed something amiss with her father. He had always been grateful and appreciative during his university years. The villagers had pooled together small donations for him. Now that he had achieved success, it was one thing for school cafeteria staff and sanitation workers to be from his hometown, but why was Chen Shi'an's master being treated with such exceptional kindness? Unable to contain her curiosity, Lin Mingxiu asked Chen Shi'an, "May I ask you a question?" "Please do. Do you know if your master had any dealings with my father back in the day?" Not that I know of. Haven't you ever asked my father? Generally, if my master has not disclosed something to me, it is either because he does not wish for me to know or he considers it too trivial to mention. If you're curious, you could always ask Lin Shu. After a brief pause, Chen Shi'an added, and remember to tell me what you find out. I thought you weren't curious. If my father tells me, why would I need to ask you? Lin Shu mentioned you live alone in the teacher's dormitory? Yes. Then where do students like me who commute rest at noon? In the classroom. You're the only one in class who doesn't live on campus. Shall we eat together? As she finished packing her belongings and prepared to leave, Chen Shi'an stood up, pushed his chair beneath the desk, and made way for her. Lin Mingqiu exited the classroom first. With class ending at noon and the next session starting at 1:30, they had only an hour and a half for lunch and rest. Since commuting students had to remain in the classroom, Chen Shi'an decided not to bring his backpack. He pulled out his meal card and turned to walk out of the classroom. It was the designated dismissal time, and the stairways on either side of the teaching building were congested with students, explaining the haste of their classmates. Fortunately, Class 5 was on the second floor, so Chen Shi'an took his time descending the stairs without it taking too long. Yunqi Yizhong was expansive, and the cafeteria was a fair distance from the teaching building. As he walked into the spacious campus area, he noticed many students running. Chen Shi'an mused that if their school uniforms were replaced with disaster relief garments, it would resemble the scene of a government distributing relief grain. Uncertain whether Fei Mo's cat food had been consumed. I mused that allowing it to go hungry for half a day might not be such a bad idea for its weight management. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a small hand gently tapped my shoulder. Hey, Dao Shi. Xiao Zhi Liao, it's you again. I am not Xiao Zhi Liao. I have a name. Did you not just call me Dao Shi? Because you're indeed a Dao Shi. Observing Wen Jixia's earnest analysis, Chen Shi'an could not help but chuckle. It was remarkable how certain individuals could brighten one's world merely by their presence. Why are you walking so slowly? Aren't you hungry? Wen Jixia inquired again. It was mealtime, and students hurried past them, yet he strolled leisurely. I am hungry. Then why do you walk so slowly? The cafeteria won't run away. The cafeteria may not flee, but one must queue. Hurry up. With that, Wen Jixia, her short legs in motion, hastened her pace. While she matched his speed, her urgency contrasted sharply with Chen Shi'an's seemingly leisurely demeanor. How can you walk so fast? The girl was nearly breaking into a jog. The distinction between running and walking was evident in the brief moment both feet left the ground. Yet Chen Shi'an was clearly still walking. His strides, though seemingly effortless, appeared to defy logic. Despite his legs not being particularly long, he covered considerable ground with each step, all while maintaining a subtle grace. Wen Jixia was astonished and puzzled by his ability. It was as if the wind obeyed him, not hindering his movements, but rather propelling him forward. In performances, there exists a classic act of invisible object portrayal, where the performer uses body language and expression to create the illusion of a ball or wall in thin air. Could it be that Chen Shi'an had trained in controlling his physicality? Even as he approached a near run, he still seemed to be walking. Alas, those untrained could only perceive the surface, missing the profundity of his steps. Chen Shi'an offered no further explanation, merely smiling as he quipped, I have long legs. Long legs are nothing to boast about. My legs aren't too short either. Chen Shi'an assessed her. The girl was right. Although not tall, her legs were proportionally perfect. The school housed over 4,000 faculty and students, with 3 cafeterias, 2 for students and 1 for teachers. Ordinary students could only use their meal cards in the student cafeterias, while teachers had the privilege of accessing all 3. As they neared the cafeteria, Wen Jixia slowed her pace, akin to a local guiding a tourist, and began to explain which cafeteria was superior. The first cafeteria has decent noodles, but average dishes, and the prices are a bit steep, although the variety is greater. The second cafeteria is run by a contractor who is said to be the principal's fellow villager. Yet the offerings are more aligned with local tastes, albeit with fewer choices and lower prices. Do you prefer noodles or rice? By chance, they encountered each other while both were solitary, and thus, they tacitly decided to become temporary dining companions. I'll have rice, and you? Chen Shi'an stated. The second cafeteria was where he had packed his meal yesterday, and he found the taste satisfactory. Yes, I will also have rice. However, there are many people, Wen Jixia remarked, surveying the queue ahead, where each window had at least 10 individuals waiting, indicating they would have to wait at least 10 minutes. No rush. A little hunger makes the meal taste better. Indeed, Chen Shi'an positioned himself at the same window where he had received his meal the day prior. And when Jixia followed suit, standing behind him, she extended her small hand, moving it from above her head to around Chen Shi'an's ear level. Turning to observe her, he couldn't resist teasing. Are you measuring height? Your hand has drifted. Not all. It should only reach my chin at most. How tall are you? About 1 meter 80. And you? I'm 1 meter 60. Chen Shi'an eyed her skeptically, by his estimate. She was around 1 meter 60 in her shoes yet. I'm at my height without shoes. Well, I'm also 1 meter 60. You can't possibly be just 1 meter 59. How could that be? The girl's cheeks flushed, and she began to mumble about how, with shoes on, she was 1 meter 60, questioning the relevance of one's height without shoes. Noticing her struggle to see past the taller individuals in front, Chen Shi'an graciously offered her space. Why don't you stand in front of me? Okay. When Jixia accepted the offer, and their midday meal together was now a foregone conclusion. Whether she served first or he did mattered little, as the girl in front of him was also of modest height. Even with taller people obstructing their view, she could at least enjoy a more comfortable line of sight. As she moved into position, Chen Shi'an could see her back. His gaze traced her profile, noting how her jawline gracefully tapered toward her neck. When she slightly raised her head to view the queue ahead, her neck formed a delicate arc when Jixia truly despised the heat. Perhaps her earlier haste had contributed to the slight sheen of perspiration on her fair neck. Her shoulder-length hair rested just above her exquisitely defined collarbone, and when she turned her head, her silky hair brushed against her tender pink ear, complementing the light sheen of sweat on her neck, evoking a refreshing summer aura. Due to his spiritual cultivation, a subtle aura of tranquility surrounded Chen Shi'an, though its intensity was limited and did not provide physical coolness. Noticing the girl was indeed feeling warm, he felt a stir of compassion, and so a gentle breeze seemed to materialize around her. This breeze did not disturb her hair, yet it brought her a genuine sense of relief. Evidently, the girl had ceased fanning herself with her small hand. She took a moment to savor the change in temperature and, with wide eyes filled with delight, turned to address Chen Shi'an. Dao Shi, can you feel the breeze? It's so much cooler here than where I stood just now. It suddenly feels so much less stifling. Oh, I see. That explains your sudden silence. I wondered why you had become so quiet. It was just too hot. The more I talked, the more I sweat. The school is rather stingy. They know the queue area is the hottest, yet they don't install more fans. Do you usually eat alone? Chen Shi'an asked curiously, surveying the surroundings. He noted that solitary diners were few. Most were in small groups. Yes, I typically eat by myself. Don't you have friends? I do. Then why don't you eat with them? Are you isolating them? Absolutely not. The girl's perceptive nature and thoughtfulness impressed Chen Shi'an, revealing a depth that belied her seemingly carefree demeanor. What am I supposed to say now that you've finished speaking? I was trying to save you some breath, and you're not even grateful. After a moment, she curiously mused aloud. It's quite strange, really. I'm not very outgoing, yet after just 2 days of knowing you, it feels like we're already quite familiar. Perhaps it's simply a matter of affinity. Some people seem like long-lost friends upon first meeting. Do you feel that way about me too? Not really. I just find you amusing, Chen Shi'an replied honestly. Well, amusing means interesting. So I must be an interesting person. The girl adeptly salvaged her pride by interpreting his words as high praise. Chen Shi'an began to understand how her sunny disposition had developed. How about we eat together from now on, just as you suggested this morning? Let us be meal companions. I eat quite slowly. I don't eat quickly either. Isn't it quite amusing? Don't you boys usually sit down to eat and leave with empty plates in just 5 minutes? Just look at how slowly I walk. Indeed. What he meant was that I do not eat quickly, not that I mind or am indifferent about waiting for you. The distinction between these two notions is of paramount importance to WNZH 11. The fundamental reason she refrains from dining with her friends is not that they do not wait for her, but rather that they eat faster than she does. She is a girl who is quite reluctant to be a burden to others due to her own reasons. Well then, let us be dining companions. But what if I eat even slower than you? Chen Shi'an chuckled. I will wait for you. Chapter 33. LGU. The queue moved sluggishly through the stifling air. With someone to converse with, the seemingly interminable wait became less unbearable. At last, WH11 achieved her desire and stood at the serving window. Her small hand clutched her meal card as she leaned slightly forward to begin ordering, her large eyes darting eagerly over the array of dishes before her. She swiftly extended her delicate fingers to place her order. Annie, I do not want that much rice, and I would like this, this, and this. That will be all. Thank you. It was evident that the young girl had a penchant for spicy food, as all three dishes she ordered were fiery. One was boiled pork slices. Another was spicy tofu, and the last was hand-torn cabbage. The contractor for the second canteen was a local from El Nexio, and this was no secret within the school, as even the cafeteria staff and sanitation security were also locals. People joked that if the school could keep dogs, El Nexio would probably bring the village dogs to serve as school pets. The lack of complaints stemmed from the fact that YNQYZH was a semi-private school, with the board of directors being none other than El Nexio himself. Additionally, these local workers were known for their diligence and sense of responsibility, earning El Nexio a reputation for being warm-hearted and loyal. It was said that when El Nexio gained admission to university but could not afford tuition, the villagers contributed 5 or 10 yuan each to support him. The second canteen primarily served local dishes, and the chef was a former village cook renowned for hosting grand feasts. With the management and subsidies provided by the school, meal prices were more affordable than in many other high schools. For instance, the 3 dishes WNH11 ordered cost a mere 65 yuan in total, 35 yuan for the boiled pork slices, 15 yuan for the spicy tofu, and 1 yuan for the hand-torn cabbage, with rice priced uniformly at 0.5 yuan. Perhaps the sweet and polite demeanor of the girl won her considerable favor with the serving auntie, as the stainless steel tray was filled to the brim. WNZH11 tapped her meal card against the card reader. Her card differed from Chen Shi'an's, adorned in a soft pink hue and decorated with numerous adorable cat stickers. It was only later that Chen Shi'an learned the cats were called MO. Stickers she had applied herself. I will head over there to get chopsticks and wait for you. All right. WNH11 first carried her plate away, while Chen Shi'an approached the window to place his own order. Today, he donned his school uniform and had gotten a haircut. The serving Annie from yesterday did not recognize him, but finding him pleasing to the eye, she added 2 extra pieces of meat to his plate. As Chen Shi'an emerged from the line with his tray, WNH11 had already procured chopsticks and spoons for both of them. She was bent over, carefully ladling soup from the pot with a large spoon. Let me do it. No need. I have it already. Here, this one is for you. The soup was rather hot, and her eyes were fixed on the bowl as she cautiously placed the ladled soup onto Chen Shi'an's tray, finally setting the other bowl onto her own. Hey, where are the chopsticks and spoons I just picked up? They are with me. Shall we sit at the back? The two of them then proceeded to walk towards the rear of the cafeteria, where there were fewer people, and found a spot to sit down. What did you order? WH11 inquired as she sat across from Chen Shi'an. Her curiosity piqued as her gaze fell upon his dishes. Braised potatoes with meat, fish-flavored eggplant, and stir-fried tomatoes with eggs. So what do you think? Would you like to share a taste? No, you should try some of mine. All right. The girl was merely being courteous, but she was taken aback when this shameless fellow actually extended a spoon to taste her tofu. Seeing her momentarily astonished expression, Chen Shi'an chuckled, saying if you want something, just grab it quickly. WNH11 finally dropped her pretenses and reached over with her spoon to scoop a portion of his stir-fried tomatoes with eggs. Indeed, sharing a meal like this was much more enjoyable than being overly polite. Otherwise, it would be quite dull. Would you like some braised potatoes with meat? No, I want to eat less meat. I am on a diet. Though she spoke these words, Chen Shi'an noticed that the dish she was most eager to dig into was still her boiled pork slices. A diet? You are not even overweight. Why do you need a diet? I simply want to slim down. Which misguided quack is deceiving this naive girl? Relax, eat up. Studying and learning consume a lot of energy. How can you manage without sufficient nourishment? If you're interested in health and fitness, I happen to have a set of techniques that would be perfect for your daily practice. You understand such things. A little. How do you do it? When Chen Shi'an mentioned this, WNZH's interest was piqued. After all, what girl doesn't desire to be beautiful? But I have classes to attend daily. When would I have time to exercise? Let me teach you a few simple movements. Practice them before bed each night. I can't guarantee significant results, but they will at least aid your sleep. You mentioned that I was experiencing heatiness. I haven't been sleeping well lately. How do I do it? Chen Shi'an then demonstrated a few simple health exercises, such as combing the hair, massaging the abdomen, and stimulating the spleen and stomach meridians. Although the girl lacked the magical energy to achieve perfect results like he did, maintaining consistency would surely benefit her health in the long run. Is it really effective? If your skills match mine, the effects will be quite pronounced, but unfortunately, your abilities are lacking. Any effects will be minimal. However, little by little, persistence will yield results. Seeing his earnest demeanor, the girl couldn't help but laugh. I don't believe you. Are you just trying to pull a fast one? Then how do you think my vitality appears? W&11 watched him intently while eating, unsure how to gauge his vitality. She simply found him exceptionally handsome, and his aura was distinctly different from that of others. He radiated energy. Lost in her admiration, she inadvertently gazed too long, fixating on his striking features. That indicates it must be effective. I've been practicing these since childhood. WNH11 blinked, her expression a mix of skepticism and intrigue regarding Chen Shi'an's claims. Nonetheless, the exercises he taught were not difficult, and she resolved to give them a try another day. After shifting topics, WNZH11 began discussing the events of the day's classes. Oh, Teacher Y gave you a reading pen? Yes. Does Teacher Y also teach your class? Indeed. Teacher Y teaches both our class and yours. I see. How is the reading pen? It feels good. I can understand how to pronounce the words and their meanings. Can you read a sentence for me? When the English sentence escaped Chen Shi'an's lips, he froze, realizing how stiff and unrefined it sounded, though his memory was exceptional. Allowing him to remember the meanings, spellings, and pronunciations of words with ease, speaking them aloud still felt like his tongue was tangled, awkwardly clumsy. Before WH11 could offer her assessment, Chen Shi'an shook his head and said, "No good. I need to practice my pronunciation more." It was rather good. WH11 encouraged him. You've never studied English before. Being able to say it completely is quite impressive. Speaking and listening can't be mastered merely by reading. Practice is essential. If you want to practice English, I can teach you. After all, we are study partners. Although my grades are average, I should still be able to help you. Upon noticing the hint of pride tucked away in her expressive eyes, Chen Shi'an chuckled, achieving the top score in the arts. With English being the highest in the entire grade at 146, and you dare to say your performance is merely average? How could you possibly know? I saw the honor roll. Your name is unmistakably at the very top. Impossible to overlook. The girl blushed, unable to suppress her giggle, until Chen Shi'an brought it up in such a manner, when Jixia had never considered the honor roll to be of any significance. Only then did she truly feel the weight of her accomplishment. So, do you still want to be my study partner? Of course, we had already made that agreement. When shall we study together? When Jixia pondered for a moment, how about we practice speaking and listening on our way to and from school? We can also teach each other during meals, as we are both meal partners and travel companions. Sounds great. Chen Shi'an nodded in agreement. What's your WeChat number? Let's add each other. When Jixia discreetly scanned her surroundings, retrieved her phone from her pocket, and added Chen Shi'an on WeChat. Upon accepting her friend request, a user with a profile picture of an adorable cartoon cat and the nickname Ji nestled into his friend list, becoming his second contact. It's not convenient to message during class. Shall we arrange a simple meeting? When Jixia suggested, what shall we arrange? All right, Chen Shi'an nodded, finding such an agreement rather nostalgic. At that moment, he noticed the girl extending her right hand toward him, her other four fingers gently curled, leaving only her delicate little pinky extended, presenting an endearing softness. What is it? Let's make a pinky promise, she said. Chen Shi'an blinked, seriously placing his chopsticks down before extending his own pinky to intertwine with hers. All right, pinky promise. His voice resonated with the clarity unique to youth, reminiscent of pebbles submerged in a stream. Although he had initiated the pinky promise, the moment their fingers intertwined, when Jixia inexplicably felt her heart skip a beat. The gentle pressure was just enough to sense the shape of each other's knuckles. Her heart raced, and a faint blush crept on her cheeks. Let us eat. Chapter 34. Those who are too proud can't even enjoy a piece of candy. Chen Shi'an began to understand why when Jixia took her time eating. Amidst the chatter and laughter, how could one possibly eat quickly? The rule of silence during meals was non-existent for him. He often dined with his mentor, Fei Mo, engaging in conversation while eating. Chen Shi'an maintained a steady pace while eating, neither hastening due to initial hunger nor slowing down, exuding an air of elegance despite the simplicity of his meal and attire. Ultimately, when Jixia finished her meal first, approximately 2 minutes later, Chen Shi'an concluded his dining, maintaining his consistent speed. This pleased when Jixia immensely. She typically felt embarrassed making others wait, yet she was unconcerned about waiting for others. Indeed, Chen Shi'an was the perfect dining companion. Have you finished? Yes, I have. Here, essay tissue for you. The girl pulled a pack of tissues from her pocket. This small pack was considerably thicker than ordinary napkins. She pulled out a sheet, tore it in half, and offered it to Chen Shi'an. In school, tissues were a highly coveted commodity. While a tenuan note left unattended on a desk might go unnoticed, a pack of tissues would be devoured within a day. Sharing half of her tissues, as when Xia did, was a privilege reserved for good friends among students. Chen Shi'an initially intended to mention that he had a handkerchief, but upon seeing her small hand holding out the tissue, he smiled and accepted it. Just follow the method I taught you for learning English. I struggled with it in middle school as well, but my grades gradually improved. I find your methods quite effective. I will give them a try. During their meal, Wen Xia shared numerous tips for learning English, primarily revolving around memorization techniques, such as how to memorize vocabulary more swiftly and solidify comprehension of texts. It is often said that when resources are scarce, tactics must be diverse. When abundant, one must unleash overwhelming force. Chen Shi'an, with a photographic memory, found it difficult to empathize with the ordinary student's struggles in memorization. Nevertheless, he listened attentively, as he would later be able to relay Wen Xia's methods to others who inquired about improving their memorization efficiency, instead of advising them to simply read a few more times. Shall we go? Do we have to wash this plate ourselves? Wen Xia asked, rising with her tray, and Chen Shi'an followed suit. Am I the only one doing this? Where's your class? Just me. Is it because everyone lives far away? Not entirely. Some classmates may have no one to cook for them or find it more convenient to study at school, so they stay in dorms. The school assumes everyone is boarding unless they apply for day schooling. So, during the lunch break in the classroom, you'll be all alone? Not all. Wen Xia counted on her fingers. At least 7 or 8 students from our class typically remain in the classroom during lunch, boarding students who study in the classroom instead of napping. I can't speak for your class, but I'm sure there are several. Studying outside of class? I'm quite surprised. I've never heard of this rule from the teachers. So it must be voluntary, Chen Shi'an remarked. Yes, our school is quite competitive. Haven't you seen the honor roll? Without a score of 600, you can't even make the top 100. Solely relying on classroom learning is insufficient. Many students even hire private tutors for additional guidance. Upon hearing Wen Xia's words, Chen Shi'an gained a new perspective on the competitiveness of high school. He had initially thought the class schedule was quite extensive, only to discover it was still inadequate. There must be a balance. Too much of anything is counterproductive, Chen Shi'an commented. You seem to maintain a good mindset, she replied, regardless of whether it's teachers or parents. They all say to study diligently. Without studying, exam scores will suffer. Poor results will hinder admission to good universities, and without a good university, one cannot secure a good job. Without a good job, one cannot earn money, and without money, life is over. After a pause, Wen Xia turned to Chen Shi'an and added, but you are indeed different from us. In what way? Because you have reverse roles. You already have a job as a Taoist. Regardless of how well you study, it doesn't affect your status as a Taoist. Are you envious of me? Chen Shi'an chuckled, observing her. The girl took a deep breath, as if about to shout, but ultimately tightened her little fist and playfully declared, I'm utterly envious. Chen Shi'an burst into laughter at her antics. As they chatted, the pair approached the teaching building, where a campus convenience store was located nearby. Wen Xia pondered for a moment and said, why don't you go ahead? I need to buy a box of pen refills, as I've just run out. Where do I buy that? Over at the convenience store. You can use your meal card to make purchases. Let us go together. What do you want to buy? I've never been inside. I want to take a look around. You're so idle. It's better with company, Wen Xia said, leading him to the campus convenience store. The layout was similar to that of an external supermarket, not particularly spacious, merely a small life market, primarily selling snacks, bread, stationery, beverages, and fruits. In the morning, they even sold tea, eggs, and steamed dumplings, with prices comparable to those outside. The owner was also a local from Linshao. Chen Shi'an found it quite refreshing. He had always thought of school as merely a place for learning, never realizing that modern campuses had equipped themselves with facilities to enhance student life, such as convenience stores, infirmaries, counseling rooms, and gymnasiums, creating a small world reminiscent of a bustling metropolis. As for this small realm, whether it is a peach blossom spring or a purgatory, the perception of it may vary among students at different stages of their lives. Chen Shi'an has learned to view things dynamically. At least from his current perspective, he finds it rather pleasant. The young girl has a habit of twirling her pen, and it is rare for her to find a pen that glides so effortlessly, with a barrel so smooth that she would not easily part with it. Chen Shi'an had no particular purchases in mind, but upon seeing lollipops at the cashier, he pondered for a moment and decided to buy a few. Priced at 50 cents each, the various colored wrappers represented different fruit flavors. "You enjoy lollipops?" Wen Jixia inquired after they stepped outside. "I haven't had one in ages. Thought I might give it a try," Chen Shi'an replied. His first encounter with a lollipop occurred at the tender age of 3 when his sister gifted him one during a religious ceremony alongside his master. He vividly recalls her complimenting him, calling him adorable, despite his small stature, dressed in a Taoist robe like a little adult. That lollipop was apple-flavored, and even after finishing the candy, the white plastic stick remained a whistle that could produce sound. He was curious why, although it was just like regular candy. The addition of a stick altered the experience entirely. When he asked his master replied, "Good disciple, do you have any left? Let me have a taste. I have yet to try one. You had plenty at the other house. Why did you not partake? I am of a certain age. Eating such things would be a cause for laughter." Thus, 3-year-old Chen Shi'an learned a valuable lesson. Those who are overly concerned with their pride may find themselves deprived of even a piece of candy. Candy, it turns out, is best enjoyed when shared. Chen Shi'an handed 2 lollipops to Wen Jixia. "Here, this is your share. Let me treat you to some candy." You learn quickly. This share was indeed what she had referred to earlier when she treated him to soy milk. Take it, take it. "No need. I am on a diet and want to eat sweets. Let us gain weight together." There is no more compelling reason to sway someone's resolve to diet than that. Eventually, when Jixia accepted the 2 lollipops from him, unwrapping them just as he did, her lollipop was a pink strawberry-flavored sphere, while Chen Shi'an's was a pale green apple-flavored one. The 2 friends held their lollipops, placing the candy spheres in their mouths. The candy rolled around, while the sticks danced at the corners of their mouths. They exchanged glances, laughter sweet as the candy they consumed. "How is it? Hee delicious." Chapter 35. Diligent individuals can cultivate in the classroom. Chen Shi'an and Wen Jixia took a break after lunch. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 12:45, leaving just 45 minutes until afternoon classes. As Wen Jixia had mentioned, although he was the only day student in the class, 7 classmates remained in the classroom studying during lunch. Those who choose to study beyond the designated school hours exhibit commendable self-discipline. The 7 students quietly occupied their seats, engrossed in books or completing exercises, with no one speaking, 5 of whom were girls. Upon entering the classroom, Chen Shi'an was still unfamiliar with his classmates, primarily due to the absence of a roster to guide him. Aside from a few he recognized by name, he could not recall the names of many, although he had memorized their faces. Among the 7 present, he could only name the vice class monitor, Chiu Yufu, whose name he had seen on the honor roll that morning, ranking 27th in science with a total score of 656. Such a score would easily place one among the top 3 in an ordinary county high school, yet in Class 5, it did not even secure a place in the top 10, let alone compare to Lin Meng Chio's score exceeding 700. Chen Shi'an entered the classroom quietly. Of the 7 studying students, 4 glanced up at him, while 3 noticed his presence after a brief moment. Without the usual clamor that accompanies a larger gathering, the 7 students appeared refined and tranquil, embodying the stereotype of academic achievers. No wonder the school establishes such a multitude of classes. The atmosphere is indeed crucial. Chen Shi'an seated himself at his desk, noticing that Lin Meng Chio's spot was empty, a detail that felt somewhat unfamiliar for him. She, on the other hand, was adjusting to having a new desk mate. With merely 40 minutes remaining, Chen Shi'an decided against taking a nap. He settled comfortably in his chair, legs naturally apart, arms resting at his sides, palms flat on his knees, and began to meditate. He did not adopt a cross-legged position, mainly due to the small size of the chair and the cramped space. In truth, the posture is not what matters in meditation, whether seated cross-legged, standing, or lying down. As long as the mind and body can calm down and enter a state of practice, it suffices. Sitting in quiet meditation is the first lesson in cultivation and an essential method of practice. Since he could remember, Chen Shi'an had engaged in this practice, making time for meditation regardless of the day as demands. Cultivation knows no bounds. For Chen Shi'an to grasp the concept, his master delineated several levels of achievement. The first level is physical stillness. At the outset of cultivation, the primary goal is to achieve a tranquil state in the body. employing techniques such as breath adjustment and muscle relaxation to dispel external distractions. The second level is mental stillness. The mind, or acquired consciousness, is the most active part of daily life, processing various information and making decisions. Yet, during cultivation, it is necessary to quiet the mind so that the inner voice may emerge. The third level is emotional stillness. This pertains to innate consciousness, representing the subconscious, which encapsulates deep-seated emotions and memories, often beyond the individual's control. Many people may never achieve this level in their lifetime. It is a gift influenced by one's upbringing. This represents a process of resetting. The fourth level combines the first three, leading to further sublimation. Upon reaching this state, one can experience the unity of body and mind, enjoying profound tranquility while maintaining clarity of thought, almost as though one can perceive the essence of all things in the world, beginning to sense the wondrous spiritual resonance of existence. The fifth level is entering tranquility and the void. At this stage, the practitioner can absorb the ethereal spiritual resonance of the world, experiencing inexplicable transformations in both body and mind, signifying true entry into the path. The sixth level is the unity of heaven and humanity. Upon reaching this level, the boundaries of the individual's body and mind dissolve, allowing for a harmonious connection with the primordial energies of the universe and the natural order, thus enabling one to utilize that mysterious spiritual resonance. This is the essence of Tao. During meditation, one can even extend their consciousness beyond the confines of individual perception. This level is vast, akin to rising from a lowland to discovering a larger pond, and then a lake, ultimately realizing that the destination is an immense ocean. Phenomena, such as out-of-body experiences and telepathy manifest at this level, though the intensity varies according to the practitioner's own cultivation. Chen Shi'an once inquired of his master whether there were further levels beyond the sixth. His master replied that he did not know, as these classifications were merely for the sake of his disciples' understanding. In truth, Chen Shi'an did not fully agree with his master's delineation. While his master maintained that reaching the fifth level constituted entering the path, Chen Shi'an felt it was not until the sixth level that one truly entered the path. The deeper he ventured into this level, the more he comprehended the boundlessness of the Tao, with no precedents to guide him. Everything must be realized and explored by oneself. The pursuit of the Tao, after all, is fundamentally a quest for knowledge. The spiritual resonance is derived from heaven and earth and must be applied to oneself. Without recognizing the sun, moon, stars, and myriad beings of the universe, how can one seek knowledge or the Tao? Thus, his master had ventured down the mountain 3 times in his lifetime, dedicating 20 years to each journey, until finally encountering Chen Shi'an, who inherited his teachings. If one were to highlight the most significant difference between his master and Chen Shi'an, it would undoubtedly be their innate gifts. Although I have yet to attain enlightenment, I have indeed surpassed my master in certain respects. How so? Master, are you suggesting your skills exceed those of your own master? Not quite. I merely taught a disciple who is more formidable than his own. Furthermore, the mindsets of master and disciple differ significantly. Chen Shi'an, at such a tender age, has already reached the 6th level, while my own journey only led me to this stage in my later years. Confronted with the vast ocean of this level, the elderly Taoist and the young disciple naturally perceive it differently. Chen Shi'an may be unaware of the absence of predecessors, yet the path ahead remains untraveled, requiring him to explore it on his own. He genuinely relishes the intrigue of the unknown. The notion of achieving enlightenment has always referred not to a final destination, but to a continuous journey, and the extent of one's progress relies solely on oneself. Analyzing the world through Taoist principles is fundamentally no different from employing mathematical and chemical reasoning. Only the method of inquiry varies. This descent from the mountain for study and exploration presents a rare opportunity for Chen Shi'an to broaden his horizons and stimulate his thinking. The longer he spends in the outside world, the more he can appreciate his master's heartfelt concerns. While his classmates toil for university admissions, he seeks the path, a divergence in pursuits, yet a shared endeavor. Seated quietly, Chen Shi'an closed his eyes for merely 10 breaths, entering a state of tranquil meditation. The ethereal and mysterious essence of the universe began to intertwine with him, enveloping him in an indescribable sense of stillness and movement. The classroom, serene during the midday hour, resonated only with the sounds of writing, page turning, and the whir of the fan. The air conditioning, regulated by the school schedule, was absent during this rest period, leaving only the fan to combat the rising heat. Strangely, all 7 classmates engaged in self-study felt a refreshing coolness. Unlike the chill from air conditioning that permeates from without, this coolness emanated from within, dispelling the oppressive heat and purifying both body and mind. Occasionally, a classmate would cast a glance at Chen Shi'an. Truly, the Taoist is worthy of his title. His afternoon repose is unlike any other, seated and meditating. At that moment, Chen Shi'an had extended his consciousness outward. Though he had not yet reached the state of soul detachment, he could transcend his sensory boundaries during meditation. He could perceive some indistinct shapes. Yet his hearing was extraordinarily acute. Within a 2-kilometer radius, he could discern every subtle sound, should he choose. The indistinct images within his consciousness began to shape the contours of the campus. He transformed into a butterfly of perception, merging with nature, drifting beyond the classroom and the campus into the bustling streets, where flickering lights raced past. Meow. Oh, where did that stray cat come from? We're about to rest for lunch. I have nothing to offer you. Meow. All right, I'll cut you a piece. Upon seeing the small, luminous shape and hearing that familiar meow, Chen Shi'an felt a twitch of annoyance. You lazy cat, tasked with guarding the house, yet here you are, roaming the streets for food. I barely have enough light for Jing Chengguan, let alone to indulge you. The black cat, squatting in front of the fast food restaurant, sensing something, turned its head towards the school, and after receiving its meal, hurriedly scampered away. Ah, that mischievous cat, refusing to even acknowledge me after eating. As the campus gradually became lively during lunchtime, Chen Shi'an exited his meditative state and slowly opened his eyes. The rigid schedule of school made the time too brief. Had it been longer, he could have sought a cool shade to nap for a while. Much like waking from a conventional nap, Chen Shi'an interlaced his fingers and stretched lazily, taking a few sips from his water bottle. Upon glancing around, he noticed that the 7 classmates who had been studying were now sprawled out as the preparatory bell had just rung, indicating a mere 10 minutes remained before class officially commenced. After a long afternoon without rest, they simply could not endure seizing these final moments to catch a quick nap. Unlike Chen Shi'an, who could swiftly rejuvenate through meditation, the others either napped earnestly or relied on instant coffee to boost their spirits. As high school students, they grappled with insufficient meals and inadequate sleep. Having finished his water, Chen Shi'an rose to refill his bottle at the water dispenser. He used a standard mineral water bottle. After filling it with cool water, he noticed the water barrel was empty and decided to replace it. Earlier, he had observed his classmates changing the water and knew the procedure. Simply peel the seal off the new barrel and invert into place. However, his movements were effortless compared to his classmates. The weighty barrel felt no different from the empty one in his hands. With a satisfying click, the new barrel was securely positioned in the dispenser. Dao Yi, your strength is remarkable, exclaimed Dong Wenyu, who had also come over to fill his bottle after waking. In terms of height, he was comparable to Chen Shi'an, yet his frame resembled that of a slender reed, adorned with glasses, with large hands but thin arms and legs, as if a gust of wind could scatter him. Thankfully, it's not too heavy. Not heavy. Dong Wenyu was skeptical, crouching down to lift a spare water barrel, only for Chen Shi'an to observe him wobbling like a butterfly in flight. All right, don't fall apart, buddy. I can't help you piece yourself back together if you do. Seeing Dong Wenyu nearly topple over, Chen Shi'an swiftly caught the barrel with one hand while stabilizing his shoulder with the other. A solid, reassuring force from Chen Shi'an's grip allowed Dong Wenyu to regain his balance, and after that little ordeal, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Are you all right? Yes, I just stood up too quickly after crouching. Everything went black for a moment. Are we not the same age? Even the 70-year-old men in the village at the foot of the mountain don't complain of blacking out. Well, strictly speaking, we aren't exactly the same age, Dong Wenyu replied. Chen Shi'an had inquired of Chen Shi'an, and the majority of his classmates in the second year of high school were 17, making them a year younger than him. Since they often refer to each other as father among peers, their calling him Dao Yi was not incorrect. Chen Shi'an could discern that Dong Wenyu's physical condition was not severely problematic. It stemmed from a lack of exercise, excessive mental strain, insufficient sleep, and indulgence, leading to a state of both mental and physical fatigue. You must make an effort to exercise, Chen Shi'an advised earnestly. No witties. I just don't have the time right now. After the college entrance exams, I'll definitely adjust my schedule to incorporate proper exercise. Chen Shi'an was skeptical, as he had observed that most people, after concluding a highly stressful endeavor, often indulge themselves even more. Daoyi, do you want some coffee? I still have some. I can get you a packet? Thank you, but no. While preparing his coffee, Dong Wenyu expressed astonishment. I just saw you meditating while seated. Not exactly sleeping. It was tranquil meditation. Impressive. Does it help? Indeed, you could try it sometime. Taking advantage of the time before class, Chen Shi'an decided to visit the restroom. Dong Wenyu followed suit. Go into the restroom. Daoyi? Yes, just a quick relief. Let us go together. Aside from Dong Wenyu, the other 6 classmates who had remained in the classroom for self-study had also awakened, appearing weary, with disheveled hair and vacant stares. They had barely managed 10 minutes of sleep. The bed never questions, nor does it criticize. It is soft and warm, always waiting for you. When will these arduous days come to an end? An exasperated voice broke the silence. As he pondered this, footsteps approached from behind, and a girl entered through the back door of the classroom. Without waiting for her to speak, Chen Shi'an stood and made way for her. Lin Mingxiu removed her backpack from her shoulder, taking care not to disturb the books on the desk of the classmates seated behind her. The backpack appeared somewhat heavy, the straps digging into her delicate fingers, leaving faint red marks on her skin. The young girl pulled out a chair and sat down, placing her backpack on the table, which emitted a dull thud. She first took out a pack of tissues to wipe the thin sheen of sweat from her cheeks and neck, discarding the used tissue into the trash bag hanging by the desk. Chen Shi'an, lacking any peculiar habit of collecting tissues used by beautiful girls, directed his gaze towards Lin Mingxiu's face. From the moment she entered the classroom, he sensed an inexplicable air of resentment about her. Even her movements, as she settled in her seat and placed her bag down, seemed heavier than usual. Chen Shi'an was puzzled, wondering if he had somehow offended her, considering he had quickly offered his seat to her. Outside, the afternoon sun blazed warmly, and she appeared to have walked quite a distance. Her fair complexion was slightly flushed, with a few strands of hair clinging to her lovely face, which she delicately tucked behind her ear with her slender fingers. As Lin Mingxiu prepared to take a sip of water, she noticed Chen Shi'an watching her out of the corner of her eye. Turning her head, she remained silent, but question mark seemed to hover above her. Is the teacher's dormitory far from the classroom? Chen Shi'an asked curiously. Not far. Why do you look like you've walked a long way? Oh, I see. Sarcasm. 1 point deducted. It was all because she had promised him in the morning to lend him her middle school math practice materials. Lin Mingxiu felt her cheeks twitch at the thought. The more she considered it, the more she felt something was off with her father. If it weren't for the fact that Chen Shi'an bore no resemblance to her dad, she might even suspect he was her half-brother. Usually, during lunch breaks in the teacher's dormitory, she would take a short nap, but today she had skipped it, instead spending her time rummaging through her old math workbooks and papers from middle school. This search consumed her entire afternoon, and though she managed to find many materials, it was impossible to bring them all, so she selected only the most useful ones. Even so, her backpack was entirely filled. Regretting her promise to him, she finally felt relieved to fulfill this obligation. The sound of the backpack zipper being pulled open caught Chen Shi'an's attention. Lin Mingxiu produced nearly 10 variously sized workbooks and a neatly bound set of papers from her bag. With a soft thud, she placed the stack of workbooks and papers in the center of their shared desk, causing her once burdened backpack to sag in relief. Here are your workbooks, Lin Mingxiu said expressionlessly. They are all 7th grade math materials, both the first and second volumes. If you complete these, you should be fine. We could talk about the rest later. Chen Shi'an was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression brightened. He moved the workbooks to his side, flipping through them with gratitude. Thank you so much. I appreciate you thinking of me. The young girl felt a flush creep into her cheeks, even though she had just cooled down a bit. Chen Shi'an's emotional support was palpable, and his reactions, along with his words, stirred something warm within her. She fanned herself with her small hand, unable to resist glancing over at him. Seeing him diligently examining each workbook, turning the pages with care, erased any lingering annoyance she had felt about the effort of bringing the materials. There's so much for just 7th grade. How about this? Next time, I'll come over to help you carry them, so you won't have to work so hard. It's fine, they aren't heavy. As the classroom filled with students, the bell rang, signaling the start of class. Discussing exam papers was a far more tedious task than delivering a lesson, and in a subject like Chinese, it was quite challenging to score low, while achieving a high score was even harder. The student scores were clustered within a close range, with the highest being 139 and the lowest 116. Even the top scorer couldn't guarantee they'd maintain their rank, nor could the lowest scorer be sure to break the 130 mark. Ultimately, it all depended on luck. In an elite class, it was impossible to create a significant gap in scores based solely on Chinese language performance. Thus, most students did not place much emphasis on the subject, as long as they did not hinder their overall performance. Even teacher Liang himself did not aim to cultivate high-scoring students in Chinese, but rather to elevate the average proficiency of the entire class. Among the 60 students, Chen Shi'an was undoubtedly the most attentive during Chinese class. He had a solid foundation in the subject, yet he lacked the standardized answering techniques for exams. While he could afford to miss other subjects, he made it a point to focus on Chinese. As teacher Liang reviewed the exam papers, Chen Shi'an took out his own paper from the mock test, listening intently while making corrections based on the standards provided by teacher Liang. Lin Mingqiu stole a glance at his paper. His handwriting was truly impressive. It was the first time she had seen a classmate write so beautifully. His answers to the reading comprehension questions were refreshingly logical and well-supported. She couldn't say he was wrong, yet she wasn't sure how to grade him either, although it was permissible to write in classical Chinese. Neither her classmates nor she dared to attempt it lightly. However, Chen Shi'an had the audacity to do so. Not only did he write in classical Chinese, but he also used traditional characters throughout his answers. Had it not been for the cultural heritage embedded in the genes of the Chinese people, Lin Mingqiu would have struggled to read it. Yet, if she encountered certain traditional characters in isolation, she would genuinely find them unrecognizable. The young girl felt a surge of admiration for this unconventional student. She thought to herself that if it were her, she could never have produced such a paper without ever having attended school. He ought not to be preparing for college entrance exams, but rather for the imperial examinations, which lack subjects like mathematics, English, physics, biology, and chemistry, often the most daunting for high school students. Chen Shi'an seemed to sense her gaze and turned his head in her direction. However, Lin Mingqiu discreetly averted her eyes. Chen Shi'an thought to himself that the class monitor was rather curious, always watching what he was doing. Fortunately, the afternoon Chinese class was not a double session. After class, teacher Liang descended from the podium and engaged in a brief conversation with Chen Shi'an. "How are you managing, Shi'an? Keeping up?" "Yes, teacher Liang. Your lessons are excellent." "Huh, I appreciate that. It seems this group of students doesn't recognize talent. I have an assignment for you. Please take your exam paper. Revise it according to what I've taught and submit it to me." "Teacher Liang, I've already made the revisions. Please take a look." "So quick." Teacher Liang examined the paper Chen Shi'an handed him and noted that after his revisions, it appeared much more organized, although many corrections still seemed slightly off topic and awkward. However, this was not a significant issue. With more practice, he would improve. As for your composition, you should practice modern writing. Unless you can consistently maintain the standard of your classical piece, it's fine to write in classical Chinese. However, you should still train in modern writing, as some prompts truly do not lend themselves to classical formats. Mastering a variety of styles will only benefit you. Understood. Thank you, teacher Liang. After teacher Liang departed, the vice monitor Chiu Yufei approached the direction of Group 4, catching Chen Shi'an's attention. The girl occasionally glanced at the boy and then at Lin Mingqiu beside him, leaving one to wonder whom she had truly come to see. "Chen Shi'an," Chiu Yufei said as she stood by his desk, producing a form. "In our class, we take turns doing daily duties like cleaning the blackboard and tidying the classroom. Since you just arrived, you haven't been assigned yet. This is our current seating chart. Duties are assigned according to seating arrangements. Please sign next to your name, and I will arrange your duties accordingly." "All right, let me see," Chen Shi'an replied, taking the seating chart from her. It was the most recent version, listing each student's name corresponding to their seat. He quickly glanced through it, ensuring he would no longer be confused about who was who in class. "Besides cleaning the blackboard and tidying the classroom, is there anything else? You also need to take out the trash." "Okay." Chen Shi'an picked up a pen and signed beside Lin Mingqiu's name on the seating chart. Chiu Yufei took back the form but did not leave immediately. Instead, she leaned slightly towards Lin Mingqiu and asked Mingqiu, "Will you still do duties with Yining and the others?" Zheng Yining and Xie Mengxian were the two girls sitting in front of Chen Shi'an. Typically, Those seated together would share the duty, but since Lin Mengqiu previously had no desk partner, she had been working with them. Now that she had a desk partner, it would seem inappropriate to do duties with Yi Ning and the others while leaving Chen Shi'an out. Qiu Yufu, not wanting to decide for her, sought her opinion. Lin Mengqiu did not raise her head, remaining silent for a moment before softly responding, "Just follow the normal arrangement." After Qiu Yufu departed, she walked to the blackboard at the back of the classroom and wrote the names of the students assigned for duties the next day. Chen Shi'an, Lin Mengqiu. Chen Shi'an turned to look. "Class monitor, I will do duties with you tomorrow." "MHM, where do I take out the trash?" Lin Mengqiu glanced at him, realizing he was unfamiliar with the school and momentarily struggled to describe the exact location of the trash bin, finally saying, "You will know tomorrow." Fortunately, Chen Shi'an was quite straightforward and, upon hearing her response, lost interest in the trash bin's location. "It's near the right side of the school's northern gate." Lin Mengqiu added unexpectedly. Chen Shi'an attempted to listen but could not comprehend, so he gave up. Currently, he lacked a solid foundation, and even for someone as efficient at studying as he was, it would take time to improve his grades. He devised a simple study plan to elevate his scores in the three main subjects, Chinese, mathematics, and English, which accounted for 450 points, particularly in mathematics, which served as the cornerstone for physics, chemistry, and biology. Chinese and English were manageable, primarily relying on memorization and practice, so he could self-study during class. However, mathematics required more time. Of course, Chen Shi'an was reluctant to spend extra hours after class and deemed it unnecessary, as the school day was already long. After all, there were physics, chemistry, and biology classes that could be utilized to learn mathematics. What need was there for additional practice? It was evident that extra exercises were necessary. The problems in the textbook were rather basic, lacking diverse question types, and these variations were crucial for developing mathematical thinking. The practice book contained answers that Lin Mengqiu had previously written. These answers did not distract Chen Shi'an. He could resist the urge to look at them and, upon noticing occasional errors in Lin Mengqiu's responses, began to question their validity. 5 years ago, Lin Mengqiu's handwriting appeared quite different. It had a certain clumsy innocence, each stroke carefully penned, unlike the fluid cursive she exhibited now. Moreover, there were many corrections in her answers, starkly contrasting with her impressive score of 150 on the exam. Was this her journey? Chen Shi'an could not help but be curious and asked, "Class monitor, how were your grades in 7th grade?" "Average. What does average mean?" "Top 10 in the class." "Oh." Chen Shi'an nodded, unaware that he had lost a point. He continued to read, write, and solve problems from the practice book. The questions, while varying in type, were not overly difficult, breaking down into the content from the textbook. Initially, he worked slowly, but as he adapted to the variations, his speed increased rapidly. For example, in a problem where Lin Mengqiu typically wrote in blue ink, there was only a blank space, followed by red ink for corrections. It was evident she had struggled with this question. Next to it was a small, adorable drawing of a crying rabbit, sketched in pencil. Its lines faded, yet still allowing Chen Shi'an to glimpse the scene of her past struggle. When Chen Shi'an brought the practice book closer, Lin Mengqiu instinctively straightened her back. "I thought you could do it all. Finally, there is something you need to ask me about." But as Chen Shi'an pushed the practice book towards her, pointing at the little crying rabbit, her expression froze. "Class monitor, did you draw this?" The astonishment on Chen Shi'an's face was akin to discovering a new world. His gaze unmistakably conveyed surprise that someone as composed as the class monitor could create such adorable things, regardless of whether this was merely his imagination or a genuine thought. Lin Mengqiu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It was as if a prickly little hedgehog had been caught exposing its soft underbelly, and she quickly seized the eraser from her desk, swiftly erasing the little crying rabbit. "Hey, why did you erase it?" Chen Shi'an reacted, trying to stop her, but that adorable little rabbit had already met its tragic end beneath Lin Mengqiu's eraser. "It wasn't me who drew it. You didn't have to erase it." "No, I did draw it." Chapter 38. Show your strength, Tao Yi. Eraser shavings littered the desk. Lin Mengqiu swiftly brushed away the remnants of the little rabbit, now gone. Truth be told, had Chen Shi'an not shown it to her, she might have forgotten that she ever sketched that cute little rabbit in her practice book, especially one that was crying. Perhaps there had been moments of frustration when she couldn't solve a problem, reminding her of her mother. Such sentimental expressions and straightforward emotions starkly contrasted with her current understanding of maturity. She did not feel ashamed of not being able to solve a problem, nor did she feel embarrassed about missing her mother. Rather, she felt ashamed that her past self had expressed such vulnerability. Years later, the encounter left her feeling a disconnection between her past and present self. At 17, she too struggled with problems and missed her mother. Yet she would no longer draw crying rabbits. This instinct to bury and conceal her emotions had become second nature to her over time. Lin Mingxiu felt this was quite all right. It could be considered the growth her mother had spoken of. There would never be a time of weakness, nor would she need to burden others with her concerns. Lost in thought, she stared blankly at the empty page in her draft book. The tip of her pen danced across the paper, and a simple outline of a little rabbit sprang to life on the page. Years of muscle memory prompted her to instinctively draw a few teardrops on the little rabbit's face. Yet, as she began to sketch, the pencil tip abruptly halted. What followed was a flurry of erratic lines, completely obscuring the adorable cartoon rabbit she had intended to illustrate. Chen Shi'an heard the heavy sound of the pencil gliding across the paper and glanced over with his peripheral vision. He could not discern what she had just been sketching, but at that moment, she had already torn the page from her draft paper, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it into the garbage bag hanging beside her desk. When he looked at the young girl again, her expression seemed even colder than usual. Lin Mingxiu appeared to sense the shift and turned to him. "Master, oh master, women are far more challenging to understand. As a disciple, I tread cautiously." The young Taoist silently marveled. He sensed Lin Mingxiu's unease, yet could not fathom the cause of her sudden emotional turmoil. However, he was wise enough to realize that the best course of action was to feign ignorance. Approaching her with concern would undoubtedly lead to well-meaning yet misguided interference. Chen Shi'an discreetly transmitted a sense of tranquility towards her. It proved effective. The inexplicable agitation that had suddenly gripped Lin Mingxiu gradually dissipated, and she picked up her pencil, resuming her quiet focus on the problems at hand. Chen Shi'an sighed in relief. Although he could not comprehend Lin Mingxiu's abrupt change in demeanor, it was his responsibility to provide comfort, particularly since he was currently using the notebook she had specially brought for him. After completing 3 rounds of problems and turning a few pages, Chen Shi'an's gaze sharpened. Beside one challenging question, he discovered another little rabbit drawn in pencil, weeping. This time, however, he had learned his lesson and refrained from inquiring about it, even concealing it from her view. It was simply too adorable to erase. Chen Shi'an picked up his pencil and sketched another little rabbit beside the crying one, gently patting its head and assuring it not to cry. He chuckled softly, acknowledging that his drawing was not as good as hers. Chen Shi'an understood that rapid learning now did not guarantee the same speed in the future. The key lay in consolidation. Continuous practice was essential for cultivating that mathematical sensitivity and analytical thinking that allowed one to make connections from the minutiae. He was uncertain how long it would take to catch up with the current pace of the mathematics curriculum, but with ample time before the college entrance examination, he was not anxious. Establishing a solid foundation was paramount. As for physics, chemistry, and biology, he decided to postpone those subjects. It was better to tackle them one at a time rather than overwhelming himself. Evening self-study awaited him, and with the clock reading 5:10, he had an hour and 20 minutes of free time before the 6:30 class commenced. However, the reality was that such freedom was limited for boarding students. Dinner would consume about 15 to 20 minutes, and bathing and laundry would take another 15 to 20 minutes. After accounting for these, only 40 to 50 minutes remained. Chen Shi'an was still unsure how to allocate his time and decided to grab a meal first. Rising from his seat, he exited the classroom and descended the stairs. He had a meal buddy, and they had arranged to meet during lunch. If she did not arrive within 10 minutes, he would proceed to eat without her. Alternatively, if he had other matters to attend to, he could leave, and she would understand that he was no longer waiting. Chen Shi'an appreciated such arrangements. They were clear, nostalgic, and liberating, allowing for personal space while maintaining companionship. Compared to the bustling stairwell during midday, the atmosphere was far less crowded in the afternoon. Upon reaching the first-floor corridor, he waited briefly but did not spot Wen Jixia. Instead, he encountered Su Zihan barreling down the stairs, clutching a basketball. "Dao Yi, want to play basketball together? The court is already taken." "I can't play," he replied. "Oh, come on. It's easy. They're all novices except for me. A few games, and you'll get the hang of it. Let's go." After pondering for a moment, Chen Shi'an followed Su Zihan to the basketball court to experience high school life. The court was not far. A short walk through the track field would lead them there. The first to claim the court were Lu Zhuoran, Zhou Xiaoquan, Wang Yuze, and Li Kai, who had tossed their backpacks carelessly beside the hoop, monopolizing half the court for their game. As students of an elite class, their athletic abilities were moderate. Apart from Su Zihan, the sports committee member who played decently, the others exhibited varying skill levels, each believing the others to be less skilled. Dongye, are you here to play too? We have 6 people, so let us divide into 2 teams. Can Dao Yi even play basketball? Show us what you got. The boys' camaraderie often blossomed through shared games and activities. And upon seeing Chen Shi'an approach, they welcomed him with curiosity, eager for him to demonstrate his skills. Dongye, catch. Suddenly, they tossed the basketball in his direction. Chen Shi'an extended his hand and caught it effortlessly. While most basketball players would instinctively dribble the ball to gauge their control, Chen Shi'an simply held it, walked a few steps, placed his backpack aside, and then, with a hint of embarrassment, smiled and said, "I don't know how to play basketball. Is it just about throwing the ball into that hoop?" Su Zihan and the others were momentarily taken aback by Chen Shi'an's awkward stance, reminiscent of someone entirely unfamiliar with basketball. Have you really never played? You didn't grow up with a basketball in mountains? No, at the Taoist temple. We didn't have basketball. This is my first time. Wow, a rare find, they exclaimed in astonishment. Although many boys in the class did not play basketball, it was hard to believe that someone had never touched a basketball until now. Do you know the rules? Just throw the ball into the hoop to score, right? Well, sort of, but there are more complex rules. For instance, you're currently outside the 3-point line, so if you throw the ball from there, it counts as 3 points. Suddenly, without waiting for Su Zihan to finish, Chen Shi'an effortlessly pushed the ball from his chest, sending it soaring through the air in a perfect arc, swishing cleanly through the net. Given the weight of a basketball, most individuals would typically jump slightly and exert force when shooting from beyond the 3-point line, especially beginners. Yet Chen Shi'an remained perfectly still, as if he merely released the ball, which then traveled across half the court's distance. Dao Yi's skills. Dao Yi, shoot again. Was that a score? Of course. Come on, Dao Yi, try again. Zhou Xiaoquan rushed to pick up the ball and threw it back to Chen Shi'an. The pass was slightly off, but Chen Shi'an leapt gracefully, catching the ball midair with one hand. Whoa, Dao Yi, are you pretending to be a novice? You can catch it with one hand? And that jumping ability? As Chen Shi'an shot the ball again with his novice stance, it once again swished through the net. If the first shot was merely luck, the second was indicative of real skill. We're not alone on this path, Su Zihan exclaimed, slapping Chen Shi'an on the shoulder enthusiastically. I didn't expect that besides me, there's another talent in our class. In the vast Yunqi Yizhong, it's just you and me who stand out. Let us see how you can perform, Zihan. You've never made a 3-pointer. How can you compare with Dao Yi? Zhan Dongye dunk. Show us a dunk. No longer believing Chen Shi'an's claims of not knowing how to play basketball, they insisted he showcase his talents. This left Chen Shi'an feeling somewhat awkward. I really don't know how to play. Dao Yi, you're just here for our amusement. Who would believe you don't know? Let me go first. Seized the basketball, dribbling vigorously as he sprinted forward, then leaped with great force. With a resounding clang, the ball ricocheted off the rim, causing it to tremble, while his hand struck the hoop with such intensity that he winced in pain, yet remained silent. Dao Yi, your turn. Our heights are nearly equal. And considering your leaping ability and hang time, I'm certain you can dunk. Just make it in, right? Indeed, dunk with all your might. As the crowd urged him on, Chen Shi'an reluctantly accepted the basketball, approached the hoop, and then leapt into the air. A leap from a standstill to dunk. Su Zihan and the others were left in stunned silence as if time had slowed. Dao Yi soared upward, seemingly suspended in midair, his right hand grasping the basketball as he aimed for the hoop. With a thunderous impact, the backboard, made of transparent glass, instantly cracked with numerous fissures radiating from the center, transforming its clarity into a milky white. Soon after, there was a crashing sound as the shattered glass, basketball, and the airborne Chen Shi'an all descended together. The basketball bounced on the ground, while the empty backboard remained, with only the hoop still trembling. A peculiar stillness enveloped the air until, after a considerable pause, the onlookers erupted into frantic exclamations. Holy crap! Dao Yi shattered the hoop. It really exploded. This is Dao FA basketball. Incredible. An announcement must be made school-wide. Chapter 39. The desk fee for today. Attention, all students. We have just received notification from the Sports Equipment Management Office regarding an incident that occurred this afternoon at the second basketball court. A student, while attempting a dunk, generated excessive force, resulting in damage to the backboard. The scene has been secured, and no injuries have been reported, so there is no need for panic. While basketball promotes physical fitness, dangerous maneuvers may pose safety risks. The school reminds all students to prioritize their own safety and that of others during physical activities, adhering to sports regulations and avoiding attempts at overly difficult moves beyond their capabilities. Regarding the damage to the second court, the logistics department has dispatched maintenance personnel for repairs, and the court will be temporarily closed. Please await further announcements for reopening details. As this announcement echoed, the classrooms, which had been lively throughout the evening, erupted once more. Wow, someone really shattered the backboard? Which class was it? The announcement didn't specify. I heard it was from class 2 to 5. Is there truly such hidden talent in the elite class? Apparently, it's a newly transferred student. Could it be that Taoist? I heard they just got a genuine Taoist transfer yesterday. Is he a muscular Taoist? If you lack knowledge of Tao Fa, I possess some martial skills. Amazing. Is there a video? This would go viral online. While other classes buzzed with speculation, class 2 to 5 was even more animated, with the embellishments of news reporter Zhou Xiaoquan. Dao Yi's moment of glory seemed almost divine, effortlessly shattering the hoop, earning him superlative news coverage, alongside 4 eyewitnesses. The boys were in awe, while the girls cast curious glances at Chen Shi'an, unable to reconcile the seemingly gentle student with such explosive prowess. Could he truly possess the coveted physique that appears slender in clothes, yet muscular when undressed? It was hard to tell. Even Lin Mingqiu, who typically remained oblivious to external affairs, couldn't help but ask, "Did you really break the backboard?" "It was unintentional." "Will I have to pay?" This was Chen Shi'an's genuine concern. He had merely dunked upon Su Zihan's urging, unaware of the backboard's fragility. He didn't want to think about the cost of such an expensive-looking piece of equipment, as he lacked funds for compensation. "No need," Lin Mingqiu replied coolly. She was well aware that Chen Shi'an would not be required to pay, given her father's position. That's a relief. Chen Shi'an exhaled, feeling considerably more modest. Causing such a ruckus on the first day was genuinely unexpected. "If you're injured, you can go to the infirmary." Lin Mingqiu glanced at him, noticing he seemed unscathed. Yet she still offered to remind her. "Thank you, I'm fine." "All right." Lin Mingqiu returned to her studies, focusing intently. Due to the authority of the class monitor, the group surrounding her maintained a relative quietude. Unable to contain her curiosity, the girl sitting in front, Zhang Yining, turned around and discreetly handed Chen Shi'an a note. Lin Mingqiu paused, casting a sidelong glance. Upon opening the note, Chen Shi'an read a neat line of characters. "Chen Shi'an, they say you practiced Tao Fa, and your dunk looked like flying. You must trust in science." As the bell rang, Vice Monitor Chiu Yufu took her place at the podium, leading the evening study session, gradually restoring tranquility to Class 5. As they began their second year of high school, the focus of evening study was primarily independent learning, with students absorbed in their books and exercises, the only requirement being adherence to study discipline. The rigors and pressures of high school life were evident. She had always preferred dining alone, unwilling to wait for others or have others wait for her. She found solace in solitary meals. Having finished early, she headed straight to the classroom. It was only around 6 o'clock in the evening, and she arrived a good half-hour ahead of the designated study time. During evening study, many students donned casual attire, yet she remained in her summer uniform, having changed into a fresh set. Unlike many classmates who wore slippers, she always sported her white shoes unless it rained. The light fabric of her summer uniform revealed her fair, delicate arms, and a strap peeked through the thin fabric over her slender shoulders. The classroom lights illuminated her profile as she bowed her head, engrossed in her studies, exuding an aura of tranquility akin to the profound night outside the glass window. A pesky mosquito intruded upon Chen Shi'an's focus. It buzzed irritably, yet Lin Mingqiu, engrossed in her work, remained oblivious. The audacious insect landed on the soft skin of her arm, a blemish on the serene scene. Just as it prepared to pierce her skin for a taste of her sweet blood, it sensed an impending threat from above. The mosquito flapped its wings in a panic, only to find itself immobilized. In its line of sight, a giant finger descended, pressing it down onto the delicate skin of the girl's arm, rendering it helpless. In an instant, it was vanquished. Lin Mingxiu instinctively flinched, pulling her arm back, her eyes wide with caution as she regarded Chen Shi'an. Without uttering a word, her gaze clearly conveyed, "What are you doing?" "I just dealt with a mosquito for you," Chen Shi'an replied, extending his index finger, revealing the flattened insect. This particular mosquito was notorious for its painful bites. Lin Mingxiu eyed the location on her arm where the mosquito had been pressed, finding a faint grayish mark remaining on her fair skin. She had an aversion to such pests, and her sensitive skin would swell and itch for ages after a bite. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Chen Shi'an said, as Lin Mingxiu relaxed, handing him a tissue from her desk to wipe his hands, while she took one for herself to clean the remnants of the mosquito from her arm. Then she discarded the tissue and reached into the drawer, retrieving a bottle of emerald green mosquito repellent. With a series of sprays, she doused her exposed skin on her arms and bent down to spray her delicate calves and ankles as well, witnessing her seemingly armed to the teeth. Chen Shi'an was left speechless. "Do you want some?" After all, he had just assisted her in squashing a mosquito. After finishing her application, Lin Mingxiu politely inquired of Chen Shi'an, "I don't need it. Mosquitoes don't bite me. It's actually bearable in a classroom, but there are far more mosquitoes in the mountains. I wouldn't dare go." Lin Mingxiu was well aware of the abundance of mosquitoes in the mountainous regions. As Chen Shi'an mentioned, she would never set foot in the remote places he described, like the Jing Chengguan in some mountain gully. The heat from the shattered basketball hoop lingered into the evening, intensifying with an almost palpable fervor. To avoid unwanted attention, Chen Shi'an remained seated diligently at his desk, focused on his work after the evening study session. Thanks to Lin Mingxiu, as long as he sat there, no one dared to disturb him. During this self-study period, Lin Mingqiu's sense of time blurred. If she became engrossed in a particular problem, even when class ended, she remained motionless at her desk. Only after completing a problem and feeling fatigued would she take a sip from her water bottle, allowing herself a brief respite, during which she would glance at what Chen Shi'an was doing. Having borrowed the practice book for most of the day, he had completed a considerable number of questions, yet had not once approached her for assistance. This left Lin Mingxiu feeling quite displeased. "Have you really mastered it? Or are you simply not taking it seriously? I made countless mistakes back in my day. How could you have made none?" Upon reflection, she realized she was someone who preferred not to be disturbed, so should she not feel at ease with his lack of inquiries? Yet, she found herself yearning for him to ask. Perhaps it was the disparity that troubled her. Both Teacher Liang and her father had advised her to guide him, and she had initially believed he would surely seek her help. Yet, apart from borrowing her book, he had not troubled her once, leading to a sense of frustration over her misjudgment of her own worth. "How are you doing?" Lin Mingxiu could not help but ask, adding, "Is there anything you don't understand?" Chen Shi'an paused his pen and lifted his head. He could vaguely perceive a look of anticipation in her eyes. He genuinely wished to ask, "Is there something you could explain about the little rabbit you drew, crying? I've spotted 3 crying rabbits in the practice book, and it remains the only thing I do not comprehend." "Yes," Chen Shi'an nodded, shifting the practice book to the center of their shared desk. "I'm pondering this question." He was honest, merely stating he was thinking without declaring he could not solve it. However, Lin Mingxiu interpreted it differently, her eyes brightening noticeably. One hand gripped her water bottle while the other held the cap, as she felt more comfortable communicating while holding something. Tilting her head slightly, she glanced at the problem Chen Shi'an had indicated, her gaze descending to her past answers. "Did you look at the answer?" she asked. "Not yet." "Well, this problem has 3 methods of solution. The one I wrote before is the conventional one taught in the textbook. You could start by forming a system of inequalities. This problem had once stumped her, but after years had passed, what had once been difficult became simple. She could even think of 3 methods with just a glance. She was not particularly adept at teaching mathematics, fearing that Chen Shi'an might not keep up with her explanations, so she carefully broke it down piece by piece. This third method requires a more flexible mindset. As you're just beginning to practice, it will be best to master the first 2 conventional methods first. Are there any other methods besides these 3? I haven't thought of any for now. Oh, just as she was immersed in her enlightening explanations, her expression suddenly shifted. "Oh, it seems you've thought of something. Clearly, you cannot even master the 2 basic methods. A point off for you." "Now I understand," Chen Shi'an replied. The class monitor's 3 methods of explanation were excellent. Lin Mingxiu felt joy and ceased speaking, straightening her posture as the bell rang, returning to her studies. Having completed her explanations of the 3 methods, there was no need to reiterate them. Chen Shi'an took out a piece of scrap paper and wrote down a fourth method, ensuring Lin Mingxiu would not see it. As the clock struck 9:45, the classroom became lively. Chen Shi'an's first day of high school came to an end. Although he still felt somewhat out of place, overall, the experience was quite pleasant. He organized his desk, while Lin Mingxiu showed no intention of leaving her studies. Likely want to learn a bit more. I'm leaving, class monitor. See you tomorrow. Knowing his foundation was weak, he thought it prudent to study a little longer. But playfulness took over. A point off for you. Lin Mingxiu did not raise her head, merely noticing from her peripheral vision that he stood up, grabbed his backpack, and pushed his chair beneath the desk. As the classroom buzzed with chatter, just as she was about to put on her headphones for some peace, a large hand reached across her desk. After withdrawing, 2 lollipops remained on her desk. This is today's desk mate fee. Enjoy the candy. Lin Mingxiu picked up the lollipop, and when she looked up again, Chen Shi'an had already walked away with his backpack. Deskmate fee? What on earth? Chapter 40. Waiting for you together at 9:45 that evening. The school remained brightly lit. Chen Shi'an descended the stairs, waiting in the corridor leading to the school gate. In the distance, he could still see the left half of the second basketball court, surrounded by safety barriers beneath the hoop. The shattered glass had long been cleared away. Yet many students took the opportunity to visit and observe. Although the announcement did not mention his name or class, many classmates were already aware it was the new Taoist from Class 5 who had caused the incident. Fortunately, most did not recognize him, and his appearance became increasingly embellished in their tales. Chen Shi'an mused that now, with his shaved head and school uniform, blending into the crowd of onlookers at the basketball court, no one would likely recognize him as the culprit. However, some classmates from Class 5 could indeed identify him. Not long after, he saw a charming figure descending the staircase. Her gaze swept the first-floor corridor, finally locking onto him. The young girl tightened the straps of her backpack and jogged over to him. Is it you? Did you shatter the hoop this evening? They say it was the new Taoist from Class 5. When Jixia chattered excitedly, her large eyes incredulously examining the boy before her. She could hardly believe that the seemingly gentle and courteous Chen Shi'an possessed such astonishing explosive power. It was as if a small car contained the essence of a heavy-duty truck. Chen Shi'an's face flushed with embarrassment as he quietly replied, "This matter is best kept private." "It really is you," when Jixia exclaimed, a mixture of astonishment and excitement evident in her voice. "I wondered why you didn't wait for me to have lunch. Turns out you were vandalizing school property." "Oh, come on. It sounds as if I did it on purpose." The girl laughed heartily, then curiously asked, "Did the school make you pay for it?" "Not yet. And it seems you might not have to pay, right? With your strong background. The school surely won't make you compensate." Chen Shi'an contemplated apologizing to Lin Shu in the future, having yet to bring honor to the school, instead only causing destruction. "Are we still going? Wait for me." When Jixia hurriedly kept pace with him, and the two ambled down the corridor toward the school gate. "What do you usually do for exercise? Are you incredibly skilled at basketball?" "I usually practice Taoism in the mountains. Today was my first time playing basketball." "Is that true? Your physical fitness must be extraordinary." A classmate of ours mentioned that there are few who can dunk even in the sports specialty class. Does the school still have a sports specialty class? Indeed, there are also music and art specialty classes. Do you possess any special talents? I excel in guiding spirits. I am particularly swift in this regard. Chen Shi'an intended to be modest, but it was difficult to downplay the truth, as his proficiency in guiding spirits was genuinely remarkable. That does not count. Playing the eru, blowing the flute, playing the piano, practicing ink wash painting, calligraphy, swordsmanship, chess, and wood carving. Do these count? You have truly studied all that. How did you manage to learn so many things? Where did you find the time? I did not attend school. Up in the mountains. Time is abundant, and when boredom strikes, I learn a bit of this and a bit of that. How well have you learned them? I possess a slight understanding, without anything in hand to demonstrate. When Jixia was uncertain of the extent of Chen Shi'an's slight understanding, but simply hearing that he had learned so much left her quite astonished. Do Taoists study these things too? Music, chess, calligraphy, and painting are all pathways to the Tao. Music is the voice of heaven. Chess embodies yin and yang. Calligraphy cultivates the heart, and painting expresses the essence. Mastery in technique leads to the Tao, and the Tao is present in daily life. This is the core philosophy of the Taoist tradition, where the Tao and its instruments are one, and the Tao is inseparable from the material world. Many predecessors have realized the Tao through art, and we, ordinary practitioners, are merely following different paths to the same destination. The words Chen Shi'an spoke would never emerge in a classroom setting, nor would such insights and depth be present in conversations among peers. When Ji Xiao listened, stunned, pondering for quite a while, does this mean that all things can lead to the Tao? That is close to the meaning. Is the tea ceremony a path to the Tao? Indeed. What about the way of the sword? Yes. And the way of the foot? What is that? The two had already exited the school grounds, and when Ji Xiao pointed across the road, where a foot therapy establishment was situated not far away, Chen Shi'an pondered for a moment, somewhat uncertain, and remarked, I must experience it to know. The girl laughed, pursing her lips. You just want an excuse to go get a foot massage, right? I call that meticulous. I dare not speak of matters I have not experienced. Conversing with you is truly delightful. When Ji Xia could not help but express her feelings. After a day of dull study at school, now, under the cool night breeze, listening to Chen Shi'an speak of things she was entirely unfamiliar with, she felt a strange, comforting sensation akin to childhood memories of listening to her grandfather recount tales on summer nights while fanning himself with a palm leaf. So you understood everything I said? It is precisely because I do not comprehend at all that I find your words so reasonable and interesting. When Ji Xiao reflected for a moment and finally understood how to articulate that feeling, it is like being a child, knowing nothing, yet being curious about everything. When parents reveal some mysteries, it feels so fresh. Yes, Chen Shi'an nodded. That is the thirst for knowledge. Then, as one grows older and understands much more, when parents speak of things one already comprehends, it becomes tiresome. And when they speak of ideas that differ from one's understanding, it feels wrong. Yes, Chen Shi'an nodded. That is rebellion. When Ji Xia tilted her head and asked, what to do then? Nothing, it is merely a natural law. Can you do it? I cannot. Why not? Because my master first taught me self-discipline, cautious solitude, maintaining a pure heart, and understanding one's nature, and he himself exemplified living without attachment, acting without reliance, growing without domination, and never excessively intervening in my affairs. As Chen Shi'an spoke while walking, the girl trailed beside him like a little chick, listening and nodding. No wonder Chen Shi'an, as a peer, felt entirely different from others. Aside from his upbringing in the Taoist temple, the educational philosophy he received was also distinct. While others spent over a decade striving for high scores, he dedicated 18 years to cultivating his character. When Ji Xia could hardly imagine what such a mental state entailed. The little Taoist beside her was like an ocean. The more she interacted with him, the more she found him extraordinary and intriguing. Alas, the girl sighed softly. Had I known that cultivating the Tao was so enriching, I would have gone up the mountain to become a nun. School and exams are utterly tiresome. Without the right state of mind, shaving my head would merely be a change of hairstyle. Go away. When Ji Xiao playfully swatted at him, realizing that the gesture was perhaps too intimate, causing her cheeks to flush. Fortunately, the night concealed her embarrassment, and she felt more at ease when she saw that he did not react. After school resumed in September, the weather gradually shifted toward autumn. The days remained oppressively hot, yet the nights had indeed become considerably cooler. The gentle breeze caressed their faces pleasantly as the pair of youths, dressed in identical uniforms, walked side by side, the streetlights casting elongated shadows of their figures. He is a Taoist. Even in the pitch-black night, no demons or monsters would dare approach him. What about the hooligans? He is capable of shattering backboards. Can an ordinary person withstand a punch from him? When Ji Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of security. It was truly wonderful to have Chen Shi'an as her companion. Passing a fragrant grilled sausage stall, Chen Shi'an heard a distinct rumble from someone's stomach. Are you hungry? How did you know? I heard your stomach growling. That was unnecessary to mention. When Ji Xiao felt a bit embarrassed. Indeed, she was hungry. Are you hungry? She asked him. If you're hungry, then eat something. Why ask me? Hurry up and say, hungry. When Ji Xiao felt relieved, it turned out he was also hungry, which at least proved she was not the only glutton. She called out to Chen Shi'an, stopping in front of the grilled sausage stall. The stall was brightly lit, illuminating the sizzling sausages being cooked. The casings were beautifully scored, sizzling and oozing oil under the intense heat, making the girl salivate just by looking at them. Boss, how much for this grilled sausage? When Ji Xiao's voice was sweet and innocent, and once she asked, it meant that if she could not have this sausage tonight, she would surely be unable to sleep. 3 yuan each. Oh, then I'll have 2. Would you like them spicy? Do you want it spicy? Huh, I'll treat you. Hurry up and say, do you want it spicy? Then just a little. Boss, I want both spicy. I'll take these 2. When Jixia pointed to the two sausages that were perfectly grilled, their skins slightly charred, revealing the tender meat inside. Good. The boss swiftly prepared the sausages, his hands moving expertly as he added various seasonings. When Jixia took out her phone and scanned the code to pay 6 yuan. Do you need a bag? No. Thank you, boss. The night enveloped her, but the light from the sausage stall illuminated her cheerful face, and her genuine smile, born from the joy of sharing, was truly innocent. Thank you. You're welcome. Chen Shi'an took the sausage from her small hand, the freshly grilled sausage, still warm. Their pace slowed as they walked and ate. How is it? Is it very spicy? A bit spicy. You can tolerate spicy food quite well. Hee. Spicy is what makes it delicious. At that moment of hunger, enjoying a grilled sausage brought satisfaction and comfort not just to Wen Jixia, but even to Chen Shi'an. Since you treated me to grilled sausages, I shall bring you some nourishing herbal tea next time. Do you buy it? If I have the herbs, I will gather them in the wild. If not, I will purchase them, and I will prepare them for you. You can do that. What does it contain? Generally, it includes rose petals, hibiscus, goji berries, red dates, lotus leaves, hawthorn, white peony, and poria. I will mix them based on your needs. Will it be very bitter? Not bitter. If you find it bitter, you can add some honey. Honey. When Jixia loved honey, and just the thought of it made her feel sweet. The two companions were not in a hurry to finish their food, and as when Jixia reached her home, Chen Shi'an glanced at the direction she pointed out, realizing it was indeed quite close to his own neighborhood and very much along the way. I have departed. Tomorrow at 6:15, I shall await you at this intersection. Farewell. Chen Shi'an uttered words he was unaccustomed to, mimicking her gentle wave as he watched her swipe her access card to enter the community. In his youth, he resided on the mountain while his classmates lived in the village, and they could never coordinate their commutes to school. Little did he anticipate that many years later, he would experience that same sentiment. It was rather delightful. Chapter 41. Sister Sweet Soup. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and glanced at the time. It was now 10:03 in the evening. His companions had dawdled for over 10 minutes in their walk. The phone still had 42 battery, primarily due to its antiquity. Merely being on standby consumed half of its charge. In fact, he had scarcely checked his phone throughout the day. However, he was not reliant on it, and thus felt no anxiety about the battery life. Chen Shi'an had once attempted to charge his phone using his magical powers, utilizing his master's obsolete Motorola that lacked even internet capabilities. Ultimately, the attempt failed, resulting in the destruction of his master's phone. After that lesson, he was naturally cautious about experimenting with his own device. Though he was a practitioner of the Tao, Chen Shi'an had never lacked a spirit of inquiry. He had once handled a live 220-volt wire, lost control while practicing fire magic, and accidentally burned down the old study in the temple, and even, dissatisfied with the sound of the bell, secretly inserted an explosive talisman, which shattered all the windows when his master rang the bell that day. Sometimes, he reflected on whether his actions were too earth-shattering, which made him perceive the mischievous antics of his peers as mundane. Everyone has a childhood. Chen Shi'an, who had been cultivating on the mountain since he was young, was no exception. People grow up, and even Chen Shi'an could not pinpoint the moment he felt he had transcended childhood. At times, he pondered how miraculous it was that he had reached the age of 18, attributing this not only to his resilience, but also to his master's forbearance. Born but not possessed, acting but not relying, growing but not dominating. This phrase is derived from Laozi's Tao Te Ching. Throughout the 18 years of nurturing by his master, this principle was genuinely embodied. Chen Shi'an recognized that this was the essence of inheritance, not merely a flimsy certificate affirming their master-disciple relationship. The experience of inadvertently exploding his master's phone while attempting to charge it with magic had not incurred his master's wrath. Nor did Chen Shi'an feel he had erred at the time. In retrospect, however, he realized the folly lay in arrogance and ignorance. Recklessly using magic to charge a phone without understanding the nature of electricity and the principles of batteries. If the phone did not explode, what would? He still needed to diligently study physics. One day, should he successfully charge a phone using his powers, it would serve as a fitting conclusion to his foolish childhood. A red notification on the WeChat icon indicated 3 unread messages. Chen Shi'an understood this meant he had 3 new messages. Communication via calls and texts could be likened to the Taoist ability of transmitting sound over great distances. For 2 practitioners of their caliber, relaying sound across 2 li was already a formidable feat, Yet modern technology effortlessly conveys information across oceans and even into outer space. While he did not grasp the underlying principles, he found it profoundly fascinating and resolved to study it further, as it might inspire his own sound transmission abilities. Chen Shi'an logged into WeChat. He had only 2 friends, Li Wanyin and Wen Jixia. Of the 3 messages, 2 were from Li Wanyin and 1 from Wen Jixia. 2036, shall we? Photo, 2204 Chen Shi'an. Almost home 2204 Chen Shi'an. Panda emoji with a charming smile. This was a sticker he had borrowed from her yesterday. It was quite amusing and applicable to numerous situations. He then examined the message from Wen Jixia. 2201 Gigi home. 2201 Gigi. Shower and sleep. Don't oversleep tomorrow. Green little dinosaur lying flat. 2204 Chen Shi'an. I'm home 2204 Chen Shi'an. Green little dinosaur lying flat. Chen Shi'an. I brought it. By the time he replied, he had already ascended to the 9th floor and stood at his doorstep. As he stepped into the lighted hallway, the lights flickered on with his footsteps. He inserted the key into the lock and opened the door. The room was illuminated, and the sound of the television filled the air. However, a glance around revealed Li Wanyin was absent. Instead, Fei Mo, his lazy cat, lounged on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Meow. Upon hearing the door open, the black cat turned its head, sensing Chen Shi'an's mischievous gaze and appearing somewhat guilty. What is wrong? There are no mice at home, and it's dull. What's wrong with watching television? Fei Mo, did you sneak out this afternoon? The black cat turned its head back to the television, feigning deafness. Chen Shi'an initially suspected it had ventured out for food, but upon checking its bowl, he found it still half filled. You haven't eaten at all. Didn't you eat well this morning? Meow. As Chen Shi'an held the cat food, Li Wanyin emerged from her room, having just finished her shower. Dressed in casual shorts and a t-shirt, she stepped out in slippers, her legs extending gracefully from the hem of her shorts. When did you finish work, Wanyin Jia? Compared to their initial meeting yesterday, Li Wanyin appeared considerably more at ease with her new roommate. With her being a graduate now working, and him merely a high school student, their interactions were devoid of the awkwardness typically found between young men and women of the same age. After Chen Shi'an had treated her to dinner and watermelon yesterday, Li Wanyin was appreciative of his kindness. Now, with both of them home in the evening, she thought of making sweet soup to share. I saw the photo of the sweet soup you sent. Thank you, Wanyin Jia. Hee, you're welcome. When I have time this weekend, I'll cook a meal to celebrate our cohabitation. While saying this, Li Wanyin entered the kitchen, taking a spoon and a bowl. She first scooped a little sweet soup to taste, ensuring the sweetness was just right, before retrieving another bowl and serving 2 portions of green bean sweet soup. La Niña. I can manage it myself. It's fine. It's just to see if it's too sweet. Chen Shi'an received the bowl from her hands, standing to take a sip. Having just eaten grilled sausages with Wen Jixia, his mouth was parched, and this green bean sweet soup was exceptionally refreshing, bringing him immense satisfaction. The sweet soup was freshly prepared tonight. To save time, Li Wanyin had used a pressure cooker, softening the green beans to a fine paste, and carefully skimmed off any floating skins with a strainer. Instead of white sugar, she had used rock sugar, which is a reddish-brown cane sugar that offers a richer flavor and also has nourishing properties. Though making green bean sweet soup may seem simple, one without experience would struggle to achieve such a light, smooth, and non-greasy result. Chen Shi'an savored a couple of sips before sitting down on a dining chair, nodding appreciatively, exclaiming, delicious. Wanyin Jia, your culinary skills are truly impressive. Oh, it's just sweet soup. Though Li Wanyin downplayed her skill, she felt delighted at Chen Shi'an's praise. Compliments alone were insufficient. She observed him drinking heartily, which was the greatest affirmation for a cook. Be careful, it's hot. If you let it cool down a bit, you could refrigerate it, but it's too hot to do so. No worries, this is perfect. Green beans are naturally cooling. If frozen, they would be too cold and could cause discomfort for those with sensitive stomachs. When I was on a mountain, I always drank the green bean soup warm. You understand all this? Li Wanyin was somewhat astonished. She was consuming far more delicately than Chen Shi'an, who sat on the dining chair, slowly scooping and sipping with a spoon. In my childhood, when my mother prepared mung bean soup, she would often add a wild vegetable called gogan kai. Oh, yes, that is it. Compared to this pure mung bean concoction, the taste was indeed more unique and delightful. I can't believe you know about it too. Li Wanyin was even more surprised. Not to mention young people like Chen Shi'an, even many adults had never heard of gogan kai. I often included it in my mung bean soup. It grows plentifully along the steps of our temple, capable of clearing heat from the liver, cooling the blood, and relieving summer heat, with a pleasant herbal aroma. Yes, it's been ages since I've seen Gogonkai. There's none in the city, and I might not even recognize it anymore. Li Wanyin reminisced about her rural childhood experiences, unaware that Chen Shi'an could effortlessly engage with her thoughts. Such a refreshing conversation had not occurred in quite some time. While they were eating, the black cat approached, carrying its bowl, clearly signaling for a share. Chen Shi'an paused, realizing, so that's why there was cat food in the bowl. It was you, Sister Wanyin, who poured it. Indeed, seeing how desperately it seemed to starve, it looked like it might faint on the sofa. While other cats nibbled their food piece by piece, this one devoured it in gulps. The chatty little one and the mischievous fat Mo were indeed less obedient. It turned out that Sister Wanyin was the most honest with him. Xian, can cats eat mung bean soup? Meow. I'm not sure if cats can eat it, but pigs certainly can. Meow. As he spoke, Chen Shi'an poured the remaining third of the mung bean soup into fat Mo's bowl to mix with the cat food. Sister Wanyin, is there more syrup in the pot? Yes, I made plenty. Then I'll go get another bowl. Hum. Chapter 42. Sister Wanyin, please give me your right hand. After finishing the syrup, the siblings and the cat let out a contented sigh. Chen Shi'an took the initiative to collect Li Wanyin's bowl and chopsticks to wash them. No, I can wash them myself. I'll do it. Sister Wanyin made the syrup, and I'll clean up. It's only fair. The two had very few dishes, and as Chen Shi'an bent over to wash them by the sink, he also brought over the used pot and spoon from the countertop to clean, finally wiping down the surface with a cloth. Li Wanyin watched from the doorway. Noticing how adeptly he organized the kitchen, his skilled demeanor starkly contrasted with the high school uniform that belied his age. Xian, you must know how to cook too, right? Yes, when I was living on the mountain, I usually cooked. At what age did you start cooking? Around 4 or 5. I began when I could reach the stove by standing on a stool. So young, Chen Shi'an chuckled, recalling how his master was both lazy and deceptive, claiming one must learn to cook before mastering alchemy. If one couldn't cook, how could they practice alchemy? It should have been around 13 or 14. I started learning during the summer vacation. They had only been chatting for a brief moment when Chen Shi'an had already tidied up the kitchen, his swiftness leaving Li Wanyin somewhat astonished. He appeared so laid back. After graduating and leaving the campus, one inexplicably felt a sense of solitude. At work, interactions were either with colleagues or clients, lacking the casual exchanges one would have with friends. Today, she was still engaged in her part-time delivery job, encountering nearly 100 people, repeating the same phrases until her tongue felt parched. Yet at the end of the day, it seemed as though she hadn't spoken to anyone, only in this moment, sharing the night with Chen Shi'an under the same roof. Did she truly feel she was conversing? The television in the living room was on, its sounds providing a backdrop of homeliness. There was no television on the mountain. They had one in childhood, but it was destroyed when Chen Shi'an practiced his lightning technique, and they never replaced it. Chen Shi'an glanced at the television, curiously asking, Sister Wanyin, were you watching TV just now? Meow. In truth, even if Fat Mo wasn't watching, Li Wanyin often turned on the television for background noise when alone. Even if it wasted a bit of electricity, at least it prevented the unsettling silence. Li Wanyin settled onto the sofa. The black cat had grown less wary. As long as she didn't reach out to touch it, it was willing to share a bit of its territory with her. After watching television for a while, she turned to see Chen Shi'an preparing to collect clothes from the balcony and reminded him, I just helped you gather the clothes you washed yesterday. It's too heavy tonight. I also washed some clothes and brought them in to avoid wetting yours. Okay, thank you, Sister Wanyin. Following her gesture, Chen Shi'an looked at the neatly arranged robes and school uniform she had gathered and placed on the recliner. They weren't folded neatly, but were not disordered either. Did your school uniform dry? I checked in the morning, and it was still damp. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold wearing it like that? It's fine. A little shake will dry it. Just don't catch a cold. Li Wanyin chuckled at his words, clearly not believing his claims of shaking it dry. She remembered how the boys in her class behaved similarly, refusing to change even when soaked in the rain and enduring the cold without adding another layer. Yet they were quite resilient, unlike girls who exhibited various discomforts with the onset of their menstrual cycle. Sister Wanyin, have you taken a shower? I already did. You go ahead. All right, I'll wash up first. Chen Shi'an could tell that Li Wanyin wished to engage in conversation, but he had been in class until nearly 10 and hadn't yet showered. With his steadfast resolve, he intended to complete his tasks before conversing. The bathroom door closed, and the house fell into quietude, leaving only the sound of the television. Much like her, most of her friends had yet to find jobs. A few had found work, but were unsatisfied. What about Jiayan? Surely she isn't foolish enough to rush in to submit documents? Ah, he called me 3 times. That's indeed unfortunate. I don't want to do it anymore. I'll resign tomorrow. Perhaps it's better to endure a little longer. Out of our group, you are the only one with a job. What will you do about rent next month if you quit? Well, my dad wants me to work in my uncle's factory as an office clerk, 2,800 a month. Let us all find time to have a meal together. How about hot pot tomorrow night? I'll treat. Absolutely, I'm in. In truth, Li Wanyin had been following the chat in the group, but since graduation, the atmosphere had shifted from the carefree camaraderie of the past to a more burdensome negativity. Li Wanyin was not the type to wallow in self-pity. Ever since the upheaval in her family, she had learned that complaints were futile. Yet hearing everyone else voice their grievances left her uncertain about what to say. She could not alleviate others' hardships, nor did she wish to burden others with her own. Thus, her frequency of communication gradually diminished from being the lively queen of the chat to a silent presence. Finally, Li Wanyin ventured to speak. Do you remember that senior O who once pursued you? He recently contacted me for your contact information. His family is wealthy, and I hear he is now a little manager. Ah, that candle guy? He graduated a year ago and still thinks of you. Wanyin? Haha, candle guy. This incident became one of the few amusing tales the girls in the dormitory would remember for a lifetime. The reason they called him Candle Guy was that he foolishly set up love candles under the girls' dormitory to confess to Li Wanyin. Li Wanyin had never liked him and certainly didn't appreciate such ostentation. She had no idea which strategist had advised him to shout for her at the dormitory for so long without success, only to attract the dormitory supervisor instead. Later, when Candle Guy texted Li Wanyin, he discovered he had already been blocked. Even now, recalling it made Li Wanyin feel a wave of discomfort and embarrassment. Chen Shi'an was not mistaken when she said yesterday that the reason she remains single is not due to a lack of suitors, but rather her own disinterest in dating. Wanyin, do you truly intend to remain single indefinitely? I used to think being single was quite appealing, but now I plan to find a partner. It's not merely about spending someone else's money. At the very least, we can support each other. Lu Qi, you have a situation. Goodness, you're also going on blind dates? And you, Jia Yun, you also have a situation. What a splendid facade you have created. So what are your thoughts now? To earn money, earn money, earn money. To accumulate a great fortune. Once I become wealthy, I shall take care of a young and handsome male companion. Won't that be splendid? Li Wanyin discreetly submerged herself again, and when she looked up, the bathroom door opened. Chen Shi'an emerged, freshly bathed, one hand holding a towel and the other draped with his freshly hand-washed school uniform and socks. His hair still bore traces of moisture, casually styled, revealing a refreshing forehead. Chen Shi'an possessed impeccable skin. While not excessively fair, it was pristine, devoid of any blemishes. Particularly after his shower, his aura exuded an extraordinary freshness. Clad in an ordinary vintage t-shirt, he somehow imbued it with a sense of youthful fashion and ruggedness. Sensing a gaze upon him, Chen Shi'an turned to find Li Wanyin observing him. Wanyin Jia, do you need the restroom? Not exactly. Your clothes are hand-washed, right? Indeed. Chen Shi'an walked past the television, carrying the clean clothes to the balcony to dry. It was a small load, so washing was quick. Then I should indeed contribute more to the utilities. No need. We live together. There's no need to fuss over such things. Chen Shi'an glanced up and noticed that the only items hanging on the balcony were her similarly hand-washed undergarments, indicating she likely accumulated other clothes for a few days before washing them in the machine. Wanyin Jia, you wash clothes every 2 or 3 days. While I do so daily, our water and electricity usage is actually quite similar. Very well then. Chen Shi'an's generosity made Li Wanyin feel a bit embarrassed about her own frugality, even though it was her own nature to be so. If only she had money, like she boasted in the group chat earlier. If she were to become a wealthy lady, supporting him, oh, how ridiculous. How could she take such idle talk seriously? The woes of a financially struggling roommate. Li Wanyin quickly shifted the topic. Shi'an, how did your classes go today? Are you managing to keep up after missing so many? Aside from Chinese, I find it hard to follow the other subjects in class. However, the teachers and classmates have been quite supportive. I'll gradually catch up on the middle school basics. As he hung the clothes, he asked, what about you? Vanyinya, how was work today? I intended to cook noodles for you this morning, but seeing you still asleep, I only prepared enough for myself and Fei Mo. That's all right, you were in a hurry for class. I can manage my own breakfast. Work was SOSO. I've already had 2 days of deliveries, and the results are not great. However, I did bring in 2 customers today who dined in, earning me an extra 20 yuan in commission. That's impressive. There's a commission as well? Yes, but it's quite reliant on luck. Only those brought in on the spot count. My master once said that the hardest thing in the mundane world is to earn money. Jia. Being able to earn on your own is quite remarkable. I have yet to earn any myself. Li Wanin chuckled. What do you mean by earning money? You're still studying. Once you graduate, you'll surely earn more than I do. They say rich monks and poor priests. It seems I won't be making much money. Chen Shi'an spoke lightly, as he had no real grasp of the concept of earning or spending money. Even if his pockets were empty, he would not feel anxious. After all, his master had never emphasized money to him. It was merely that studying in the city required funds, and he carried some debts. Occasionally, he would ponder these matters. For navigating the world and making a living was an inescapable topic. How do priests earn their living? Li Wanin asked curiously. Typically through offerings, and then by providing blessings, conducting rites, fortune-telling, and feng shui consultations, or selling various talismans and artifacts. My master is not adept at management. Our temple is quite impoverished. Unlike some grand temples that are well-run, you can tell fortunes as well. Indeed, Li Wanin was quite surprised. Although she did not believe in such things and would never spend money seeking fortune-telling from others, the fact that her roommate was sitting beside her piqued her interest. Could you perhaps tell my fortune? Certainly. Chen Shi'an turned to her. What would you like to know, Jia? My financial luck. Let me take a look. The two sat on the sofa. Li Wanin propped herself on the edge, turning towards Chen Shi'an. Chen Shi'an, alongside the black cat resting on his lap, directed his gaze at her charming face. The sister before him was in her early 20s, her skin as dewy as warm jade immersed in a mountain spring, her delicate features flawless. When she smiled, her brows lifted slightly, exuding a lively charm. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, initially shyly darting away, were held captive by Chen Shi'an's gaze. Chen Shi'an observed her intently. The prolonged silence made Li Wanin feel as if they were playing a game of statues, motionless. Ultimately, she could not match the little priest's ability to endure and burst into laughter, covering her mouth. Well, what do you see? Jia has a favorable face. A rounded and smooth jawline signifies stable financial luck, a broad mind, and the likelihood of receiving assistance from benefactors. Jia, please extend your right hand. I wish to examine your palm. Here. Li Wanin, feeling delighted, promptly extended her right hand with a smile. You can read palms as well? Yes. Combining palmistry with facial features yields more accurate results. After saying this, Chen Shi'an gently grasped her fingertips, positioning her palm to open wide, scrutinizing the lines meticulously. Though Li Wanin did not enjoy a life of luxury like a rich girl, her hands remained delicate and beautiful. How does it look? As her fingertips were held, Li Wanin felt her heart inexplicably race, even though their contact was minimal. The line of wealth is clear and broad. Chen Shi'an released her fingertips and looked up with a smile. It appears that Jia will not only have a prosperous household in the future, but she will also carve out her own path to success, such a rare sign of great wealth. You, being so young, how can you flatter so well? Li Wanin's cheeks flushed, her tone full of mirth. I speak nothing but the truth. Really? Indeed. Li Wanin could not help but laugh, her eyes sparkling as if filled with glimmering silver. Chen Shi'an's words brought her immense joy, dissipating her gloomy feelings from the day. Indeed, male high school students are wonderful. They are handsome, considerate, and their words are delightful. Once she truly becomes wealthy, she wishes to support someone like Chen Shi'an. Oh, how ridiculous. Chapter 43. Remember to use the stairs in the bustling city. Throngs of people fill the streets, yet most souls remain solitary. This is the inherent uniqueness of individual existence and the limitations of human cognition, a kind of shackles we are born with. The state of relaxation, free from entanglements of profit, devoid of ambition, differing values, and devoid of criticism or judgment, creates a conversational atmosphere that has become immensely addictive for her. Were it not for her empty pockets, Li Wanin would have longed to buy a clock for the little priest, to have him accompany her in conversation a little longer. Unbeknownst to her, it was already 11 o'clock. Satisfied, Li Li Wanyin took the initiative to conclude the chat. Good night. Wanyin Jia, rest early. As with the previous night, Chen Shi'an neither turned on the air conditioning nor closed the window. He stood by the window, gazing at the night sky, reassured that the weather would remain fair for the next few days, with no rain in sight. During his time on the mountain, he typically extinguished the lights and retired to bed around 9 o'clock in the evening, rarely staying awake until 11, as he did now. However, it seems that sleeping past 11 will become the norm in the future. Reflecting upon his day, he wondered if Fei Mo had engaged in any self-reflection today. Chen Shi'an reclined on his bed, pulling the nearby blanket over himself slightly. The black cat stretched, yawned, curled up, and nestled beside his pillow, its dark fur blending seamlessly with the night, only noticeable when it opened its eyes. At midnight, the light seeping through the crack in Li Wanyin's door was extinguished as well. The night was tranquil. Although life in the city allowed for later nights than in the mountains, Chen Shi'an still awoke at 5 when the sky began to brighten. Compared to his discomfort upon rising yesterday, today he seemed to have adjusted significantly. Although he felt a bit drowsy from insufficient sleep, this was not a significant concern for him. A brief period of meditation would restore him to peak condition. While meditation could partially substitute for sleep, Chen Shi'an seldom resorted to this practice. As a mere mortal, prematurely severing the natural sensations of being human may not be beneficial for his cultivation. Replacing an afternoon nap with meditation was acceptable, but the growth of spiritual power was not solely reliant on it. It depended primarily on one's ability to comprehend the principles of the Tao, aligning one's essence with that of the great Tao, thereby naturally gathering the energy of the universe. This accumulation silently occurred even during mundane activities like eating, sleeping, walking, and studying. Meditation merely accelerated this process without altering the fundamental limits of one's spiritual growth. Akin to a vessel whose capacity is determined by the cultivator's innate talent and understanding of the Tao. Thus, when spiritual accumulation reaches a certain threshold, the concept of seclusion arises, which essentially involves closing oneself off to comprehend the Tao and seeking ways to enhance one's limits. Conversely, there's the practice of external cultivation, yet both paths ultimately lead to the same goal of understanding the Tao. The manifestation of divine abilities merely utilizes the inherent principles and energies present in the universe, differing only in the extent to which each individual can harness them based on their cultivation level. After a period of contemplation, seated cross-legged on the bed, the fatigue and confusion from his early awakening dissipated, restoring him to an optimal state of body and mind. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed a butterfly fluttering about in the room, likely having entered through an open window the previous night. The black cat glanced at it, eager to pounce. Although the butterfly was not particularly appetizing, it promised amusement. Before Fei Mo could leap, Chen Shi'an beckoned the butterfly with a wave of his hand, as if an invisible force ensnared it. It struggled to escape, flapping its wings, yet was drawn irresistibly towards him. Chen Shi'an did not intend to harm it. Instead, he gently captured it and walked to the window, releasing it into the open air. After setting the butterfly free, he stood by the window, absorbing the morning atmosphere of the city. The sky was overcast, and the air felt heavy, as though it clung to something indefinable. Unlike the invigorating breeze that swept through the pine forest at the temple, laden with the scent of pine needles and dew, which refreshed him deeply. The sound of a garbage bin being dragged below caught his attention. Looking down, he saw a sanitation worker disposing of waste. There were indeed others in the city who rose earlier than him. The monotonous routine of life was not his desire. Chen Shi'an contemplated skipping his reading this morning, seizing the ample time before class to venture outside instead. He donned his shoes, took his keys, and hesitated momentarily at the balcony on the 9th floor. Noticing a surveillance camera mounted on a nearby post, he ultimately decided to descend the staircase rather than risk drawing attention. Meow, I'm going out for a stroll. Fei Mo, will you join me? Meow. Unlike him, Fei Mo was not inclined to take the stairs. Despite its ample girth, the cat moved with surprising agility. Upon reaching the ground, Shi'an did not wait for the slow-moving Taoist, but trotted ahead with its tail held high, confidently striding towards the community entrance. Having already explored the area the previous day, before long, familiar footsteps echoed behind him. Chen Shi'an emerged at a measured pace. His demeanor may have seemed leisurely, yet his running speed was anything but slow. The neighborhood was quiet just past 5 o'clock, with few residents awake aside from the sanitation worker. The man and his cat ran together, soon arriving at the community entrance. The security guard, having spent the night engrossed in his phone and scrolling through videos, yawned as dawn broke, brewed a bitter cup of tea, and settled on a bench beside the security office to catch his breath. Cats did not use doors. Even with one before them, the black cat leaped over the wall beside the entrance. The security guard blinked in surprise, wondering what dark blur had just darted past him. Before he could rise to investigate, a youth in a tank top ran out as well. The community was an older one with lax management. The main gate was usually half open, only closing at night and early morning when access required a key card. Chen Shi'an paused at the entrance, retrieving his access card from his pocket. The guard called out, "You don't need to swipe to exit. Just press that button over there." "This one?" "Yes." "All right. Thank you, sir. You're running pretty early. Just moved in, huh?" "Yes, just exploring the surroundings." "No wonder you look familiar." The guard chuckled, failing to recognize that Chen Shi'an was the Taoist who had entered the community days prior. He merely noted that the young man's attire resembled that of his father. Indeed, his style echoed an older generation. Although Chen Shi'an appeared to be of a similar age to the guard's son, the latter would never rise early enough to jog. If he were seen at this hour during a break, he would likely still be asleep. "What is your surname?" Chen Shi'an, always casual, could strike up a conversation with anyone. Despite having lived atop the mountain, he was well acquainted with the local uncles and aunts at the foot of it, even knowing which child had consumed too many wild fruits and was now constipated. Now, in this new environment, he sought to rebuild his network of relationships with neighbors, not for any personal gain, but for a sense of natural harmony, a mindset starkly contrasting with the prevailing detachment of city dwellers who did not know their neighbors. "My surname is Zhang." Chen Shi'an. "Oh, even your name is different from the current trend of Xian and Zihan. Not only does your style resemble that of the older generation, but your name does too. You look young enough to still be in school. What do you study?" "Yunchi #1 high school next door." The guard's eyes brightened, nodding in acknowledgement. "You must be doing quite well academically. My son is about your age, but didn't even get into the high school back in our hometown. How can there be such a disparity among young people? Just the other day, I saw a Taoist who looked about your age and height." The guard's voice lowered as he gazed at Chen Shi'an, finding him increasingly familiar. "That Taoist uncle Zhao mentioned must be me." "Hey, it really is you," the guard exclaimed, slapping his thigh. But before he could continue, the young Taoist had already dashed out of the community and started jogging. "I'm leaving." Chen Shi'an's words were uncertain, directed at the guard or perhaps to the world at large. Just then, the dark shape he had mistakenly thought was a large rat reappeared from the shadows. This time, he could see clearly. It was a cat, a black cat, one that would follow him as he ran. Chapter 44. Perhaps it's best to let it be. Unlike others who run for physical exercise, Chen Shi'an's running route is neither straight, spacious, nor safe. He traverses not only the sidewalks, but also the narrow alleys and even vaults over dead ends or obstacles. Starting from the center of his community, he expands his activity range in a spiral manner, creating a vivid map of his surroundings in his mind through his observations along the way. Occasionally, early risers would notice the agile youth darting through the streets and alleys, astonished as he effortlessly scaled a 3-meter-high dead end. Is this parkour? Truly a master among the populace. Who could leap over that wall as easily? There's even broken glass embedded in it. How on earth did he manage that? The city's buildings are densely packed, resembling trees in a forest, and Chen Shi'an's parkour feats are beyond the capabilities of ordinary stamina. He maintains this remarkable speed for a full 30 minutes. As the time approached, Chen Shi'an finally ceased his explorations and turned back towards the community. "I'll run again another day. It's about time to prepare for class." "Hey, you've been running for half an hour and haven't even broken a sweat. Have you exercised at all?" chuckled the security guard. "It's fine. Autumn is approaching, and the morning's R&T is hot," Chen Shi'an replied as he walked his companion, a black cat, nimbly leaping back over the wall to join him. He ascended the stairs while the black cat dashed up the vertical stairwell with ease, leaping into the balcony on the 9th floor. At 5:45 a.m., he swiftly washed up and, as he had done the previous day, prepared a simple egg noodle dish. He shared some noodles with Fei Mo, giving it half of the egg as well. After eating, he changed into a fresh school uniform, donned his shoes, and grabbed his backpack, ready to leave. If you're hungry, just eat cat food. Don't go around scamming for food, he teased. Meow, what do you mean scamming? I can help catch mice after I eat. If only the city mice were worth my appetite, I wouldn't mind doing public service. At 6:10 a.m., Chen Shi'an stepped out. He had arranged to meet Wen Jixia at the intersection at 6:15 a.m., and he was always punctual. Leaving the community, he walked towards the school and soon spotted Wen Jixia in the distance. Just as the previous day, she carried her bag on her shoulders, sipping from a cup of soy milk with one hand while holding a large bag of breakfast in the other. The sun was gradually rising, casting light upon her, and she appeared quite drowsy, leaning against a lamppost with her head drooping as she sipped through the straw, her eyes barely open as she fought off sleep. Unaware of his approach due to her drowsiness, Wen Jixia startled awake upon hearing Chen Shi'an's voice. Good morning, Xiaoji. Taoist. When did you arrive? Still groggy, she inadvertently squeezed her cup, spilling soy milk all over her hands. My hands are covered. Seeing her flustered, Chen Shi'an couldn't help but chuckle. What are you doing? How can you stand there and doze off? Quick, help me carry this. Reluctantly, Chen Shi'an took the soy milk and the large bag of breakfast from her, allowing her to fumble for some tissue to clean her hands. Chen Shi'an laughed, finding her antics amusing. You're quite clever at using idioms. You got home earlier than me. Didn't you sleep late? I got home at 10, took a shower, and by the time I finished, it was past. My aunt made soup, and after eating, it was already 11. It's all your fault. How is that my fault? You wanted to study English, so I organized the grammar points you'd need for middle school English last night. And I didn't sleep until midnight. Chen Shi'an blinked, surprised to find himself partly responsible for Xiao Ji's late night. As she spoke, Wen Jixia shifted her backpack to the front and pulled out a set of printed grammar materials. It was a compilation of commonly used grammar points for middle school English, meticulously prepared based on her learning experiences. Here for you. Thank you. Chen Shi'an replied earnestly, accepting the materials with gratitude. Ultimately, mastering English hinges on three fundamental elements: intonation, vocabulary, and grammar. Intonation is the soul of language, directly influencing one's listening and speaking abilities. Many struggle to comprehend spoken language not due to a lack of vocabulary, but rather because of differences in pronunciation, which creates barriers to understanding. For instance, British English, American English, Chinese English, and Japanese English, while all English, can be incomprehensible depending on the speaker. Vocabulary serves as the foundational building blocks, akin to the cement and bricks used in construction. Grammar, on the other hand, is crucial for reading and writing, as it organizes the logic of sentences and eliminates ambiguity in expression. While people often overlook grammar in their native language, it becomes paramount in foreign language acquisition, especially in written exams. Chen Shi'an possesses an exceptional ability to memorize words and has a reading pen from Teacher Yi to assist with listening and speaking. What he lacks is a solid grounding in grammar. Thus, when Jixia's grammar materials have come in an opportune moment for him. Xiaoji, you're truly kind. Chen Shi'an's direct gratitude caused her to blush. Oh, it's nothing. I was preparing a set for my cousin anyway. I just made an extra copy for you. That is still very much appreciated. While it was true she had been working on materials for her cousin, it was also because Chen Shi'an needed them that she had stayed up late to prepare them. But now you look so tired. How will you manage in class? I'll just grab a cup of coffee once we get to the classroom. When Jixia said, scrutinizing him, what time did you wake up? 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock? Yes, I usually wake up at 5. The girl was taken aback, recalling how he had mentioned waking up at 5, trekking 2 hours up a mountain, and riding for an hour. She had thought that was an exception, but it turned out to be his norm. You must be made of iron. How do you never seem tired? You could meditate or apply acupressure to invigorate yourself. Don't you ever fall asleep while sitting? You could give it a try. How? Wen Jixia asked with keen interest, prompting Chen Shi'an to demonstrate the acupressure techniques to stimulate alertness, such as the Higu, Zanju, and Nei Guan points. Haha, it doesn't seem to be working. Your technique is off, and you're not focused enough. Amused by her clumsiness, Chen Shi'an suggested, would you like me to assist you? You can experience the effect. Agreeing readily, when Jixia responded, sure, go ahead, seeing you speak so confidently. Just stand still for a moment. All right, standing still. When Jixia complied, but as she noticed he was still holding her breakfast and soy milk, she took those from him. Chen Shi'an finally had his hands free. Thus, the two stood together on the sidewalk on their way to school. Chen Shi'an positioned himself in front of her, causing Wen Jixia to feel an inexplicable nervousness. Before she could say ha-ha, Or perhaps it's best to let it be. Chen Shi'an instructed, close your eyes. Oh, she obediently shut her eyes. The moment she did, her heart began to race even more. Don't close your eyes so tightly. Relax a little. Oh, but how can I relax? Just as she was about to say, ha ha. Never mind. 2 fingers imbued with a gentle warmth delicately brushed aside the stray strands of hair from her forehead. The pads of his fingers first settled on the acupoint at her brow, bringing not a sharp pain, but a precisely measured sensation of pressure that spread along her brow bone like a cool stream gently coursing through her taut nerves. When Xia's lips quivered, and the words ha ha, never mind ultimately remained unspoken. It was her first experience of such exquisite sensation in her life. His fingers seemed to possess some sort of magic, steady yet gentle, swirling in a clockwise motion, applying just the right amount of pressure that penetrated through her delicate skin, precisely targeting the source of her discomfort. The girl stood still, captivated by the comfort intertwined with the discomfort. Her once racing heart, now feeling as though it were gently cradled by a warm hand, causing her breath to slow slightly. Relax, just lift your head a little, came Chen Shi'an's voice, mingling with the sensation of his fingertips. In the next moment, his thumb moved to her temple while the other 4 fingers naturally rested atop her head. Initially, when Xia felt a slight dull ache, but within seconds, that sensation transformed into a warm current that radiated from her temple to the crown of her head, flowing down her neck and easing her stiff shoulders. The neural chaos and tension brought on by a lack of sleep dissipated, and the furrow in her brow gradually smoothed out. The air was infused with the faint scent of laundry detergent from his school uniform, blending with the comfort from his fingertips to create a remarkable sense of tranquility. Are you feeling better? When Xia lingered for a moment before slowly opening her eyes, the blur before her had vanished. The heaviness and discomfort around her eyes completely gone, and her mind felt as though it had been cleared of chaotic fog, becoming bright and light. How are you? Chen Shi'an inquired again. I truly feel awake now, exclaimed Wen Xia, gazing at Chen Shi'an's clean fingers, her voice filled with disbelief. How'd you do that? Why does your touch feel so different from my own? I possess magical powers, and you do not. So it's bound to be different, he teased. I don't buy that. Tell me. Were you hiding something when you taught me just now? All right. Let us hurry. We can't be late for class, he urged. Chapter 45. Can we have some understanding? When Xia had not experienced such a vibrant and invigorated state of mind in quite some time, it felt akin to waking from a dreamless slumber, only to draw back the curtains and bask in the radiant sunlight, the clarity of her surroundings akin to receiving a gentle embrace from the world itself, rejuvenating her spirit entirely. Was it truly the difference in technique, or perhaps the sheer novelty of such intimate interaction with the opposite sex that rendered this experience so extraordinary? The reserved girl hesitated to admit it, yet it was undeniable that from the moment Chen Shi'an's fingers delicately grazed the corner of her eye, her heart had maintained a certain fluttering rhythm, a warmth coursing through her body, as if stirred by the gentle pulse of that small heart. As they walked and conversed, when Xia seized a rare opportunity on their way to school to assist him in practicing his spoken English, a futunan, she patiently taught. Fortunately, her cousin was not present, or she would surely have sent a message to her. Yes, that's right. Your pronunciation has improved significantly this time. Truth be told, with the perspective of someone who had been through it, English did seem simple. After all, it had been incorporated into elementary school curricula nearly 20 years ago. Aside from remote locales like Haidao and Shankala, where English was not taught, by the 3rd grade, students everywhere began to encounter the language. Nowadays, daily life often involved hearing, speaking, and reading a few words. However, mastering English was akin to swimming. The younger one was, the easier it was to learn. As one aged, ingrained pronunciation habits became entrenched, making it increasingly challenging to correct one's accent. Even when Xia, who consistently scored over 140 in daily English assessments, hesitated to assert her fluency. Initially, Chen Shi'an's pronunciation was indeed quite stiff, but he made remarkable progress, thanks to his exceptional control over his mind and body. After just a brief practice session, his pronunciation began to take shape. You mentioned that this is British English. Does American English have a different pronunciation? Chen Shi'an inquired with curiosity. Yes, indeed. We primarily learn British English, but we also incorporate some American elements. Just follow the textbook. And I'll recommend a few English films for you to watch later. The more you listen and speak, the more proficient you'll become in both spoken language and grammar. Ah, I see. Unbeknownst to them, they had already walked side by side into the school and into the classroom. I really envy your class. Being on a lower floor means you don't have to climb stairs. The school should really swap the floors for the arts and sciences. Are you envious of the students or the cats? Now, you're envious of the floors? Chen Shi'an chuckled. Our class is on the second floor, and we still have to climb stairs. Your class is merely 2 floors higher. The classes above the 7th floor might envy you. Oh, by the way here, at the stairwell on the 2nd floor, just before parting ways, when Chen Shi'an reached into the large bag of breakfast and retrieved a cup of warm soy milk, handing it to him. Are you treating me to soy milk again? It's from my home. It's free. Take it. I'm off, bye. If you want to have lunch together, wait for me on the 1st floor. With that, the girl waved her small hand, clutching the large bag of breakfast, and bounded up the stairs. Chen Shi'an was punctual, arriving at the classroom exactly 3 minutes before the designated time, just like the day before. The vast majority of classmates had already gathered, the scene reminiscent of the previous day. Those who should be seated were reading, those eating breakfast were doing so, and those chatting were engaged in conversation, while others wandered aimlessly. However, today, there seemed to be more students meandering about. The group leaders were distributing blank math papers for practice rather than for assessment. Chen Shi'an also received a freshly distributed sheet, casually placed on his desk. As a classmate brushed past the aisle, the edge of their clothing inadvertently nudged his paper, causing it to flutter down to the ground like a leaf falling in autumn. The paper did not remain on the ground for long. His desk mate leaned over, her silky hair cascading down from her shoulder, brushing against her profile, before her delicate hand reached down to retrieve the fallen test paper. Before she could fully straighten up, a pair of familiar black canvas shoes appeared in her line of sight. The girl's gaze sharpened, and, as she stood upright with the test paper in hand, her eyes traveled upward from those shoes until they landed on Chen Shi'an's face, pausing momentarily. Thank you, class monitor. Since he had coincidentally witnessed the act, Lin Mengqiu chose not to say much. It was merely a small favor, and she would have done the same even if her desk mate were someone else. Holding her own identical blank math paper, she discreetly observed Chen Shi'an's movements out of the corner of her eye. He set down his soy milk, removed his backpack from his shoulder, and hung it beside the desk before pulling out a chair to sit down. When he was not present, that side of the desk had felt spacious, but his presence now seemed to envelop her, creating a somewhat cozy, albeit less cramped, atmosphere as she gradually became accustomed to having a desk mate. Math paper, Chen Shi'an remarked as he picked up the sheet to examine it. Having already completed half the 7th grade math textbook the previous day, the content still appeared as inscrutable as an ancient script. As he contemplated whether to attempt the exercises like the others, the class monitor spoke up. You arrived too late today. Huh? Chen Shi'an was momentarily taken aback, turning to her with a hint of confusion. The conversation had shifted so abruptly that he found himself somewhat bewildered. Glancing at the clock hanging at the back of the classroom, he noted that there were still 2 minutes until the designated time to be in class. Today, it was their turn to take duty, and she needed to arrive early to dispose of the trash. Oh, yet again, a deduction of 1 point for you. Upon hearing Lin Mengqiu's remark, Chen Shi'an suddenly realized that they were expected to take out the trash in the morning as well. I apologize. I previously thought it was only after cleaning up in the afternoon. I shall go now. It is imperative to adhere to the school rules, especially since duty is a responsibility shared by everyone. With that thought, Chen Shi'an set aside the paper he was holding, rose from his seat, and made his way to the trash bin located at the back of the classroom. The trash bin was quite large, a massive white plastic container equipped with pull rings on either side. The previous duty students had already emptied it once in the evening, but after a night of study, it was nearly half full once again. Although it was not particularly heavy, its size made it cumbersome for one person to carry. What is wrong, class monitor? The girl observed Chen Shi'an struggle to lift the large trash bin, not surprised by his strength, but astonished that he thought to take it out alone. Truly, he appeared to lack any experience in school life. Who doesn't take out the trash together with their partner? Did you not just say we needed to dispose of the trash? How can you manage it alone? I never intended for you to do it solo. Today, it is our shared duty, and you should have come to class early to take out the trash. Chen Shi'an reiterated her previous words, emphasizing certain parts with a drawn-out tone. I did not mean it that way, even if I miscommunicated. Isn't it customary for two duty students to take out the trash together? Fool, I will go with you. Today is our shared duty. You should have come to class early, and we must take out the trash. Just as he was about to inquire if Lin Mingxiu thought his expression was more accurate, he found himself met with her icy gaze, causing the words to catch in his throat, swallowed back. Very well, let us go together then. This bin is indeed large and cumbersome, Chen Shi'an said as he set the trash bin down, instinctively moving to one of the pull rings. Lin Mingxiu extended her delicate, fair hand towards him, not to grasp the pull ring, but to offer him a tissue. Without saying a word, Lin Mingxiu handed Chen Shi'an a tissue, then wrapped another around the pull ring before grasping it. Ah, quite meticulous, I see. Chen Shi'an understood the purpose of the tissue and followed her lead, wrapping his own around the pull ring before taking hold. Shall we proceed? Indeed, the space at the back of the classroom was limited, so they could not walk side by side. Instead, they carried the trash bin in a single file. However, they seemed to lack any rhythm. Chen Shi'an walked slowly in front, while Lin Mingxiu hurried along behind, feeling increasingly uneasy under the curious gazes of their classmates. She wished to hasten their exit. Consequently, the trash bin clattered against Chen Shi'an's heels as they moved at differing paces. Finally, they reached the classroom door. With no sense of coordination, one intended to turn left while the other aimed to go right. With a clatter, the trash bin became taut between them, almost as if it had a will of its own, wishing to collapse on the spot. Aren't we taking the right staircase? The trash disposal area is at the back door. Taking the left staircase is much closer. Oh, the girl fell on the verge of a breakdown. Chapter 46. Taking out the trash together in a time when they should have remained in the classroom, the sensation of walking outside was quite peculiar. As they traversed the corridor, the sounds of various classes reading echoed around them. Chen Shi'an and Lin Mingxiu descended the left staircase side by side, while carrying the trash bin, exiting through the left exit on the first floor, and making their way onto the school path leading to the north gate. This path was notably straight. On the right were 3 teaching buildings, while the left was bordered by a wall, beyond which lay the outside world. Compared to the bustling main road leading to the school gate, this path felt exceptionally tranquil. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, but the soft, golden morning light had already spilled over the wall, casting warm, dappled spots of light along the path. Lining the wall were rows of camphor trees, their leaves rustling gently in the cool breeze. The lawns on either side had just been watered, the tips of the grass glistening with dew, reflecting fragments of rainbows in the morning light. Occasionally, a few sparrows would flutter from the treetops to perch on the wall, tilting their heads as if listening intently to something, then raising a wing to preen their feathers. A few sparrows flitted about, chirping playfully. Together, Chen Shi'an and Lin Mingxiu carried the trash bin through this picturesque morning scene on campus. This path is quite beautiful. I have never walked here before. Chen Shi'an strolled leisurely, his gaze wandering appreciatively over the scenery, discovering this corner of the campus was akin to finding a stream in the mountains. She caught a glimpse of him from the corner of her eye, then followed his gaze towards the wall, where a few sparrows were perched, one of which held a grasshopper in its beak, teasing the nearby plump chicks. That is a baidianaire. The one with the grasshopper is a female bird, and the others are chicks that have just fledged. She is teaching them how to forage. Surprised, she wondered how he knew she was watching the birds and what piqued her curiosity. Ignore him. He must be talking to himself again. Yet, after taking a few steps, she could no longer resist asking, "How do you know?" "I often see them in the mountains. Baidianaire likes to nest in crevices of cliffs, holes in walls, and gaps in stone walls. They build nests at our Taoist temple every year." Lin Mingxiu thought to herself that their temple must be quite dilapidated. Otherwise, how could there be so many holes and gaps for the birds to nest? "You call it baidianaire?" she inquired softly. "Yes, that is what we call it in the local dialect. Some also refer to it as baidianaire. What about that one?" She did not point with her hand, but merely tilted her head slightly in a certain direction as she asked. Chen Shi'an, however, accurately identified which bird she was referring to. That is the two hua mei. They're the loudest at dawn and dusk. Lin Mingxiu was baffled by how he could recognize so many birds. She had heard of two hua mei, but had never known what they looked like. Now, upon his description, she realized she had indeed seen them before. She had simply never paid them any mind. It was her first visit to the countryside, and her first time seeing cows, living cows. There were yellow cattle and large water buffaloes. The latter appeared quite imposing, but her father said they were the gentlest. She found those creatures fascinating, yet they felt so distant from her life. Little did she know that among her peers was someone like Chen Shi'an, who possessed such intimate knowledge of these creatures. Memories flooded back as Lin Mingxiu organized her thoughts. Do you know of a fruit? It grows in the fields. Small and red, with a prickly taste, sweet and sour. Time had passed, and she could no longer recall clearly, only remembering that aside from the itchy welts from mosquito bites on her legs, those sweet and sour little fruits left the most lasting impression on her. Are you referring to Ci Pao air? Chen Shi'an's words suddenly brought back her father's introduction. This is called Ci Pao air. When I was young, I craved this wild fruit. It only appears in March and April. Look, these aren't tea ripe yet. The red ones are ripe. The ones that are dark purple are the sweetest. You should try some. So, Ci Pao air is what it's called. Lin Mingxiu nodded, speaking to herself. Have you ever tasted it? Chen Shi'an asked. Yes. The girl was not very talkative, responding to questions as they came, but rarely extending the conversation on her own. Engaging in conversation with him for such a duration was likely attributed to their absence from the classroom. The campus path was spacious, occupied solely by her and him, with a refreshing morning breeze creating a rare sense of comfort. Despite the fact that class time had already commenced, Lin Mingxiu suddenly realized the time. It must be his leisurely pace that had influenced her, as they carried the garbage bin together. With his slow movements, she found herself unable to expedite the process. After quite some time of dawdling, they finally reached the northern gate of the school. In contrast to the main entrance, the northern gate was considerably smaller, often referred to as the back door by students and teachers alike. For daily management, this back gate remained closed, granting passage only to delivery vehicles, such as those bringing supplies to the cafeteria or garbage trucks. Adjacent to the northern gate was the garbage pit, as the school produced a significant amount of waste daily, making it impractical to place the garbage pit within the teaching area. 2 sanitation workers were diligently shoveling the refuse, carefully extracting items like cardboard and plastic bottles that could be sold for extra income. The school had designated personnel to manage this area in the morning and evening, ensuring it was not excessively filthy, yet it remained a focal point for waste, emitting a distinct sour odor as one approached. Visible stains of garbage water seeped onto the concrete ground. Lin Mingxiu refrained from covering her nose, yet her brow instinctively furrowed, and she began to consciously hold her breath. Chen Shi'an, seemingly oblivious, noticed Lin Mingxiu's silence and refrained from taking charge. Together, they carried the garbage bin to the pit, lifting it to dump its contents. The cacophony of refuse falling included snack wrappers, crumpled paper, beverage bottles, used notebooks, and even unfinished instant noodles, with the curled noodles and broth spilling over the edge, dripping incessantly. Lin Mingxiu's complexion turned pale. Chen Shi'an admired her fortitude, aware that she had been holding her breath from quite a distance. Instead of relinquishing her grip as a girl might, she stubbornly persisted, turning blue in the face, determined to assist him in disposing of the garbage. What remarkable spirit this demonstrated. Seeing her struggle to breathe, Chen Shi'an finally volunteered. Allow me. He tugged at the bin, but her small hands clung tightly. Only when the last drop of broth had drained did Lin Mingxiu finally succumb. Transforming into a nimble rabbit, she deftly evaded the puddles of waste on the cement floor and sprang to the nearby area of fresh air, inhaling deeply. Chen Shi'an skillfully inverted the garbage bin, tapping it against the edge of the pit until the last remnants clinging to the bottom fell away. Annie, there are many beverage bottles over here. Oh, thank you. Young man, she took hold of the other handle of the bin, pointing towards the faucet beside the pit, as speaking was impossible while holding her breath. Do you want to wash the bin? Chen Shi'an inquired. Lin Mingxiu nodded. They carried the bin to the faucet, which was connected to a flexible hose. Chen Shi'an turned the tap, and to his surprise, a strong jet of water erupted from the hose, spraying erratically like a wild snake. Startled, Lin Mingxiu hopped away, relieved that she was not drenched, yet she held her breath and shot him a fierce glare. I hope I didn't spray you. He apologized. Let me handle this. This time, Lin Mingxiu did not advance, understanding the necessity for one person to wash the bin. Chen Shi'an's movements were deft. The large bin behaved like a compliant object in his hands as he cleaned the interior with a hose, then flipped it to wash the exterior. Lin Mingxiu was astonished. Was it truly his technique that was impressive? Such a simple rinse managed to remove even the long-standing grime. Do you want to wash your hands? She asked. bending slightly to extend her delicate, fair hands. Chen Shi'an adjusted the water pressure, allowing a gentle stream to flow from the hose onto her hands. As she scrubbed, the refreshing coolness felt delightful, washing away the imagined germs, and her previously furrowed brow relaxed. After cleansing her hands, she intended to reciprocate by holding the hose for him. But Chen Shi'an declined her assistance, alternately using both hands to clean. Their lack of synergy was evident. When she reached out again, she held a piece of tissue. "Thank you, class monitor." Chen Shi'an accepted the tissue with a smile, wiping his hands and then wrapping the tissue around the handle of the garbage bin, mirroring her actions. Lin Mingqiu nodded. Once they exited the area polluted by refuse, she finally uttered a complete sentence after holding her breath for so long. "Remember to come early next time for duty." Understood. Chapter 47. Who isn't a study partner? Today's morning reading focused on English, with a classroom filled with foreign language sounds that Chen Shi'an couldn't comprehend. Nevertheless, he felt confident that it wouldn't take long for him to understand. Carrying the garbage bin, he and Lin Mingqiu entered through the back door. Most of the students in the front rows remained oblivious, while those in the back cast curious glances. Upon seeing the pristine garbage bin, many were taken aback, wondering if it had been replaced. With the class monitor present, no one dared to engage in conversation. "Let us collectively maintain classroom cleanliness. Please dispose of soup and water in the restroom. It is prohibited to dump them into the classroom garbage bin." This was not a rule established solely by Lin Mingqiu. It was a requirement of the school's management regulations, which even categorized waste into dry, wet, kitchen refuse, and miscellaneous paper. Of course, it was often acceptable to toss random garbage into the bin, but pouring half-eaten instant noodles, broth and all, into the communal classroom bin crossed Lin Mingqiu's threshold. Though she held the title of class monitor, she seldom intervened in class management. The rarity of her assertiveness only amplified her authority. Witnessing her in action, the classmates began to search for the culprit. "It must be Zhuge who ate the instant noodles last night. Damn, who the hell stole my sausage? How could someone be so wasteful to throw away instant noodles?" Lu Zhuran had eaten at the cafeteria after playing basketball the evening prior, yet still felt hungry. So he bought a cup of instant noodles and snagged a sausage from Zihan. Sometimes one could feel ravenous enough to devour a whole cow, only to suddenly feel full after a few bites of noodles, leading to the wasteful act of discarding the remaining food. Now he had incurred the wrath of the class monitor, and his days were surely numbered. Dao Yi, please help me apologize to the class monitor. I didn't mean to throw the noodles in the bin. It was just that Lao Liang suddenly came to the classroom. Dongye, we played basketball together yesterday. You must help me. Here, take this sausage. Hey, that's my sausage. You already swiped one last night. Chen Shi'an retorted. Wasn't it also you who made the forceful dunk yesterday? Seated at her desk, Lin Mingqiu had already settled in, putting away the unfinished math test and retrieving her English reading materials. Class monitor, Lu Zhuran, just admitted to dumping the noodles. Chen Shi'an informed her. Let him off this time. Lin Mingqiu dismissed him and focused on her reading. As the conversation had transitioned, Chen Shi'an also began his morning reading, pulling out his 7th grade English textbook, along with the pen provided by Teacher Yi and grammar materials given by Xiao Ji. Currently, his primary focus is on the study of 3 core subjects, with mathematics consuming the most time. Beyond mathematics classes, he also engages with math during physics and chemistry lessons. As for Chinese and English, he only studies them independently during their respective classes. He possesses a solid foundation in Chinese, and with standard training to correct answer norms, he is able to excel. English, on the other hand, relies primarily on memorization, practice, listening, and speaking. Attending daily English classes suffices for his needs. Chen Shi'an does not memorize English vocabulary from the textbook's word list, but instead utilizes a reading pen to look up the text while memorizing all the words that appear within. He is able to comprehend the meanings and pronunciations of earlier passages without the aid of the reading pen, yet his pronunciation remains somewhat inaccurate. And when he attempts to freely combine words into sentences, his grammatical habits feel quite awkward. Fortunately, with the grammar materials provided by Wenji Xia, he can now analyze and internalize the grammatical structures and sentence patterns while studying. Lin Mingqiu glanced over, stealing a look. The materials were printed, lacking any signature or publisher, clearly indicating they were personally printed. Where did they come from? Did Teacher Yi give them to you? She suddenly inquired. Chen Shi'an turned to glance at her. momentarily perplexed, then followed her gaze to the grammar materials in his hand. You mean this? Yeah, it's not from Teacher Yi. It was given to me by my study partner. Study partner? You've only just arrived at school. Where did you find a study partner? If we're talking about study partners, shouldn't that be me? We agreed that if there is anything unclear in our studies, you can ask me. Aren't we all study partners? Why not ask me about English? May I take a look? It should be quite basic for you. Chen Shi'an generously replied, calmly sliding the materials across to the space between their desks. Lin Mingqiu reached out and brought the materials before her. She remained silent, merely flipping through a few pages. The organization was exceptionally standard and well-suited for learners with a weak foundation in English. The materials even included numerous personal learning experiences from the author. Despite being a relatively basic grammar resource, the meticulous organization showcased the author's commendable proficiency in English. This is quite good. It suits you very well. Master it thoroughly, and it will significantly enhance your English performance. Chen Shi'an blinked, sensing something was amiss. Something was off. The miraculous reading pen from Teacher Yi didn't garner a single word of praise, yet this material elicited such a lengthy compliment from the usually reticent class monitor. He sensed a shift in Lin Mingqiu's demeanor, though he could not decipher the thoughts hidden beneath her calm expression. Fortunately, his innate sense of caution guided him to avoid potential pitfalls. Although he could not grasp her thoughts, he felt it prudent to refrain from discussing grammar study materials or the notion of study partners with Lin Mingqiu. After executing these precautionary measures, he cast another glance at Lin Mingqiu. She was quietly writing something in her notebook, her demeanor appearing unchanged, suggesting that the earlier unease might have simply been his imagination. What is she writing? 111111111110? What on earth? The English morning reading in class continued. Amidst the resounding voices of students reading aloud, Teacher Yi entered the classroom. Yi Mingmei and Liang Huiyang are both exceptionally distinguished teachers at the school. As a core subject teacher, Teacher Yi not only teaches English to Class 5 but also to Class 11, which is Wen Xia's English class, as Chen Shi'an learned during a meal yesterday. If one were to inquire about the differences between science and humanities, aside from the distinctions in comprehensive science and comprehensive humanities, mathematics stands out. Under the old examination model, the mathematics for humanities was simpler than that of science. Yet the Chinese and English subject for science students are based on the same examination paper as those for humanities students. This disparity often incites resentment among many science students, questioning why the mathematics for humanities is simpler while their English and Chinese subjects must adhere to the same standards as those of humanities students. Today, as per the school's customary practice, Teacher Yi arrived earlier than usual, reaching the school at 7 o'clock to first stroll through Class 5 before heading upstairs to Class 11. Teacher Yi is well loved by students. As she moves about the classroom, students frequently approach her with notebooks in hand, seeking her guidance, to which she responds with great patience. Teacher Yi, how do I solve this problem? Don't listen to him, Teacher Yi. This guy specifically searched for difficult problems online. Wang Yuza, your essay still needs further training. Did you memorize the model essay I asked you to learn? I did. English writing is not as challenging as Chinese writing. It does not demand a high level of writing literacy. Mastering the universal English essay formula allows one to quickly construct an essay framework. And memorizing high-scoring sentence structures can enhance the essay's quality, instantly elevating its standard. As the English teacher for the top classes in both science and humanities, Teacher Yi has long since ceased to worry about any student with a poor foundation in English. Teacher Yi walked from the first group to the fourth group, where Chen Shi'an sat by the aisle. The young scholar was deeply immersed in his studies, utilizing the reading pen alongside the grammar materials to learn the 7th grade texts. Lin Mingqiu noticed Teacher Yi and leaned slightly, curiously observing him as he engaged in self-directed learning. Teacher Yi quietly observed for 2 minutes, unable to resist, softly commenting, "Why isn't classmate Shi'an reading aloud?" Chen Shi'an did not respond. Finally, Lin Mingqiu's pen made contact, poking him lightly. Chen Shi'an, why does it feel like your poke carries a bit of personal emotion? Like Jing Ku attempting to assassinate King Qin. In response to Chen Shi'an's confusion, Lin Mingqiu merely raised her eyelids, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips as she spoke with steady speed. Teacher Yi is asking you a question. Teacher Yi, my apologies. I was just memorizing vocabulary and didn't pay attention. Why isn't classmate Shi'an reading aloud? Teacher Yi smiled warmly, unfazed, noting that reading aloud is essential for English, especially for vocabulary memorization and practicing speaking. The more one reads, the more it deepens memory. I thought I'd de-memorize all the words first, understand a grammatical structure, and then correct my speaking later. It feels more efficient that way. They complement each other, and besides, silent reading makes memorizing vocabulary more challenging. It's all good. How is your learning going? Thanks to Teacher Yi's reading pen, it has been tremendously helpful. I feel fine for now. Teacher Yi extended her hand, picking up the grammar materials on his desk to examine them. Did you find these materials yourself? It's great that you have this self-study awareness. They were given to me by my study partner. Well, your study partner seems excellent. Learning together fosters mutual progress. Lin Mingqiu interjected. How many words has classmate Shi'an memorized? Teacher Yi was prepared to offer encouragement, regardless of whether he responded with 5 or 10 words. She aimed to motivate him, as there remains ample time before the college entrance examination. If he persists in memorizing 10 words daily, his vocabulary will certainly suffice in 2 years. 473. Upon hearing this somewhat erratic figure, Teacher Yi was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly. Huh? How many? 473. Teacher Yi was stunned. After inquiring how Chen Shi'an memorized them, she casually picked a few words from his 7th grade English textbook to quiz him. How do you spell this pronunciation? Punan on Shen, expression, equisibu Shen. The words Teacher Yi randomly selected were all from the text, not part of the vocabulary list that required memorization. Yet, even so, Chen Shi'an spelled out each one flawlessly, albeit with slightly stiff pronunciation. A wave of incredulity and delight washed over her face. Is it the reading pen's influence? Or could it be that Chen Shi'an is a rare prodigy in English learning? With no foundational knowledge of English, how remarkable! In a single day, over 400 words were conquered. Just yesterday, while Teacher Zhang was troubled in the office over Chen Shi'an's foundational knowledge of mathematics, Teacher Yi, listening nearby, felt a chill run down her spine. The elusive Jiu Lu Yu, a creature of legend, was at stake. Little did she expect that in merely 24 hours, Chen Shi'an would deliver such a delightful surprise. Not only Teacher Yi, but even Lin Mingqiu, who was eavesdropping beside her, was taken aback, forgetting to move her pen as she turned to gaze at Chen Shi'an with an expression of incredulity. Lin Mingqiu would rather believe that Chen Shi'an possessed an innate gift for memory than credit it to his so-called English study partner. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on her as a math teacher. That study partner of his certainly knew how to delegate tasks. After all, she had arrived first. Why should she bear the brunt of the most challenging mathematics? Shi'an is doing remarkably well, Teacher Yi mused, struggling to recall her well-prepared words of encouragement. Instead, she spoke earnestly. Your other subjects are lagging behind as well. While you focus on learning English, it's essential to catch up in other subjects too. Balance is key, and do remember to rest your body. Chen Shi'an blinked, wondering if Teacher Yi thought he spent the entire day memorizing English words. He refrained from explaining, merely nodding and saying, I understand. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Yi. Well, keep up the great work, Shi'an. The more confidence I have in you grows. Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. Keep pushing forward. With that, Teacher Yi left, her spirits lifted, heading to the office, feeling the need to keep this matter under wraps. Otherwise, Teacher Zhang and the others would surely be envious. Chen Shi'an resumed his word memorization. Before he could fully immerse himself in the flow, a gentle voice drifted over. If you have any English questions, you can ask me. Chapter 48. Today's inspection. No incidents. The morning reading session concluded. The number of words Chen Shi'an had memorized reached 538. Excluding the 340 words from the day prior, he had managed to memorize nearly 200 words within the approximately 40 minutes of the morning reading session. Moreover, his speed in memorization was increasing. He progressed from recalling letter by letter to using more efficient methods, such as direct spelling, breaking down words, and forming new words. However, Chen Shi'an did not directly memorize the subsequent word list. Instead, he continued to recite according to the text. For him, this was not merely a process of memorizing words, but also a means of internalizing the text. Combined with the grammar materials provided by Wen Jixia, reciting the text allowed him to solidify his grasp of vocabulary, grammar, and sentence structure. It was likely that few would approach English learning as audaciously as he did, employing a method of comprehensive coverage. Thinking of Lin Mingqiu's earlier words, Chen Shi'an pondered what English-related questions he could pose to her. This query seemed far more daunting than memorizing words or reciting texts. The primary gaps in his English learning had been filled by Chen Shi'an and teacher Yi, leaving him with no idle time to inquire about matters he already understood. After considerable thought, he finally identified a question he could ask her. Class monitor. Lin Mingxiu paused her writing, slightly tilting her head to glance at him. I have a question regarding English that I would like to consult you about. Upon hearing this, the frosty expression of the girl began to thaw. She casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate little earlobe, adopting a demeanor of attentive listening. What question? I saw your English paper yesterday. Your handwriting is truly beautiful. I wanted to ask how you write English characters. Lin Mingxiu hesitated, caught between speaking and holding her tongue. I didn't mean for you to bring a question about writing English characters. If you have something you don't understand, just bring the questions or textbooks. Asking me about how to write English is rather trivial. Or is your study partner so remarkable that with a bit of material, you've mastered English? Did your partner score higher than I did? Well, my English handwriting is quite poor, and I wanted to learn from you, class monitor. Lin Mingxiu scrutinized him for a while, observing his serious demeanor, which did not suggest jest. Her irritation dissipated. As a foreign language, English was seldom practiced in writing like Chinese characters. Chen Shi'an was right. Lin Mingxiu's English handwriting was indeed elegant, reflecting her intrinsic qualities, neither ostentatious nor excessive, yet imbued with a graceful poise. The spacing of her letters was clear, akin to the distance she maintained in her interactions, gentle yet defined, sharp yet subtle. Particularly when viewing her composition pages, the entire sheet of English text appeared refined and upright, a true delight to the eyes. At that moment, the morning reading period ended, and outside, the playground began to gather for morning exercises. Lin Mingxiu was known to dawdle during exercises, and Chen Shi'an's inquiry provided her with a legitimate excuse to linger. She retrieved a draft notebook, flipped to a blank page, and placed it in the center of their shared desk. Write a few words for me to see. Chen Shi'an slid the notebook over, picked up the pen, and casually wrote a line from the text. To be honest, even without Lin Mingxiu's prompting, Chen Shi'an was aware of his poor handwriting. His mind knew how to read, spell, and write, yet his hand felt strangely stiff as he wrote. The awkward letters seemed more like an imitation of the images in his mind rather than actual writing. He wrote slowly, and the letters appeared crooked, reminiscent of a primary school student just beginning to learn English. Lin Mingxiu observed his handwriting, lost in thought. It was evident that Chen Shi'an intended to write in print, yet the result was rather unappealing. Your sequence of learning English is completely reversed from everyone else's. How can a student who has memorized hundreds of words write English like a beginner who has just learned the alphabet? Clearly, you have never written in English. Lin Mingxiu took the pen and wrote a line of English beneath his writing. The contrast was immediately striking, evoking the image of a toad standing alongside a swan. Class monitor, your English handwriting is truly beautiful. Please teach me. Many classmates and teachers had praised her handwriting. Yet Lin Mingxiu felt a greater joy from Chen Shi'an's sincere compliment, which was much more genuine than the others. You simply haven't written enough. As Lin Mingxiu spoke, she began writing in the notebook. To write beautiful English letters, you must first master the basic strokes, like this and that. As she spoke, Chen Shi'an listened intently. The two leaned toward each other across the center of the desk. His gaze fell upon her hands, the pen she held, and the letters she wrote. Perhaps it was due to her delicate complexion or slenderness, but the skin on the back of her hand appeared so soft that faint veins were discernible. The girl's long, slender fingers held the pen at just the right height. Despite their delicate appearance, the characters she wrote were remarkably forceful, elegant, and upright, written with a natural fluidity. Observing someone with beautiful handwriting indeed provided a pleasing experience. The spacing between letters should be consistent, neither too tight nor too loose. You can use reference lines to control the spacing. If that fails, use a ruler against the horizontal lines to practice. Like this. Yes, when writing in lowercase, you should incorporate a slight curve at the starting and ending points. Are there different fonts for English? Generally, there are cursive, print, italic, and Gothic styles, but the latter is used primarily in artistic design. Class monitor, you know so much. Lin Mingxiu had never anticipated that she would derive a sense of accomplishment from teaching someone how to write English letters. Does this look better? Chen Shi'an asked naturally. Turning his head, Lin Mingxiu momentarily lost in thought, found his face almost within arm's reach, her pupils slightly widening in surprise. The morning light outside cascaded onto his face, allowing her to discern the mountainous hues within the irises of his eyes. Lin Mingxiu subtly averted her gaze, her fingertips quietly curling, long eyelashes casting shadows over the tumult within her eyes. She hardly caught what Chen Shi'an had just uttered, merely responding with a soft seizing the opportunity to distance herself under the pretense of drinking water. After all, the class monitor was merely hydrating. Write more in practice. It's not difficult. The class monitor stated as he set down his cup and tightened the bottle cap. All right, Chen Shi'an nodded. Suddenly, a sharp reprimand resonated from outside the classroom. You two students over there. What are you doing? What time is it? Why haven't you gone down for morning exercise? It was then that Lin Mingxiu realized the time. Glancing around the quiet classroom, where no other students were in sight. Even the corridor outside was deserted, save for the grade head peering in at the door. The girl moved swiftly. Before Chen Shi'an could rise, she stood up abruptly, slipping through the narrow gap between his chair and the desk behind him. Oh, is that Mingxiu? Lin Mingxiu ignored the grade head and hastily descended the stairs. And that student, is that you, Master Xiao Chun? Sorry, teacher. I was practicing calligraphy and lost track of time. It's fine, it's fine. Hurry down, the grade head chuckled, his stern demeanor softening. The inspection today proceeded without incident. Chapter 49. Is this your study partner? At just past 7 in the morning, as Yunqi Yizhong commenced their morning exercises, Li Wanyin awoke from her slumber. Perhaps it was the flattering words Chen Shi'an had spoken the previous night about her promising future that had led her to dream sweetly, awakening refreshed and full of vigor. Li Wanyin understood well that while kind words and pleasant dreams were delightful, the reality of her situation was starkly apparent. The future depended solely on her own efforts. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror at her vanity, she encouraged herself. Upon stepping out of her room, she heard the sounds of the television emanating from the living room. Curiously, she wondered why Shi'an had not yet left for class. Stepping out, she discovered the lazy black cat sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in watching television. Shiramo, are you watching TV? Meow. All right then, enjoy. Li Wanyin suddenly realized that it was rather peculiar for a cat to be watching TV alone so early in the morning. Had Shi'an forgotten to turn it off? Surely, a cat could not operate the television by itself. Shiramo, did you turn on the TV? The black cat shot her a look as if to say, I'm a cat. Do you expect me to converse with you? City folks are so odd, always talking to cats as if expecting a response. Intrigued, Li Wanyin picked up the remote next to the cat and pressed a button, turning off the television. The black cat glanced at her, and though it was merely a cat, she could almost discern a look of confusion on its face. Just as she set the remote down, the black cat swiftly pressed its paw on the power button, turning the television back on. Shi Montak, you really did turn on the TV. How incredible. You can actually turn on the television. Li Wanyin was astonished. She had only taught Shiramo how to operate the TV out of boredom the previous night, not expecting it to learn so quickly. Ultimately, it was a simple command. Yet the fact that it could comprehend it so swiftly and independently turn on the television left her quite amazed. Shiramo, you are remarkably clever. You can use the litter box and turn on the TV. Can you understand what's on the television? Nevertheless, even if it couldn't comprehend, it was still preferable to being alone in the house. Excitedly, Li Wanyin took out her phone and snapped a picture of a cat watching television, sending it to Chen Shi'an via WeChat. At that moment, Chen Shi'an was at school and, given his habits, would likely only see the message after school. Li Wanyin didn't mind. She merely wished to share this delightful tidbit with him, especially since it was his cat. After graduation and entering society, the number of friends with whom she could share such experiences had dwindled, and the emotional disconnect among humans became clearer to her. Chen Shi'an, I had set my phone to vibrate last night. I just finished morning exercises and received your message. Sister Wanyin, don't you start work at 10? Why are you up so early? Chen Shi'an, keep it up, Sister Wanyin. The sun shone brightly today, lifting Li Wanyin's spirits. She put her phone to charge and quickly washed up, then headed to the kitchen to prepare a simple egg noodle dish. The black cat, attracted by the aroma, scampered over. Meow. Shiramo, would you like some too? Didn't Shi'an give you anything to eat? Meow. All right, I'll share my egg with you. The cat had initially only wanted a small morsel, but Li Wanyin unexpectedly divided a substantial portion of her egg into its bowl. This made Shiramo somewhat bashful about eating, as it sat with its tail curled, glancing from the bowl back to her, who was busy slurping her noodles. What is wrong, sure Mo? Don't you like eggs? The black cat nudged the edge of the bowl with its paw, pushing it slightly towards her, then looked up. Is that for me? Having raised cats in her childhood, Li Wanyin recalled how they would sometimes present their catches at her feet, expecting her to take them. Though she never did. Meow. Seeing that she remained unmoved, the black cat pushed the bowl again. Li Wanyin chuckled softly and instinctively reached out to pat its head. Go on, eat, sure Mo. Once I earn big money, I'll buy you delicious food every day. Upon hearing this, the black cat finally ceased its hesitation, opening its mouth to devour the eggs in a few swift bites. As the time neared, Li Wanyin tidied up the dishes, grabbed her backpack, and checked how many copies of her resume remained. The black cat, on the sofa, turned to watch her. It was as if she were bidding farewell to a family member. She waved at it and gently closed the door behind her. Faintly, she heard the dripping of water. The cat leaped off the sofa, darted into the kitchen, and turned off the faucet she had carelessly left slightly open, with a paw dampened by the annoying water. The black cat shook it off as if startled. Those who needed to attend school would do so, and those who needed to work would also head out. It was time for it to wander as well. The school bell rang at noon, signaling the end of classes, and the classroom buzzed with excitement. Chen Shi'an exited his state of focused concentration, neatly packing away his 7th grade mathematics textbook. His speed was astonishing, while others were just beginning to grapple with middle school mathematics. Chen Shi'an had completed an entire semester's worth of material in less than 2 days. This pace left Lin Mengxiu utterly astonished. Ever since the 2nd semester of their first year, after the division of classes, no one had managed to disturb her position at the top. Could it be that Chen Shi'an was truly poised to surpass her after years of academic rivalry? Just a few days ago, Lin Mengxiu would have dismissed such a notion as absurd, but after witnessing Chen Shi'an's rapid mastery of mathematics and English, she dared not underestimate him any longer. However, Lin Mengxiu felt a peculiar sense of joy regarding Chen Shi'an's decision to study mathematics instead of English during biology and chemistry classes. She could not quite articulate why this small happiness arose within her. Perhaps it was because his study partner taught English while she taught mathematics. In a classroom where mathematics and English were unrelated, Chen Shi'an chose to study mathematics using the practice materials she provided rather than the English resources offered by his partner, which gave her a unique and delightful sense of victory. Certainly, such tender sentiments of a young girl should remain concealed from him. Even the faintest realization that she might derive a modicum of joy from such trivial matters leaves her feeling rather bashful. Who could fathom why she would inexplicably concern herself with such peculiarities? Meanwhile, Chen Shi'an has already risen from his seat. He has developed an acute awareness as a desk mate. During moments like after school, regardless of whether Lin Mengxiu intends to rise, he always stands first to tidy his chair and prepares his belongings at the side, ensuring not to hinder her movements. Class monitor, we need not clean the classroom during lunch, correct? Not necessary. Very well, then I shall wipe the blackboard. Before Chen Shi'an could finish his statement, he observed Lin Mengxiu standing up and making her way directly to the blackboard, which was filled with writing. She took a cloth and began to wipe it clean, even stretching on her toes to reach the higher sections that some teachers had written on. During the lunch break, the staircase was crowded with students. Chen Shi'an followed the throng down to the first floor and found an open space in the corridor to wait. After approximately 5 minutes, he spotted her delicate figure amidst the bustling crowd on the stairs. Now that she had a companion awaiting her for lunch, Wen Jixiao was keen not to keep Chen Shi'an waiting. After class, she hurriedly gathered her belongings and swiftly descended the stairs from the 4th floor. Dao Shi, why are you so quick today? Let us hurry. There will be many people soon. Shall I take you to the first canteen to try some dishes? Sound good. The two made their way briskly along the school path towards the canteen. As Lin Mengxiu exited the 1st floor corridor, her gaze flitted over the silhouettes of Chen Shi'an and Wen Jixiao. Her expression remained composed, and as the afternoon sunlight cascaded down, she squinted slightly. Chapter 50, Xiaoji. Do you know our class monitor? The meal prices at the first canteen are slightly steeper than those of the second canteen, specializing in distinctive noodle dishes. Many students flock to the first canteen primarily for its noodles. Dao Shi, what kind of noodles do you wish to eat? Which ones are delicious? I find them all quite delightful. The sour soup noodles, the oil splash noodles, and their signature noodles are all exquisite. As a local of Yunqi, including Chen Shi'an, their daily diet consists predominantly of rice, Yet indulging in noodles from time to time provides a refreshing change. The dietary habits of every region are not arbitrarily formed, but are the accumulated results of local history, geography, customs, and climate. Thus, it can be said that culinary culture is the most direct living relic of regional culture. Chen Shi'an not only enjoys eating, but is also quite adept in the culinary arts himself. Having spent a considerable time in the mountains, he has honed his skills to a remarkable degree, yet his exposure remained limited due to local ingredients. Now that he has descended from the mountains to explore, he is determined to savor the culinary delights of various locales. There are only 4 noodle stalls, each with long queues, and Chen Shi'an and Wen Jixia found themselves amidst the crowd, gradually moving forward. However, this wait is not particularly arduous. From a distance, they can watch the 3 chefs skillfully crafting handmade noodles. The chefs bend over, kneading the dough with their broad palms, producing a satisfying sound as they work. Once the dough reaches the desired elasticity, the rolling pin glides effortlessly, transforming the sizable dough into thin sheets with wavy edges, while the chef deftly stretches and forms the noodles, creating a vibrant display of culinary artistry. When Jixia leaned to peer into the stall, enchanted by the process of food preparation, as if it could enhance the flavors of the ingredients themselves. "Daoshi, can you cook?" she inquired, turning to Chen Shi'an. "Indeed. Really? What would I gain from deceiving you? If I couldn't cook, what would I have eaten in the mountains? What can you prepare? I can make common dishes, and after watching uncommon ones, I could replicate them. Are they tasty? I believe they are quite delectable. You sound quite confident. I shall have to taste your cooking to see if you are boasting." "Certainly." Noticing that the wait was becoming prolonged, Chen Shi'an casually shared a refreshing breeze with her. "And what about you? Can you cook?" "I can boil water and make rice." Chen Shi'an chuckled softly, while Wen Jixia appeared slightly embarrassed and defended herself. "I will learn how to cook. Since you, a boy, can do it, I am sure I will find it easy to learn. It is mainly a matter of not having the opportunity to cook myself." "Do your friends know how to cook?" "Huh, some of them can't even boil rice." Reflecting on this, Wen Jixia felt a sense of pride. At least she could prepare rice, placing her a step above the rest. Chen Shi'an blinked, pondering whether this could be considered a subtle affirmation of happiness. After all, in the rural environment where he grew up, it was indeed uncommon for young men and women in their teens not to possess cooking skills. At last, they reached the front of the queue. When Jixia ordered a serving of sour soup noodles, specifically requesting an extra layer of chili, leaving Chen Shi'an astonished. Xiaoji truly had a penchant for spicy food. He also ordered a serving of sour soup noodles, adding a meat sandwich, amounting to 15 yuan for the noodles and 5 for the sandwich, totaling 20 yuan. In comparison to the prices outside, this was quite reasonable, but for Chen Shi'an, today's lunch expenses were somewhat excessive. Fortunately, Uncle Lin provided a meal card with an allowance of 800 yuan each month, making occasional overspending manageable. The 2 companions found a vacant spot at the back of the canteen and sat across from one another, hunger striking them, and they wasted no time in diving into their meal. When Jixia, however, ate slowly, particularly when it came to her noodles. The young girl was quite particular. She first placed a small portion of noodles into her spoon, then added some minced meat, yellow flower vegetables, tofu shreds, and wood ear mushrooms to create a complete spoonful of sour soup noodles before devouring it in one go. Delicious. It's quite appetizing to indulge in this occasionally. Not too spicy for you? It's manageable. Perhaps due to her good spirits today, Wen Jixia had an excellent appetite. After receiving a massage from Chen Shi'an in the morning, she felt invigorated even now. "This afternoon, you might have to eat by yourself." "Why is that? Are you going to vandalize property again?" "I am on duty today. I must clean up after school." "Oh, in that case, I'll one tea wait for you for dinner. Will you eat in the canteen by yourself?" Chen Shi'an asked curiously. "Of course not. I'll only play on my phone." "Really?" Despite her ability to handle spicy food, when it became too intense, some beads of sweat formed on her nose, which she found exhilarating. When Jixia retrieved a tissue from her pocket, tearing off half to hand to Chen Shi'an, while she wiped the sweat away as she continued eating. "How was your English coming along?" "Not bad. I've completed the first semester of 7th grade and am nearing the end of the 2nd semester." "Ah." When Jixia paused, lifting her head to look at him. "When you say completed, do you mean?" "I have memorized it all. Your grammar materials are quite useful. I now roughly understand the rules for word formation and sentence construction." When Jixia remained silent for a moment, ensuring that Chen Shi'an was not jesting with her. Yet, in just over a day, he had managed to memorize the entirety of 7th grade English content from a zero foundation. How many words have you memorized? 538. 500. The girl was astounded. It was hard to believe that someone with Chen Shi'an's background could achieve this. Even for her, memorizing 500 words in a day would be utterly overwhelming. How on earth did you manage that? Have you eaten memory bread? Memory bread? What is that? Don't bring up memes and jokes. When Zhixia's little cousin, who had just entered the 2nd year of junior high, often received English tutoring from her. She was all too familiar with her cousin's progress. While her cousin's performance was decent, asking her to memorize 200 words in a day would be a monumental task. And she could barely manage 100 without feeling utterly drained. The speed at which one memorizes words is directly proportional to the extent of their vocabulary mastery. Regardless of the circumstances, the fact that Chen Shi'an can memorize over 500 words in a single day is enough to astonish Wen Zhixia. Was it merely vocabulary he memorized? He effortlessly recited the texts as well. Wen Zhixia quietly slurped her noodles, unwilling to engage in conversation any further. He even claimed it was finally an opportunity for the little Taoist to experience the hardships of studying. Yet, in the end, it only highlighted her own struggles. No wonder he dared to transfer directly into the 2nd year of high school. With such astonishing learning speed, what will he achieve in 2 years? It is truly something to anticipate. So, how are you faring in your other subjects? Are you just studying English now? I'm focusing on the main subjects first. Chinese should be manageable, and I'm also studying mathematics. Stinky Taoist, do not shatter her understanding repeatedly. Can you not express it all at once? I thought you were only studying English. Meanwhile, you are learning other subjects while memorizing over 500 words in English each day. It seems her efforts to teach him how to memorize words quickly during dinner yesterday were in vain. Chen Shi'an blinked. However, I must thank you. With the memory techniques and grammar materials you taught me, studying English has become considerably less daunting. You have a good heart. When Zhixia's legs beneath the table began to sway gently. Well, focusing on the main subjects is fine. They carry more weight in scoring. Once you have a solid foundation in the main subjects, it will be easier to improve in the secondary subjects. How are you studying Chinese and mathematics? For Chinese, I primarily listen to lectures, and for mathematics, I am still catching up on 7th grade material, which my desk mate can help me with. That works. You're in a science elite class, so you should be adept at middle school mathematics. Which one is your desk mate? When Zhixia inquired curiously. After all, there's a floor separating the two classes, and she did not casually wander into the other class. The only time she had heard about the Taoist enrollment, she had sneaked over to take a look, but unfortunately, Chen Shi'an was absent that evening, and she did not know where he was seated. Our class leader. Your class leader? Yes, Lin Mingxiu. Oh, her. Upon hearing Wen Zhixia's tone, which seemed to carry a hint of complexity, Chen Shi'an glanced at her. He noticed that the girl's expression mirrored her tone, subtly nuanced, and even after a prolonged silence, she continued to nod slightly, as if silently repeating the phrase, oh, her. Xiaoji, do you know our class leader? Yes, of course. She is the top student in science in our grade. Everyone knows that. When Zhixia nodded, her lips pursing as she sipped her noodles, taking small bites. It seems your acquaintance with her is more than mere recognition, isn't it? When Zhixia took another bite of noodles before nodding. I was her deskmate before. Chapter 51. You can ask me if you encounter any difficulties in mathematics. When Zhixia's statement exceeded Chen Shi'an's expectations. From her tone, he had guessed that when Zhixia and Lin Mingxiu were acquainted, but he had not anticipated that they had once been deskmates. Everyone possesses a natural curiosity, and as a seeker of knowledge, Chen Shi'an was no exception. You were deskmates? That means you were in the same class. Isn't the school divided into arts and sciences? Well, we weren't divided at the beginning. We only started dividing in the 2nd semester of our 1st year. Last semester, we were all in the same class, and everyone had to study 9 subjects. At that time, we were together in Class 1, which was the elite class, comprising the top 60 students from the entrance examination. So that is how it was. Chen Shi'an could not help but marvel at the wonders of fate. Not only had he become a partner with Wen Zhixia, but he also ended up as a deskmate with her former deskmate. Although he now knew that Wen Zhixia and Lin Mingxiu had once shared a desk, Chen Shi'an still found it quite remarkable. After all, the two girls had entirely different personalities and interests. He could hardly imagine what it would have been like for them to sit together. Perhaps it was due to his own lack of a rich campus life. Upon arriving in Class 5, Lin Mingxiu had always sat alone, and he had subconsciously assumed that the class leader had never had a desk mate. Before Chen Shi'an could pose a question, when Jixia curiously inquired about how he ended up sitting next to Lin Mingxiu. I had heard that she always sat alone, right? It was the teacher's arrangement. Oh, I see. A girl who can achieve the top rank in arts certainly isn't foolish. Realizing that Chen Shi'an, with no prior academic foundation, could transfer to Yunqi No. 1 high school, it must have been due to connections. Chen Shi'an had previously mentioned that it was Principal Lin who arranged it. Connecting the dots with Principal Lin's relationship with Lin Mingxiu, she quickly understood. Did you know Lin Mingxiu before? When Jixia probed. No. We only got to know each other after becoming desk mates. I see. The girl blinked her eyes. Upon hearing that Chen Shi'an and Lin Mingxiu had not known each other prior, that they were not relatives or childhood friends, she inexplicably felt a sense of relief. And what about you? Chen Shi'an was equally curious. We also only got to know each other after becoming desk mates. I was quite surprised. I didn't expect you, Xiaoji, to know the class leader. At that time, both our entrance examination scores were quite high, so being in the same class was not extraordinary. Yes, I was just new to school and was unaware of the class and subject divisions. When Jixia continued to eat her noodles, not lifting her head, and casually asked, "What is it like sitting next to your class leader?" Chen Shi'an replied while eating, "It's quite good. The class leader is studious and very kind-hearted. She lent me a lot of math practice books yesterday, and if I have questions in math, I just ask her." When Jixia paused her eating, observing Chen Shi'an's expression, which did not seem to indicate deceit. However, could the Lin Mingxiu he described truly be the same person she had in mind? Noticing the girl's silence, Chen Shi'an looked at her. "What's wrong?" Chen Shi'an blinked and inquired, "How was it when you were sitting next to the class leader?" "Just as desk mates. She performs well academically, particularly in mathematics and comprehensive science, and is very goal-oriented with her tasks. She possesses her principles and is composed. Usually, she is quiet, smart, and composed, which is quite admirable. Typically, when asked to describe someone, there is often a moment of reflection, but when Jixia's words flowed almost effortlessly, and the traits she mentioned about Lin Mingxiu were characteristics that Chen Shi'an could deeply relate to. In the atmosphere of their conversation, Chen Shi'an sensed the subtlety of when Jixia's past relationship with Lin Mingxiu. Just as desk mates, observing when Jixia's reserved attitude towards their desk-mate relationship, Chen Shi'an refrained from probing further. As for asking Lin Mingxiu, that was out of the question. If Xiaoji wasn't willing to share certain details, what chance did he have with the class leader? Initially, upon learning that when Jixia and Lin Mingxiu were acquainted, Chen Shi'an had thought it was a delightful revelation. A friend of a friend is also a friend, which is indeed a rare blessing. However, now caught in the delicate balance between two girls, Chen Shi'an felt as if he were walking on thin ice. It seems that managing complex interpersonal relationships is an essential lesson he must learn in this new world. "Hey, why are you silent?" Perhaps sensing Chen Shi'an's contemplative silence, when Jixia appeared somewhat flustered, as if she had inadvertently revealed something. Relationships between individuals are rarely as simple as good or bad. They often contain layers of complexity and nuance, a truth Chen Shi'an fully comprehended. It was entirely normal for two girls with such divergent personalities not to be friends, since they had been able to coexist peacefully as desk mates for an entire semester. Their relationship could not be deemed too bad. Chen Shi'an raised his gaze, looking at the girl's delicate face, and chuckled. "It's nothing. It seems your relationship is quite good, and you were saying all complimentary things. Xiaoji seems like she wishes to transform into a mosquito and sting him. Stinky Taoist. Sarcastic remarks. Points must be deducted. Oh, who did you learn that from?" "Hey Xiaoji, I have a question that I'm quite curious about." Chen Shi'an became earnest, continuing to eat his noodles while asking. "Go ahead, what is your question?" "You previously mentioned that there was no subject division in the first semester of your first year. So who were the top scores at that time?" "Sometimes it was me, sometimes it was her." "Her? Your class leader, of course. Who else could achieve such impressive results?" "You were quite remarkable as well, managing to secure the top spot while studying 9 subjects." Chen Shi'an's praise was well received by Wen Jixia, who chose not to extend the conversation to Lin Mingxiu, but instead commended her. "It's not that I always come in first. My mathematics and integrated sciences are lacking, while your class leader struggles in other subjects. In the end, it's pretty much a draw. We ourselves cannot determine who would take the lead. Who scores more? It's about 50-50. You remember this quite clearly." "Oh no, it seems I have inadvertently revealed something." When Jixia pursed her lips and ignored him, It's not just her who remembers this so well. She is certain that Lin Mingxiu keeps track as well. She is all too aware of that woman's fierce competitive spirit. So who topped the last exam? Chen Shi'an asked playfully. When Xia composed herself and replied nonchalantly, everyone was first. There were no overall rankings in that final exam, only rankings by chosen subjects. I was first in the humanities, while your class leader was first in the sciences. What about the individual subject scores? Who had the higher marks? Like a spectator observing a chess match. Chen Shi'an was quite curious about which of the two prodigies emerged victorious in that academic duel. You are quite curious. Indeed, who would be intrigued by such a youthful and passionate affair? It was a tie. If all 9 subjects are considered, our scores are identical. As this thought crossed her mind, Wen Xia felt a tinge of regret. Ever since the division into arts and sciences, no other rival like Lin Mingxiu had been able to challenge her top position, and she had never truly resolved the outcome of their competition. Although she and Lin Mingxiu could not be labeled as enemies, they understood each other well. Wen Xia believed that Lin Mingxiu had certainly calculated their total scores in secret, just as she had. Chen Shi'an becoming Lin Mingxiu's deskmate was not surprising. What puzzled Wen Xia was whether Chen Shi'an's enthusiastic offer to assist with mathematics would truly materialize. As she wondered what his intentions might be. What a pity, Chen Shi'an remarked after hearing this. What do you find regrettable? I regret that we no longer need to study 9 subjects. Otherwise, with me around, you wouldn't have to compete for the top spot. Huh? When Xia paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. You are quite arrogant. You clearly lack a solid foundation. Learning. Have you finished eating? Let us go. The two of them rose, each carrying their empty bowls, and left the cafeteria. They ascended the stairs together, and just as Chen Shi'an was about to enter class 5, when Xia suddenly called out to him, if you have any questions in math, feel free to ask me, and the same goes for Chinese. With that, she hurriedly trotted upstairs. Chen Shi'an stood there for a while. Well, I suppose I will have to learn on my own. Chapter 52. The class leader's respect for you. As Chen Shi'an resolved to be self-sufficient, he seemed to find himself entangled in some unforeseen circumstances. After the lunch break, Lin Mingxiu, just like the previous day, entered the classroom with a heavy backpack, beads of sweat adorning her temples. With a thud, she dropped her bag onto the desk. Maintaining her usual stoic demeanor, she first took a tissue to wipe her sweat, then opened her water bottle for a sip. Unlike her classmates, who habitually stowed tissues away in their drawers, hers were always left on the desk, and no one dared to take them without permission. Chen Shi'an glanced at her bulging backpack and then at her flushed face, tentatively asking, Without lifting her head, Lin Mingxiu crumpled the used tissue in her palm and deftly unzipped her backpack with her slender fingers. Peering through the gradually opening zipper, Chen Shi'an caught sight of a collection of old exercise books, reference materials, and past exam papers. Before he could discern the subjects, Lin Mingxiu had already extracted 2 batches of these books and placed them in the middle of their joined desks. 8th grade mathematics special practice, 9 sets. 8th grade mathematics exploratory applications with new thinking, 8th grade mathematics enhancement papers. Chen Shi'an was momentarily taken aback. Picking one up, he noticed that, just like the 7th grade mathematics practice book she had lent him yesterday, these 2 were all used and annotated by her. Class leader, are these for me? Yes. What's going on? Yesterday, he had borrowed the 7th grade practice book but hadn't finished it yet, and today she had eagerly brought him the 8th grade materials. Noticing Chen Shi'an's bewilderment, Lin Mingxiu raised an eyebrow, her expression seemingly discontented. What is the matter? Nothing, class leader. I haven't even completed the 7th grade practice book you lent me yesterday, nor have I gone through the textbook. You will need them sooner or later. True enough. Aren't you planning to borrow them from me? Chen Shi'an turned to see Lin Mingxiu's gaze had turned cold, an overwhelming sense of urgency washing over him. Of course. I definitely want to borrow them from the class leader. Otherwise, where else could I find someone to lend them to me? I found the previous 7th grade practice book very helpful, and I didn't expect you to bring me the 8th grade materials so soon, which is a pleasant surprise. Class leader, you are truly kind. It must be exhausting in this heat. The coldness in the girl's eyes gradually dissipated, her brows unfurling naturally, and her already flushed face appeared even redder. She averted her gaze, busying herself with her now empty backpack while casually asking, How far along are you in your English studies? I'm almost done with the 7th grade. After a moment of silence, she put away her backpack and retrieved the textbooks she would need for class, then added, Mathematics and English are both core subjects, with equal weightage. Though English is relatively simple and scores can be improved quickly, mathematics is the foundation of the sciences. You must not fall too far behind in your progress. The class leader speaks wisely. I will catch up with my mathematics as soon as I can. After a pause, she added, if you have any questions, just ask me. Thank you, class leader. Let me treat you to some candy. Chen Shi'an said, pulling out 2 lollipops from his drawer and placing them on her desk. He had bought a whole bag yesterday, and these were the last 2 remaining. He had given her 2 lollipops as a token of their desk partnership yesterday, but he was unsure whether she had eaten them. After placing the candies on her desk, Chen Shi'an began to organize his books. Having only been in school for 2 days, the pile of books and practice materials on his desk had already reached a height comparable to that of his classmates. Once he finished tidying up, he glanced back at Lin Mengqiu's desk, only to find that the 2 lollipops that had been within reach of her hand had vanished without a trace. She hadn't been seen eating them, leaving him to wonder where they might have been stashed away. The girl's face remained flushed, reflecting the heat. Yet her expression was cool and composed, creating an endearing contrast, reminiscent of a lychee in June, its red exterior adorned with tiny spines. Chen Shi'an silently sent a wave of refreshing intent in her direction. As she lowered her head to read, she seemed to sense something and turned to glance out the window. In the physics and chemistry class, while Chen Shi'an was immersed in mathematics, he was in no rush to study, merely flipping through the 8th grade practice book Lin Mengqiu had just given him, assessing what could be achieved with the foundation from the 7th grade materials. Unfortunately, he found it quite limited, as the foundational knowledge from 7th grade was exceedingly basic. From Lin Mengqiu's perspective as a seasoned student, it was evident that even if he mastered all of middle school, tackling high school mathematics problems directly from that foundation would still leave him perplexed. However, he could not bypass this foundational material. Unlike Chinese, English, and biology, which he could start learning from high school, mathematics was not so easily transcended. Chen Shi'an casually flipped through the exercise book, discovering an intriguing phenomenon. In Lin Mengqiu's 7th grade, first semester workbook, the little rabbit Coo appeared frequently, yet by the 8th grade, it had nearly vanished. He discreetly took out the 2nd semester workbook from 7th grade and noted that the frequency of Coo had significantly diminished. It seemed that she no longer encountered difficulties, or perhaps she had begun to conceal her emotions when faced with challenges. Chen Shi'an could not perceive her past capabilities nor grasp her childhood disposition. He could only faintly discern traces of her earlier self through the remnants of her childhood and the transition into adolescence. Unable to contain his curiosity, he whispered, class monitor, how did you fare in the 2nd semester of 7th grade? Lin Mengqiu, engrossed in her studies, chose to ignore him. So annoying. I'll deduct a point from you. Top 5, she replied. Chen Shi'an blinked, recalling that when he had inquired about her first semester grades yesterday, she had mentioned being in the top 10, and now she had ascended to the top 5 for the 2nd semester. What about in 8th grade? First. And in 9th grade? First. And in the first year of high school? Lin Mengqiu cast him a sidelong glance. Chen Shi'an fell silent, refraining from further inquiries. Lin Mengqiu relished the peace, stealing a glance at him. Chen Shi'an had entered a state of flow, immersing himself in mathematics. He had experienced physical education class once, during which the students merely entertained themselves, and, at that time, the physical education teacher was also a math instructor. However, the current situation was evidently different. Chen Shi'an was quite curious about high school physical education classes. Class monitor, what do we do in PE class? He asked casually while closing the exercise book. Lin Mengqiu found herself somewhat impressed, not because he was oblivious to the nature of PE, but rather by his ability to engage in conversation so effortlessly. Since 8th grade, her desk mates had rarely spoken to her, deterred by her aloof demeanor and reserved nature, preferring to consult their classmates seated in front or behind her. She herself relished the tranquility. Even her desk mate from the first year of high school was no exception. Yet, Chen Shi'an was different. He seemed oblivious to the barrier surrounding her, speaking freely and asking questions, exuding an unintentional, rare sense of ease. Such individuals were typically either brash or possessed of formidable inner strength. It was evident that Chen Shi'an was not brash, leaving Lin Mengqiu both impressed and somewhat at a loss. In the face of his relaxed demeanor, she felt as if she were a cornered hedgehog, defensively poised. Chen Shi'an remarked, Look at him, staring at others when ignored, insisting on a response. Lin Mengqiu was not socially anxious and had never anticipated that someone as unabashed as Chen Shi'an would impose such social pressure upon her. Listen to the PE teacher's instructions. Where we have PE class. Line up downstairs with everyone. All right. Chen Shi'an left his seat and approached the podium to wipe the blackboard. After he departed, Lin Mingxiu inexplicably felt a sense of relief, a rare occurrence where she felt at ease when her deskmate was no longer beside her. Upon seeing the rascals gather around Chen Shi'an, they exclaimed, "Dao Yi, show us a slam dunk later. Don't we? Show us your skills. We didn't see them yesterday. I brought my phone. I must capture Dao Yi's prowess." Observing the basketballs in their hands, Chen Shi'an's brows furrowed. Again? I haven't even apologized to Lin Shu yet. If one were to classify the enjoyment levels of physical education classes, the lowest would be a session dedicated to learning gymnastics or a specific sport. A moderately enjoyable class would involve a brief lesson followed by free play. However, everyone had high hopes for the latter, which were swiftly dashed by the PE teacher's announcement. Line up. Have you forgotten how to line up after summer vacation? Teacher, we didn't have a summer vacation. We were overwhelmed with makeup classes. Who spoke? The PE teacher, surnamed Wan, was a towering figure with a scar on his cheek, rumored to have been inflicted during a basketball game. However, some suspected it was the result of a street brawl. Compared to the other refined teachers, Mr. Wan had a rather fearsome appearance. Holding the attendance sheet, he surveyed the fifth-grade students lined up before him. From left to right, count off. 1, 2, 3. Chen Shi'an stood at the back of the line, on the right side. Curious about what they were counting, he watched as each student turned to the right, calling out numbers. Understanding the cue, he mirrored their actions, turning to Lu Zhuoran beside him and calling out 7, 8. After the counting concluded, Mr. Wan inquired, "Where's the class monitor?" "Here," Su Zihan shouted. "You lead them in running 2 laps, then gather at the athletics track." "All right." As Mr. Wan's voice fell, a slight commotion rippled through the crowd. "Oh no, will we lose even a moderately enjoyable PE class?" Su Zihan waved his hand, and the boys from his row began to follow suit, exiting the shade and heading toward the blazing athletics track. Chen Shi'an jogged along, maintaining a steady pace with the others. As a student in the elite class, he spent most of his time seated studying. Aside from a few active students like Su Zihan, most of his classmates were not particularly fit. The athletics track measured 400 meters per lap. 2 laps equated to 800 meters. Initially, it was manageable, but gradually some classmates fell behind. The boys led the way, while the girls trailed behind, the formation disintegrating into 2 chaotic clusters, with a 10-meter gap between them. Among the girls, there was a swaying bamboo pole. "You Gongzi, how did you end up with the girls' team? Are you all right?" "Shen Su Gongzi? I can testify. Yu Gongzi has a collection of artifacts on his bedside." "What artifacts?" "Paper from the state of Lu." A few familiar dorm mates erupted in laughter. Dong Wenyu's face turned a shade of crimson, panting heavily, and attempted to retort. "Do not bark like a dog." Chen Shi'an observed the scene with amusement. For him, the warm-up jog of 800 meters felt akin to a leisurely stroll. To his surprise, compared to the other girls in the class, Lin Mingxiu seemed to possess quite good stamina. Before the PE class, she had tied her hair into a ponytail, the hair a muted shade of haze blue that mirrored her personality. She sprinted at the forefront of the girls' group, even surpassing the stumbling Shen Su Gongzi. Perhaps due to her beauty, her running form was pleasing to the eye. Her long ponytail swayed with her arm movements. Her delicate face flushed from exertion. A few strands of hair clung to her skin from sweat, glistening in the afternoon sun, while her lips remained tightly sealed. Breathing through her nose, her gaze fixed ahead. The sunlight cast shadows beneath her long eyelashes, rendering her thoughts inscrutable. Mr. Fong stood under the shade of a tree, pointing at a few students who were slacking off. "Don't walk." "Oh, I'm touched. You're the only one who has ever told me not to walk." "Mr." Fong pretended to raise his hand to strike, causing the lazy students to hastily resume running. After 2 laps, the classmates were panting heavily, their previously boundless energy utterly depleted. Most of the girls appeared to have rather pallid complexions, yet Lin Mingxiu seemed relatively well, albeit she was quite sweaty. Standing alone in a corner, she breathed deeply, keeping her mouth tightly closed and only inhaling through her nose. A hand rested on Chen Shi'an's shoulder, and when he turned to look, it was Lu Zhuoran, affectionately known as Instant Noodles Guy. "Dao Yi, your stamina is astonishing. In this sweltering heat, you completed an 800-meter run without breaking a sweat or even gasping for air. Not too bad. Are we playing basketball soon? We can split into 2 teams and cover the whole court. I'm not very skilled. Come on, Dao Yi. You can leap and dunk from a standstill. If you can't, just let us pass the ball to you, and you can dunk it effortlessly. Zihan, go ask Teacher Fong if we can wrap up and get it playing. What nonsense. We have to prepare for the physical fitness test when school starts. Huh? Just as Su Zihan finished speaking, Teacher Fong instructed everyone to regroup. Today's gym class was for a fitness test, and as per usual, the boys would run 1,000 meters while the girls would run 800 meters. Why not just do the fitness test right after the 800 meters? What are you talking about? If you want to finish quickly, prepare yourself. Who runs first, the boys or the girls? Boys, girls, boys. Ultimately, the boys' voices were drowned out by the girls, and Teacher Fong gestured for the boys to run first. The high school fitness test was not as stringent as an official track and field competition. In groups of 10, they took their positions at the starting line, with Su Zihan blowing the whistle while Teacher Fong timed at the finish line, which was exactly 2.5 laps for the 1,000 meters. Hurry up, we need 10 brave souls. Damn it. Can't we have a moment to rest? You Gongzi, come on. Forget it. You'll see how I struggle later. Dao Yi, are you going first? All right, 2.5 laps, right? Chen Shi'an stepped onto the track. He had never undergone a fitness test before. Yes, for minutes and 30 seconds is passing, 3 minutes and 40 seconds is good. 3.5 minutes is excellent, and 3 minutes and 15 seconds is a perfect score. Just run. Dao Yi, Teacher Fong is timing over there. Over 3 minutes? Chen Shi'an was momentarily taken aback. Of course, 4.5 minutes is a decent score. That was not what Chen Shi'an meant. He thought to himself, would it really take over 3 minutes to complete 2.5 laps? Had it not been for his recent lesson in restraint due to vandalizing school property, he would have finished the laps in the blink of an eye. Are you ready? Run. Su Zihan, exploiting his authority, shouted run. And only after all 10 boys had dashed out did he blow the whistle vigorously. Teacher Fong, aware of Su Zihan's little trick, had already started the timer when he heard the shout. This was a classic case of there's always a higher mountain. The true results still needed to be measured, while the scores recorded would depend on the student's performances and his mood. With the boys running first, the girls were able to rest. As long as it wasn't their turn, everyone was eager to join the spectacle. Typically, Lin Mengxiu would have shied away from such commotion, but perhaps it was the gentle breeze, the fluffy white clouds, or the smooth track that compelled her. Standing alone in the shade of a tree, her gaze settled on Chen Shi'an among the 10 boys. From the very start, Chen Shi'an ran swiftly, akin to a sprint, creating a considerable distance between himself and the other 9 classmates. Dao Yi, don't run so fast. Indeed, he had to temper his speed, lest he tire himself out in the latter half. Heeded by his friends' well-meaning advice, Chen Shi'an slowed down, maintaining a brisk yet steady pace, ultimately finishing the 2.5 laps first. First place, 2 minutes and 43 seconds, Teacher Fong announced. Perhaps due to the significant gap between him and the second-place runner, he had the leisure to remind Chen Shi'an to remember his time for later registration. All right, thank you. Teacher, completing the laps in around 2 minutes and 40 seconds, Chen Shi'an showed no signs of fatigue, clearly having plenty of energy left. Teacher Fong was astonished. He had always held a stereotypical view of Taoists as ethereal beings, slow in speech and movement, but he never anticipated this young Taoist to possess such remarkable stamina. You were the one who shattered the basketball backboard yesterday, weren't you? Yes, I failed to control my strength. Impressive, Teacher Fong praised. You must play basketball often. Not really. Oh, after a brief chat, the rest of the classmates finally arrived, with the second place clocking in at 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Third at 3 minutes and 24 seconds, and the last student finishing 10th at 3 minutes and 56 seconds. Not bad. It seems your physical fitness has improved since last semester. Teacher Fong commended. The remaining 9 classmates were panting heavily, some even gagging, thinking to themselves, do we really want to run this fast? Next, it was the girls' turn to run. Most girls were reluctant to engage in such public displays of athleticism, feeling inexplicably shy. Despite Su Zihan's encouragement, the starting line struggled to gather 10 participants. Lin Mengxiu, however, was already positioned at the start, remaining silent and standing there like a bamboo shoot by the water's edge. Teacher Fong approached, announcing that the girls would run 800 meters, with the starting point being the finish line. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and finish so we can disperse. He casually selected a few girls to join Lin Mingqiu, finally assembling a group of 10. Most of the boys who had completed their runs had wandered off, while some who were less athletically inclined came to watch the girls' fitness test. Though the atmosphere remained somewhat shy, Chen Shi'an, indifferent to the surrounding dynamics, called out to Lin Mingqiu, "Class monitor, you can do it." His voice was not loud, yet it was sufficient for Lin Mingqiu and the nearby girls to hear. Under the class monitor's authority, the girls restrained themselves from teasing, but couldn't help casting curious glances at the handsome Chen Shi'an and the composed Lin Mingqiu on the track. Lin Mingqiu ignored him, not even turning her head. The midday sun cast its glow on her delicate face, making her cheeks feel flushed even before she began to run. And her heart raced. That insufferable Taoist. What are you doing? Are we that familiar? A whistle sounded, and like a spring-loaded mechanism, the girl dashed from the starting line, her movement resembling an escape rather than a race. Lin Mingqiu was remarkably swift, quickly distancing herself from the other girls. Each impact of her feet resonated through her slender spine, and as her arm movements widened, her ponytail swayed like waves. The breeze flowed through her sleeves and collar, stirring the damp strands of hair at her neck, while her ponytail remained proudly aloft behind her, like an unyielding black banner. After completing a lap, she passed Chen Shi'an, who stood at the edge of the track. Though her pace had begun to wane, the obstinate Taoist shouted once more, "Class monitor, keep it up," without pausing or glancing back. Her slowing speed surged again as she dashed through the crowd at the finish line. Initially, she had stubbornly kept her mouth shut while warming up, but now, as her youthful lungs threatened to burst, she finally parted her lips slightly. Huff, huff, huff. She gasped for air, her legs feeling as heavy as if laden with lead, while sweat streamed down her forehead, face, and neck as if it were free. Some droplets even reached the corners of her eyes, leaving her just enough time to lift her arm and wipe them away. Her mind was a blank, and the gentle curve of the track felt dizzying. The straight stretch of 100 meters reappeared before her eyes. Her vision sharpened, and in the distance, she spotted the stinky Taoist waving at her. At last, the class monitor, showcasing an extraordinary performance, had surpassed Chen Shi'an to claim the first position among the boys. Crossing the finish line first, her tender lungs protested, her leaden legs grew weak, and even her ears began to hum with a ringing sound. She intended to halt gracefully, but when she pressed her toes to brake, her knees buckled, and the momentum of her upper body had not yet subsided. Consequently, her dainty figure tumbled forward into the open space. It was over. In that fleeting moment, this singular thought consumed her mind. Yet, contrary to her expectations, the scene of her collapsing on the ground and being mocked by classmates who had long harbored discontent did not unfold. Instead, she fell into the steady, solid embrace of Chen Shi'an. As she gasped for breath, the unique scent of wood and herbs surged into her nostrils, leaving her inexplicably dizzy. Lin Mingqiu had no idea how Chen Shi'an managed to catch her before she fell, nor did she know how she left his arms, her face ablaze with embarrassment. "Are you okay, class monitor?" "I'm fine." Chapter 54. Natural Grace. The physical assessment had concluded. The rubber playground was scorched by the afternoon sun, and the air was filled with a distinctive, dry aroma. The sunlight gradually slanted, casting long shadows of the school buildings. These shaded areas became the favored spots for students seeking leisure beyond the sports courts. Dismissed. The boys who loved playing sports had already rushed to the courts, with basketball, badminton, and table tennis being the most popular activities among the student body. Hardly any girls played basketball. This sport seemed to belong exclusively to boys. Most girls either opted for a casual game of badminton or strolled in small groups around the school, chatting or studying from their notebooks beneath the trees. She did not join in on the badminton or walk with the other girls. Instead, she sat alone in the shade, perusing her vocabulary notebook. After nearly falling during the physical assessment and leaving Chen Shi'an's embrace, she had not uttered a single word. Now, her delicate face had regained its normal hue. The sweat had dried, and her breathing had steadied. Aside from her ponytail remaining tied, she appeared disinclined to speak. From a distance, Chen Shi'an glanced at her, and, for reasons unknown, was suddenly reminded of a little rabbit in tears. He felt a mix of amusement and restraint, struggling to suppress a smile. The expression of panic, helplessness, and confusion that had flashed across Lin Mingqiu's face just before her fall was still vivid in his memory, contrasting sharply with her usual confidence and pride. Had she truly fallen, it might have ranked among the most embarrassing moments of her life. Understanding the delicate nature of the situation, Chen Shi'an recognized that initiating conversation with her now would only lead to awkwardness. He knew he must protect her fragile pride. If there existed such a thing as a memory-erasing spell, he had no doubt Lin Mingxiu would be the first to wish for him to be the one to administer it. With physical education class now dismissed, Chen Shi'an had no intention of playing sports. Whether basketball, badminton, or table tennis, he was not well versed in the games, and his physical abilities, reflexes, and explosive strength were on a different level than those of his classmates, rendering any participation unfulfilling. As Lin Mingxiu was absorbed in her vocabulary notebook, she seemed to sense his gaze and looked up at him. "Why not take a walk?" Just as Chen Shi'an was preparing to leave, Teacher Wan called out to him. Chen Shi'an, "Yes, teacher. Aren't you going to play?" "Teacher, I really don't know how to play. I was just fooling around with everyone yesterday." "Huh, your physical fitness is quite impressive." As a physical education teacher, Wan's demeanor and presence differed from that of teachers in other subjects. With the scar at the corner of his eye adding a touch of ruggedness, Wan's broad hand naturally rested on Chen Shi'an's shoulder, squeezing him as if assessing his strength. However, despite this, Chen Shi'an remained unfazed, as if Wan's hand rested upon an immovable mountain. Wan mused that if this scene were to repeat, even with preparation, he would likely still be unable to catch such a sudden fall. "I heard from your teacher Liang that you are a genuine Taoist?" "Yes. I've been practicing under my master in the mountains since I was a child." "Do you have some knowledge of this area, Teacher Wan?" Chen Shi'an, feeling at ease, conversed naturally with Wan, as it was in his nature to engage in dialogue with anyone willing to chat. "Haha, I can't say I know much. I did read a lot of martial arts novels in my youth. Things like the martial world, Taoists, martial arts, and Tai Chi. I was quite fascinated back then. No wonder I sensed a certain martial aura about you, Teacher Wan. How did you get that scar?" "Ah, injured while playing basketball in my youth." "I see." The boy's tone was laden with meaning. Teacher Wan was surprised by Chen Shi'an's keen insight. Indeed, the scar was from a basketball incident, stemming from a dispute with a referee that escalated into a brawl. Youthful folly. Although the boy before him was younger than half his age and was a student, for some inexplicable reason, Wan felt an unusual reluctance to underestimate him. Having practiced in the mountains, "Can you keep up with our school's daily radio exercises now that you're enrolled?" "Initially, I found it challenging, but I learned alongside everyone." "Does the school have a standardized radio exercise for new students?" "Yes, new students receive standardized training, and we teachers guide them during physical education classes." "How do you usually maintain your fitness?" "Your physique is indeed impressive." Wan's eyes lit up at the remark. Even in his 40s, he remained captivated by the things that had once enchanted him, especially with a genuine Taoist standing before him. "I have practiced since childhood. I can't say I'm proficient, but I'm familiar with it." "Could you demonstrate some techniques?" "I'd love to learn from you. I wouldn't dare to claim to teach, but if you're interested, I'm happy to share." Chen Shi'an, while modest, showed no hesitation. His relaxed demeanor was strikingly different from that of his peers. As a physical education teacher, he often held certain stereotypes about top students. But Chen Shi'an had certainly altered his perception. At that moment, they stood in a shaded expanse of concrete, with Lin Mingxiu sitting nearby on the steps, and several classmates lingering around, enjoying the coolness and engaging in idle chatter. Observing Chen Shi'an and teacher Wan deep in conversation, many curious eyes turned their way. One stepped back a couple of paces, allowing Chen Shi'an some space. He focused intently, the afternoon breeze flowing through the shade, gently stirring his loose-fitting school uniform. The boy's spine subtly elongated with the rise and fall of his arms, the folds of his uniform flowing like water over his back, each muscle and sinew unfurling gracefully. As resilient as a willow and as strong as a pine. Simply initiating this stance brightened Wan's eyes. Having practiced himself, he understood that the most profound and challenging aspect lay within the control of breath amid the movements. This was the essence of adjusting one's breath. Each step was a science. Otherwise, one would merely mimic the form without grasping its spirit. What are Teacher Wan and Chen Shi'an doing? Are they practicing gymnastics? Let us go take a look. As Chen Shi'an transitioned into the second stance, embodying the grace of a bow, an arrow, he extended his arms wide, bending his legs into a pliant position. He raised his left leg, straightening the foot with precision, then slowly straightened the leg in midair, drawing it downwards in a leftward motion akin to a horse stance. The suspended leg moved with a deliberate slowness and stability, inhaling as it ascended and exhaling as it descended, presenting a striking image of duality in action. The onlookers gasped in awe, marveling at the seemingly effortless execution of such a complex maneuver. The atmosphere was anything but tranquil, yet Chen Shi'an remained undistracted, focused solely on his practice. Lin Mingxiu, who typically shied away from crowds, shifted her gaze from her vocabulary book to observe Chen Shi'an. When an inconsiderate student obstructed her view, she quietly repositioned herself, only to find her line of sight obstructed again as more students encircled Chen Shi'an and Teacher Wan. Resolving to find a better vantage point, she ascended a few steps, allowing her to gaze at him from a distance. With his left index and middle fingers aligned and extended forward like an arrow, and his right hand drawn back to his chest in a posture reminiscent of drawing a bow, Chen Shi'an's gaze extended towards the horizon, his eyes serene like a tranquil pool, as if a majestic eagle soared through the clouds. At times, handsomeness transcends mere appearance. It embodies a sensation. The girls found Chen Shi'an extraordinarily handsome, while the boys acknowledged his charisma as well. Who would have imagined that the same set of movements executed by Chen Shi'an could evoke such a distinct aura? His natural grace was palpable. Lin Mingxiu found herself entranced, and in that moment, she gleaned a fragment of insight into Chen Shi'an's past endeavors and cultivation. This sparked within her a burgeoning curiosity about his 18 years of life. Where was he when she was studying for exams? And what was he doing? In the midst of his practice, Chen Shi'an brought his hands together at his lower abdomen, gradually returning his breath to a state of equilibrium. He stood still for a moment, seemingly breathing in unison with the cosmos, before slowly opening his eyes, radiating a gentle and peaceful light. Spontaneous applause erupted from the crowd of students. "Dao Yi is amazing. Dao Yi, take me as your disciple. Teacher Wan, perhaps you could suggest we incorporate this into our physical education classes." That is worth considering. Teacher Wan, having tucked away his phone, finally noticed the throng of students gathered, not only from Class 5 but also from other classes engaged in physical education. The ability to attract such a crowd was a feat unique to Chen Shi'an. All right, why are you all crowding here? After the crowd dispersed, Teacher Wan approached Chen Shi'an. "Shi'an, when you have a moment, would you mind teaching me? I feel I'm not quite executing it right. Perhaps you could give me some pointers." Teacher Wan's humility was evident. You're too modest." Following an invigorating physical education class, the students felt revitalized. The classroom housed 2 standing air conditioners, managed by the school, both of which were now surrounded by sweating boys desperate for relief. "You stink, Ma Zihan. Your sweat is sticking to me." "Shut up, as if you don't smell. Can you boys refrain from polluting the air? The classroom reeks of sweat." Having grown accustomed to the odor, Lin Mingxiu, who had a slight aversion to messiness, wore an expression of exasperation. She furrowed her brows but refrained from shooing the boys away, opting instead to open a window for ventilation. Thankfully, Chen Shi'an did not emit any unpleasant odor. Otherwise, she would have had to deduct points from him and request a change of desk partners. Indeed, Chen Shi'an did not smell. He had not even broken a sweat. Even if he had, he remained fragrant, his essence purified through his practice. The only time he had emitted an unpleasant odor was during his early days of cultivation when he had absorbed the energies of heaven and earth, resulting in an unpleasant release. During that time, his master had taken him to the back mountains, pinching his nose before tossing him into a pond to cleanse him, followed by a thorough scrubbing with pine wood ash. Perhaps that experience had left a lingering scent of pine on him, as even now, he seemed to carry a faint, earthy fragrance. Chen Shi'an's keen senses detected Lin Mingxiu's breath as she passed by him, a subtle inhalation that piqued his curiosity. "What are you doing? Want to see if I smell bad?" The class monitor is quite silly. Lin Mingxiu had returned to her usual demeanor, her ponytail still bound high, swaying gently as she drank water. The loose strands of hair danced in the breeze, brushing lightly against her elegant neck. Yet, it seemed she had yet to fully forget the embarrassing incident. After finishing her drink, she caught a glimpse of Chen Shi'an also drinking, and she decided to wait until he was done. As Chen Shi'an set down his water bottle, he heard a faint thank you, almost like an echo. "Class monitor, were you speaking to me?" "Yes, thank you." This time, Lin Mingxiu raised her voice but still did not turn to face him. Oh, it's nothing. You're welcome." Finally, Lin Mingxiu turned to look at him, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment at the mention of the earlier incident. She shot him a glare before choosing to ignore him. She felt that continuing to share a desk with him would inevitably lead to more awkward moments. The Chinese class was uneventful, as one of the 3 core subjects taught by the esteemed teacher Liang. Chen Shi'an remained focused, diligently following along rather than drifting into thoughts of mathematics or English. Though teacher Liang had a reputation for being somewhat irreverent among his peers, his teaching prowess was undisputed. Teacher Liang emphasized examination techniques and standards, which Chen Shi'an found lacking in his own preparation for the language exams. In teacher Liang's words, "The literary abilities in this room are rather mediocre. I do not expect any literary giants to emerge from you. Simply use your limited literary knowledge to achieve the highest possible scores." If there were to be a discussion on literary prowess, Chen Shi'an would likely rank highest in the class. Yet paradoxically, his examination scores were the lowest. To align his scores with his literary abilities, Chen Shi'an listened intently during Chinese class, as it was the sole subject in high school where he could genuinely learn from the teacher. Today was no exception. Even as the bell rang, teacher Liang insisted on completing one last question. "Since we've started discussing this question, let us tackle it together." Chen Shi'an felt his eyelids twitch in response. At last, the class concluded and students surged toward the exit. Damn it, after such a delay, there's no time left. Shall we grab some food? Are you foolish? If we go now, we'll be stuck in line. Get moving. Don't run so fast. Let us wash up together. With the exception of Chen Shi'an and Lin Mingxiu, the remaining students lived in dormitories and had to queue for meals and showers. In the blink of an eye, only Chen Shi'an and Lin Mingxiu remained in the classroom. Today was their turn for duties, and they needed to clean the classroom before leaving. "Let us sweep the floor, take out the trash, wipe the blackboard, and rearrange the desks," Lin Mingxiu instructed. "All right," Chen Shi'an replied, rising from his seat to retrieve a broom from the back corner of the classroom. There were about 10 brooms, each one in disrepair. He found it hard to believe that the brooms in this classroom could be in such a state when he had used bamboo brooms in the temple for 5 years without issue. Surely, no one was wielding these brooms as swords. Chen Shi'an selected 2 relatively good brooms, one for himself and the other for Lin Mingxiu. Although Lin Mingxiu did not approach him, she was not idle. She first went to the podium to wipe the blackboard. After finishing with the blackboard, she also cleaned the podium before picking up a broom to join Chen Shi'an in sweeping the floor. Noticing that Chen Shi'an started from the first group, she began her task from the 4th group. In their silence, the expansive classroom was filled solely with the sound of their brooms clashing against desks and chairs, the rustling of the broom against the floor, and the scattered scraps of paper and dust being gathered into small piles in the aisle. Occasionally, Lin Mingxiu would glance over at him. Even while sweeping, Chen Shi'an maintained a serious demeanor. His expression revealed no signs of displeasure at the chore, only meticulousness and dedication. He worked swiftly, and the worn broom seemed particularly obedient in his hands. By the time he commenced sweeping the 2nd group, Lin Mingxiu had only reached halfway through the 4th group. "Was it just you and your master on the mountain?" The girl's voice suddenly resonated through the classroom, soft yet sufficiently clear for him to hear. "Yes, and a cat." "A cat?" "Yes, a rather plump black cat." As Chen Shi'an continued his sweeping, he engaged in conversation. This was the first time Lin Mingxiu had inquired about his life on the mountain during the 2 days they had been classmates. "So, did you have to do a lot of housework on the mountain?" Forgive her for not being able to think of the perfect adjective at that moment. "Yes, but we generally refer to it as chores. I was primarily responsible for the chores at the temple." "What do those chores entail?" "Each day, I would wake up and fetch water from the spring to fill the water tank, then prepare breakfast. We also raised chickens in the back courtyard of the temple. So after breakfast, I had to feed the chickens. Before noon, I needed to prepare lunch, and during my free time in the afternoon, I would clean the temple courtyard, wipe the tables and chairs in the halls, and tend to the fruit plates and incense burners. We also grew vegetables on the outer wall, which required watering in the evenings, and I would pick the ripe ones as well. After that, I would prepare dinner and then boil water for a bath." That sounds busy. Not really. Each task has its own fixed time and arrangement. Some things don't need to be done daily, so over time, it naturally becomes a habit. When I see the water tank is empty, I think of fetching water. When I see fallen leaves in the courtyard, I go to sweep them up. "Do you still have time to practice Taoism?" "First life, then practice Taoism. Our temple is both poor and dilapidated, and there are no others to assist my master and me in focusing on our practice. My master also says that practicing Taoism detached from life does not necessarily lead to the right path." "At what age did you start doing these tasks?" Since I can remember, I began undertaking what I could. Doesn't your master do any of this? After I became sensible, my master stopped his studies and only focused on teaching me and maintaining the temple's livelihood. Lin Mingxiu found it difficult to fully grasp Chen Shi'an's experiences, only able to imagine such a life through his fragmented words. It was truly a life entirely different from her own understanding. While lost in thought, their brooms met in the middle of the third group. Lin Mingxiu felt somewhat ashamed. Chen Shi'an had already swept through 2.5 groups while she had only completed 1.5. However, it was evident that Chen Shi'an did not mind. He fetched a dustpan to collect the dust and debris they had swept up, then looked up at her and asked, "Class monitor, can you do housework?" "Of course. What can you do?" "Sweeping, mopping, wiping tables and windows. Everyone could do that." Despite her words, the girl felt a bit embarrassed to avert her gaze. After all, being able to do something does not equate to actually doing it. She hadn't done housework in a long time, and her father did not require her to. If she were to mention any housework, it would either be tasks she voluntarily took on or those assigned by her father, which was a stark contrast to Chen Shi'an's ingrained habit of integrating chores into his very being. "So can you cook?" "No." "Can you boil rice?" "Yes." "How about boiling water?" "Anyone can do that." Lin Mingxiu lifted her head, her previously timid voice now filled with newfound confidence, leading Chen Shi'an to believe she was speaking of something extraordinary, akin to building a rocket. "Ha! It seems the class monitor and Xiao Ji are quite similar, both being at the level of boiling water." Chen Shi'an did not know many girls, and in comparison, the ability to cook, prepare meals, and make mung bean syrup like Wan Yin was on an entirely different level. After finishing their cleaning, the two, just like in the morning, carried the trash bin downstairs to dispose of the garbage. Perhaps it was because no one else was in the classroom at that moment, and they didn't have to attend the morning reading class. The girls seemed more relaxed. Chen Shi'an glanced at the time. It was already 5:35 p.m., with an hour remaining before evening study. He still hadn't eaten dinner. Lin Mingxiu hadn't eaten either and hadn't taken a shower. There was always enough time. "Class monitor, would you like to have dinner together?" Chen Shi'an naturally extended the invitation. Lin Mingxiu wiped her hands with a tissue, her expression calm, as if she hadn't heard his words. Just as Chen Shi'an was about to repeat his question, the girl spoke. Her voice as delicate as porcelain touched by fresh spring water, creating no ripples in the air. "Aren't you eating with Wen Jixia?" Lin Mingxiu's words took Chen Shi'an by surprise. He had mentioned at lunchtime that his desk mate was Lin Mingxiu. But how did she know that his dinner companion was Wen Jixia? "Because we were on duty today. I told Xiao Ji that she didn't need to wait for me to eat." "Haha, Xiao Ji is quite fitting." "Oh." The two walked out of the classroom together. Chen Shi'an asked her, "Class monitor, how did you know I was eating with her?" "I happened to see it at noon." That wasn't unexpected. Being in the same school, it was entirely normal for him to eat with Xiao Ji without avoiding anyone. "Do you know Xiao Ji?" Chen Shi'an asked, feigning ignorance. "We were deskmates before." Lin Mingxiu did not turn her head, casting him a sidelong glance. To Chen Shi'an, having his former deskmate become his dinner companion was not something to hide. Regardless of Lin Mingxiu's relationship with Wen Jixia, it would not affect his relationship with either of them. In fact, this relaxed atmosphere made him appear particularly open-minded. Had he tried to conceal anything, it might have made Lin Mingxiu suspicious of their relationship. After all, they were just good friends who had anything to feel guilty about. It was not a busy time between classes, and the staircase was relatively empty as Chen Shi'an and Lin Mingxiu walked downstairs side by side. The campus at dusk held a unique romance, with music playing from the loudspeaker that Chen Shi'an could not name. The sycamore leaves scattered golden flecks of light across the walkway, and the evening breeze carried the scent of grass through the athletic field, gently colliding with the orange-red glow of the sunset on the horizon. After walking together for a while, Chen Shi'an invited Lin Mingxiu again, "Class monitor, would you like to have dinner together?" Even she herself could not comprehend why she agreed to him. Since middle school, she had always eaten in the cafeteria alone, and this was the first time she was willing to share a meal with someone. Perhaps it was because of what he said earlier, that he told Wen Jixia not to wait for him. If he had chosen not to eat with her, she would have absolutely ignored him. Seeing Lin Mingxiu agree, Chen Shi'an was pleased and smiled. "It's rare to have dinner with the esteemed class monitor. This time, I'll treat you." "No need." "Yes. You lent me so many books and exercise books, and I haven't properly thanked you yet. At least you have a little conscience. Class monitor, you choose." Which cafeteria do you want to eat at? Cafeteria número dos. All right. The two then made their way to cafeteria number 2, which was run by Lin Mingxiu's fellow townsfolk. Dining with Lin Mingxiu is an experience markedly distinct from sharing a meal with Wen Jixia. Xiaoji is incessantly chatty, her lively chatter persisting even while eating. When Chen Shi'an remains silent, she fills the void with her own banter. In contrast, the class leader exudes a serene silence, creating an ambience that feels less like a shared meal and more akin to a chance encounter with a passerby standing nearby. Chen Shi'an is certain that, had he not initiated conversation, the class leader could have easily refrained from uttering a single word from the moment they entered the cafeteria to when they departed. The evening dining hour is less hurried than lunch, with minimal cues at the various serving counters. Lin Mingxiu takes the lead in ordering. The masked lady behind the counter, a fellow villager of Lin's school, recognizes her despite Lin's unfamiliarity with the proper titles for her elders. Upon seeing the young girl at the counter, the lady's crow's feet crinkle with a smile. Dear girl, what would you like to eat? This, and this. Thank you, Auntie. Unlike the spice-loving Wen Jixia, Lin Mingxiu opts for more delicate dishes, a serving of chicken stewed with potatoes, a plate of tomato meatballs, and a portion of garlic sot ed bok choy. Would you like anything else? You should eat more. You look so thin. No, thank you, Auntie. Seeing that Lin Mingxiu had no further requests, the lady generously added a little extra to each dish, filling her tray to the brim. It is evident that Lin Mingxiu cannot possibly finish such a large quantity. Faced with her family's warmth, she feels a touch helpless and expresses her gratitude once more as she accepts the tray. The lady inputs the total on the card machine, and as Lin Mingxiu instinctively reaches for her meal card, Chen Shi'an swiftly interjects, placing his teacher's card on the machine instead. Only then does Lin Mingxiu realize, "You're treating me with my dad's card. I insisted on treating you to a meal. Thank you." Lin Mingxiu casts a sidelong glance at him, her gratitude tinged with a hint of annoyance. The lady observes their interaction with curiosity, having never seen Mingxiu dine with classmates before. It seems this young man shares a close bond with her. "Young man, what would you like?" "I'll have this, and this." "Thank you, Auntie." Chen Shi'an casually selects a few dishes he fancies, and, thanks to Lin Mingxiu, the quantity of food on his tray exceeds that of any previous meal. He doesn't mind, first heading to get soup, and deftly serves her a bowl as well before collecting his own utensils. Balancing one bowl of soup in his left hand and another atop his right tray, he moves with the poise and speed of an experienced server. Although Lin Mingxiu does not wait for him outside, she remains seated, refraining from touching her chopsticks. It is apparent that she seldom dines with others, and the solitary wait at the table, guarding her meal without eating, makes her feel somewhat uneasy. Fortunately, Chen Shi'an does not keep her waiting long. Once seated, he places the bowl of soup beside her tray. "Oh, you got me chopsticks and spoon? Just grab them." "Thank you, class leader. I'm sorry I didn't notice." As he speaks, he sets down his own utensils and seamlessly takes the chopsticks and spoon from her hand as she withdraws. Lin Mingxiu's expression remains unchanged, yet the small frustration she felt inexplicably dissipates. "Here, class leader, your soup." "Thank you. Do you not usually get soup?" "Very rarely." In reality, Lin Mingxiu is not particularly fond of soup. Perhaps it is due to her father's belief that she lacks sufficient nutrition, as he has always made her soup since childhood. Even now, living in the dormitory, he sometimes brings her a thermos filled with soup when he cooks at home. Having consumed so much over the years, she has grown weary of it. The cafeteria has soup pails in comparison to her father's, which is why she hardly ever orders it, although she is somewhat reluctant to admit that she is a bit picky. After accepting the soup Chen Shi'an offered, Lin Mingxiu takes a sip. The yam and corn soup aids digestion, and having it occasionally is quite beneficial. Chen Shi'an suddenly interjects, "It has yam, carrots, and ordinary corn, which isn't sweet. If it were, it would have been taken long ago." Lin Mingxiu shows no intention of waiting for him to begin eating. Once he is seated, she starts using her chopsticks. Her dining posture is refined, legs neatly together under the table, leaning slightly forward while keeping her back straight. Throughout the meal, she remains silent and focused solely on the food before her, eating swiftly, her chopsticks and mouth in constant motion. Occasionally, her smooth, dining rhythm halts as she precisely extracts scallions from the chicken stew, discards any blemished vegetable leaves, and tears off the inedible chicken skin to set aside. Suddenly, her expression changes as she discreetly glances at Chen Shi'an, noticing he seems oblivious. In a flurry, she spits out a piece of ginger that had masqueraded as potato. Chen Shi'an, having witnessed the spectacle, pretends not to notice, though stifling his laughter proves difficult. It must be said, ginger is indeed a master of disguise in the culinary world, able to fool even the choosiest of eaters. Unlike Wen Jixia, who is incessantly talkative, Chen Shi'an maintains a moderate demeanor, engaging in casual conversation while eating. Class leader, when did you and Xiaoji become desk mates? In first year. I thought you always sat alone. What do you think of being desk mates? Lin Mingxiu, focused on her meal, does not respond initially. After a brief pause, she finally replies, just desk mates. Anything else? She excels academically, is cheerful and warm-hearted, very intelligent, and gets along with everyone. Her thoughts are quite detailed. After speaking, Lin Mingxiu looks up at him, her eyes clearly conveying a message. Are you satisfied now? How cryptic. You're quite the character. I'm deducting 2 points this time. Lin Mingxiu, curious, reflects that while Wen Jixia is indeed lively and bright, she typically maintains her distance from boys. During their first year, they preferred to eat at separate tables rather than being paired with anyone else. So she is surprised to discover that Wen Jixia dines with Chen Shi'an, who is from a different class. She cannot fathom Wen Jixia's intentions, nor does she understand why she feels an inexplicable concern about it. However, since Chen Shi'an has openly broached the topic, Lin Mingxiu follows suit, allowing her curiosity to surface. How did you meet her? She asks without looking at him, focusing instead on her meal, feigning indifference, as if it were merely a casual inquiry. We met on a long-distance bus when we came to register at school. You must have a special connection. If you put it that way, then every encounter between people is a connection. It applies to you and me as well. Lin Mingxiu wishes to refute him, yet his argument is irrefutable, leaving her with no grounds for denial. Is she also your study partner? Yes, that's great. Her English is really good, so learning from her should be quite beneficial. I owe a lot of my math success to the class leader's help. I still need to work on my practice book during evening study. Lin Mingxiu sets down her chopsticks, having finished her meal. Although her plate remains laden with food, she has completely consumed the bowl of soup Chen Shi'an served her. Looking up, she sees that Chen Shi'an still has nearly half of his meal untouched, maintaining a steady and unhurried pace, unaffected by her quick dining. Lin Mingxiu took out a tissue, tore off a piece, and handed it to him. She was momentarily taken aback. Did this freshly descended Taoist also possess the habit of sharing a tissue? No need, I have one, he replied. Take it. Neither of us has a large mouth, and this tissue is quite ample. Half will suffice. Thank you, Lin Mingxiu instinctively said, only to realize afterward that she was thanking him for receiving a tissue. You're welcome, he responded. The young girl shot him a scornful glance, truly having never encountered someone so brazen in her life. Do you always eat this quickly, class leader? You're the slow one. After Lin Mingxiu wiped her mouth, noticing that Chen Shi'an was taking his time with his meal, she began to tidy her own tray. With that, she lifted her tray and stood up. Chen Shi'an, naturally unbothered by her actions, found himself admiring her strong sense of independence and initiative. As Lin Mingxiu turned to leave her seat, his voice suddenly echoed behind her. Are you talking to yourself again? Probably not, she thought, for her stomach truly was unwell. Yet, how'd he know that? Lin Mingxiu glanced back. Chen Shi'an was still leisurely enjoying his meal. Chapter 57 At 9:45 in the evening, the bell signaling the end of evening study rang. Chen Shi'an exited a state of flow and capped his pen. Turning to look at the class leader beside him, he noted that despite the cacophony of students as the dismissal bell rang, she remained engrossed in her work, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Occasionally, Chen Shi'an couldn't help but admire her. Even with his own abilities, the intensity of her daily studies would surely be exhausting. And he wondered how Lin Mingxiu managed to persevere day after day. He briefly assessed his current academic standing. He had memorized over 500 English words and was nearing the completion of the 7th grade textbook. While grammar and speaking were difficult to quantify, he felt he had made significant progress in those areas. He had finished all the content of the 7th grade math curriculum and had spent most of the day working through practice problems. Lin Mingxiu had completed an entire semester's worth of exercises and tests in just 2 days. If he were to take a test based solely on 7th grade math, even if it exceeded the syllabus a bit, he would undoubtedly achieve full marks. Of course, compared to his progress in English, his advancement in math felt slower. With the accumulation of vocabulary, such a disparity might continue to grow, but that was inevitable given the differing natures of the two subjects. In terms of math alone, completing a semester's worth of content and exercises in under 2 days would hardly be considered slow. Throughout the 3 years of junior high, spanning 6 semesters, Chen Shi'an conservatively estimated that he could conquer junior high mathematics in no more than a month. Without practicing problems, he could even do it faster, but math necessitated practice. The textbook content was too fundamental and lacked variety, requiring extensive problem solving to cultivate mathematical thinking. Thanks to the fortunate timing of the school year starting on Wednesday, after just 2 more days of classes, a day of rest awaited. In the past, while on the mountain, Chen Shi'an had little sense of the days of the week. Now, having been a high school student for a few days, he found himself actually looking forward to the weekend. At 10:30, "Are you walking with the seniors?" "I'm leaving. See you tomorrow." Chen Shi'an smiled, slinging his backpack over his shoulder as he rose from his seat. Only after he left did Lin Mingqiu glance at his desk. "Oh, I am exhausted." In the first-floor corridor, when Chen Shi'an encountered Wen Jixia, the girl appeared utterly drained, her demeanor reminiscent of a toy with its batteries removed. Her steps sluggish enough to leave traces on the ground. The straps of her backpack grazed her elbows, her long eyelashes drooped like delicate fans, and she seemed on the verge of collapsing into a soft heap of cotton candy. Chen Shi'an had thought he was tired, only to realize that Wen Jixia was demonstrating what true exhaustion looked like. "Taoist, lean on me," she requested. "Then lean on me," he replied. "Wow, you have such thick skin. I was just testing you, and you really had the nerve to say that." "Hey, you said it first." The reserved girl ultimately refrained from leaning against him. She had indeed been joking, but it was undeniable that, in the moment he acquiesced, she had momentarily wavered. The two walked side by side along the school path, and as they passed the brightly lit senior teaching building, Wen Jixia felt a renewed sense of alertness, her fatigue lessening. "I heard that many students in the top class of senior year study until midnight," she murmured. "Isn't it said that senior year ends evening study at 10:30? Chen Shi'an asked curiously. "So, will you also do the same when you reach senior year?" "You have to put in effort," she replied. "What does effort mean to you?" Wen Jixia pondered seriously for a moment before saying, "If everyone else is working hard, I certainly can't be idle. I hold myself to high standards. I need to truly exert myself to feel like I am trying. Otherwise, I feel like I'm just playing around. When I think about how many hours others have studied while I have only studied a few, I feel a pang of guilt. So, in that sense, the environment is compelling you to strive? It's certainly not just that. Although that is partly true, more importantly, I believe it stems from a desire to prove my own excellence, not to fall behind others." After saying this, Wen Jixia tilted her head and asked him, "Taoist, have you ever felt anxious?" I can't recall any particularly deep feelings of anxiety." "You transferred into the second year with zero foundation and are about to face the college entrance examination. Aren't you anxious?" "Not all. I envy you." "So, was it from that moment on that you decided to work very hard?" "Yes. Otherwise, facing the consequences of being unprepared feels like a death sentence. And it's truly anxiety-inducing." It seemed that Wen Jixia also held herself to high standards. Chen Shi'an nodded. He used also because he could see that Lin Mingqiu was similar, and it was quite hard to imagine the level of competition between these two girls sitting together. Beneath the dim night sky, the vast campus behind them loomed like a cold, oppressive beast. Stepping outside, Wen Jixia felt an immediate sense of relief wash over her. Her spirits surged, and she walked with renewed vigor, her voice vibrant once more. Chen Shi'an watched in astonishment. Had he not been certain that the girl lacked magical abilities, he might have believed she had mastered an even more advanced form of spiritual cultivation. "Hey, just 2 more days of class, and then we get a day off. So, that's what you live for? What else is there?" She flitted between his left and right sides before finally settling comfortably beside him on his right. Seizing this rare moment of leisure, Wen Jixia decided to practice her English speaking with him. For her, it felt less like studying and more like a cherished relaxation. "What do you usually do after returning home at night?" The girl's pronunciation was impeccable and paired with her soft, sweet voice. It perfectly suited the ambience of the night. "I typically shower, do my laundry, and then sleep," he replied. Wen Jixia giggled at his still somewhat clumsy pronunciation, but she kindly encouraged him. "You've shown clear improvement since this morning. Keep practicing." Only then did she realize that she might be expecting too much from Chen Shi'an, considering he had only been exposed to English for 2 days. After all, It was indeed his remarkable memory and learning ability that had unconsciously raised her expectations. "Are you hungry?" she suddenly asked, catching a whiff of grilled sausages from a nearby vendor. "Do you want to eat grilled sausages again? Hurry and tell me. Are you hungry?" "I am. Let us go, it's on me tonight." Without hesitation, if it weren't for your gentle nudge this morning, I would have undoubtedly struggled to muster any enthusiasm throughout the day. This gesture is worth numerous cups of coffee, and I shall treat you. Who was it that nudged you? Can one really phrase it that way? A person genuinely eager to treat others will always find a reason to do so. Chen Shi'an, unable to resist her insistence, eventually accompanied her to the grilled sausage stall. The stall that sold 2 grilled sausages for 6 kwai last night had vanished, leaving one to wonder if it had gone out of business. It serves them right. They were selling 2 for 5 kwai each. Such poor business acumen. Yet you still purchased them yesterday. I thought it was 2 for 5 kwai. Little did I know it was 6. Feeling embarrassed to backtrack, I simply went along with it. Yes, I'm aware of your thick skin. At a different sausage stall, when Jixia happily purchased 2 grilled sausages for 5 kwai, gleefully handing one to Chen Shi'an. "Taoist, when shall you give me the nourishing tea you promised?" "Oh, you feel comfortable asking me, but not others?" "Umph. You were the one who mentioned it, not I. Let's wait until the weekend. I will take a stroll in the mountains and see what I can forage. Rest assured, I never go back on my word." "You truly intend to search the mountains yourself?" When Jixia was taken aback. "Perhaps you should teach me that invigorating massage technique instead. I sense you are withholding such a miraculous skill. With it, I could conquer anything. You ought to get to bed earlier." Chapter 58. Wan In Look, your favorite male senior. The management of the old community is quite lax. The gates are left wide open during the day, only closing around 10 at night, requiring a swipe of an access card for entry and exit. Has Xiao Chun finished classes? Yes, Uncle Zheng is also preparing to leave work, isn't he? Oh, I've barely just started my shift. How could I leave so early? I've been on the night shift from 8 in the evening until 8 in the morning. That sounds quite arduous. It's not bad. Chen Shi'an smiled, acknowledging that Uncle Zheng has managed to avoid many pitfalls over the years. Ha, indeed. The motion sensor lights in the hallway illuminate sequentially with footsteps, casting a warm yellow glow over the steps, only to dim slowly during pauses. While living on the mountain, it was hard to imagine what life would be like with dozens of households residing in the same building. Many homes retained the same antiquated decor style as this one, with doors of a liver color wide open, secured only by a hinged grill door, allowing the scents, sounds, and fragmented visuals from within to waft into the corridor. The aroma of scallions and ginger wafted from the third-floor corner, mingling with the hum of the exhaust fan, leaving one to wonder whether dinner or a late-night snack was being prepared. The sounds of a television on the 5th floor were intertwined with the lively chatter of children, followed by a woman's gentle coaxing. On the 7th floor, the motion sensor light malfunctioned, buzzing with electrical noise as it flickered to life. Chen Shi'an looked up to see a moth, attracted by the light, fluttering erratically against the bulb. Upon opening the door, the room was bright and airy. A faintly sweet aroma lingered in the air. Chen Shi'an recognized it as the sweet soup made with tremella and lily bulbs. Is there anyone who watches television like this? The screen will surely be broken soon. Meow. Chen Shi'an approached and picked up the remote in front of the black cat, inspecting it before pressing a few buttons. He then moved to check the connections behind the television. Meow. Fat Mo watched him warily. Fortunately, Chen Shi'an did not act recklessly. He recalled the times when he and Fat Mo watched television together. Whenever the screen flickered, they would rush outside to adjust the antenna's position. A slight turn to the left would bring on static, while a turn to the right would create colorful stripes. It took precise adjustments to achieve a clear picture. The only television in the Taoist temple lacked a remote, utilizing an old-fashioned body with manual buttons, a gift to the master during the millennium. However, all of that changed the moment he used a thunder technique to fry the television. Meow. Fat Mo's face reflected confusion as it pressed the remote again, but the screen remained unchanged. Meow. The black cat looked at Chen Shi'an. Chen Shi'an responded, "What kind of look is that? Do you suspect that I broke it? You were the one incessantly pressing the remote, weren't you, Fat Cat?" Fortunately, the young Taoist was not as dim-witted as Fat Mo. He had a better understanding of technology. Chen Shi'an took the remote and pressed it, realizing that, compared to before, the indicator light did not illuminate. Perhaps it is out of battery. Meow. The black cat leaned in to observe, equally puzzled. Chapter 7. Chen Shi'an rummaged through the drawer of the television cabinet but could not find a battery of that size. Wan Yin, Chen Shi'an called out a couple of times towards the closed bathroom door. Is Wan Yin taking a shower so late? Yes. I went out for dinner with friends and took a walk afterward. I'm almost done. Just a moment. By the way, I made some tremella and lily bulb sweet soup. You can have some while you wait. No pity. I just wanted to ask if you have any number 7 batteries at home. Fat Mo drained the remote battery. Fat Mo, how long have I even been here? Why is it my fault that the remote is dead? Those small batteries? Yes. I believe I have some in my room. Great. I'll wait for you to finish your shower then. Although the bathroom door was closed, Chen Shi'an felt hesitant to get too close to speak, knowing that his sister was inside. He set the remote down and headed to the kitchen, where he indeed found a pot of freshly made tremella and lily bulb sweet soup. The lid was ajar, allowing the sweet aroma to waft into the air, explaining the delightful scent that greeted him upon entering. Chen Shi'an had made this sweet soup many times. Not only was it delicious, but it also had the benefits of soothing the lungs, stopping coughs, and nourishing the body. Especially delightful during the transition from late summer to early autumn when the weather is hot and dry. Having just finished grilled sausages with xiaoji, his throat felt parched. So he grabbed a bowl to sample the soup, finding it exceptionally delightful. It was clear that Li Wan Yin was quite skilled. Both the tremella and lily bulbs had been soaked beforehand. Otherwise, the soup would turn sour. In addition to the tremella and lily bulbs, a few red dates added a fragrant, nourishing flavor to the sweet soup. Chen Shi'an filled 2 bowls, and, just as he was bringing them out, Li Wan Yin emerged from the bathroom. Fresh from her shower, his sister radiated a beauty reminiscent of a lotus flower emerging from the water. She walked in her slippers to the balcony, hanging up her towel and freshly washed undergarments, while also pondering what Chen Shi'an had just mentioned as she made her way back to her room. There should be number 7 batteries. No ruse, Wan Yin. Please enjoy the sweet soup I prepared for you. Thank you, I'll have some first. These ingredients are quite inexpensive. A little goes a long way. Previously, when I want to make it just for myself, I would often prepare too much and waste it, but if I made too little, it would be difficult to cook. Now, with your help, we can finish it together. Although she was not handy with tasks like changing light bulbs or fixing plumbing, changing batteries in the remote was a piece of cake for her. Under the admiring gaze of the black cat, she successfully replaced the batteries in the remote, restoring it to proper function. It should work now. Meow. Li Wan Yin placed the remote in front of Fat Mo, who could now joyfully change channels again. Seizing the opportunity, she gave him a gentle stroke. Fat Mo did not shy away, but simply cast her an annoyed glance. Sure, Mo truly loves watching television, almost as if he understands it. Delighted by petting the cat, Li Wan Yin turned to Chen Shi'an, inquiring, how old is Sure Mo this year? At least 18. I was found by my master at the same time as Fat Mo 10? 18. Li Wan Yin was astonished. It was hardly noticeable. If he were indeed that age, it would explain his remarkable intelligence. The oldest tabby cat I ever raised only lived for 16 years. As she spoke, Li Wan Yin took a seat at the dining table, and the siblings sipped their sweet soup while chatting away. Did Wan Yin go out for a gathering with friends tonight? It was fine. I'm still catching up on the foundational math and English from middle school. After saying this, Chen Shi'an chuckled and asked her, how were your grades in middle school? If I encounter something I don't understand, may I ask you for help? My academic performance during middle school was quite commendable, yet over the years, I have long since repaid my teachers. The questions presented now elude my understanding, which is rather unfortunate. This morning, Wan Yin mentioned she had a job interview. Has she secured the position? I cannot discern whether it is the sweetness of the syrup or the smoothness of her interview that has brightened Wan Yin's demeanor. Well, I remain uncertain. She said she would notify me, but I believe there is a chance. If it does not come to fruition, it is of no consequence, as I have another interview scheduled for tomorrow. It seems things are looking up, doesn't it? Not really. I have merely lowered my expectations for job hunting, which naturally broadens my options. It is essential to find a stable position first. Relying solely on part-time work is not sustainable. Rest assured, Wan Yin, you possess the aura of prosperity, and the greatest setbacks of life have already passed. There is no need to rush. Hearing you say that brings me great joy. Just as we were chatting casually, a notification popped up on Wan Yin's phone, mentioning her in a group message. Intrigued, she clicked to see what it was. It was a video. Wow, Jia Yin, where did you find this video? That tall boy is undeniably handsome. Is he practicing martial arts? He appears to be full of vigor. Observing the excited remarks from her friends, Wan Yin also clicked on the video to watch. Shi'an, Chapter 59. The truth is unbelievable. Wan Yin was astonished. The tall boy her dormitory friends were fervently discussing was none other than Chen Shi'an, who sat across from her, sipping syrup. Had she not seen the mention that they found it on Douyin, she might have assumed they had stalked him to capture the footage. Her previous comments in the group about wanting to become wealthy and support a tall boy were merely playful banter, not to be taken seriously. Her friends, seemingly aware of her particular inclinations, eagerly tagged her whenever a handsome tall boy was involved. The scene in the video clearly depicted a school environment, possibly during a break or physical education class. The camera was handheld and occasionally shaky, capturing numerous students clad in Yunqi Yizhang uniforms. However, the focal point was none other than Chen Shi'an. His form was as graceful as a pine tree, his movements fluid and powerful, exuding an aura of tranquility. Each gesture flowed seamlessly, and coupled with his striking features, he radiated an extraordinary presence, akin to a celestial being. Having grown accustomed to various types of handsome boys online, from the delicate to the brooding and athletic, encountering someone as ethereal as Chen Shi'an was akin to savoring a cup of clear tea that invigorates the senses. No wonder her friends were so animated in their discussions. What a charming figure. How could a tall boy possess such an aura? At first glance, he embodies the essence of a protagonist from a fantasy novel, does he not? Yes, precisely. I declare, I too admire the tall boy. He appears so pristine. How delightful it would be to live with him. Goodness, before I die, I must ensure to erase all chat records. It would be too embarrassing to be associated with you all. Yet, she remained silent, unsure how to express herself. If she revealed that she knew the tall boy from the video and currently lived with him, the group chat would undoubtedly explode with messages. The sensation of a familiar person being passionately discussed by friends and appearing in a video was quite peculiar. Wani never anticipated witnessing Chen Shi'an's school life in such a manner today. Perhaps lost in her thoughts while staring at her phone, she had not taken a sip of the syrup for quite some time. Chen Shi'an, curious, inquired, "What is Wani looking at?" Look, Shi'an. Is that you in this video? Let me see." Chen Shi'an set down his spoon and tilted his head to view the video on Wan Yin's phone. As she unmuted the sound, the traditional instrumental music began to play alongside the video. "Hey, is that you?" "Yes, it is. I filmed it during PE class this afternoon. It was likely recorded by our PE teacher." "How did Wan Yin come across it?" "A friend sent it to me. She said she found it on Douyin." "Douyin? That short video platform? Did you post it?" "Then it must have been our PE teacher who shared it." Chen Shi'an did not grasp the concept well and appeared unperturbed, unlike Wan Yin's excitement. "What are you practicing?" "I'm unfamiliar with this, but you perform remarkably well. Just from this video, it is evident that you are quite skilled. How can you execute such challenging movements without faltering?" "I have been practicing since I was young." "Impressive." As they watched the video together, another group notification popped up. 2 messages floated across the top of the screen, causing Wan Yin's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She quickly moved her phone away, attempting to suppress the group messages, but her outdated phone lagged terribly, freezing on the WeChat interface. "What happened?" "Oh, nothing. Just a few friends who enjoy joking around." Seeing that Chen Shi'an did not seem concerned, Wan Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. "By the way, do you have Douyin on your phone?" "Search for it." "I do not, but I will download it to take a look." "There is no need to worry about data usage at home," she reassured him. Under Wan Yin's guidance, Chen Shi'an began downloading Douyin, although his phone was even slower than hers, causing the installation process to drag on. Wan Yin opened her Douyin, entered the watermark ID from the video, and a user named Lu Shui Wusheng appeared. "This is your PE teacher?" "Indeed." His username exuded a middle-aged charm, and the profile picture was of Mr. One himself. The personal description read, "Dressed in a windbreaker, traversing wild paths, practicing Tai Chi while observing the clouds. The martial world does not require a sword. The track is where I find joy. Stone steps are for cultivating the mind. I pause in the morning mist before the pines. And I even compete in push-ups with my students. A high school PE teacher who loves the martial world and travel. Welcome to follow. Your PE teacher is quite eloquent." Wan Yin chuckled. The profile description and photo perfectly aligned with her stereotype of a middle-aged man seeking spiritual fulfillment. Chen Shi'an smiled in response. If Wan Yin were to meet our PE teacher in person, she might not find him so eloquent. "Is he quite large?" "Indeed, tall and robust, radiating a strong martial presence. Your PE teacher is quite active on Douyin. He has uploaded so many videos treating it like a social media platform. Together, they observed his profile, which boasted hundreds of videos, including teaching routines, fitness tips, campus scenery, and travel experiences during holidays. Aside from the video of Chen Shi'an, which had over 20,000 likes, the other videos garnered only a mere few dozen or 100 likes. It was evident that Mr. Wan had no intention of promoting himself. He merely shared his life as if it were a personal social media account. Your PE teacher is quite interesting. Indeed, he is a rather sincere individual. As Chen Shi'an and Wan Yin leaned closely together, engrossed in their viewing, the curious black cat could no longer sit still and jumped up to join them, eager to see what they were watching. What mattered was not the content, but the fact that they could not hide anything from the little feline. Wan Yin had little interest in Mr. Wan's other videos, but after a brief glance, she clicked on the one featuring Chen Shi'an. You are about to become famous. It has received 28,000 likes. The saves, comments, and shares are all in the thousands. Wan Yin was utterly astonished. She had no knowledge of Douyin's operational mechanisms, but having seen enough videos, she recognized the potential for virality in this one. Freshness, appeal, atmosphere, and authenticity coalesced to create a compelling piece of content. Upon glancing back at Chen Shi'an, he still wore an expression of serene indifference. How composed you are. I simply cannot comprehend. It's nothing. You may proceed. Picking up my phone, I opened the group chat I had just closed. Wan Yin had made a comment. Oh no, Wan Yin must be utterly infatuated with the tall boy. Indeed, when one speaks the truth, few believe it. Chapter 60. Transforming into a mosquito to drain you. The following morning, Chen Shi'an rose at 5 o'clock, as usual, departing the community with Fei Mo to practice parkour outdoors. He broadened the radius of his current living area, enhancing his mental map of the surroundings. Within a 2-kilometer radius, few could claim greater familiarity with the roads and buildings than he. Along the way, he encountered a uniquely designed vehicle, equipped with a luggage rack atop, which held not luggage, but a camera adorned with several lenses. As the cameras rotated, one turned towards Chen Shi'an, and a flash of red light flickered before his eyes, seemingly capturing him in its scan. Intrigued, Chen Shi'an approached a young man waiting for the bus and inquired, "Do you know what kind of vehicle that is?" "Oh, that might be a new energy vehicle testing its autonomous driving capabilities, or it could be a high-precision mapping vehicle from Dagao. The writing on the back indicates as much." "Mapping?" "Yes, although I'm not entirely sure. I have heard that in remote areas or wilderness, map collection still relies on collectors walking. Isn't satellite positioning sufficient? The precision is limited. For instance, when using a map, details such as traffic regulations, electronic eyes, and road directions require high accuracy. Are the collectors all employees? It seems to be crowdsourced. Anyone can participate and get paid." "I see. What do you do for a living to know so much?" "I write code." "You work so early?" "The settlement system was released, and I just finished my shift." "So, you're out running this early?" "I'm collecting maps." Ah, Chen Shi'an felt he had acquired a new nugget of knowledge. He often utilized maps, but had previously been unaware of how this information was gathered. He appreciated this application, which resolved the common dilemma of individuals navigating unfamiliar places blindly. He contemplated the possibility of becoming a map collector during his travels, exploring obscure corners as a way of benefiting the public. At 6:15, Chen Shi'an, with his bag slung over his shoulder, arrived punctually at the rendezvous point with Wen Jixia. The young girl was already waiting for him. Compared to yesterday, she appeared much more spirited today. One hand held a large bag of breakfast, while the other clutched a cup of soy milk. Upon seeing Chen Shi'an, she immediately regarded him with surprise. "Taoist, your fame has spread. What nonsense is this? You've seen it too?" Chen Shi'an was somewhat taken aback. Had Wen Jixia not mentioned it, he would have nearly forgotten. "I didn't check, but when I woke up this morning and looked at the group chat, everyone was sharing your video. Now the whole school knows about you." As they walked, Wen Jixia pulled out her phone, opened Douyin to display the original video, and brought the screen closer for Chen Shi'an to see. In just one night, the video had garnered over 180,000 likes and 20,000 saves. While these figures paled in comparison to videos with millions of likes, such traction for a video that had not been deliberately promoted was still quite remarkable. "Did you film this during gym class?" "Yes. Teacher Wan wanted to learn, so we practiced a bit to show him." "You taught Teacher Wan. It's not really teaching. Now that you see your newfound popularity, what are your thoughts?" "Others toil endlessly to create videos. yet yours has amassed 180,000 likes effortlessly. What does it matter if I'm popular? Chen Shi'an was not pretending to be ignorant. He genuinely lacked comprehension of such matters. Although he was the one gaining fame, both Wan Yin and Xiaoji seemed far more excited. Noticing the perplexed expression on Taoist's face, the young girl pinched her chin, momentarily at a loss for words. Being popular means recognition, an influx of attention, opportunities for live streaming to earn money, and selling products. It's lucrative to be an internet celebrity. I understand now. With Wen Zhixia's explanation, Chen Shi'an finally grasped the essence of it all. Essentially, it was about fame and fortune. As the old saying goes, fame and profit are burdens of the world. Few can cast them aside. The weight of these two words does not require elaboration. However, Chen Shi'an's aspirations lay elsewhere. This mindset was shaped by his upbringing and education. Both he and his master shared this perspective. Otherwise, with his master's abilities, Jing Chengguan would not be so impoverished, nor would he take an interest in the arduous, low-paying work of a map collector. So are you intrigued? Observing Chen Shi'an in contemplation, Wen Zhixia leaped slightly, turning to ask with a smile. Amused, Chen Shi'an replied, "You seem quite intrigued yourself. Do you wish to become an internet celebrity?" "Not at all. Furthermore, becoming famous isn't that easy. Unlike in the past, it's now quite difficult to gain popularity. Many people resort to anything for views." When Zhixia tugged at her backpack strap and sighed, "A girl like me should focus on studying diligently, aim for a good university, and secure a decent job. Is it really so difficult for a girl as beautiful as you?" Hearing Chen Shi'an's straightforward compliment, the girl felt her cheeks flush, secretly overjoyed within. Strangely, despite having received compliments about her beauty throughout her life, hearing the same from Chen Shi'an made her heart race. She desired more praise from him, but was determined not to show it too overtly. Thus, she lowered her head and kicked a small stone, somewhat lacking in confidence as she remarked, "I'm not that pretty. I'm just ordinary." "Ah, you want me to praise you more, don't you?" What a clever strategy of retreating to advance. Chen Shi'an was unyielding, directly exposing the girl's little scheme. With her thoughts laid bare, when Zhixia's face turned a bright shade of red as she stammered, I'm not. I just think of myself as ordinary." "Oh, yet you are quite dishonest. Ah, you pesky Taoist. You odious Taoist. I wish you would turn into a mosquito to drain you dry." Unable to outwit him, her futile arguments only revealed her own insecurities, prompting her to raise her small hand to swat at him. Yet this bothersome Taoist was as unyielding as stone, and her playful slaps felt more like tickling him, leaving her own palms reddened and stinging. "You pesky Taoist. You odious Taoist. I shall not share my soy milk with you again." At 6:27, Chen Shi'an, holding the soy milk Wen Zhixia had given him, arrived punctually at the classroom. He quickened his pace, ensuring he reached a safe zone before the crowd converged. The class monitor's authority remained intact, and the onlookers dispersed, waiting for a break to discuss matters with Taoist properly. Chen Shi'an placed the soy milk on his desk and removed his backpack. Hearing the commotion, Lin Mingqiu, who was working on exercises, glanced at him. "Another cup of soy milk? Do you love soy milk that much? I see you bring one every day without any other breakfast options." Among the 60 students in the class, Lin Mingqiu was uncertain how many groups existed privately. She had only joined 2, one with teachers and one without. It was said that when the lips are gone, the teeth suffer, and with teachers facing such treatment, Lin Mingqiu had no doubt that there was another group without her or the teachers. However, in this regard, Lin Mingqiu was mistaken. Class 5 of the second year had merely 2 named groups, both of which included her. The only student absent from the group was her desk mate Chen Shi'an. As class monitor, she felt a responsibility to unite her classmates, even if she did not share that bond with them. After Chen Shi'an took his seat, Lin Mingqiu asked, "Do you have WeChat?" "Huh?" Chen Shi'an responded, realizing what she meant, and shook his head. "No, I don't have it. Do you have WeChat?" "I do." "Give me your WeChat ID. Class leader, would you please add me on WeChat?" Indeed, that is the case. However, why does this statement seem so awkward? "Let me add you to our class group." "Sounds good." 1393. Chen Shi'an recited a string of digits, then added, "This is my phone number, isn't it?" "It's up to you. I accidentally remembered it." Chapter 61. All for Chen Shi'an to drink. Today's morning reading is Chinese literature. As Chen Shi'an took out his Chinese textbook, he inquired of Lin Mingqiu, "Class leader, what time do you usually arrive in the morning?" "At 6:15. That's a bit earlier than me." The class's regulations state that the morning reading time in the classroom is at 6:30, which is already earlier than the school's guidelines. Yet, Lin Mingxiu arrives even earlier than her own class's requirements, showcasing her strict self-discipline. Chen Shi'an pondered that, at 6:15, he would just be meeting Xiao Ji at the intersection, while the class leader had already arrived in the classroom to study. No wonder the class leader always perceived him as complacent. Picking up the soy milk from the table, Chen Shi'an inserted a straw and took a sip. When Jixia's aunt runs a breakfast shop, providing freshly made soy milk daily. This handcrafted soy milk is far more fragrant and rich than the instant powder varieties, and the slightly unfiltered remnants allow for a hint of soy residue. While sipping the soy milk, Chen Shi'an glanced over at Lin Mingxiu's desk. In one corner of her stack of books, there sat a bottle of milk, which he had noticed since the first day of school. It had remained on her desk untouched. Class leader, aren't you going to drink your milk? I don't like it. Then why did you buy it? My dad bought it. Oh, Chen Shi'an understood. Likely, her father felt that his daughter, with her slender arms and legs, needed nourishment, hence the soup and milk he provided. Unfortunately, the little cotton-padded jacket didn't appreciate it, disliking both soup and milk. However, if your stomach is sensitive, it's indeed best not to consume too much milk. Soy milk is also cooling. Both can aggravate a cold stomach, leading to bloating and acid reflux. Lin Mingxiu turned to meet his gaze, confirming that Chen Shi'an was not merely talking to himself. During their meal together yesterday, she had been curious about how he knew about her stomach issues. Did my dad tell you about my stomach problems? Uncle Lin hadn't mentioned it, but I can discern a few things. You've had stomach issues for many years, haven't you? Lin Mingxiu looked at him, her expression somewhat surprised, though she concealed it well. Chen Shi'an was right. Her stomach had been problematic since middle school. She had tried both Western and traditional medicine, but to no avail, especially in colder weather when her stomach troubles would worsen. But how could he be so observant as to notice her discomfort just by looking? In fact, she had long grown accustomed to the occasional stomach pains, enduring them silently so that others remained unaware of her discomfort. Yet, he could still perceive it? Chen Shi'an could indeed see it. The state of one's internal organs often reveals itself through one's complexion and demeanor. With his skill in observing others, he could easily detect discrepancies that others might overlook. Medicine, like the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and martial arts, is a discipline he has studied and understands to some extent. Lin Mingxiu nodded, acknowledging his earlier assessment. Every individual has a distinct personality. Some yearn for others' concern, while others resist it. Deep down, everyone desires care, but fears that expressing such needs may reveal their vulnerabilities. People often exist as contradictions. Clearly, Lin Mingxiu is not someone who enjoys having concern verbalized. Chen Shi'an, resembling a physician, continued, stomach ailments can vary in severity, yet they are among the most challenging to eradicate. You must nurture it properly. Your stomach is cold and your spleen is weak. You should be mindful of your diet, eating slowly and reducing the burden on your stomach. It is best to avoid cold and raw foods. The stomach is also an emotional organ. Stress and anxiety can adversely affect digestion. While nurturing your stomach, you must also take care of your mental well-being. Lin Mingxiu, who had always feared seeing a doctor, felt as though she were in a clinic listening to Chen Shi'an, almost able to smell the disinfectant and bitter medicinal aromas in the air. Faced with Dr. Chen, her demeanor softened, and she obediently nodded. Did you remember that? I did. Look at you. I said to control your emotions. A calm mindset is essential for a healthy stomach. Lin Mingxiu ignored him. Noticing the bottle of milk on the table, she considered and then placed it between them. You can drink it. Lin Mingxiu thought about the carton of milk her father had just bought for their dormitory and was uncertain how to deal with it. This worked out perfectly. She could let Chen Shi'an finish it all. After the morning exercise class, Teacher Wan arrived at the principal's office. Principal Lin, you summoned me? Wan, please have a seat. Teacher Wan sat at the tea table, feeling somewhat cramped, perhaps due to the small tea stool or his own robust physique. Although he was a teacher, he always viewed himself as rather rough around the edges, his demeanor and presence markedly different from the other subject teachers. It was rare to encounter someone as refined as Principal Lin, who brewed tea with a porcelain teapot and delicate cups. He typically preferred to fill a large cup with loose tea leaves and drink strong tea. Before him sat Principal Lin, a true intellectual. Both men were of similar age, and Teacher Wan knew how difficult it was to gain admission to a prestigious university in their time, especially considering Principal Lin's impoverished background. Teacher 1 held great admiration for him, but what he appreciated most was Principal Lin's deep sense of loyalty. Having read many martial arts novels, he found that Chen Shi'an's observations were indeed sincere. Among the many leaders in the school, only Principal Lin commanded his utmost respect. Excellent tea. Teacher 1's large fingers delicately gripped the small teacup, fearful that he might crush it with too much force. He didn't truly understand the nuances of tea flavors. After all, the tiny cup was gone in a slurp, hardly enough to moisten his throat. Yet, he still offered a compliment. After years in the workforce, he had learned the ways of the world. Though some of his sharpness remained, it was buried deep within. Noticing Principal Lin's relaxed demeanor, which did not appear accusatory, Teacher 1 also relaxed, scratching the back of his head and feeling somewhat embarrassed. I just posed for fun, sharing daily life, athletic skills, travel experiences, and the like. I find the comments from netizens quite amusing. That's great. Times have changed. Entertainment is not as abundant as it used to be. Lin Ming chuckled and poured another cup of tea for Teacher 1. If Principal Lin finds it inappropriate, I can delete the video right away. Hearing this, Teacher 1 also took out his phone. Principal Lin is aware of these matters? I once studied Taoism for a month under Shi'an's master. Is that so? Then, Principal Lin, are you also a Taoist? Lin Ming shook his head with a smile. I lack that insight. It was a tremendous fortune and opportunity for me when Chen Lao was willing to guide me for a month. How could I dare to dream of becoming his disciple? Principal Lin, I feel that Shi'an is not an ordinary Taoist. He gives off a unique aura. Teacher 1 struggled to articulate his thoughts, scratching the back of his head again. There's no need to delve too deeply. There are many things in this world that we cannot comprehend. Just focus on doing your own part. What you say is true, by the way. Principal Lin, I have something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Teacher 1 found this suggestion worth considering. Lin Ming pondered, how about this? I will have the teachers from each class conduct an opinion survey, taking into account student feedback. If more than half are in favor, we can implement it. Sounds good. Chapter 62. In the unseen corners regarding the survey on morning exercise activities in order to better comprehend everyone's sentiments and needs concerning the morning exercises, and to optimize the format of these exercises, allowing individuals to enjoy a more comfortable and effective workout during breaks, we have initiated this survey. 1. What is your level of satisfaction with the current broadcast exercises? Very satisfied, relatively satisfied, average, dissatisfied. Deputy Class Monitor Chiu Yufei distributed the freshly printed survey, still warm to the touch, to each student. What is this? Are we about to change the broadcast exercises? It is high time for a change, in my opinion. The exercise period should be transformed into free activity. You must be dreaming. Even if we don't do the exercises, you will certainly be made to run a couple of laps. I have already mastered the first move. Prepare to be struck by my technique. The dismantling effect was vividly manifest at this moment. Thanks to the presence of Chen Shi'an, the atmosphere regarding traditional Taoist health practices was remarkably vibrant in Class 5. As the class filled out the survey, the room was abuzz with noise, with several classmates practicing their moves right within the classroom. Even Chen Shi'an could not decipher what style they were practicing as they tilted their shoulders and bumped against each other in their version of Iron Mountain Lean. His memory of was far different. What school of thought was this new technique from? The girls at the front desk, Zheng Yining and Xiameng Xian, had also grown bolder, turning around with their survey forms to whisper to Chen Shi'an. Chen Shi'an, yes. Is it easy to learn? Not difficult at all. What is different? I can't quite explain. Lin Mingxiu, who was filling out her survey, paused her pen and glanced at them. She chose not to join their conversation. After completing her survey, she quietly took out her exercise book and began working on problems. The survey required minimal information, allowing for swift distribution and collection. The group leaders commenced gathering the forms. Class monitor, have you completed your form? As the group leader approached, Chen Shi'an inquired. Yes. May I take a look? Lin Mingxiu remained silent, pulling her completed form from her desk and placing it in the middle of their table. Chen Shi'an picked it up to inspect. It appeared that the class monitor truly despised the exercises. But what was with the prohibition against speaking? Chen Shi'an couldn't help but chuckle, earning a glare from Lin Mingxiu. As the group leader moved closer, Chen Shi'an stacked both their forms together and submitted them. Teacher 1, I have heard from the students. Indeed, if you feel the video affects you in any way, I shall delete it. That is of no concern to me, Teacher 1. Good. By the way, do you have a Douyin account? I can tag you in the video to mark it as your own. That's fine. Of course, this is your exposure. I am merely benefiting from your popularity. Seeing teacher Wan's insistence, Chen Shi'an provided his Douyin account. Last night, Li Wanyin had urged him to download Douyin, and he had registered an account, though he had not explored it. The username was his real name, and the profile was entirely blank. Real name registration online. Teacher Wan exclaimed in astonishment. I previously joined a mid-video program on Douyin, and the platform settles incentive payments based on the video's views and quality. For every 1,000 views, there's a few cents in earnings. I'm not quite clear on the exact rate, but your video has a high view-to-like ratio, which might mean a higher rate. I estimate you could earn several thousand yuan, and rest assured, when the payments are settled, I will transfer that amount to you. Teacher Wan did not fully grasp the rules, and Chen Shi'an was equally clueless. Hearing that there was money to be made left him somewhat stunned. You can earn money from video views? Indeed, but the platform has become increasingly stingy. The earnings from views are pitiful. I usually just film for fun, unlike those who specialize in Douyin to monetize through other means. If you have an interest, you could consider creating Douyin content after class, perhaps sharing videos of your practice. Many would likely be interested. Chen Shi'an smiled and replied, I do not have such aspirations. Sharing videos occasionally like Teacher Wan is acceptable, but making it a primary focus does not pique my interest. Moreover, I must prioritize my studies and not lose sight of what truly matters. Despite the opportunity for fame standing before him, Chen Shi'an remained composed, a level of poise that left Teacher Wan feeling somewhat inadequate. Very well, when the platform settles, I will transfer the earnings from this video to you. I too have benefited from your popularity and gained numerous followers. Thank you, Teacher Wan. For me, this would be an unexpected windfall. Chen Shi'an was not shy about accepting it. While he had no active pursuit of fame or fortune, he would not turn away what rightfully belonged to him. By the way, Shi'an, of course, as the morning classes concluded and the bell rang, the hungry students surged toward the cafeteria. Chen Shi'an emerged from his focused state, capped his pen, and vacated his seat to descend the stairs. Now, many individuals at school recognized him, and as he squeezed through the narrow stairway, several audacious boys and girls from other classes struck up casual conversations with him. Chen Shi'an was accustomed to this. Having been a Taoist since childhood, he had often attracted attention. Not long after he exited the classroom, Lin Mingxiu also gathered her belongings and departed. Just as she rounded the corner of the stairwell, a sudden force struck her, causing her to halt abruptly, nearly colliding with a hurried figure. She felt a twinge of annoyance. The cafeteria was not going anywhere, so why the rush? Excuse me. When that bell-like, melodious voice rang out, Lin Mingxiu lifted her gaze to meet the face of the figure. Her pupils contracted. It was Wen Jixia. Almost simultaneously, the look of apology on Wen Jixia's face froze, her surprise akin to a stone cast into a lake, swiftly subdued as her gaze drifted toward the stair railing. How could it be her? Two thoughts collided in the air with a muffled sound. They had once been desk mates for a semester, yet after the class division, they happened to encounter one another on the stairs, neither initiating a greeting nor exchanging pleasantries, akin to strangers. In truth, being strangers would have been preferable. At least they would not have to endure this unprecedented proximity, the awkwardness of their school uniforms brushing against one another's arms. In such a scenario, it seemed that whoever faltered first in escaping the discomfort would be the one to lose in this psychological game. This thought simultaneously emerged in both their minds. Wen Jixia, who had been hastily rushing before, deliberately slowed her steps, enduring the awkwardness and refusing to be the first to retreat. Seeing her resolve, Lin Mingxiu, too, would not yield. Her cold gaze remained fixed on the void, her posture straightening even further despite the fatigue from a morning of classes. The bustling crowd, the sounds of footsteps and laughter swelled, yet could not drown out the taut silence between them. The staircase was not particularly long, yet time stretched agonizingly, tightening their hearts. Their footsteps, awkwardly competitive, echoed as they ascended step by step, until the light from the first-floor corridor flooded in. The crowd parted like a tide. Lin Mingxiu and Wen Jixia simultaneously turned to the side, creating distance between them. As their shoulders relaxed, both silently exhaled. In the unseen corners, no one knew the silence where they had just endured. Wen Jixia hastened toward the corridor where Chen Shi'an stood, his back facing the stairwell. Lin Mingxiu's gaze swept past them. She turned and quickened her pace, her figure swiftly vanishing into the school path. Chapter 63. That year in first year of high school, Chen Shi'an stood at the edge of the sparse crowd in the first floor corridor, curiously observing the workers repairing the artificial turf on the football field. When he had just enrolled, he had initially thought it was real grass from a distance, only to realize later that it was artificial. In a place like a school, where physical activities abound, while artificial turf may lack the texture of real grass, it is evidently more durable. Taoist. Little G, you're back so soon? What are you looking at? Watching the workers repair the turf. How boring. Waiting for someone is merely a manifestation of boredom. I fear you might linger too long. I'm almost there. No rush. If you take your time, I can learn how the workers make up for lost time. Can you see clearly from such a distance? My eyesight is excellent. Hurry along. Do not linger. Upon descending the staircase, WH11 had never felt the space so expansive, nor her breath so unencumbered. CH in his chin was a stark contrast to L in M. Enki. He was the type of person she sensed would become a good friend at first glance, and the ease of their interaction was unparalleled, a refreshing departure from her experiences with L and M. Enki. As they walked side by side along the path leading to the cafeteria, WNH11 instinctively searched the crowd for L and M. Enki's silhouette. However, amidst the mingling figures clad in blue and white uniforms, she had long lost track of her whereabouts. What are you looking at? CHN Chen inquired. Nothing. WNH11 replied, startled. This annoying Taoist had keen eyes. It seems you're searching for someone. I'm looking for your class monitor. Oh, what do you want with your old desk mate? WNH11 shot him a glance, aware that his teasing was intentional, substituting class monitor with old desk mate. I just ran into her on the staircase. Why didn't you invite her to lunch when you were desk mates? WNZH11 asked curiously. Not really. She doesn't eat with others. At this, WNZH's curiosity was piqued again. So, who did you eat with during your duty yesterday? With the class monitor. The girl's cheeks subtly puffed up. You food partner. I ate alone yesterday. Setting aside her slight pang of jealousy, WH11 was mostly astonished, as she had never seen L N M Enki dine with anyone else, let alone with CHNSHN. Was it merely a matter of convenience after their duty? After all, during their own shared duties, she had never seen L M Enki express any inclination to dine together. What's wrong? Nothing. I'm sure of it. How do you know? Indeed, successfully guessing two things in a row filled the girl with a sense of pride in her cleverness, transforming the situation into a delightful game. Haha, if we were to teach the teachers, you would be the only one at our school. It's not particularly difficult. It's hardly teaching. Well, I have a slight understanding of common Taoist practices for health. WNZH11 gazed at him in disbelief. You even know about health practices? And you're adept at music, chess, calligraphy, painting, medicine, martial arts. Do you possess superpowers? How can you learn so many things? The girl was at a loss for words. Sometimes the disparity between individuals could be so vast that comparisons felt futile. She was aware of CHNSHN's remarkable memory. Yet the ability to master so many subjects could not merely be attributed to good memory. Even if he only had a cursory understanding, that was still astonishing. I learned quickly. This is beyond the realm of mere speed. It's undoubtedly a superpower. You don't believe I have magical powers, yet you believe in superpowers? Who would believe in something like magic? CHNSHN chuckled, countering. What about you? Do you possess any superpowers? Super sleeping. During holidays, I can sleep from 10 at night until 10 the next morning. You truly are impressive. You're the pig. WNZH11 playfully hit him, pondering for a moment before her eyes lit up. If I really had superpowers, will my ability to read people count? CHNSHN became intrigued. You can read faces? Not in your sense. Rather, I can glance at someone and discern their character and whether we could become friends. Is that really a superpower? Isn't that just chemistry? I'm quite accurate. Anyone I feel could become a good friend surely will. What if you perceive someone as not suitable for friendship? Then I simply interact with them. Siash and Isashin shukud. Her laughter sparked a hint of dissatisfaction in WNZH11. What are you laughing at? Nothing. It just reminded me of an interview during the spring festival travel rush. The reporter asked passengers on a train if they had secured tickets, and everyone replied affirmatively, leading the reporter to conclude that tickets were easy to obtain this year. I know, that's called survivor bias. The term survivor bias intrigued CHNSHN, who nodded, feeling he had learned a new concept. What do you mean? I mean, first impressions aren't always accurate. Even I, who can read faces, am not as confident as you. I have never been mistaken. WNZH11 was confident in her judgment, even using an extreme example. In her eyes, the formidable and aloof L.N.M. Enki could never be likened to a weeping little rabbit. That's impossible. The woman's competitiveness and willpower were so formidable that she nearly yielded in that academic competition. I can tell which ant serves the most food. You can discern that? Let's go. The complexities of human relationships can indeed be wondrous. Some individuals, despite being aware of each other's flaws, can still forge deep friendships, while others, fully cognizant of one another's strengths, may never connect. It seems that the very existence of certain individuals is destined to serve as rivals. L.N.M. Enki occasionally contemplated this notion. Her personality was a stark contrast to WNZH-Shi's, and their life philosophies stood at opposite ends. WNH11 lived as a mirror reflection of her, traversing the path she had long abandoned. The only commonality was their pride. Both possessed their own distinct sense of dignity. At 16, their youthful aspirations and perspectives drove them to prove their respective life logics correct, turning their academic endeavors into a battlefield that lasted an entire semester. It seemed that a single loss could render the other's entire existence erroneous. Even as they entered their third year of high school, L.N.M. Enki believed that the exhaustion of the first semester would not be replicated. Eventually, as they divided into different subjects, she and WNH11 each claimed half of the territory, laying down their metaphorical arms. Unfortunately, the last exam did not yield a definitive victor. When L.N.M. Enki learned that Chen's study partner and dining companion was WNZH11, she felt a sense of shock and an inexplicable sense of destiny. Naturally, in matters not confined to a single dimension, they were not inclined to compete against each other. For instance, L.N.M. Enki would never be so trivial as to vie for Chen's role as dining partner, nor would WNH11 engage in such triviality. Only in matters of shared dimensions, such as both being Chen's study partners, one teaching mathematics and the other teaching English, did that inexplicable desire to outdo each other arise. WNZH11 hoped fervently that the annoying Taoist would not score worse in mathematics than in English, for L.N.M. Enki felt she might just strangle him. Suddenly, a sneeze escaped Chen, leaving him momentarily bewildered. It had been years since he last sneezed. What a lack of decorum. Who is cursing me? Chapter 64. My father invited you to dinner. This dormitory belonged to L.N.M. When L.N.M. Enki had not yet transitioned to high school. L.N.M. often took naps here during work hours. Later, when she entered high school, the daily commute between home and school became cumbersome, prompting L.N.M. to vacate this room for her use. The teacher's dormitory was far superior to the student dormitories. A spacious single room complete with a living balcony and private bathroom, equipped with air conditioning and a water heater provided by the school. She purchased her own washing machine and refrigerator. The refrigerator was a compact model, but aside from storing some fruits, L.N.M. Enki seldom utilized it. A television hung on the wall, its size considerably smaller than the one at home. Aside from the occasional viewing during her father's stay, L.N.M. Enki had not turned it on since moving in, leaving a thin layer of dust on the screen. The dormitory had internet access, and her father had gifted her a high-end laptop along with a reliable printer. Her mobile phone was also a top model. In such a private space, removed from the supervision of parents and school, equipped with computers, mobile phones, and the internet, lies a sanctuary fervently sought after by the vast majority of students. It is only natural for them to indulge in gaming until the twilight of day. However, Lin Ming harbors no concerns, for he is acutely aware of his daughter's remarkable self-discipline. Lin Mingxiu consumes her meals with remarkable swiftness, often by the time she has scrolled through a mere few videos. Her meal is already concluded. Once she sets down her chopsticks, she diligently finishes the current video before promptly putting her phone to sleep, resolutely avoiding any accidental taps to view the next one. Her WeChat has only a handful of friends, and while she occasionally glances at the conversations in group chats, she never engages in the discussions herself. Upon entering her room, she closes the door, turns on the air conditioning, and places her takeout on the dining table before slipping into her home slippers. Perhaps the slippers are oversized, making her petite feet appear even smaller. The toes peeking out from the front of the slippers are reminiscent of tender buds shyly emerging from between leaves, with neatly trimmed nails adorned in a soft pink hue. The skin around her heels is smooth and delicate, occasionally flushed with a faint red due to the friction of the slippers, akin to the tender colors of early spring buds. As she walks in her slippers, they compress beneath her heels, revealing a glimpse of her fair arches. With each step, she proceeds to the bathroom, washes her hands, face, and feet before finally arriving at her bedside. She retrieves her phone from beneath her pillow, settles at the dining table, and begins her meal. Perhaps reminded by someone's admonition, she subconsciously slows her eating pace today. By savoring each bite, she can appreciate the inherent sweetness of the rice. Lin Mingxiu understands that this sweetness arises from the starch in the rice undergoing a chemical reaction with the enzymes in her saliva, breaking down into maltose. The foolish Taoist surely remains oblivious to this. As she eats, she opens WeChat and notices an unread message from her father. After replying, she accesses the search bar and inputs a phone number she had carelessly noted down. With a click, a user by the name of Chen Shi'an, whose profile picture depicts a sunrise atop a mountain, appears on her screen. A smirk tugs at the corners of her mouth, a mix of disbelief and amusement. As such a middle-aged profile starkly contrasts with the plethora of cartoon and animal avatars favored by her peers. Are you truly 18? Lin Mingxiu sends a friend request to him. After a brief wait without a response, she exits WeChat and opens Douyin. The comments beneath the video consist of 3 system-generated pig emojis. Given the video's abundance of comments and the anonymity of her Douyin account, she finds amusement in the secrecy of her actions. Only a fool, like Chen Shi'an, would use their real identity online. Thanks to the video's duration, Lin Mingxiu manages to eat her lunch at a leisurely pace today. Once she finishes, she tidies up and retrieves her exercise book to tackle some problems. With her phone beside her, she cannot help but tap the screen, illuminating it without yet seeing any notifications of a friend request being accepted. A flicker of doubt creeps in regarding whether her request had been sent, prompting her to check her contacts and navigate to new friends. This page is filled with unverified friend requests from others, yet the one at the top, the request she sent, bears the annoying tag of waiting for verification. Would it be too much to ask for a feature to retract friend requests? She turns off her phone screen and returns to her studies, dismissing the matter entirely. Meanwhile, Chen Shi'an, having received soy milk and milk from Chen Shi'an and Lin Mingxiu respectively, realizes he has not drunk a single drop of plain water throughout the morning. As he prepares to meditate, he recalls Lin Mingxiu mentioning adding him on WeChat later and inviting him to join the class group, prompting him to check his phone. Sure enough, he finds a new friend verification message. The profile picture is a minimalist illustration of a rabbit, sketched with just a few strokes to depict a small rabbit facing away. The nickname is equally straightforward, simply rabbit, and the verification message is bluntly devoid of any text. Uncertain when she sent the friend request, Chen Shi'an clicks to accept, adding this WeChat user to his list as his third friend. Chen Shi'an, class monitor? Lin Mingxiu, yes. Chen Shi'an, panda emoji with a mischievous smile. What is this? Did you send a panda emoji too? Could you send something more fitting for your middle-aged avatar and nickname? Smile, grin, handshake, fist bump with a sense of long-awaited grievance. Lin Mingxiu vigorously taps on his avatar twice. A system notification suddenly pops up between their respective chat screens, catching Chen Shi'an off guard. Chen Shi'an, class monitor, why did you tap me? Tap me. Chen Shi'an, tap me. Chen Shi'an, how does this work? Tap me. Seeing Chen Shi'an's befuddled expression as he navigates the phone like an elder, Lin Mingxiu feels emboldened, refusing to reveal how it works or even type a response. Uncertain whether he consulted Baidu or not, as she playfully taps his avatar, another system message appears on her screen. Chen Shi'an tapped me. Though separated by a screen, the girl feels as if she can hear his incredulous exclamation. Prepared to continue her playful tapping, she hesitates and refrains from proceeding. Chen Shi'an, class monitor, weren't you supposed to add me to the group? Lin Mingxiu, later. Chen Shi'an, aren't you going to sleep? Lin Mingxiu, later. Chen Shi'an, then I will meditate. Just as Chen Shi'an is about to stow away his phone for his meditation, Lin Mingxiu sends another message. My dad asks if you're free tomorrow night for dinner. Chen Shi'an, tomorrow night? Lin Mingxiu, if you're busy, it's no problem. I can explain to him. It's not a big deal. And it doesn't matter if you can't make it. Chen Shi'an, I'm free. Chen Shi'an, class monitor, You don't want me to come? Lin Mingxiu, I do not. Chen Shi'an, oh. Smile. Chapter 65. Why is your breathing suddenly irregular? Exiting the chat with Lin Mingxiu, Chen Shi'an notices he has been added to 2 group chats. One of them, titled Class 5 Secret Base, includes 60 members, himself among them. During this afternoon break, even in a top-tier class, some students sneakily use their phones instead of resting. Upon noticing Taoist's entry into the group, they flood the chat with an array of peculiar welcome emojis. Wow, it's Taoist. Welcome Taoist to the group. Welcome newcomers. Newcomers run. This is all non-tongue. Panda emoji bows to the master. The avatars above their messages include their respective nicknames: Suzy Han, Li Kai, and Dong Wenyu. Chen Shi'an is taken aback. ISNT, the kid with kidney deficiency, supposed to be studying in the classroom? Turning his head, he sees Dong Wenyu diligently engrossed in a book at his desk. As he approaches to take a closer look, he notices that a thick dictionary has been hollowed out in the middle to accommodate a phone. Perhaps so engrossed in his phone, Dong Wenyu is startled by the figure that suddenly appears in his peripheral vision, causing him to flip a page and hastily cover the phone with the dictionary. Wow, Taoist, you scare me. Do you walk without making a sound? Impressive. Chen Shi'an admires this skill of phone concealment. If one doesn't pay attention, they could easily be deceived. Returning to his seat, Chen Shi'an glances at another group chat, titled Class 5 Dream Launch Journey, which also comprises 66 members. He opens the member list, noting that alongside the 60 classmates, there are also teachers like Liang Laoshi, Zhang Laoshi, and Yi Laoshi among the 6 subject teachers. The group remained eerily silent. Suzy Han, Li Kai, and Dong Wenyu were undeniably present, yet they exhibited no inclination to engage in conversation. Chen Shi'an comprehended the situation, but regrettably, he was unable to review the chat history prior to his entry into the group, leaving him unaware of the discussions that typically transpired among his peers. Exiting the group chat, he discovered 3 new friend requests from Suzy Han, Li Kai, and Dong Wenyu, which he promptly accepted. Before he could put his phone away, Suzy Han, having just added him as a friend, swiftly invited him to a shared goods group, populated solely by a handful of boys, the purpose of which remained unclear. However, it soon became apparent what kind of group it was, as a barrage of jarring GIFs and videos flooded his screen. The young Taoist gasped in shock, exclaiming, "What kind of group is this? This is quite harmful." He hastily muted the group notifications to preserve his peace of mind. As the afternoon break concluded, Chen Shi'an had barely emerged from his meditative state when Lin Mingxiu entered the classroom. Blinking, he pointed at the milk carton and inquired with a smile, "Class monitor, is this for me?" He was ever receptive, thinking how kind Lin Mingxiu was for not only refraining from lending him a book today, but also bringing him a whole carton of milk. Just as he reached out to take it, a small hand firmly pressed down on the carton. "Did I say it was for you?" She retorted. "Huh? Didn't you say this morning that I could drink the milk?" The audacity of a Taoist. Is there anyone so shameless as to ask for things like that? Chen Shi'an's initial assumption was correct. Lin Mingxiu had intended to give him the entire carton of milk, but had recently changed her mind. It was not a refusal, but rather a matter of pacing. She planned to give him 1 bottle each morning, and should he ever upset her, she would simply withhold it. The young girl dismissed Chen Shi'an entirely, taking the carton from the table and placing it in the corner of her chair. "Class monitor, what time shall I come to your house for dinner tomorrow?" he asked. No evening study session tonight? No evening study on Saturday, but there will be one on Sunday. We get 1 day off each week, thanks to the school year starting on a Wednesday. Even though they had regular classes this Saturday, they would only need to attend 4 days before enjoying a break. Today was already Friday, and it was evident that as the weekend approached, the atmosphere in the class lightened considerably. Previously, Lin Shu had merely pointed out a general direction, leaving Chen Shi'an unaware of where the class monitor's home was located. Fortunately, he refrained from pursuing the topic of dinner any further, knowing well that doing so would jeopardize his chances of milk the following day. The afternoon classes proceeded without incident. The first-year students were largely in favor of the idea, as they had yet to commence the synchronized morning exercises. It was more enjoyable to learn something new. Over 2/3 of the second-year students also expressed approval or indifference, but nearly 90% of both grades voiced discontent with the current morning exercises. Chen Shi'an saw no reason to decline. After all, he had once shattered a basketball hoop, and the school had not asked him to compensate, so he considered it a small contribution to the institution. Chen Shi'an had a brief conversation with teacher 1 outside Class 5, and, as they descended the stairs to the activity room. Wen Jixiao was already waiting in the corridor for Chen Shi'an to join her for lunch. "Oh, Teacher Wan. Taoist. Aren't you eating? Is that so? May I join you?" "Of course. You all need to practice anyway," Teacher Wan replied with a smile. The trio made their way to the activity room. The activity room was spacious and primarily utilized for dance students to learn their specialized courses or for various class activities. At this hour, many students were present, taking advantage of the space after school. The school's physical education department, including Teacher Wan, comprised 8 instructors. Compared to subject teachers, teaching physical education was relatively relaxed, with their presence most noticeable only during the initial broadcast exercises and physical fitness tests at the start of the school year. "All right, we shall follow your lead, Shi'an, as you are the expert," Teacher Wan stated. "Shi'an, you typically have evening classes, so I primarily wanted you to guide us today. I will record the key points you teach, and we can practice on our own without impinging on your study time." "You are too kind, Teacher Wan. It is a privilege to share insights with the teachers," Chen Shi'an replied humbly. The distinction between humility and modesty is subtle yet profound. Even in the presence of several teachers, Chen Shi'an displayed no signs of nervousness. His calm and unassuming demeanor left a favorable impression on all. Teacher Wan set up a tripod to record Chen Shi'an's instructional video. In the activity room, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, he stood at the center, raising his arms in synchronization with his explanations. "Relax your shoulders and elbows," performing the movements gently, as if cradling clouds, while also being mindful of your breathing. When he noticed a student with stiff wrists, he approached to gently adjust their angle. If someone struggled with their footing, he patiently advised, "Loosen your waist as you exhale, envisioning your breath sinking into your dantian." Other curious onlookers among the students gathered nearby, many of whom joined in practicing alongside them. Wen Jixiao, having come to observe, was also participating earnestly. As a top-performing student, she usually shone brightly in the academic building. However, in the company of these physical education teachers, she seemed to lose some of her luster, while Chen Shi'an, often regarded as an underachiever, garnered unexpected attention. Although she felt no particular strain while practicing along with online videos, just a short while following Chen Shi'an's lead caused her to break into a light sweat. The seemingly simple movements left her feeling as though her stamina was waning. It was noteworthy that they regularly engaged in physical fitness. It was no wonder that Qigong was termed as such. Without mastering the art of breath control, it could merely be regarded as gymnastics. It dawned upon her that the years of practice might have been in vain. Chen Shi'an did not expect the instructors to excel in their practice. Even Teacher Wan, who appeared to be executing the movements skillfully, would likely be deemed a novice if Chen Shi'an were to evaluate them. What was second nature to him would require the majority of ordinary individuals a lifetime to grasp. He approached Wen Jixiao, who had been diligently practicing since the outset. Beads of perspiration adorned her forehead, trailing down her temples and glistening on her delicate chin. Upon noticing Chen Shi'an standing before her, her large eyes shifted towards him, causing the droplet of sweat poised on her chin to quiver and fall to the floor, creating a small splash. "How are you feeling?" Chen Shi'an inquired. "So exhausted. It feels like I've run 5 kilometers. No need to fret. Can you check if my movements are correct? Bring your shoulder blades closer together. Like this?" Chen Shi'an said nothing, instead positioning himself behind her and gently tapping the area between her shoulder blades. "It's here. Imagine there is a feather tucked between your shoulder blades. It must neither fall nor be crushed." His fingertips seemed to possess an enchanting power, whether it was a figment of her imagination or not. As he lightly tapped her back, a delightful tingling sensation coursed through her skin, guiding her to align her posture. With each subtle adjustment, the rigidity in her wrists began to dissipate. "Yes, this way, your breath can flow from your spine to your fingertips," he affirmed. "Oh, how do you feel now?" "Quite good. Focus and center yourself. Why has your breathing suddenly become erratic?" "Oh, Chapter 66, The Iron-Willed Taoist, huh? Why does it feel so tiring even though it doesn't look difficult?" "How could I not? I've been practicing this since I was 3. As evening descended, the sky was painted with hues of sunset. Emerging from the activity room, Chen Shi'an and Wen Jixiao walked side by side along the school path towards the cafeteria. Perhaps driven by a spirit of bravado, the young girl appeared to have overexerted herself. Her face had turned pale, resembling that of someone who had just run 5 kilometers and felt somewhat faint. Her head hung low, shoulders slumped, and she was perspiring profusely. to the extent that even the thought of dining was unappetizing. At this rate, it was not just her appetite that was in jeopardy. Her ability to concentrate during evening study sessions would likely suffer as well. Chen Shi'an, feeling helpless, called out to her. "Hold on, let me help you relax. You're all tensed up. Let's find a place to sit. What do you mean to give you a massage? If you keep this up, it'll take you a couple of hours to recover." When Jixia blinked, and upon hearing the word massage, her mind immediately drifted to that remarkable technique Chen Shi'an had demonstrated on the road that day. It must be said that being massaged by him was indeed a delightful experience. Hearing that he was going to massage her made her heart leap with joy. Though she maintained a facade of modesty as she replied, "No, that's unnecessary, right? How would you do it? Just like that day? If you're going to work on my shoulders and back, is it necessary? If not, then forget it. Since you're so insistent, let us give it a try." When Jixia acted quickly, almost impatiently, settling down on a patch of grass nearby on the playground. There were no chairs available, and many exhausted individuals after exercise would resort to sitting directly on the grass, though they must remain vigilant against stray soccer balls hurtling their way. Seeing Wen Jixia seated with her legs crossed and awaiting the massage, Chen Shi'an followed suit and sat behind her, also crossing his legs. The sunset bathed the horizon in a honeyed hue, and the evening breeze carried his voice to Wen Jixia's ears from behind. "Relax. Don't tense your shoulders. Sit cross-legged with your palms resting on your lower abdomen. Yes, close your eyes." Wen Jixia obediently closed her eyes. Her fatigue caused her to slightly hunch her back, and the disarray of her breath led to a thin sheen of sweat forming with each inhalation. Chen Shi'an sat behind her, and with her eyes closed. The uncertainty of what he was about to do filled her with both anticipation and anxiety. Gradually, a pair of broad, warm hands descended upon her shoulders. Her body instinctively tensed up as she shivered. "Breathe in slowly." Chen Shi'an began by gently pressing along the edges of her shoulder blades with his thumbs, tracing slow arcs upon her taut trapezius muscles. "Breathe out slowly." Initially, she let out a soft moan due to the discomfort, but as his fingertips pressed on Feng Qi and Jianjing acupoints in succession, that familiar sensation of soreness transformed into a warm current that flowed down her spine and into her abdomen. Wen Jixia was unaware of the exact location of the dantian, yet she felt a warmth emanating from her lower abdomen, even though he was working on her shoulders and back. "Breathe in deeply." His palms glided over her delicate back, alternating between pressing and kneading, each application of pressure precise, as if he had measured it 1,000 times. "Breathe out deeply." When Jixia exhaled deeply and slowly, she was unaware of when his hands had left her. Her previously tense shoulders and neck now felt as though they had been immersed in warm water. The discomfort that had lingered in her meridians and muscles dissipated, leaving her feeling utterly relaxed. If her drowsiness that morning had stemmed from the exhilarating stirrings of young love, then this release from fatigue and the regulation of her breath was truly astonishing. Her body felt light and unburdened, were it not for the emptiness in her stomach. She might have doubted whether he had given her something extraordinary. "How did you do that? I feel so light now." "You don't really have magical powers, do you? Have you passed on some of your skills to me?" "What nonsense! If there was such a thing as passing down skills, masters would be hereditary by now." I don't understand." When Jixia continued to feel enchanted, even beginning to believe he might possess some form of magic. Yet her education had instilled in her a sense of skepticism. "I thought Teacher Wan and the others couldn't do this. I assumed it was just me being too weak, because they don't practice as deeply as you do. So, are you saying I'm better than them?" Yes, so skilled that you almost overexerted yourself on something so simple. Although your talent may not be remarkable, if you practice diligently in the future, it will greatly benefit your health. I feel like it's somewhat effective." After leaving the playground, thanks to Chen Shi'an's adjustment, when Jixia, who had previously lacked appetite, now found her stomach growling. "What was that sound?" Chen Shi'an feigned ignorance, curiously glancing left and right. "Who knows? Tomorrow is the last day of classes before the holiday." The thought of this invigorated Wen Jixia, prompting her to ask Chen Shi'an, "Are you really going to the mountains this weekend to gather medicinal herbs?" "Indeed. I spend my days either at home or at school. It's rare to venture down the mountain, so I might as well explore the surroundings. Isn't it a hassle to find them yourself? Plus, they may not even be in the mountains. You could just buy them from a herbal shop. The efficacy varies greatly. Aren't they all the same thing? Herbs that absorb the essence of heaven and earth in nature cannot be compared to those grown with artificial fertilizers. Aren't they all made of the same components? Not at all. I've researched many herbal components in various tablets. Although the ingredients may appear identical, their effects differ significantly. A part of the decline in traditional Chinese medicine is also due to the inferior quality of herbs today. You study herbs too? How do you research them? Do you conduct chemical experiments? I just consume them directly. Wen Zhixiao was left speechless, staring at Chen Shi'an, who seemed to be serious. How had he managed to survive until 18 with such an approach to testing herbs? Don't try this for yourself. Who would want to do that? Just don't act recklessly. That sounds frightening. I understand medical principles. Isn't it merely a superficial understanding? That's enough. Wen Zhixiao, unfamiliar with these matters, inquired further. Which mountain are you planning to visit? There are many mountains in Yunxi. You wouldn't be going to some desolate wilderness, would you? Of course. Where do you live in the county? Not far from the bus station. You just take 2 stops on the bus from the school gate to the city station, and then a long-distance bus for over 40 minutes. I can reach home in about an hour and 10 minutes. Weren't you with me that day? Yes. Why didn't you come with me on the bus after we got off? The bus was right there. How was I supposed to know we both attended Yizhong? I was thinking about asking you to walk over with me. Em astonished. You want to walk such a long distance and still expect me to join? Huh. I have to walk for 2 hours on mountain roads just to get to the village. They say that when the sky falls, there's someone tall to support it. When Zhixia didn't trust others, but with the iron-willed Chen Shi'an by her side, she felt perfectly at ease. What are you planning to do? When Zhixia blinked, her curiosity piqued. Principal Lin invited me over for dinner. All right, let us go. Chen Shi'an nodded and left the stairs, entering classroom 5. After he departed, when Zhixia's cheeks began to swell slightly. Dinner at Principal Lin's house? Isn't that just a meal at Lin Mingqiu's home? You glutton. Chen Shi'an might not know whether he would overeat, but at that moment, when Zhixiao was on the verge of bursting like a little frog. Although Lin Mingqiu often complained about Chen Shi'an being talkative, in truth, he rarely interrupted her. During class, Chen Shi'an would immediately enter a focused state. He wouldn't even notice when the teacher called out to him, requiring the class monitor to poke him. The same was true during evening study sessions. In recent days, Chen Shi'an had been studying middle school mathematics during evening sessions. Except for the Chinese homework he completed with the others, he did not do assignments for the other subjects. This privilege of not attending classes or completing homework was enjoyed solely by him, apart from Lin Mingqiu, though their grades currently lay at opposite ends of the spectrum. In merely 2 days, he completed the first volume of his studies and exercises. The content of the second volume, slightly more challenging, would likely take Chen Shi'an around 3 days to finish and review as well. Glancing up at the clock, he noticed that the evening study session was about to conclude. Turning his gaze to his deskmate, he observed that the class monitor appeared rather displeased, her expression serious and brows furrowed, as she scribbled calculations on a piece of scrap paper. Chen Shi'an was certain that he had not caused her distress. Rather, it seemed that the class monitor was grappling with a particularly difficult competition problem. Despite having access to a reference solution, she stubbornly refrained from consulting it, determined to solve it independently. Uncommonly, Lin Mingqiu had also entered a flow state over this problem. Chen Shi'an watched her intently for quite some time, and she remained oblivious to his gaze. Suddenly, in a fleeting moment before the class ended, it appeared she had finally conceived a solution. Her entire demeanor transformed dramatically. Her pupils constricted as if a streetlight had ignited in her mind. She sat up straight, her pen gliding across the paper with newfound clarity, and the previously tangled auxiliary lines coalesced into a coherent logical sequence. Once her thoughts were liberated, they surged forth like a flood, equations and derivations cascading from her pen. The problem that had once caused her great anguish now seemed to emerge as a clear signpost. Like a hunter admiring his trophy, she gazed with satisfaction at the problem she had finally vanquished, her small hand instinctively reaching for her water cup. Did you solve it? Yes. Wasn't this problem quite difficult? Indeed. The class monitor is impressive. I can hardly comprehend the problem, let alone your solution. Nothing brings greater joy than receiving timely praise after enduring such a taxing challenge. The girl, concealed beneath her desk, couldn't help but gently sway her legs. Almost instinctively, she ceased the movement, masking her childlike delight behind a facade of pride and aloofness. as if the radiant girl who had just sparkled with triumph over the problem was merely a fleeting illusion. Chen Shi'an blinked, momentarily uncertain which version of her was truly authentic. Tomorrow, he estimated he could finish the second volume's content and then proceed to solve some problems, allowing him to begin studying the 8th grade material next week. As for English, he was nearing completion of the 8th grade textbook. In approximately 5 days, he managed to master all the 7th grade mathematics content and complete the exercises, a pace that could be deemed astonishing. Lin Mingqiu, for reasons unknown, remarked, "Your progress in mathematics is still too slow." Upon uttering these words, both Chen Shi'an and Lin Mingqiu found themselves momentarily taken aback. How fast must one learn mathematics to be considered quick? In the ensuing silence, the girl felt somewhat awkward, having just set down her water cup. She picked it up again, using the act of drinking to casually remark, "English is indeed easy, with little challenge. Comparing mathematics to English is rather futile. Just focus on putting in the effort." "All right, I shall proceed steadily and with caution." Lin Mingqiu gripped her water cup a bit tighter. "I aim to catch up to English in terms of progress." Lin Mingqiu's grip relaxed, and she set down her cup. "Are there any problems you do not understand?" "Yes." Chen Shi'an produced the practice book she had given him and placed it in the center of their desks. "Class monitor, how many methods are there to solve this problem?" Without speaking, Lin Mingqiu slightly shifted her posture and tilted her head to examine the question intently. Then, she took up paper and pen, writing as she explained. "Oh, I would like to see if there are any other methods to broaden my perspective. You may approach it this way. It can also be done like this. Class monitor, your mathematics is truly impressive. I'm fortunate to have you as my desk mate, with a foundation as weak as mine. It is only you who is willing to teach me with such patience." Chen Shi'an's remark caused Lin Mingqiu to blush slightly, her nose tingling as she lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously rubbing her nose. To think that in his eyes, she was seen as such a helpful and responsible deskmate. However, with her heart warmed by his sincere words, she found herself momentarily at a loss for a retort. "Do your best." "Certainly, with the class monitor assisting me so much. I will not let you down." Lin Mingqiu resumed, drinking from her cup. When she set it down again, she realized that the evening study session had concluded, and the classroom was abuzz with noise. Chen Shi'an picked up his backpack hanging nearby and stood up. "Class monitor, I'm leaving. See you tomorrow." Indeed, the words of a Taoist are merely deceptive. Regardless of age, they are all the same, deducting a point from you. Chen Shi'an slipped away, leaving her the sole occupant of the empty desk. After some contemplation, Lin Mingqiu retrieved a bottle of milk from the box against the wall and placed it on his desk. She donned her earphones and returned to her work. As a language subject, English is objectively far simpler than mathematics, particularly for someone with Chen Shi'an's remarkable memory. He could memorize vocabulary and texts independently, and with the grammar learning materials provided by Wen Zhixia to assist his practice, the only remaining challenge was spoken English. Each day after school, Wen Zhixia would accompany him for some speaking practice. Though brief, his progress was astonishing. Their daily exchanges during the commute to and from school had significantly improved his pronunciation. "I am Stadovin. Let us go. Today it's my treat." "No need. I'll treat you. I feel embarrassed eating yours every day. Let me take care of it." "Huh. I didn't realize you could feel shy. What kind of talk is that? Do I seem like a person with a thick skin?" "Indeed, you do." When Zhixia laughed, the girl was aware of her beauty. Despite her amiable nature, most boys felt somewhat nervous and reserved when speaking to her, yet Chen Shi'an was different, boldly expressing whatever was on his mind. Perhaps it was because of his relaxed and honest demeanor that she found it easy to converse with him. Observing the vendor's reformation, Chen Shi'an and Wen Zhixia decided to give him another chance to earn their business, as the taste of the grilled sausages had improved over the past few days. "Boss, how much for the grilled sausages?" Chen Shi'an inquired. 3 yuan each. "What about 2? 5 yuan. And 4? 9 yuan. Wow, the prices have become quite reasonable." The vendor smiled sheepishly. "Young man, how many would you like?" "Then I'll take 4, one with extra spice and the other 3 prepared normally." "All right." When Zhixia blinked. "Curious, Taoist, are you really going to eat so many sausages?" "1 for you, 1 for me, 1 for Famo, and 1 for my roommate. That makes 4. "Oh, you have a roommate?" "Yes. I thought you lived alone. Is your roommate from our school?" "No. She has an older sister who just graduated and started working." "Ah, is she much older than us?" "About 4 or 5 years." When Zhixia nodded. feeling an inexplicable sense of relief upon hearing that his roommate was significantly older and had already entered the workforce. As high school students, there's always a unique filter when perceiving those who have graduated and are working, as they are regarded as adults capable of earning their own living. While high schoolers are often seen as mere children in their eyes, as long as you're not living with Lin Mingxiu, that's all that matters. Why am I even concerned about such matters? What does it matter who he lives with or how he interacts with his class monitor? As long as he scores higher in English than in mathematics, that is all that counts. Although somewhat reluctant to admit it, WNH11 had indeed contemplated what it might be like if CHNS Chen had chosen the art stream, and if the homeroom teacher had assigned her to sit beside him to guide his studies. It was hard to imagine that after her long rivalry with LNM Enki, she would feel a twinge of envy towards her own desk partner. My desk mate, my dearest Shi Oyen, please don't misunderstand. I don't mean that I don't want to sit with you. I'm merely giving an example. Meanwhile, CHNS Chen was still engaged in conversation with the stall owner. Boss, how much do you earn in a day running a stall like this? Oh, not much. I have to work during the day, and I only come out to set up for a few hours at night. I'm thinking of moving to a busier street one day. I might earn around 100 to 180 yuan in a night. That much. What is that? Some stalls make a killing, earning over 1,000 in a night. The economy is tough now. Even working a regular job doesn't pay much, so I come out to earn a little extra for food. It truly was a viable way to earn money, having spent years in the mountains. CHNS Chen had little concept of making money and joked, I might try setting up a stall myself. Huh? Young man, what would you sell? Fortune telling? Huh? You're so young. You don't even have a couple of whiskers. Who would believe you? Before CHNS Chen could respond, a nearby girl chimed in to support him. I believe him. Chapter 68. You are my lucky star. As the key turned in the lock, a sweet aroma rushed out through the crack of the door. Having an older sister at home who could cook and loved making various desserts was truly wonderful. FIM was not on the sofa at the moment. The television in the living room was on, and as SHN changed his shoes, he listened to the sounds coming from the kitchen. Vnu. Upon hearing his voice, LW New York N peeked out from the kitchen doorway, her freshly washed and dried hair cascading smoothly as she turned. What delicious treat are you making tonight? W New York NG. CHN asked knowingly, sometimes regretting the sensitivity of his sense of smell, which deprived him of a sense of mysterious anticipation. Yes, I smell taro, sago, purple sweet potato, and milk. Is your nose really that keen? CHNS smiled as he changed into his slippers and entered the kitchen, where indeed LW New York N was preparing taro sago. FIM had come to sit beside her, bowl in mouth, waiting to eat. On the kitchen floor lay a large bag of taro and purple sweet potatoes, with some dry dirt still visible inside the open bag. Did W New York NG buy so many taros and sweet potatoes? CHN squatted down to take a look. The quality of these taros and sweet potatoes was excellent, not the oversized ones from the market, but the smaller varieties commonly grown on farms. He picked a few up to weigh them. Selecting taros requires skill. When choosing fruits, one generally selects the heavier ones of similar size for more moisture, whereas for taros, lighter ones are preferred for a drier, more powdery texture. These taros are great. Did W New York NG pick them herself? They're from my family's garden. My mother isn't in good health and works at a factory, but she can't sit idle. So she grows some vegetables and easy-to-manage taro and sweet potatoes. She harvested a lot and sent them to me. As LW New York N spoke, she had already dished out 2 bowls of freshly made taro sago. Perfect. Now you can help me finish them. Otherwise, even though I love taro, I would get tired of it if I ate too much. Thank you, W New York NG. I'm benefiting from you again. CHN accepted the bowl of sweet soup she handed him and happily took a sip. How is it? Is it too bland? I didn't add much sugar for the evening. Not all, it's just right. The purple sweet potato and sweet potato are quite sweet, and too much sugar would overshadow the original delicate flavor. You have great seasoning skills, W New York NG. This could be a business. No way. I just make it casually. Did your mother teach you? Not really. I learned by following videos in college. We pooled together to buy a rice cooker, and a few of us girls often cooked together. You cooked with a rice cooker? Yes, the induction cooker couldn't be used, so we relied on the rice cooker with its low power. I researched many rice cooker recipes. CHNSHN found it amusing. That's impressive. Who cooked the most? Haha. I cooked, and everyone else ate. Oh no, I feel like W New York NG is hinting at me and FIM. Huh, no way. Honestly, if all my roommates were as complimentary and helpful as you, I wouldn't mind being a little chef for free. It's still better with a little Taoist priest. The emotional value is abundant. LW New York N thought, never imagining that her ideal perfect roommate would turn out to be a sophomore boy. The two of them, along with the cat, sat down at the dining table. CHN SHN picked up 2 grilled sausages from a bag on the table, handed one to LW New York N, and placed the other in FIM's cat bowl. W New York NG, I bought grilled sausages for you. Aren't you eating? Then thank you. Just as SHN was not being polite, LW New York N also felt comfortable not being polite. It had been a while since she had eaten grilled sausages, and a fragrant sausage paired with a bowl of sweet and smooth taro sago was an explosion of flavor that made every cell in her body leap with joy. SHN's thoughts were a mystery to her, but LW New York N cherished this brief hour of conversation, considering it the most relaxed time after a hard day's work. SHN, did you see? Your gym teacher's video of you from yesterday has nearly 300,000 likes. Walking down the street, 1T people recognize you? I haven't really noticed. Only you could be so nonchalant. LW New York N laughed and checked the comment section. The most popular comment read, "This is our school's Taoist priest, who just shattered the school's backboard. His skills are unimaginable." Below it, a flurry of comments followed, stating, "I was there. I'm a mother hen audience, I can testify. I'm the backboard, I'm the basketball. I was terrified at the moment." LW New York N found it amusing and handed her phone to SHN. SHN, did you see the comments? Is what they say true? Did you really break the school's backboard? This matter should not be publicized. Huh, really? After the initial shock from Lee, the class monitor, and a host of teachers and classmates, LW New York N was late to the realization. She stared wide-eyed at the composed SHN, even reaching out to pinch his arm through his short-sleeved school uniform, finding it hard to believe that someone who appeared so gentle could possess such terrifying, explosive power. The group of mischievous girls in their chat often joked about how strong high school students were. It turned out they were indeed strong. How'd you do it? SHN, do you often play basketball in the mountains? There's no basketball in the mountains. Maybe that backboard was just particularly fragile. I thought it was quite sturdy and didn't hold back. What does 6 mean? It means impressive. Chen learned a new term, having thought that cow was the pinnacle of linguistic brevity, only to discover this new term. So, SHN, did your gym teacher mention anything about the video views generating revenue? I think you might be entitled to a share of it. You could discuss it with your teacher. I've heard it could be several thousand yuan. Although this aspect of revenue didn't concern LW New York N directly, as someone who had graduated and entered the workforce, she understood the difficulty of making money and didn't want SHN to miss out, so she gently reminded him. Yes, Teacher W.N. mentioned it to me. He said the subsequent earnings would be transferred to me. You can rest assured, W New York NG. That is good. I was mainly considering that you are here studying alone, and many things require spending money, so it is wise to save where possible. Chen Shi'an glanced at her. Ever since Master departed, such familial concern, devoid of self-interest, had not been felt for quite some time. How was your work today, Sister Wanine? It was fine. I brought in 3 customers to the store today, earning an additional 30 yuan in commission. Well done, Sister Wanine. Haha, you learned so quickly. Li Wanine sighed with relief, stating that she would work 1 more day tomorrow, since it was Saturday, and then her part-time job would conclude. Thankfully, the weather has been pleasant these days. Otherwise, distributing flyers outdoors would have been impossible. How did your interview go, Sister Wanine? You had another one this morning, right? Observing the relaxed demeanor of the young woman before him, Chen Shi'an had already guessed the outcome. Yes, including the one from yesterday, I have received 2 offers. The result Li Wanine shared was even better than Chen Shi'an had anticipated, and he expressed his surprise. Both interviews were successful? Does that mean it is now your turn to choose a job, Sister Wanine? Indeed. Little happiness arrives so unexpectedly. It seems that ever since encountering Chen Shi'an, everything in her life has become smoother. Not only did she find a satisfactory roommate, but she also successfully passed 2 consecutive interviews. Yet, with little happiness comes minor troubles. Now Li Wanine was troubled not by how to find a job, but by which of the 2 offers she should choose. Congratulations, Sister Wanine. Have you decided which job you want to take? I'm still uncertain. I feel both jobs are quite suitable, almost comparable. The two companies are just separated by a street, and the salaries are similar, so I am somewhat at a loss as to how to decide. Do tell me more. Although Chen Shi'an understood that as a high school student, he could not offer her much advice, Li Wanyin still engaged in a serious discussion with him. In truth, Li Wanyin had always performed well academically. However, a significant family crisis during her senior year dramatically altered the trajectory of her life. Graduating from a major that appeared versatile, yet notoriously difficult for employment, she possessed both the professional knowledge and the cleverness that surpassed many of her peers who had just graduated and still bore the traces of studenthood. However, the barriers of educational qualifications and the current employment landscape often left her facing setbacks in her job search. It was only later that she realized it was not that companies did not want her, but rather that many positions advertised were never genuinely intended to be filled. They merely served as a facade for companies to project an image of prosperity, with performance evaluations akin to sales, where one could coax a few interviewees into showing up. Both companies were not far from home, with a commute of about half an hour by bus. One position was as an administrative officer in a foreign trade company, where her daily tasks would include managing internal affairs, such as maintaining the office, procuring and managing office supplies, organizing and archiving documents, handling various correspondence, reserving meeting rooms, preparing materials, and organizing employee training and team-building activities, essentially office errands. However, the career advancement path was clear, and it would greatly aid in understanding the overall management operations of the company. The probation period lasted 1 month, with a monthly salary of $3,500 during this time, which could increase to between $4,500 and $6,000 upon confirmation. With working hours from 9 to 6 and weekends off, Chen Shi'an, being relatively inexperienced in the world, had little understanding of the various roles. After hearing Li Wanyin's explanation, he was equally unsure about which job would be preferable, as each had its own advantages and disadvantages. It is so difficult to choose. Observing the troubled face of Li Wanyin, who was burdened by happiness, Chen Shi'an also smiled. Which job does Sister Wanyin lean towards more? I don't know. I have been pondering it all day. The operations officer position seems viable. If done well, it could be very lucrative. The administrative officer role is good too, with stable income and a clear promotion path, plus weekends off. I heard there is not much overtime, allowing more time for personal pursuits after work. How are the two companies themselves? The e-commerce company appears to be a startup, claiming there will be significant promotion opportunities in the future, though I noticed a high turnover rate during the interview. There were so many people. The foreign trade company seems well established, having been around for quite some time, with a mature organizational structure and system. However, advancing in position requires patience. It might take 3 to 5 years to go from officer to supervisor. Still, it seems that foreign enterprises value their culture, and if one possesses strong capabilities, rapid advancement is not impossible. Initially, Chen Shi'an intended to assist her in clarifying her thoughts on the selection, but he found that the more Li Wanyin spoke, the more difficult her choice became. What should we do, Sister Wanyin? Why not work both jobs? Chen Shi'an joked. I don't know. It's so troublesome. When faced with challenges, Li Wanyin could tough it out, but when it came to making choices, she seemed somewhat indecisive, as this was her first job. And this choice could potentially alter her future path. The more she cared, the harder it became to decide. Suddenly, Li Wanyin's eyes lit up. She turned to Chen Shi'an. What's the matter? Have you thought about which job to choose? Not at all. Shi'an, you can read fortunes, can't you? Why not help me determine which job will be better for me? Chen Shi'an was taken aback, unable to suppress a chuckle. I can, but the outcome may not necessarily reflect the job you truly desire, Sister Wanyin. In my opinion, it would be best for you to take a moment to reflect and see which position resonates with you more. It is not merely a matter of preference. It concerns the direction of my future life. Then you can rest assured, regardless of your choice, your future path will be filled with prosperity. The greatest setbacks in your life are already behind you. I can assure you of that. Really? Indeed. Chen Shi'an spoke with seriousness, although his words seemed devoid of logic. For some reason, they instilled a profound sense of confidence in Li Wanyin. Well, if that is the case, then let us decide by drawing lots. There's no need to be so casual about it. Never mind. I'm going for it. After all, there are valid reasons to choose either option. Li Wanyin turned back to Chen Shi'an. What's wrong? Shi'an, you draw for me. You're my lucky star, and I believe in your luck. Huh? I'm drawing? Chapter 69. Let me divine for you. Seeing Li Wanyin truly take out a coin, intending to let him use it to decide which job to take. Chen Shi'an could not hold back his laughter. Chen Shi'an was at a loss. He had hoped to encourage Li Wan-yin to follow her heart and boldly choose the job she liked. Yet he found that, for her, her preference was insignificant compared to which of the two jobs was superior. Perhaps she had always been this way, unable to express her likes openly, only understanding the need to be sensible and weigh the pros and cons. How about this, Sister Wan-yin? If you truly cannot decide, I can help you divine. Great. Do you have paper and pen? Bring 2 pieces of paper and write the names of the 2 jobs on them, then fold them neatly. Okay. By the time she returned, Chen Shi'an had already prepared 3 coins to assist her in divining. Have you finished writing, Sister Wan-yin? Yes. Now hold the 2 pieces of paper, 1 in each hand. Which goes where? It is up to your heart's desire. Li Wan-yin did not understand the procedure, but found it very intriguing. She shuffled the folded papers and held 1 in each hand. Are you ready? Yes. Chen Shi'an began to assist her in the divination. When one mentions fortune tellers, the common perception often includes practices such as feng shui, palm reading, and rituals. Chen Shi'an, while not claiming mastery in these areas, did possess some knowledge. However, he truly hesitated to assert expertise in fortune-telling. After all, predicting fate is no trivial matter. The intricacies and profound randomness of destiny make fortune-telling an exceedingly challenging pursuit. It necessitates not only remarkable talent, but also a refined disposition and exceptional analytical skills. This art is a confluence of mystery and technique, where no conclusion remains immutable or merely recited from texts. Observing Chen Shi'an's gradually serious demeanor, Li Wan-yin felt a twinge of anxiety, sensing that the young man before her seemed to undergo a subtle yet profound transformation, his eyes deep and inscrutable. Chen Shi'an began the divination, shaking 3 coins in his hand before casting them. His gaze swept over the divination symbols with remarkable speed. After the coins fell, he merely glanced, then with a sweep of his hand, cast again. Once the symbols were fully revealed, he regarded Li Wan-yin, contemplating her features for several seconds, before his serious expression gradually softened. All done, he stated. All done? She replied, somewhat surprised. It's merely a fortune regarding my career, which isn't too difficult. I've seen street fortune tellers calculating with their fingers. Ah, so it is, Li Wan-yin exclaimed, realizing her earlier assumptions were misplaced. What is the outcome? Both options yield great fortune. However, if Sister Wan-yin wishes for an even better choice, you should select the one corresponding to your dominant hand, as it will be more harmonious. The right hand? Li Wan-yin mused, glancing down at her clenched right hand, which was still holding 2 papers she had hastily folded and mixed up. Now, she was uncertain which job was represented by her right hand. Would you not like to open it and take a look? Ah, I'm a bit nervous. Let me think. It is not necessary to look. As I mentioned, Sister Wan-yin may freely choose the one she prefers. Shi'an, do Taoists believe in fate? Not necessarily. I do not believe in fate. This matter must be viewed dialectically. One must first believe in fate to divine it, and then learn to disregard it to change it. The essence of destiny is governed by patterns rather than fixed outcomes. Those who understand the variables within are often the least superstitious. They reveal what they perceive, which is believing in fate. Then they instruct on how to alter it, which is disbelieving in fate. Those who are superstitious about destiny often become obsessed. The mysteries of fate are elusive, and nothing remains constant in this world. While destiny provides a foundation, it is one's heart, actions, and circumstances that ultimately determine the outcome. Cultivating oneself is inherently about defying fate. If Sister Wan-yin were to inquire about my beliefs, I would assert that human determination can prevail over destiny. The profound contemplation of destiny from youth, not yet 18, left Li Wan-yin momentarily speechless, her mouth agape. This dialectical and contradictory line of thought required time for her to digest, yet she grasped the essence of the final statement. Human determination can indeed alter destiny. Thus, even the outcome of the fortune can change? Indeed. Then does that mean what you previously said about my destiny for great wealth and honor can also change? Yes. A sudden feeling of existential uncertainty washed over Li Wan-yin, leaving her somewhat disoriented. Observing her sister's reaction, Chen Shi'an chuckled softly. However, Sister Wan-yin, have you forgotten that I predicted your fate through physiognomy? The countenance reflects the heart. As long as your true intentions remain unchanged, you will inevitably achieve great wealth and success. True intentions? Yes, true intentions. Given Chen Shi'an's age, it was hard for Li Wanyin to view him as merely a younger brother, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. In terms of mindset alone, he resembled more of an elder brother. Everything has become chaotic. All right, I shall unveil the mystery. With that declaration, Li Wanyin slowly unfolded the paper clutched in her right hand, revealing the word she had inscribed not long ago. Administrative role at a foreign trade company. Li Wanyin paused, then sighed deeply with relief, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. It was indeed the position she preferred most. Chen Shi'an blinked, and before he could inquire, Li Wanyin eagerly displayed the paper to him, her voice filled with joy. From now on, I shall enjoy a life of 9 to 6, with weekends off. Administrative specialist at a foreign trade company? Yes. Although the salary ceiling is slightly lower, it offers stability. Having just graduated, I require a stable job to accumulate experience. Furthermore, the company does not demand overtime and provides weekends off, allowing me ample time for personal pursuits. Ah, now it seems all you can see are the advantages? Chen Shi'an teased, amused at how the previously indecisive individual had transformed. Do not undermine my resolve. Li Wanyin politely expressed her regrets to the e-commerce company, acknowledging their previous job offer with sincerity, regardless of their feelings regarding her decision to withdraw. Shi'an, you should go take a shower. I can handle it here. Not a problem. It will be quick. Thank you so much. Otherwise, I would have been agonizing over my choice for a long time. I merely helped Sister Wanyin clarify her options. Even without divination, I believe you would have ultimately chosen this job. How does it feel like you understand me better than I do myself? That sense of intimacy was quite extraordinary for Li Wanyin. It was the first time she experienced such a connection in her life. She still yearned to converse with him. Thus, when Chen Shi'an emerged from the bathroom, she too left her room. Chen Shi'an was hanging clothes while she watched television, the screen flashing with vibrant images, but her mind wandered elsewhere, contemplating numerous future possibilities. After hanging up his washed uniform, Chen Shi'an glanced at her. Sister Wanyin, are you not going to sleep? Not yet. I am finding it hard to doze off at the moment. As she spoke, Li Wanyin picked up an apple from the table and began peeling it, her fingers deftly creating long, continuous strips of skin. Engaging in this task helped quell her swirling thoughts. Shi'an, here you go. Li Wanyin pressed the knife down the center of the apple, tilting the blade gently, and it split crisply into 2 halves. What are you pondering, Sister Wanyin? As Chen Shi'an took the half apple from her, he marveled at this rare experience of having someone peel an apple for him, recalling that his lazy master had never allowed him such a privilege. Not much, really. I was just contemplating what the new company will be like. The nature of the work, the colleagues, and the 1-month probation period. I wonder how stringent the assessment criteria will be. That is quite normal. It indicates that Sister Wanyin is eager for progress. Do you also feel that way? Certainly. I contemplated such matters before descending the mountain for studies. What did you do about it? I simply adapted to circumstances. You truly have a carefree spirit. Chen Shi'an chuckled. If we're speaking of carefree spirits, I must admit that compared to Fei Mo, I am still quite lacking. He poked the black cat sprawled on the sofa, frantically pressing the remote. Sister Wanyin could learn from Fei Mo. It is content wherever it goes, as long as there is food. Meow. Li Wanyin laughed at his antics, indeed. Our family cat, Shermo, does not need to work or attend school, but it can be quite bored staying at home all day. Ah, what does Sister Wanyin aspire to do in the future? I am uncertain, she replied shyly, but you must promise not to laugh at me. I actually do not wish to work for others. I hope to discover something I excel at, regardless of the scale of the business. I want to be a boss and earn for myself, which would be incredibly motivating. That sounds wonderful. I support you, Sister Wanyin. Haha, starting a business is not so easy, lacking both capital and experience. So, for now, it remains a mere thought. It must be more than just a thought. Sister Wanyin must have some plans, right? Not really. Li Wanyin felt a slight flush on her cheeks, as her overly unrealistic fantasies, once spoken, became a source of amusement. Although Chen Shi'an did not intend to mock her, being exposed by his words left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Despite her desire to continue the conversation, she was perceptive enough to notice that the time was drawing near, prompting her to gracefully conclude the topic. Chen Shi'an subtly conveyed a sense of tranquility. Chapter 70. Chen Shi'an's gift the following day, Saturday, marked the last day of classes for the week. Early in the morning, when Chen Shi'an encountered Wen Jixia at the corner, she appeared burdened with an array of packages. Oh, how heavy! Taoist, you're strong. Please help me carry some. Now that the two were familiar with each other, Wen Jixia felt no need for formality. Seeing Chen Shi'an with empty hands, she thrust her nearly unmanageable belongings into his grasp. If it had been the boundary-sensitive Lin Mengxiu, she would have rather strained her arms than asked for assistance. "What do you have so much of?" Chen Shi'an inquired as he accepted a portion of her parcels. Besides the customary breakfast he brought for classmates, several bags contained books, clothes, and other items. "Are you planning to stay at home for several days? It seems you've brought an entire wardrobe," Chen Shi'an noted, peering into the open mouth of the bag and spotting at least 3 changes of clothing. Wen Jixia's intimate garments were nestled at the bottom of the bag, so she was not concerned about him seeing them. However, noticing the curious Taoist scrutinizing her bag, she shyly reclaimed the bag of clothes from him, replacing it with a box-shaped item for him to carry. "What else in this box?" "It's quite large. It's a pair of shoes I bought for my mother's birthday," she replied. "Such thoughtfulness," he remarked. "I even ordered a cake for her. Is the cake delicious?" "I've never had it." When Jixia blinked and casually invited, "Would you like to come to my house tomorrow to eat cake? My mom loves a lively celebration, and she would surely welcome classmates to celebrate her birthday." "I have to go gather herbs tomorrow. Maybe there will be another opportunity," he responded. "Oh," when Jixia pouted, "You agree to eat at Lin Mingqiu's house, but make excuses for mine. Come on, carry this for me." The girl's cheeks puffed up, expressing her annoyance at the Taoist for not only refusing to dine at her house, but also for hesitating to help her with her burdens. Just as she contemplated withholding his future soy milk, she noticed Chen Shi'an freeing his hands, removing his backpack from his shoulder, unzipping it, and rummaging for something. Curiously, she peered over. Chen Shi'an then produced a small piece of wood, approximately 3 to 4 centimeters wide, 5 to 6 centimeters long, and 1 centimeter thick. "What is this?" When Jixia blinked in surprise. Before she could examine it closely, Chen Shi'an took the numerous items she held and placed the piece of wood into her small hand. "This is a carving I made from boxwood, depicting the 4 gentlemen, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. Even though I cannot attend your mother's birthday celebration, since you invited me, I thought this small wood sculpture would be a fitting gift for her." "Eh, for my mom?" she stammered, taken aback. "Yes, although I'm not sure if Annie will like it. It's just a token of my appreciation." "How thoughtful of you," when Jixia exclaimed, her earlier disappointment dissipating. What began as a casual invitation now felt significant, especially with the small gift he had put so much thought into. The girl examined the boxwood sculpture. While she did not possess expertise in wood carving, her instinctive appreciation for beauty recognized the intricacy of the scene depicting the 4 gentlemen in relief. The craftsmanship was superb, with the natural grain of the boxwood enhancing the carved imagery. On the reverse side, the characters Qingyu were inscribed, showcasing both excellent calligraphy and carving skills. Even a young person like her found the piece delightful, let alone her mother, who adored orchids. She would undoubtedly cherish it. "Oh no, I let my mother down." After marveling at the piece for a while, when Jixia finally recalled his earlier words, "Did you say you carved this yourself?" "Yes, it was just a casual endeavor during my free time," Chen Shi'an replied with a smile. "I was tea prepared, so I hope anyone tea mind. If I get another chance, I'll prepare something more elaborate." When Jixia was nearly speechless. How could such a flawless wood carving be a mere casual creation? "You say you know a bit about wood carving?" she queried. She was unaware of Chen Shi'an's true skill level in the wood carving realm, but it was undoubtedly that of an artisan. Compared to her own abilities, she would struggle even to carve a simple character without risking injury. When Jixia felt a unique sensation while holding the wood sculpture, admiring the 4 gentlemen. It was as if the essence of Qing resonated within her. This was not merely her imagination. Chen Shi'an had indeed infused a touch of elegance into the sculpture. His ability to convey meaning through objects was a skill he had honed over many years. Yet, limited by his current spiritual cultivation, he could not freely imbue objects with intent. It was only through carving, writing, or painting that he could convey his feelings, allowing those who encountered these meaningful creations to sense his state of mind during their conception. "My mother will definitely love it." After a prolonged moment, when Jixia finally declared, in light of the exquisite 4 gentlemen sculpture crafted by Chen Shi'an's own hands, she suddenly felt her own gift of shoes, costing over 300 yuan, was utterly inadequate. "Whose mother is this? You, Taoist, are more considerate than I am as her daughter." Had it not been for her spontaneous invitation to Chen Shi'an, when Jixia would have doubted whether he had put considerable effort into preparing this birthday gift. A twinge of jealousy arose within her. Throughout her life, she had never received such a heartfelt gift. My mother is rather unsophisticated. She probably won't appreciate it. Taoist, do you have anything else? I can barely accept this one. Just find any piece of wood for my mom. There's plenty at the temple. I could bring you a whole box if you wanted. This is the only piece I have on me right now. If you want, I can carve another one for you next time. You mean it? When Chen Shi'an perked up at his words. Yes, I always keep my promises. When do you want it? It seemed the Taoist was genuinely sincere. Usually, when someone mentioned a future promise, it was merely polite, but he was earnestly inquiring about the timing. Then, for my next birthday, you can gift it to me? Sure. When is your birthday? It already passed this year. It's in June next year on the 16th. All right. Chen Shi'an nodded. What would you like me to carve? Anything is fine, as long as I've seen it and can envision it. I haven't decided yet, but I'll let you know once I do. Great. When Chen Shi'an opened her backpack, carefully storing the 4 gentlemen with sculpture. Joking about being greedy was just playful banter. She had no intention of hiding Chen Shi'an's gift for her mother. Instead, she eagerly anticipated showing it off to her mother, eager to share that such a thoughtful and exquisite gift came from her good companion, Chen Shi'an. Above all, she longed to witness her mother's surprise and praise for Chen Shi'an. Yune. It's only September now, so there is still a long way to go. I wonder if we will still be such good companions by then. In her childhood, she had believed that friendships would last forever. Now, as she had grown, when Chen Shi'an understood that no one could remain by her side eternally. Nevertheless, you promised not to go back on your word. You must remember to gift me something for my birthday next year. All right, I understand. Be safe on the way. Got it. Let us reconvene at school then. Very well. Here, enjoy this soy milk. Holding the soy milk given by Xiao Zhiliao, Chen Shi'an entered the classroom, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Lin Mengxiu was already seated. The two seemed to have developed an unspoken understanding. Lin Mengxiu would take the opportunity to glance at him whenever Chen Shi'an bent down to hang his backpack. On this Saturday, where wearing uniforms was not strictly enforced, Lin Mengxiu still donned her ever-unchanging school uniform, proving that attempting to capture a girl's daily emotions through changes in attire was futile. Chen Shi'an could discern that Lin Mengxiu appeared to be in good spirits today, as she paused in her writing, twirling her pen around her delicate thumb. Sitting at the same table as the class monitor was a form of practice. Chen Shi'an felt that it would not be long before his ability to read faces would significantly improve, as would his skill in offering compliments. Class monitor, is this bottle of milk for me? Chen Shi'an inquired, picking up the bottle on the desk. Yes. Thank you, class monitor. I shall not be polite then. Do you buy soy milk every day? Lin Mengxiu could not help but ask. Once again, she noticed the cup of soy milk he had brought into the classroom, with packaging identical to the previous days. Despite having told him yesterday that she would give him the milk, he still opted for soy milk. Did he truly enjoy it that much? It's not purchased. Xiao Zhiliao gave it to me. Did you come to school together? Yes, it was convenient. Haha, meal partner, travel partner, study partner. Lin Mengxiu's pen ceased its rotation, and she quietly resumed her writing, her characters elegant and beautiful, the ink penetrating the paper. A soft sound, akin to something being punctured, echoed in his ears. Lin Mengxiu paused, yet her peripheral vision could not resist the temptation to steal a glance. In her line of sight, Chen Shi'an had picked up her milk and took a hearty sip. Delicious. When I was in the mountains, I could never have imagined having milk every day. Thanks to the class monitor, I can enjoy such a good life now. Wait. Stop. Almost got carried away. The greedy lad was attempting to charm her. Un ulterior motive. You lose a point. After savoring someone else's soy milk, now you covet my milk? Greedy. You lose a point. Think again if you wish to deceive me out of my milk. Tomorrow, I shall deduct it all. Ignoring his words, Lin Mengxiu maintained her emotionless demeanor while working on her problems. Chen Shi'an took another sip of milk and blinked. Oh no. Wasn't it said that she is easily irritated yet easily appeased? Uncle Lin's manual stated so. Why has it suddenly ceased to work? Class monitor, today. No, quiet. Saturday is for reading Chinese. Oh. Chapter 71. Dao Yi's a bit troubled. The bell, a balm to the heart during holidays, rang. Even the studious Lin Mengxiu, upon hearing the chime, displayed a change in her typically serene expression. Her taut shoulders relaxed, and her brows unfurled gently, letting out a soft, adorable sigh. This gentle exhalation, akin to an elongated cotton thread, might have gone unnoticed by others, but it certainly caught Chen Shi'an's ear. He turned to glance at her, surprised to find that the diligent class monitor could also be delighted by a holiday. After a brief moment of respite, Lin Meng Qiu swiftly began to gather her belongings like the other students. Chen Shi'an could feel the atmosphere in the classroom. It resembled the festive spirit of the new year. If firecrackers were permitted, he had no doubt that some students would light a few to celebrate. Why don't you get a water bottle? Perhaps due to her good mood, Lin Meng Qiu initiated the first conversation of the day. A mineral water bottle works too. Chen Shi'an noticed that aside from him, every other student had their own designated water container. How long have you been using that? Lin Meng Qiu inquired, eyeing his somewhat wrinkled, label-less old mineral water bottle. 6 months and 9 days. I filled it before leaving the mountains. Although it lacked its outer packaging, the red cap and the bottle size suggested it was likely a 550 milliliters Nongfu Spring, priced at 1 yuan 50. However, who keeps a bottle for so long after finishing the water? Class monitor, you are right. Using such a bottle for too long isn't good. If you lack funds, I could lend you some to buy a new one. Buy a new mineral water bottle? Is that what I meant? The girl, with her utmost malice, speculated that this filthy Taoist bottle, used for so long, must surely be reeking with saliva. Chen Shi'an had finished packing his belongings, and, observing that he had not yet packed a single book, Lin Meng Qiu could not help but comment, "Huh? Isn't it a holiday?" Lin Meng Qiu never anticipated that such a straightforward line would render her speechless. You plan to spend the entire day without reading at all? Merely playing? Not exactly playing. I need to find some mountain peaks to gather herbs tomorrow. Climbing mountains? Yes, just wandering. Class monitor, would you like to join me? The girl remained silent, merely displaying the delicate back of her hand, which bore a small red from an unknown mosquito bite, clearly indicating her reluctance to be carried away by mosquitoes in the mountains. Fear not. There are no mosquitoes when you are with me. No, I must read. All right then. What herbs do you intend to gather? I will see what is available in the mountains. Anything useful can be collected. Those mountains that have been developed into tourist attractions won't have any. Indeed, hence I plan to visit the less frequented peaks. Be careful. Thank you for your concern. Class monitor. Truth be told, he admired her. Despite her considerable academic shortcomings, she still possessed the leisure to climb mountains and gather herbs. Lin Meng Qiu felt she could not afford to do so. If it were her, she would certainly need to wait until after the college entrance examination, or perhaps even after graduating from university, securing a job, and retiring to genuinely relax. On the mountain, would there really be no mosquitoes if she followed him? For some reason, the usually diligent Lin Meng Qiu suddenly felt a stir of interest in his earlier invitation. Yet, she was the type to refuse even casual gatherings with classmates. How could she possibly be intrigued by the strenuous activity of mountain climbing? Forget it. There must be plenty of mosquitoes. I shall not go. With that time, she would rather stay home, read some books, and help him organize the high school mathematics, physics, biology, and chemistry materials he might need later. This lazy Taoist was so careless. As class monitor, how could she simply stand by? With her belongings packed, Lin Meng Qiu stood up, clutching her backpack, while Chen Shi'an also rose, pushing his chair beneath the desk. The two exited the classroom in tandem. Having just finished class, the stairway was crowded. The hustle and bustle of the crowd was even more intense than during meal times. In the narrow and cramped hallway, Lin Meng Qiu found herself inadvertently pressed against Chen Shi'an, and reflecting on that day, when she was similarly squeezed with Wen Jixia, the sensation was entirely different now. Both donned short-sleeved uniforms, and every accidental brush of their arms felt like tiny pebbles dropped into her heart, sending ripples of warmth throughout. Perhaps due to the tightness and heat of the corridor, Lin Meng Qiu felt her face gradually flush, her usually composed expression beginning to display a hint of fluster. Amidst her chaotic thoughts, she inadvertently stumbled, and in a reflexive act, she seized Chen Shi'an's arm as if grasping a lifeline. His arm was remarkably solid and strong. The warmth of his arm permeated through her palm, coursing through her body like an electric current. In that fleeting moment, though she had initiated the contact, Lin Meng Qiu felt an undeniable force emanating from his arm, stabilizing her stance instantaneously. She was certain that her palm had begun to perspire at that very instant, and that the moisture had surely adhered to his skin. Would he find her repulsive? This notoriously blunt Taoist might very well ask, "Class monitor, have you sullied me?" If the roles were reversed, Lin Meng Qiu mused, she would certainly recoil in distaste if a boy's sweat had touched her arm. Chen Shi'an broke the silence, remarking, "Class monitor, Your hands are so cold, akin to walking barefoot on tile floors in winter. Lin Mingxiu felt her cheeks flush instantly, warmth creeping to her ears. You insufferable Taoist. Could you not act as if nothing had transpired? She regretted not twisting his arm in a playful manner when she had grasped it. Fortunately, Chen Shi'an ceased his commentary. As they finally reached the spacious exit on the first floor, Lin Mingxiu quickly distanced herself from him after having closely followed him down 30 steps. There are so many people, Chen Shi'an remarked. Lin Mingxiu remained silent, fearing that speaking would betray her still racing heartbeat. They continued along the school path, the evening breeze gently dispersing the stifling heat of the stairwell. She did not inform Chen Shi'an how to reach her home, instead opting to guide him while occasionally glancing at him to ensure he kept pace. Unlike her, Chen Shi'an was more loquacious. 18 minutes. I heard from Uncle Lin that you live in the direction to the left of the school gate? Yes. Uncle Lin is quite free to cook today. It's Saturday. Why are there so many people queuing at the school gate? With everyone finishing school at the same time, parents come to pick up their children, causing traffic control and diversions. They ambled along without haste, while several students laden with bags hurried past them. Did Uncle Lin mention what dishes he would prepare tonight? I'm quite eager to sample his culinary skills. He Taoist. Oh, Xiao Zile? Why are you so slow? A voice pierced through the tranquility, prompting Lin Mingxiu to glance to Chen Shi'an's right. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and her fingers curled gently at her side. It was Wen Jixia, who had become a rare sight since their class separation. Yet her presence and name seemed to haunt Lin Mingxiu repeatedly. Wen Jixia appeared oblivious to Lin Mingxiu, directing her gaze solely at Chen Shi'an. I'm not slow, all right? There's so many people, and I rushed out as soon as class ended. It's you who took your time, dawdling on the second floor. The familiarity between rivals was evident, and Lin Mingxiu perceived the underlying tone. Although she walked alongside Chen Shi'an, Wen Jixia had effectively excluded her from the conversation, addressing her as if she were not there at all. Now that the school gate is so crowded. You. In the midst of Chen Shi'an and Wen Jixia's exchange, Lin Mingxiu interjected, speaking to herself. Chen Shi'an hesitated, finally turning his head to look at Lin Mingxiu. Is Uncle Lin preparing something particularly lavish tonight? I thought we were just having a simple meal. Wen Jixia, seemingly unperturbed by their dialogue, continued, Taoist. Could you help me carry this? My father asked me to check if you have any dietary restrictions. I don't have any. Oh, didn't I mention recommending an English film to you? I recall the splendid one, The Legend of 1900. Have you seen it? No, we're out of drinks at home. What would you like me to buy? Lin Mingxiu and Wen Jixia's conversation quickened, each speaking over the other, leaving Chen Shi'an feeling utterly overwhelmed. Who could fathom how he had stumbled into such a predicament? Why couldn't they engage in a harmonious conversation, despite being three in company? The palpable tension between the two girls intensified, and Chen Shi'an could not help but notice. Cough, cough. Something got caught in my throat, Lin Mingxiu exclaimed. Huh? Wen Jixia responded. The two girls simultaneously suppressed a scoff, and silence enveloped them. Chen Shi'an walked in the middle, with Lin Mingxiu on his left and Wen Jixia on his right. They traversed the school gate together, maintaining an odd atmosphere, no words exchanged, and no one daring to leave the group. It was evident that continuing together was no longer feasible, and Chen Shi'an felt a sense of liberation akin to escaping from confinement. He offered Wen Jixia the bag she had requested, yet she seemed indifferent, showing no inclination to take it. Meanwhile, Lin Mingxiu, taking a decisive turn after exiting the school gate, walked briskly to the left, already several meters ahead. Chen Shi'an could not restrain himself any longer, murmuring to Wen Jixia, who was waiting for the bus, Oh, so your cough has improved? So heavy. Help me carry it a bit longer. If you're in a hurry, just set it down. Can we really set it down? Chen Shi'an stood frozen, caught between a dilemma. Are you coming or not? Lin Mingxiu finally voiced her thoughts aloud. Wait for me. How long? How would I know? Fortunately, the bus 247 arrived, just in time, allowing Wen Jixia to take the bag from him. Let us go goodbye. All right. Chen Shi'an breathed a sigh of relief and hastened toward Lin Mingxiu. Taoist, don't forget the items you promised to deliver to me. Wen Jixia called out as he walked away. Chen Shi'an glanced at Lin Mingxiu, whose expression had suddenly turned frosty. Chapter 72. I thought the class monitor was upset with me. Unlike Chen Shi'an's old residential community, Lin Mingxiu now resided in a high-end neighborhood. The route was straightforward. From a school gate, a leftward walk of about 15 minutes, turn at the intersection, and a few minutes later, one would arrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the noise of the school gate faded, and even amidst the bustling streets, Chen Shi'an felt the environment grow significantly quieter. Primarily, it was due to Lin Mengqiu's silence. From the moment he joined her, she had not uttered a word, walking quietly. However, Chen Shi'an could discern that after parting ways with Wen Jixia, the sharp edge of Lin Mengqiu's demeanor had considerably softened. It was a mystery why two girls, typically easy to get along with, were so combative upon encountering each other. Chen Shi'an was certain that it had not instigated anything, yet he found himself caught in the crossfire of their rivalry. The relationship between Wen Jixia and Lin Mengqiu was intricate and complex, teetering on the edge of rivalry and friendship, embodying an extreme and pure form of competition. Fortunately, Chen Shi'an was not one to engage in internal strife, nor did he feel compelled to introduce friends to one another in the hope that they would all become friends. After all, friendship is cultivated over time. Those who are meant to be friends will eventually find their way to each other, while forcing connections among incompatible individuals will only lead to drifting apart. It is essential that their values align. Noticing Lin Mengqiu's tense expression, Chen Shi'an, with a light-hearted demeanor, inquired, "Class monitor, you mentioned buying drinks earlier. Where are we going to get them?" "Did I?" She responded, "Indeed. Aren't you suffering from a severe cough? What drinks are you planning to have? Is the class monitor upset?" As soon as the words left Chen Shi'an's lips, Lin Mengqiu's tense expression began to dissolve rapidly, swiftly concealing the emotions that had surfaced. She resumed her usual, inscrutable demeanor, which was perpetually characterized by an air of aloofness. What am I angry about?" The utterance of this phrase caught Lin Mengqiu off guard. Indeed, what was the source of her recent vexation? Anger towards Wen Jixia? That seemed unfounded, as she had always exhibited a spirit of competition. Anger towards Chen Shi'an? It appeared he had committed no offense. What had she truly been upset about? The more she pondered, the more perplexed she became, for the emotions of bitterness and irritation had undeniably manifested. She could not articulate the reason, yet she felt an overwhelming sense of bitterness and frustration. Although her irritation was palpable, she remained unaware of its cause, leaving her at a loss for how to express her feelings. Had Chen Shi'an not posed that question, she would have undoubtedly spent the entire evening in inexplicable anger. With her rationality restored, she found herself unable to comprehend the nature of her earlier annoyance, initially suspecting that the class monitor was upset with her. Stop being overly self-important, Lin Mengqiu thought, dismissing him. As if grappling with a complex mathematical problem, she sought to unravel the threads of her emotions. After competing academically with Wen Jixia for so long, her feelings were merely a manifestation of pride and competitiveness. Yet, what had transpired earlier felt inexplicably bitter and suffocating. The girl who had radiated coldness just moments ago now appeared lost in thought, struggling to comprehend her own feelings. "Class monitor, did you ever reside in that old house over there?" Chen Shi'an inquired. "Which old house? Does your family own many properties?" "7 in total. That's where I currently live." After a moment of reflection, Lin Mengqiu realized which property he was referencing. Due to her family's extensive real estate holdings, aside from the residence she shared with her father, the remainder had been leased out. Generally, she paid little attention to such matters, though she was aware that her father had rented the house adjacent to the school to Chen Shi'an. "I haven't lived there. My father lived there for a few years, but he moved out after getting married." "So you've always resided in your current home?" "Yes." As they engaged in casual conversation, the old residential complex came into view. This area had indeed aged, as Lin Mengqiu had lived there for nearly 18 years since her birth. Nevertheless, it had been designated as a high-end community from its inception, and due to proper management and maintenance, the buildings appeared quite well preserved from the outside. The surrounding amenities were complete, and the landscaping was exceptionally well done. Unlike Chen Shi'an, who was taking in his surroundings with fresh eyes, Lin Mengqiu was intimately familiar with the place, having lived there for over a decade. She ascended the steps and approached the entrance. The entrance was equipped with facial recognition technology. As she stood before the camera, the turnstile swung open, allowing her entry. Chen Shi'an followed closely behind, but when he attempted to pass through, the turnstile clicked shut, preventing his entry. He stepped back and mimicked Lin Mengqiu's actions in front of the camera, yet still could not gain access. Amused by his navet, Lin Mengqiu stifled a laugh. Choosing not to assist him, she relished this moment, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. "Strange, class monitor, how do you get through this door? It's different from my neighborhood." Yu Haven T registered your face. What should I do? Lin Mingxiu remained silent, simply pressing a button that activated the pedestrian gate on the far left of the turnstile. You can enter through there. Why didn't you open it sooner? Are you seeking revenge? And you claimed you weren't angry. Finally, Chen Shi'an entered through the activated gate. Upon noticing the button that Lin Mingxiu had pressed, he chuckled. So you could just open the door from inside. How amusing. Watch it. That's a point off. Lin Mingxiu retorted, ignoring him as she continued walking ahead. The community was expansive, and after over a decade of growth, the greenery was now lush and vibrant. As they strolled through, clad in identical school uniforms, it felt like they had entered a quaint park. Before long, they arrived at Building 3. The elevator lobby was spacious and lofty. Lin Mingxiu casually pressed the button for the upward-bound elevator and awaited one of the 3 elevators to descend. Chen Shi'an, having never used an elevator before, inquired with curiosity, "How does it work? Press up to go up, press down to go down." "Oh, how many floors does this building have?" 33. "Which floor does your family live on?" "The 17th. "That's quite nice, a perfect middle floor." Soon, the elevator doors opened, and Lin Mingxiu stepped inside first, followed closely by Chen Shi'an and a few other residents. Upon seeing the array of numbered buttons beside the elevator doors, even without prior experience, Chen Shi'an could guess their purpose. Just as Lin Mingxiu's hand reached for a button, he quickly pressed the button for the 17th floor. Standing in front of her, Lin Mingxiu could see his tall and sturdy figure. The elevator doors closed. Though the elevator was not particularly small, for someone like Chen Shi'an, who was accustomed to the open air, sharing the confined space with 6 others made the atmosphere feel somewhat stifling. Most people tend to feel uncomfortable in close quarters with strangers, often resorting to their phones or engaging in other activities to ease the tension. Even Lin Mingxiu took out her phone, while Chen Shi'an simply stood there, arms hanging at his sides, as straight as a pine tree. He occasionally glanced at the floor indicator or the advertisements plastered on the elevator walls. Lin Mingxiu found herself admiring his remarkable composure. She had no doubt that had Chen Shi'an not turned to press the button, he would have stood there facing strangers without turning around. Ding! The 17th floor had arrived. As the doors opened, Chen Shi'an stepped out first, waiting for Lin Mingxiu to lead the way. To the right, she directed. Exiting the elevator, she turned right and stopped in front of the door marked 1701. Without retrieving a key from her pocket, she simply grasped the door handle, pressing her thumb against the sensor. With a beep, she gently pulled open the substantial door, which balanced security and aesthetics. Class monitor. You don't even need a key to open the door. Now we have smart locks, facial recognition, and fingerprints. Impressive, quite convenient. Chen Shi'an stood at the entrance, wiping the soles of his shoes on the doormat before following Lin Mingxiu into the foyer. Lin Mingxiu bent down to retrieve a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and, upon inspection, realized they appeared slightly small. She sought out a larger pair. The new slippers, still in their packaging, were pristine. With her delicate fingers, she tore open the transparent wrapping and presented the new slippers before him. Don't need to change into slippers too? It's up to you. If you find them comfortable, go ahead. It doesn't matter if the floor gets dirty. There's a robot to clean it. You have a robot? Just the kind that vacuums. As Lin Mingxiu settled onto a small stool to change into her slippers, Chen Shi'an bent down to do the same. Her slippers appeared exceedingly soft, a solid sky blue hue, showing signs of wear. Lin Mingxiu removed her little white shoes and peeled off her white socks. Whether the socks were too tight or her skin too delicate, the removal left a patterned imprint around her ankle where the elastic had pressed against her skin. Although Lin Mingxiu was not particularly short, her feet were notably small, and the process of removing her socks resembled that of peeling an egg. As the socks slipped away, her fair and delicate feet were unveiled. It appears that the esteemed class leader is quite diligent in his habit of washing his feet and changing his socks. With the keen olfactory sensitivity of Chen Shi'an, he detected no unpleasant odors emanating from the process of removing his socks. He did not intentionally sniff. It was simply a matter of normal respiration. Meanwhile, Lin Mingxiu, upon noticing him removing his shoes and socks, glanced over and subtly twitched her little nose. Fortunately, Chen Shi'an did not emit any foul scent. Otherwise, Lin Mingxiu would undoubtedly have deducted 10 points from him, as she harbors a profound disdain for untidy boys. Where should I place my backpack? Chen Shi'an inquired after changing his shoes. Anywhere you wish, came the response. By the way, I almost forgot to bring something for Uncle Lin. It is customary to prepare a small gift when visiting. Last time, I presented Uncle Lin with a can of shuya tea, but that was in the past. One cannot be overly generous, can they? This time, Chen Shi'an intends to gift him a tube of handcrafted incense. The practice of burning incense while savoring tea is an elegant pursuit, and I believe Uncle Lin would appreciate it. As Chen Shi'an unzipped his backpack to retrieve the items, Lin Mingxiu had already slipped into the kitchen, which was resonating with delightful clinks and clatters. Dad, Shi'an, with such a young lady in your presence, you should be attending to her. 20 points deducted from you.